Divine Martial Tyrant Emperor Chapter 1513 to Chapter 1593. Let's try again. This time, be gentler. Gu Chen injected the power of the metal origin into the formless soldiers, and the lost sea of fog once again sealed off the mountain forest below. Buzz, the 1,000 formless weapons changed and unexpectedly turned into a gentle-looking woman. However, although this woman had a gentle face, her whole body was covered with muscles that shone with a metallic luster. The formless soldiers had turned into a human, and it was quite an eyesore. She angrily flew into the lost sea of fog, and then the earth shook again. She once again tore the mountain forest beyond recognition, and then flew back to Gu Chen's side with a complacent look on her face. She still didn't understand what Gu Chen meant. The corner of Gu Chen's mouth twitched, and he gave her a perfunctory thumbs up. He began to wonder how useful this woman would be in a real fight. As Gu Chen worked hard to train the formless soldiers, an astonishing phenomenon suddenly appeared in the sky above Xianxia's alchemy room in the distance. Golden lotuses suddenly sprouted from the ground near the mountaintop, and auspicious signs could be seen everywhere. All the heaven and earth Yuan Qi was madly gathering there. If it weren't for the great formation set up by the dwarf sovereign outside the alchemy room, perhaps the entire great desolate ridge would have clearly sensed the abnormality there. The pill is done, Gu Chen murmured. His face was filled with ecstasy, and he immediately rushed over there. Such an astonishing phenomenon could only mean one thing: the immortal herb that he had asked Xianxia to refine had been successfully refined. It had been more than 2 months since he had handed the tricolored twin lotus to Xianxia. With Xianxia's attainments in alchemy, it was about time for him to refine the immortal herb. Gu Chen was originally worried that he wouldn't be able to refine the immortal herb before the Qimo's birth ceremony. But now this concern was gone. Naturally, Gu Chen wasn't the only one who noticed the commotion in the alchemy room. Except for those who were in a critical juncture of closed-door cultivation, all his companions rushed over. Has Xianxia finally refined the leader's immortal herb? Judging from this phenomenon, this pill is no small matter. The evil Shark Emperor, the Stone Emperor, and the others stared at the door of the alchemy room with burning eyes. The elixir of immortality was not as simple as prolonging one's life. It also had miraculous effects that ordinary elixirs did not have on internal injuries that were difficult to heal. They had suffered far too much during their imprisonment on Hell Star. Although they had used many miraculous pills during this period of time, some of them were still unable to fully recover to their peak condition. Like the Stone Emperor, half of his stone body had been shattered on Hell Star, and he couldn't recover no matter how hard he tried. The appearance of the elixir of immortality had caused such a huge commotion. Although the leader did not say whether or not they would be given the elixir of immortality, everyone was looking forward to it. Those who rushed to the alchemy room at the first moment were all people who knew that it was impossible for them to recover their strength just by cultivating. Gu Chen tore through the air and landed at the entrance of the pill refining room. His companions hurriedly made way for him. Grandmaster Xianxia's pill is done. Let's go in and have a look. Gu Chen had never intended to conceal the immortal medicine, so he said with a smile. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this and followed Gu Chen into the pill refining room. Xianxia had just put the elixir of immortality into a purple jade gourd when he saw Gu Chen coming in with his companions. He could not hide his pride for a moment. Ahem, friend Gu, you're here. Xianxia walked with a gust of wind. Congratulations on refining the elixir of immortality. Grandmaster. Looking at Xianxia's appearance, Gu Chen knew that the refining process was very smooth. With the old man's attainments, refining the elixir of immortality is not difficult. It's just that the requirements are too high, so I didn't succeed until today. Xianxia sighed and handed the purple jade gourd in his hand to Gu Chen. All the elixir of immortality is here. Friend Gu, you can count them, he said. Gu Chen took the purple jade gourd with anticipation. He nervously opened the mouth of the gourd and sent his divine sense into it. So many? Gu Chen raised his head and looked at Xianxia in shock. Xianxia had once told him that based on the size of the tricolor Bingdi lotus, there were about 70 elixirs of immortality in a furnace. However, when Gu Chen checked at this moment, he found that the number of elixirs of immortality had clearly reached hundreds, far exceeding his estimation. The refining process this time was much smoother than expected. The old man also underestimated the potential of the first herb, so you should be happy, Xianxia said with a smile. But, Grandmaster, didn't you take your share? Guchen was pleasantly surprised and asked. According to the original agreement between him and Xianxia, he could take half of the elixir. You can't imagine the benefits the old man will get from having the opportunity to come into contact with a rare herb like the tricolor Bingdi lotus. Therefore, the old man doesn't want this elixir of immortality. Xianxia said frankly, not greedy in the slightest. Guchen observed that Xianxia's face was glowing after the hard work of refining the elixir. He reckoned that Xianxia had really made a breakthrough in alchemy, so he didn't want to take a share. However, since he had promised someone else, he wouldn't take advantage of him. He immediately took out Xianxia's elixir of immortality from the purple gold gourd and handed it to him. Such a high success rate is already a pleasant surprise for me. If Grandmaster doesn't take your share, I will feel guilty. Guchen said sincerely. Xianxia hesitated for a moment, then nodded and finally accepted it. Guchen was overjoyed with the whole furnace of elixir of immortality. With this furnace of elixir, he and his companions' lives would be much more secure. Turning his head, Guchen caught a glimpse of Stone Emperor, Evil Shark Emperor, and the others, who were looking at him with envious eyes. One elixir of immortality for each of you. As for how to deal with it, it's up to you. If you want more, it will depend on your future achievements. This group of people had gone through fire and water with him, so Guchen naturally wouldn't be stingy. Moreover, he could see their internal injuries. Healing them would be of great significance to the improvement of their overall combat strength. After giving one to each of his companions, there were only a dozen or so left. There were still a lot of elixirs of immortality left. Some of these elixirs would be kept as rewards, while the rest would be used at critical moments. It was the best choice. Thank you, Chief. Stone Emperor and the others received the elixir of immortality with excitement and joy. Their recognition of Guchen became stronger. Guchen gave each of them an elixir of immortality, and told Xianxia to rest well for the next few days and not to refine any more elixirs. The deadline mentioned by Qi Jun was approaching, and Qi Mo's birth ceremony would come at any time. Xianxia had to attend it with him, so he must be in good condition. Don't worry, the old man has just made a breakthrough, so he'll be full of energy even if he doesn't rest. Xianxia knew that he and Guchen were now bound together for good or ill, and if he didn't settle things with Qi Jun, there would be endless troubles in the future. Therefore, he had already agreed to attend the Qi Mo grand ceremony. He hurried to refine the elixir of immortality before Guchen and his companions attended the ceremony, in order to provide more protection for the others. Guchen left Xianxia's alchemy room and flew to the depths of the great desolate mountain. Swish! Swish! The first thing Guchen did after getting the elixir of immortality was to heal Swish. The limitless Tyrannosaurus Rex lay at Guchen's feet, exceptionally docile and attached. Guchen stroked its head, then took out the purple jade gourd and poured out 3 glittering and translucent elixirs of immortality. As soon as the immortal elixirs appeared, the air was filled with an alluring medicinal fragrance. The limitless Tyrannosaurus Rex sniffed a few times, its face full of curiosity, but it did not move an inch. Take these 3 elixirs and try it. Guchen said and handed the 3 immortal elixirs to the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Only then did it roll its tongue and swallow the 3 elixirs. The immortal elixir had the ability to instantly revive the dead. Not long after the limitless Tyrannosaurus Rex swallowed it, rays of light blossomed from its wounds. Roar! It let out a soft roar, its voice filled with the joy of a child. Hearing this, Guchen smiled and felt gratified. The limitless Tyrannosaurus Rex's internal and external injuries were too severe, so it had been enduring unimaginable pain for a long time. At this moment, it let out a comfortable roar because it could feel the pain in its body lessening. Focus on healing and make a full recovery as soon as possible. Guchen instructed. He sat down not far away from the limitless Tyrannosaurus Rex, deciding to stand guard for it. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's current intelligence was only at the level of a child, so how could it understand Guchen's meaning? Fortunately, it was talented and had an innate ability to heal. Under the stimulation of the immortal elixir, its body kept emitting rays of light. The decaying flesh and blood on the surface of its body were falling off at an astonishing speed like molting, and new flesh sprouts were constantly growing out from its roots. Guchen spread his divine sense to the limit, enveloping the limitless Tyrannosaurus Rex's body, feeling the speed at which its injuries were healing. A day later, most of the scars on the limitless Tyrannosaurus Rex's body had disappeared, replaced by new skin and flesh. At this moment, Guchen could clearly feel the immortal elixir's effects rapidly diminishing. Still not enough. Guchen muttered. He took out 2 more immortal elixirs from the purple jade gourd and tossed them into the Tyrannosaurus Rex's mouth. The Tyrannosaurus Rex swallowed them, and its huge body lay on the ground, sweeping its tail lightly. Bang! Moments later, the medicinal effect took effect, and powerful life force energy flowed out of the tyrant dragon's body. The aura of death in its limbs and bones was completely expelled, and its flesh and blood became glistening once again. Seeing this, Guchen smiled with satisfaction. After taking 5 immortal elixirs, limitless Tyrannosaurus Rex's injuries were almost completely healed. Roar! The life force within the Tyrannosaurus Rex's body became more and more exuberant, and at a certain moment, it suddenly roared at Guchen, its golden eyes filled with desire. It wanted more. It wanted more immortal medicine. When Guchen first took out the elixir of immortality, even though the Tyrannosaurus Rex was severely injured, it still didn't dare to take the initiative to take it. Yet right now, its injuries were about to be healed. Why did it desire it so much? Guchen was surprised, but he did not hesitate and took out 2 more elixirs from the purple jade gourd. Not enough, still not enough. Guchen fed the Tyrannosaurus Rex a total of 5 immortal elixirs, and it finally stopped. It lay on the ground, looking drowsy. Soon, it fell asleep, and strangely, the life force energy in its body kept flowing out, slowly wrapping around its body, and it finally turned into a dragon egg. Guchen was shocked by this change. His deep-sea purple eyes lit up, and through the eggshell, he only saw a piece of bright silver flesh. The limitless Tyrannosaurus Rex's flesh was very special. It was silver, as beautiful as a gem. At this moment, there seemed to be some kind of terrifying power brewing in the flesh. The Tyrannosaurus Rex in the dragon egg was very strong, and with every breath it took, the surrounding heaven and earth trembled. Obviously, after using a total of 10 immortal elixirs, the Tyrannosaurus Rex's injuries were not only healed, but its body also underwent some kind of indescribable change. Guchen did not know whether the Tyrannosaurus Rex turning into a dragon egg was to be reborn, or it was just a unique cultivation method. The only thing he was sure of was that this should be a good thing. I originally wanted to bring you to meet the Chi demon, but it seems like the plan won't work. I wonder how long it will take for you to wake up. Guchen sighed. Seeing that the Tyrannosaurus Rex had no chance of breaking out of the egg for a while, he used his divine sense and simply stored it into the space inside his body. The dragon egg made a little too much noise, and they did not plan to stay in the Great Desolate Ridge for long, so it was more suitable for the Tyrannosaurus Rex to stay in the space inside his body. On the 5th day after the immortal elixirs were refined, there was finally news from the Chi Commandery. The time and location of the Chi demon's rebirth ceremony had been confirmed, and the Chi Commandery would send Elder Xiao to pick up Guchen's group. So one day later, Guchen's group successfully met with Elder Xiao in an ancient city in the 3,000 small worlds. Tyrannosaurus Rex, sorry to keep you waiting. Elder Xiao greeted politely. His eyes glanced at the companions behind Guchen, and he was secretly shocked. It had only been a few months, but these people gave off an even more unfathomable feeling. It seemed that their strength had increased greatly in this short period of time. The Tyrannosaurus has indeed obtained the entire heritage of the Xing Commandery. We are really lucky to be his companions. Elder Xiao thought to himself, and he guessed the reason for their sudden increase in strength. Brother Xiao, the Chi Commandery informed us so late. It seems that the Chi demon's rebirth is either in the Xing Commandery or the Lei Commandery. Guchen smiled and probed. The Xing Commandery and the Lei Commandery were both vast territories. Even with the fastest flying ship of the Shadow Division, it would often take several months to travel to and from the Commandery. It was already very close to the time of the Chi demon's rebirth, so it was obvious that the Chi demon's rebirth was either in the Xing Commandery or the Lei Commandery, and the range could be roughly estimated. To tell you the truth, it's in the Lei Commandery. If we speed up, we can reach there in 5 days at most. With the grand ceremony at hand, Elder Xiao did not hide anything and told the truth. Then I'll have to trouble Elder Xiao to lead the way. Gu Chen did not say much, and the group followed behind Elder Xiao. Elder Xiao's method of heading to the lake commandery was similar to Gu Chen's trip to the longevity realm. They both found a local ferryman in the 3,000 lesser worlds to bring them across. The ferryman was currently outside the ancient city. A group of people in disguise shuttled through the crowd on the streets. For some reason, there were far more cultivators in the city today than usual, and many of them were obviously foreigners. What's going on? There are more and more cultivators in the city recently. The streets were too crowded, and a passerby complained to his companions. They all came from the Xing commandery. I heard that the war god, Sin Exterminator, has gone crazy recently and has been wreaking havoc in more than 10 worlds, causing panic among the people. Many cultivators who could afford it have fled their hometowns and avoided the direction he was heading in. The passerby's companion said. Sin Exterminator? The leader of the Swallowing Kuan tribe listened with his teeth clenched. The dwarf sovereign looked solemn. I've heard of the war god. He is the great marshal of Xing County. Why would he go around destroying Xing County's territories? The first person to complain asked in astonishment. It's all because of the overlord. I heard that war god Miazue resigned from his military post and is searching for the overlord. The war god will rush over whenever there is a clue about the overlord. You didn't see what happened in the 73rd Crossing County. I heard that Miazue only snapped his fingers and half of the 73rd Crossing County was destroyed. Many lives were lost. The friend sighed as if he had seen it with his own eyes. Is the war god that strong? He is so reckless. Don't the emperors have anything to say about it? The passersby was shocked. Which emperor dares to criticize the war god to his face? Even Tao Lord Xing indulges him in every possible way. The passersby's friend shook his head. The two walked away as they talked. Miazue, Gu Chen naturally heard their conversation and his expression darkened uncontrollably. They had been hiding in the great desolate mountain for months and didn't know what was happening in the outside world. They didn't expect that war god Miazue would go to such lengths to find him. I didn't kill him, but he died because of me. Gu Chen was the cause of all this. He was furious. That Miazue is the second most powerful person in Xing County. Isn't he worried that his actions will make the 100 Realms rebel against Xing County? Zhong Shimrua exclaimed as his companions discussed the matter. This isn't the Xing County marshal's style. The immaterial woman shook her head. Before he became the marshal, he was always like this. You just don't understand him. The dwarf sovereign interrupted. He had the longest relationship with Miazue and the deepest grudge. He was the most qualified to say this. Everyone looked at him. Leader, I'm afraid that Miazue is acting so crazily to find me. The dwarf sovereign turned to Gu Chen. He was in a terrible mood. Back then, he had destroyed Miazin's home planet. Miazin saw it as a great humiliation. Now that he knew he was still alive, Miazin would definitely find a way to kill him. He had been a marshal for a long time. Although he looked calm on the surface, he was actually a maniac. The dwarf sovereign had seen it with his own eyes. The reason why his dwarf race was exterminated was because of Sin's contribution. He used to be his biggest nightmare. Now that he had made a comeback, the dwarf sovereign's mood fluctuated violently. It doesn't matter if he's looking for you or me. If he comes knocking on our door, just kill him. Gu Chen said sinisterly. Everyone laughed when they heard that. The dwarf sovereign knew that Gu Chen was afraid that he would overthink. His heart warmed, but he still reminded him. Leader, I've fought with annihilation before. The origin of shock that he cultivates is extremely destructive. We must be on our guard against him. Origin of shock? Tell me more on the way. The streets were not suitable for communication. The ferryman outside the city was still waiting. Gu Chen pondered. The group left the ancient city quickly and met up with the ferryman that Elder Xiao had contacted. The ferryman was a giant toad. It could be considered a member of the same sect as Xianxia. It opened its mouth and swallowed Gu Chen and the others. Then, it used the same method as Kuei Shi to sneak into the border of Lei County. Just as Gu Chen and the others sneaked into the border of Lei County, the god of war, Miezhen, had just arrived at the 3,000 lesser worlds. "Spare me, Lord. Spare me. I really don't know. That tyrant." Kuei-shi was lying on the ground, barely breathing. He was trying his best to beg the god of war in front of him to show mercy. He didn't know why he was in such trouble. The god of war of Xing County had actually found him and wanted to force him to tell him the whereabouts of the tyrant. He had certainly heard of the tyrant's name before, but the heavens could testify that he had never come into contact with him. Back then, the traitor Guchen received an order from the Shadow Division to go to the Longevity Realm to investigate Peng Fu's disappearance. He entered Lei County through you. As long as he asked a few shadow guards, it wouldn't be difficult to find out. Are you sure you don't know him? Miezhen stared coldly at Kuei-shi and asked. After leaving Xing County, he first went to the Ninth Realm. He found that the Chaos Transit window of the Ninth Realm had indeed disappeared, just as the Shadow Division had reported. The Chaos Transit window of the Ninth Realm had disappeared at the right time. Miezhen didn't think that it was caused by a random chaos tide. He speculated that Gu Chen and the others must have returned to the Ninth Realm first and used some unknown method to seal the passage to his hometown. He thought from the other party's point of view. When the Ninth Realm's worries were resolved, where would the traitor escape to? First of all, it was impossible for him to go to Xing County. Combined with the location of the Ninth Realm, the possible routes that the traitor could take were roughly revealed. After that, he didn't stop and tried several routes in an attempt to find traces of the traitor. After a round of destruction, he crossed out a few routes. His thoughts became clearer and he finally arrived at the 3,000 small worlds. The 3,000 small worlds were located at the border of Xing County and Lei County. It was a good place to hide. More importantly, Guchen had been here before and was familiar with the place. Since then, Miezhen was certain that the traitor was hiding in this place. He was very close to him. However, the environment of the 3,000 small worlds was very complicated and it was located in a sensitive area at the border of Lei County. His previous method of tracking clearly wouldn't work. Helpless, Miezhen interrogated a few shadow guards and finally learned about the existence of Kuei-shi, the ferryman. He was just an insignificant character, but he had seen the traitor Guchen before. That was the only clue he had. Therefore, even though he knew that there was little hope, Miezhen still found him and tortured him. Longevity Realm? When Kuei-shi heard Miezhen mention this realm, a person suddenly appeared in his mind. That was the person who had saved his life during the attack of the Lunar Beast Army. Because of that, Kuei-shi had made an exception and sent him to the Longevity Realm. Usually, Kuei-shi would not go that far. Not long after that, something big happened in the Longevity Realm, so he had a deep impression of that person. At this moment, when he thought about what Miezhen had said, he started to panic. Could that person be the Overlord? Since you can't provide me with anything, then go to hell. Miezhen knew that it was difficult for such a small character to have any important clues. He gradually lost his patience and raised a hand. The moment his palm touched the void, the entire void began to tremble for some reason. The earth seemed to have suffered from a sudden and enormous force, and it began to crack continuously. Spare me, my lord. I remember now. Kuei-shi was scared out of his wits. In his panic, he seemed to have found a life-saving straw and blurted out. The Evil Dragon Lair was the base camp of the notorious Bandit Army and the Lunar Beast Army. War God Sin Exterminator walked into the Evil Dragon Lair alone and realized that the place had been deserted for a long time. Many places were covered in spider webs. He was expressionless as he entered a random bandit's cave abode and flipped through the shelves. He actually found some valuable items. What's going on here? After looking around, Sin Exterminator could not help but frown. The Kuei snake had given him a clue about the Lunar Beast Army. The Lunar Beast Army had once clashed with the traitor, Gu Chen. Their third leader had even been killed by Gu Chen. He had never heard of this before. Although he felt that these low-level bandits could not possibly know the whereabouts of the traitor, he still came here to try his luck since there were too few clues. However, he did not expect that the place was already empty. There was not a single bandit to be seen. What was even more strange was that there were no signs of anyone packing up and leaving the Evil Dragon Lair. Many items were still in good condition. It was as if the bandits had only gone out for a while and did not intend to return. Sin Exterminator did not know that the Lunar Beast army had come out in full force to ambush Guchen. Naturally, he did not know that they had all been killed in the Longevity realm. They were all dead and could not return. The outside world did not know about this either. The evil dragon lair had been empty for a long time. After searching the evil dragon lair thoroughly, Sin Exterminator found nothing other than the bandits' treasure vault in the deepest part of the lair. With his experience, he naturally did not care about the bandits' treasures. His mood was extremely gloomy as he pondered about what to do next. At that moment, a series of footsteps came from the passageway above them. "Fellow Liu, Lord Chimo's rebirth ceremony is just around the corner. Why did we take a detour to the evil dragon lair? It would be terrible if we could not make it in time for the ceremony. Fellow Chang, you might not know this, but the leader of the Lunar Beast army was originally from Qi County. Back then, I came to the evil dragon lair by chance and received his hospitality. I know that he has a high status. The Lunar Beast army was ordered by Elder Xian Wu to carry out the assassination plan. In the end, they were all killed. No one in the outside world knows about this. I reckon that no one has touched their treasure vault. There's actually such a good thing? In that case, why did fellow Taoist Lu only think of this place today?" The tone of the cultivator who had previously inquired became a bit more heated. Lu Daoyu replied with a smile, "Sigh, the journey is long, and the leader of the lunar beasts died in the line of duty. I'm afraid that the news of my scheme will leak out and people will gossip about me if I try to obtain his treasures. In that case, why aren't you afraid now, fellow Taoist Liu? You even brought me along? Hey, do you know who killed the Sound Beast leader back then? He was killed by that overlord Guchen. Now that the Tyrant is going to be one of us, the death of the Shadow Beast leader is going to be a mess. I will accept the treasures of this evil dragon cave. Naturally, no one will say anything about it." Lu Daoyu smiled proudly. "Fellow Taoist Liu, you're brilliant. There's no risk at all in obtaining this kind of wealth. It's not completely risk-free. The leader of the Sound Beasts has a profound cultivation base, and the restrictions on his treasury are definitely not weak. I'll need fellow Taoist Chang's help to break them. Fellow Taoist Liu, don't worry. Since you know that I won't take everything for myself, I'll naturally do my best." The two of them laughed heartily and continued to move forward. "Repeat what you just said." "The traitor Guchen wants to join the Qi commandery." "What's going on?" A cold and overbearing voice came from the depths of the evil dragon cave. A terrifying tide-like aura suppressed the two practitioners on the spot. Lay Commandery, Star Ocean Ruins. A giant toad stopped on the desolate star passage. It opened its mouth and spat out a stream of light. Then, Guchen's group appeared on the spot. "Elder Shao, since I've safely brought you to your destination, I'll take my leave first," the giant toad said to Elder Shao. Then, it croaked a few times and turned into a rainbow as it flew far away. Meanwhile, Guchen's group, who had stayed in the giant toad's stomach for 4 days, looked at the scene in front of them curiously. The starry sky in front of them was quite strange. They couldn't see any complete life stars, but there were many fragments of continents and metallic relics floating in the nebula in the distance. In the sky above the nebula, they could see a vast sea of thunder. Countless silver snakes were twisting and tearing the space apart. "What the hell is this place?" Feng Yaya widened her eyes. The location of the Qi demons coming into being ceremony was different from what she had imagined. "Ahem, Miss Feng, this place is called the Star Ocean Ruins. In the world ruled by the Lay Commandery, it's quite famous." Elder Shao was a little embarrassed and hurried to explain. "So this is the Star Ocean Ruins. I've heard of it many times before." Fatty Qian shuddered as if he remembered something. "What's so special about this place?" Guchen couldn't help but ask when he saw Fatty Qian's reaction. Fatty Qian was born and raised in the Lay Commandery. Naturally, he knew more than the others. It's said that the Star Ocean Ruins is a ruin formed after a great war many years ago. After that war, this place became an ominous place. There are many terrifying legends about it. A look of fear appeared in Fatty Qian's eyes. When he was young, he was often misbehaved. The elders in his family always scared him with horror stories about the Star Ocean ruins. Whenever he thought of this place, his heart would be filled with trauma. Damn fatty, look at your cowardly face. Don't embarrass us in front of the cultivators of the Chi Commandery. The leader of the Swallowing Kuan clan said disdainfully. What do you know? This place is really ominous. Fatty Qian felt embarrassed and hurriedly pointed to the Sea of Thunder in the distance. Do you see that Sea of Thunder? It said that because the Star Ocean ruins is too ominous, even passers-by can easily get into trouble by staying here. So, the Thunder Tao Lord specially used a Taoist technique to set up the Sea of Thunder to suppress the ominous in this place. After that, the Star Ocean ruins returned to normal. As long as you don't go deep into the nebula and just pass by, there won't be any accidents. Fatty Qian's description was vivid, and the matter involved a Tao Lord. Everyone was curious for a moment. The place where Mo will be born won't be in the nebula in front, right? The hunchbacked old man muttered and looked at Elder Xiao. The birth ceremony will indeed be held in the nebula. But don't worry. With Lord Mo's protection, the ominous in this place won't affect the cultivators of the Chi Commandery. Elder Xiao replied with a smile, a hint of pride on his face. It seems that this is also one of Lord Mo's miracles. It was hard to tell whether Gu Chen's tone was teasing or praising. His expression was calm. Lord Mo is very powerful. Friend Gu will soon see it one by one, Elder Xiao replied with a very enthusiastic expression. Along the way in the giant toad's stomach, he sat and discussed Tao with Gu Chen and felt that this young man was not simple. His desire to recruit him became stronger. I'm looking forward to seeing Lord Mo's true appearance. Gu Chen walked casually in the starry sky, surrounded by countless rays of light, like an immortal descending to the mortal world. Everyone followed behind him, their cloaks fluttering in the wind. As they got closer, they suddenly realized that the broken land in the nebula was far more majestic than they had imagined. The metal ruins even revealed an extremely ancient aura. That altar was made of hidden dragon meteorite metal, but it was forcefully broken into two. It seems that the battle that happened so long ago was extremely terrifying. The sharp-eyed dwarf sovereign glanced at a broken ruin floating not far away and said in amazement. Hidden dragon meteorite metal? The leader of the Swallowing Kuan race reached out a giant hand and grabbed the altar back. Unfortunately, the moment the altar landed in his hand, it quickly turned into smoke and dust. It's a pity that it's too badly damaged. The leader of the Swallowing Kuan race shook his head. Hidden dragon meteorite metal was a famous ore. Everyone slowly dispersed. There were many ancient and mysterious ruins floating in the Star Ocean ruins. Perhaps they had become worthless due to the erosion of time, but the words and history recorded on them were still very interesting. This is a ruin left behind from the War Commandery era. It should date back to before the Third Dark Turmoil. The hunchbacked old man flew to one of the ruins and carefully identified a stone tablet on it. His expression changed as he said this. The Third Dark Turmoil? Gu Chen was beside him and took a deep breath when he heard that. After the end of the ancient underworld era, the Chaos Sea entered the War Commandery era. The entire War Commandery era spanned a very long time. Every time the border sea opened and closed, it could be divided into a total of 7 dark turmoil. The history of the Star Ocean ruins could actually be traced back to before the Third Dark Turmoil. That was an extremely ancient history. No wonder even a Thunder Commandery native like Fatty Qian couldn't tell how long the Star Ocean ruins had existed, and some of the divine items left in the ruins had long lost their spirituality. Leader, as little Fatty said, there might have been a great battle here. It's very likely that it was at the Tao Lord level. The hunchbacked old man stood in the ruins, closed his eyes, and imagined as he felt the aura of the place. It's such a special place, but Mo chose to be born here. I wonder what's the reason behind it? Gu Chen pondered. The old man has been thinking about it. The hunchbacked old man opened his eyes and muttered. Chi Commandery has been established for a long time. That Mo didn't come out earlier or later. Why did he choose to come out now? The leader of an organization hasn't shown himself for a long time. He probably wants to keep it a secret, but now he has chosen to hold such a grand ceremony. Why is that? Senior means that the coming into being ceremony is just a pretense, and Mo might have other plans? Gu Chen's eyes flickered. Old man doesn't dare to make a conclusion, but there must be a reason why Chiemo didn't appear until today. We must be cautious and take precautions, said the hunchbacked old man. Gu Chen nodded. He knew what to do. After studying the surrounding ruins for a while, the companions quickly gathered back. Elder Xiao also walked over. Gu Chen and the hunchbacked old man didn't say anything else. Elder Xiao, everyone, you're finally here. The group flew into the depths of the Star Ocean ruins for a while. Many rainbows flew over and landed in front of them. The leader was Envoy of the Left Ruan, whom they hadn't seen for a long time. She wore a solemn welcoming envoy robe, which matched her well-proportioned figure and looked particularly charming. Many Chi Commandery cultivators followed behind Envoy of the Left Ruan. Some of them had been seen before, and some of them hadn't. At this moment, all of them were staring curiously at Gu Chen's group. Envoy of the Left Ruan, how many people have arrived? Elder Xiao greeted. The people of Envoy of the Left Xiao and the elders are basically all here. The cultivators on the list are more present than expected. Of course, we've gathered the most people. Envoy of the Left Ruan seemed to be in a good mood today. She smiled at Elder Xiao. After talking to Elder Xiao, she walked towards Gu Chen. Tyrant, there were many misunderstandings between us before, but it's all in the past now. I hope you and I can let bygones be bygones. She took the initiative to speak to Gu Chen. She stretched out her hand in a flattering manner. Feng Yaya saw that Envoy of the Left Ruan was dressed much more prettily than the last time she saw him. She was inexplicably disgusted and muttered. Did the sun rise from the west? Why is Envoy of the Left Ruan so nice today? Last time in Blue Moon Valley Market, Envoy of the Left Ruan tried to turn Gu Chen's group into enemies, but now her attitude was so friendly. It was indeed somewhat abnormal. Envoy of the Left Ruan pretended not to hear the little girl's sarcasm. She just looked at Gu Chen with anticipation in her heart. Previously, she had indeed deliberately guarded against Gu Chen. Until now, she still didn't think that letting Gu Chen join Chi Commandery was a good choice. However, things could not be changed. She had to start thinking about the next development. The tyrant had soldiers and food. If this time he sincerely surrendered to Lord Chiemo, then there was no doubt that he would soon become the second-in-command of Chi Commandery. Such a person must not be offended. She was originally the pavilion closest to the water, so she had the opportunity to build a good relationship with him. If she didn't cherish it, it would be too late for regrets when he was poached by others. I didn't take the previous matter to heart. Envoy of the Left Ruan, don't mind it. Gu Chen didn't know what Envoy of the Left Ruan was planning. He responded flatly and didn't shake hands with her. Envoy of the Left Ruan was a little embarrassed, but soon returned to normal. He personally led the way for everyone and came to a dilapidated palace. 2 days later is the birth ceremony of Lord Chiemo. For these 2 days, the tyrant and everyone can rest here for the time being. This Star Ocean ruins is not a place to live, so the conditions are a little simple. I hope you can forgive me. Envoy of the Left Ruan's attitude was much better than before. Although the palace in front of them was dilapidated, it was well equipped and much better than the other places where the cultivators of Chi Commandery lived. Thank you, Envoy of the Left Ruan. Gu Chen said a few polite words, which made Envoy of the Left Ruan feel a lot more at ease. It seemed that the tyrant was not a person who would haggle over the smallest things. After arranging the accommodation of Gu Chen's group, Envoy of the Left Ruan was about to leave. At this time, from outside, another group of people suddenly came. Envoy of the Left Ruan, the tyrant's status is so noble. How can you let him live in such a broken place? The newcomer's voice was as sweet as a lark's. Her figure was light and soft, and she had a pretty face that was naturally charming. Standing in the crowd, she naturally became the focus of attention. Gu Chen looked at the woman. She was wearing the same robe as Envoy of the Left Ruan. If he guessed correctly, she should be the envoy of the right in Chi Commandery. The main responsibility of the position of envoy of the Chi Commandery was to recruit talents for Chi Commandery. It was naturally best for such a position to be held by a beautiful female cultivator. Seeing that the envoy of the right accused Envoy of the Left Ruan for poor hospitality, Gu Chen suddenly understood why Envoy of the Left Ruan's attitude towards him changed so quickly. Envoy of the right, what nonsense are you talking about? Of course, I will do my best to entertain the tyrant. The tyrant had just settled down and Xiaohai came over. Obviously, she had sent someone to spy on him. It was so obvious that she wanted to win over the tyrant, which was really infuriating. Xiaohai ignored Envoy of the left and walked slowly to Gu Chen. I've long heard of the tyrant's name. Seeing you today, you are indeed extraordinary and rare in the world. Xiaohai's eyes rolled as if she was seducing him. Fatty Qian looked at her breasts, which were much bigger than Envoy of the left, swallowed his saliva and whispered enviously. Boss, you're really lucky with women. You've just arrived here, and there are already 2 beautiful girls fighting for your favor. Many of his companions nodded with a smile, waiting to see a good show. Only Feng Yaya was inexplicably upset. These 2 women dared to have designs on Uncle Gu. You flatter me, Envoy of the left. As the person who was being fought for, Gu Chen's attitude was neither cold nor warm. Tyrant, the conditions here are really shabby. I specially moved a spellbind castle from outside. How about staying there for a couple of days? Envoy of the left threw out an olive branch. Spellbind castle, that sounds good. Fatty Qian's eyes lit up and he couldn't wait to leave with this charming woman. I'm here to participate in the coming into being ceremony. There's no need to pay attention to the place where I stay. Gu Chen shook his head. He was not interested in moving to another place. More importantly, this woman in front of him seemed to be more scheming than Envoy of the left. His intuition told him that it was best to stay away from this woman. Envoy of the left was worried when she heard that Envoy of the left invited Gu Chen. If Gu Chen left with her, she would lose all her face. Seeing that Gu Chen refused without hesitation, she had a good impression of him and quickly said. Did you hear that? The tyrant doesn't plan to move. Envoy of the left, don't disturb the tyrant's rest here. Being rejected in public, Envoy of the left was not angry. He gently bowed to Gu Chen. The tyrant came from afar and must be tired. Jaime won't disturb your rest. I'll talk to the tyrant when I'm free. This was an extremely intelligent woman who knew how to act appropriately. She left as soon as she finished speaking, leaving room for others to ponder over. In that case, Overlord, I won't disturb your rest any longer. If there's anything, just let me know. Left emissary Ruan quickly took his leave, followed by Elder Xiao. What a good opportunity to get intimate with her, but you've wasted it. Fatty Qian was still reluctant to part with Envoy Zhao's charm and said regretfully. What's so great about it? Fatty, do you think Uncle Gu is the same as you, staring at those few tails of meat? Feng Yaya said in disgust, but she looked down subconsciously. Compared to the right emissary Xiao, he could be considered as a young lotus that had just revealed his sharp edges. Alright, let's get down to business. Gu Chen was not interested in the power struggle between the 2 women. Seeing that the people who were in the way had left, his expression became serious. The dwarf sovereign nodded his head and took out a bunch of array flags from his storage ring. Then, he set up an array formation around the palace. The dragonfly monster chuckled. Then, leader, I'll be going out now. Gu Chen nodded his head. This was a task that had already been arranged. When the dragonfly monster quietly left the residence, the dwarf sovereign's restriction was quickly completed. Leader, now no one can spy on our movements inside, the dwarf sovereign said confidently. Gu Chen nodded his head and immediately looked at Fatty Qian. Fatty, it's time for you to make your move. Fatty Qian saw that everyone was looking at him, and he couldn't help but feel proud. Ever since Gu Chen had a group of strong fighters around him, he felt that his position was threatened. Now, it was finally time for him to show off his skills. He had been training hard for the past 2 months just to show off his skills today. Don't worry, leave it to me. Fatty Qian said heroically. He then sat on the ground and fell asleep on the spot. Snoring sounds could be heard everywhere. Hearing his loud voice, the surrounding companions looked at each other. The dwarf sovereign touched his chin and said suspiciously. Leader, are you sure this fatty can really complete the task you gave him? The dream origin is very powerful. Don't underestimate Fatty's potential. Gu Chen smiled. He wasn't sure if Fatty could complete the task he gave him, but as long as he could complete half of it, it would be enough. Above the palace, Fatty Qian's soul body floated, looking around the surrounding environment. He used the dream-traversing Taoist technique, just like when he explored the insect's lair in the chaotic secret land. In the state of dream-traversing, his body was invisible and even his soul was illusory. However, everything he saw was real. This Taoist technique meant that he had a terrifying investigative ability that others didn't have. Even the dragonfly monster that was sent out earlier couldn't compare to him. At this moment, the dragonfly monster was already using his mysterious compound eyes and the dragonfly doppelganger to gather information about the number of Qi commandery cultivators gathered here. Fatty Qian watched him move carefully and was filled with a sense of superiority. If he were to make a move, he wouldn't need to be so careful. Even if he stood in front of the Qi commandery elders and made a face, they wouldn't be able to detect it. After all, not everyone was as abnormal as the head spirit and the insect king in the chaotic secret land. However, Guchen didn't send him out just to gather information. His real task could be described in 4 words: to confuse people with lies. In 2 words, to sow discord. He was responsible for sneaking into the dreams of the Qi commandery cultivators and implanting a negative view of Qi-Mo in their minds. According to Guchen, only by destroying the belief of Qi-Mo and making the Qi commandery cultivators doubt and fear it, they could successfully take over such a huge force. Fatty Qian's cultivation had reached the 6th tier of the Dao querying realm. With the special nature of the dream origin, as long as one's cultivation was lower than his, and as long as they weren't in a state of intense action, he could easily make people fall into a dream. In the dream, he could selectively let people see what he wanted them to see. Dreams were the illusion of a person's inner subconscious. Conversely, the things that appeared in the dream would naturally affect people's views on certain things. Simply put, if you had too many dreams, you would think that the things in the dream were real. Most of the Qi commandery cultivators couldn't reach Fatty Qian's cultivation. Therefore, as long as Fatty Qian didn't make it too obvious, he could make them fall into a dream without anyone noticing when they were cultivating. When the Qi-Mo that appeared in the dream was fake, the seeds of doubt would be planted and his authority would be questioned. When the Qi-Mo that appeared in the dream was terrifying and harmful, the seeds of division would be planted and it would be impossible for the Qi commandery to unite under one person. This method was very despicable, but it could reduce the resistance to the greatest extent. The task is a bit heavy, looks like I have to speed up. While Guchen and his men were infiltrating, Xianxia, the emissary of the right, had just returned to the spellbind palace in the Star Ocean ruins. As soon as she returned to the palace, she found an excuse to send away the cultivators who followed her and went back to her room alone. Xianxia sat down in front of the dressing table and ran her fingers through her hair. Her reflection in the mirror was extremely beautiful. Suddenly, her originally charming temperament became cold in the mirror. She even said, "Don't worry. The tyrant doesn't want to come to the spellbind palace?" The reflection in the mirror spoke in a cold tone. Xianxia wasn't surprised at all and responded with a smile. He flatly refused. "It looks like your plan won't work. Are you not charming enough or is he on his guard?" The woman in the mirror said in a low voice. "In my opinion, he just stayed at Wan Yuan's place and didn't want to move." Xianxia shrugged. "As I said before, it's not going to work if we lure the tyrant to the spellbind palace and kill him here. Humph, I thought he had the resources of the Qing commandery, so we could capture him secretly to avoid any accidents. But since he doesn't want to come, let's wait for Qi-Mo to give himself away and then capture him together." The woman in the mirror said casually. Xianxia blinked her eyes and seemed to think for a long time. Then she said, "Xianxia, my good sister, are you so confident that you can defeat Qi-Mo and the tyrant at the same time? Let's not talk about that Qi-Mo, he's still very mysterious until now, not even a shadow of him has been seen. But the tyrant has an imposing appearance and many powerful warriors around him. I'm afraid you and the people you brought with you won't be enough. Sister, you don't think that the people in the spellbind palace are all the forces of the Thunder Commandery, do you?" Xianxia said indifferently in the mirror. "Oh? Including you, 4 of the 5 Thunder and Lightning Dharmarajas are here. Isn't that all the forces?" Xianxia was surprised. Xianxia shook her head, not bothering to hide anything from her elder sister. That Hegemon charged into the Longevity Realm's chaos portal by himself and easily dealt with Dharmaraja Azurehawk and Dharmaraja Azurehawk. He has the fastest speed below Dowlords. He's not easy to deal with to begin with. And this time, his wings are fully grown. The group of prisoners under him are all once famous figures. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to destroy the entire Xianxia. For Lightning Guardian Kings working together won't be enough to deal with this group of people, not to mention that they aren't the main targets this time. Although the organization of the Chi Commandery is loose, when the loose cultivators unite, their power cannot be underestimated. As for the Chi Demon, according to the information we have, the threat level is above that of the Overlord. To deal with the Chi Mo and the Overlord at the same time, how can our Thunder Commandery only send so few people? From what you've said, 4 Lightning Law Kings are far from enough. Since you're so confident, could it be? Hearing this analysis, Xianxia had a terrible guess. Another commandery is absolutely not allowed to appear in the Thunder Commandery. It seems that you've already guessed it. Xianxia revealed a rare smile. Xianxia tried to calm her emotions. With her younger sister's reminder, she realized that the threat of the Chi Commandery was actually so great. Since the Thunder Commandery has already made sufficient preparations, why did you still ask me to go through so much trouble to get the Spellbind Palace in? Isn't it very risky for you to sneak in here? Xianxia asked in confusion. The Chi Commandery must be destroyed. However, if the cultivators of the Chi Commandery have potential, it's not impossible to recruit them for our own use. Xianxia explained, the reason why I sneaked in earlier is that I want to understand the Chi Commandery in detail. Secondly, I want to find out more about the Chi Mo and the Overlord. Thirdly, it's so that I can cooperate with them from the inside. Xianxia listened carefully and suddenly revealed a bitter smile. I'm afraid that's not all. Sister, are you paving the way for me to join the Thunder Commandery? Seeing that her elder sister had seen through her, Xianxia did not hide it. That's right. Sister, you have always been free and undisciplined. If this was in the past, I would let you be. However, the situation in the Chaos Sea is changing. If you no longer have any faction to rely on, your life will be very difficult. This is a very good opportunity. You previously helped us obtain a large amount of information about Chi Commandery, and now you've helped me sneak into this coming into being ceremony. With this contribution, I believe that you'll be able to get a good job from His Highness. Xianxia fell silent. Back then, she had joined the Chi Commandery on a whim. She felt that it would be good to have an itinerant cultivator join a faction that would not be restricted. Who would have thought that the Chi Commandery's ambitions would slowly be exposed over the years? Gradually, she had to make a choice. No one knew that the seckless Xianxia had a twin sister, Xianxia, who was one of the 5 Lightning Dharma Kings of the Thunder Commandery. After the incident in the World of Longevity, the Chi Commandery's ambitions were gradually exposed. Under such circumstances, she, who did not have much affection for the Chi Commandery, did not hesitate to choose her sister. With her help, the Thunder Commandery had secretly obtained a lot of information about the Chi Commandery. However, because the leader of the Chi Commandery, Chi Mo, was nowhere to be seen, the Lei Commandery had been biding its time. Now that Chi Mo was about to be born, it was time for Lei Commandery to take action. One could imagine what would happen to Chi Commandery. Because of her younger sister's arrangement, she was able to have a place in Lei County from now on. However, when she thought of betraying some rogue cultivators who trusted her, she still felt a little guilty. On the day of the ceremony, the situation will definitely be chaotic. Elder sister, you should try your best to hide. As for these loose cultivators, as long as they are willing to pledge allegiance to me, I will do my best to protect them. Xianxia seemed to have seen through her sister's thoughts and consoled her. You don't have to think too much. Put your own safety first. Xianxia came back to her senses and reminded him. Don't worry, big sister. I have everything planned out, Xianxia replied confidently. When Fatty Qian woke up from his dream, it was already a day later. When he woke up, his face was dispirited and his eyes were filled with fatigue. Dream traversing was extremely taxing on his energy, not to mention that he had been doing it for such a long time. How are you? Guchen asked when he woke up. At least 1,000 cultivators were affected and had nightmares. the effect should be good. However, I couldn't find a chance to influence the powerful elders. Fatty Qian rubbed his hair into a mess and answered truthfully. The elders of the Qi commandery were generally not weak. With his cultivation, if he forced them to dream, it would be very easy to alert them. To be safe, he simply picked the weak ones. At present, there are about 3,000 Qi commandery cultivators in the Star Ocean ruins. Even if most of the people affected by the dream are cultivators below the Tao-seeking realm, it is still amazing to affect 1/3 of the people in one day. The dragonfly monster had already investigated the situation in the Star Ocean ruins. When he heard what Fatty Qian said, he was shocked. The other companions couldn't help but nod. This Fatty's ability was indeed terrifying, to be able to control the dreams of thousands of people in one day. No wonder the leader valued him so much. 1/3 of the Qi commandery cultivators have received the hint of the dream. Even if a small number of people with firm beliefs are deducted, the rest will be panicking. The seeds of distrust have been planted and are waiting to take root and sprout. Gu Qin showed a satisfied smile, and everyone nodded excitedly. Things were going much smoother than they had imagined. In one day, GMO will be born. Everyone, rest well. Fatty, you also go and have a good rest. After Gu Qin said a few words, everyone dispersed. The next day, the grand ceremony of Qi Mo's birth had arrived. Before the appointed time arrived, a total of about 3,000 Qi commandery cultivators from various worlds gathered on a floating continental fragment in the Star Ocean ruins. Through the mouth of the inner elder, Lord GMO set the time and place of his appearance, but no one knew exactly how he would appear. These days, the Qi commandery cultivators gathered in the Star Ocean ruins and had been discussing the possible appearance of GMO. Some said that he had been hiding in the crowd to observe all living beings, while others said that he would only appear at the last moment. However, no matter which view they held towards GMO, all of them unanimously agreed that no one would deny his strength. The Star Ocean ruins was a notoriously ominous place. Even if one just passed by this place, there had been people infected with ominous things and died or disappeared mysteriously. However, recently, 3,000 Qi commandery cultivators entered the Star Ocean ruins and even went deep into the nebula, which was rumored to be a place of great danger, but no one encountered an accident. This was a miracle, and this miracle appeared with the birth of GMO. It was definitely not a coincidence. GMO had not yet appeared, but his unfathomable means had already filled the hearts of many Qi commandery cultivators with anticipation. Fatty, are you sure your dream worked? Gu Chen's group had yet to land on the fragment of the continent. Looking at the Qi commandery cultivators who looked like believers, Feng Yaya said suspiciously. This should be useful, we just need an opportunity. Hearing many Qi commandery cultivators discussing Qi Mo's miracle, Fatty Qian was also a little uncertain. What opportunity? His companions were skeptical. Dreams are dreams, and reality is reality. Dreams can subtly influence a person's thoughts, but they also need to be stimulated by what happens in reality. Fatty Qian coughed. To put it simply, if you want Qi Mo's prestige to collapse, he must reveal a flaw. As long as there is a flaw, the dream's influence will be magnified in reality. Fatty Qian's words were mysterious, and everyone roughly understood what he meant. What if GMO doesn't reveal any flaws from the beginning to the end? Feng Yaya asked worriedly. If that was the case, how would they have the chance to make a move? Even if he resorted to violence at that time, 3,000 Qi commandery cultivators weren't so easy to subdue, and the slightest carelessness would bring trouble upon himself. He will definitely reveal a flaw. While everyone was thinking about Feng Yaya's question, Gu Qin smiled faintly and added. Even if he doesn't reveal a flaw, I will force him to do so. Everyone was lost in thought for a moment. What was Gu Qin planning to do? Overlord, you're here. Friend Gu, you came at the right time. While everyone was talking, they landed on the ground. Left emissary Ruan, right emissary Xiao, elder Xiao, and the others all rushed over. Many Qi commandery cultivators also looked at Gu Chen and the others, their faces full of curiosity. There was no doubt that Gu Chen and his group, who were rich and powerful, were the most distinguished guests of today's ceremony. Not only did familiar people come, but many respected elders of Qi commandery also came over to make themselves known to Gu Chen. Like stars surrounding the moon, Gu Chen became the focus of the crowd. This scene lasted until the time of the ceremony arrived. At the moment when the time came, the entire ruins of the Star Ocean suddenly had a shocking movement, the wind and clouds and the void changed, and many pieces of the continent shone brilliantly and gathered together at an amazing speed. The once broken pieces of the continent were overlapping in front of everyone's eyes. Time and space seemed to be in disorder, and the mysterious continent from countless years ago was about to recover. Such a strange scene caused all the cultivators to be in an uproar. Not only that, when the ancient continent stabilized, the broken ruins and the ruins of the Star Ocean flew up in the sky, like the stars in the sky, extremely gorgeous. The ruins were already very fragile under the corrosion of time, and everyone had personally tested it before. However, at this time, the ruins were shining brilliantly, landing on the continent in a picturesque manner. For a moment, it was like a holy kingdom had appeared on the continent, magnificent and magnificent. How is this possible? When Gu Chen's companions saw this, their expressions changed. Under the power of time, even a divine item like the crouching dragon meteorite iron had long been turned into ashes. What ability did Xianxia have to turn the rotten into the magical, and reverse the ruins of the Star Ocean into a holy kingdom? Gu Chen also took a deep breath. Such a terrifying scene would probably make the cultivators of Qi Commandery even more loyal to Xianxia. He activated the deep-sea purple polarity pupils with all his strength, trying to find the flaw of this miracle. Looking into the distance, he saw an ancient bronze coffin had appeared in the sky above the Holy Kingdom. The ancient coffin floated in the sky like a scorching sun. Gu Chen tried to see through the coffin, but he was injured by an extremely sharp aura inside, and blood flowed out of his eyes. Gu Chen was shocked. What kind of monster is that? Lord Xianxia has come out. At this time, the internal affairs elders shouted loudly and worshipped the ancient bronze coffin in the sky above the continent. Greetings, Lord Xianxia. For a moment, the cultivators of Qi Commandery followed suit and knelt down. Their hearts were filled with awe because of the unknown power. At the same time that Xianxia had come out and the Holy Kingdom had appeared, War God Sinner had just arrived at the chaos pathway of the Star Ocean ruins. In the distance, an earth-shattering Holy Kingdom was rising in the nebula. Even the Thunder Ocean in the sky could not suppress it, so it naturally attracted his attention immediately. The dwarf sovereign and the traitor Gu Chen must be there. Sinner had tracked them from Xing Commandery to Lei Commandery. After crossing dozens of worlds, he finally found them and let out a long roar. A shocking murderous aura spread from his body, and the starry sky under his feet cracked densely like a spider web. Kill! He let out a loud roar and transformed into a wave of air that swept away everything in its path. The continent recovered, the kingdom of God appeared, and an ancient bronze coffin seemed to have crossed the ages. Xianxia had not yet shown up, but the miracle it showed had already shocked everyone. All the cultivators of Qi County were kneeling at this moment, and only Gu Chen and his group were still standing, like a crane among a flock of chickens, particularly conspicuous. Leader, are you okay? Gu Chen tried to use deep-sea purple polar pupils to see through the coffin, but his eyes were bleeding instead, which scared everyone. I'm fine. Gu Chen replied calmly, and the blood in his eyes quickly receded. Just now, his eyes were injured by an unusually sharp aura, but it did not hurt his foundation. However, with the previous example, he did not dare to pry rashly again. Leader, this means has reached the realm of Tao Lord. This Qimo's strength is beyond our imagination. The hunchbacked old man looked at the ancient bronze coffin and said solemnly. The other companions were also nervous, and most of their previous confidence had disappeared. They originally concluded that this Xianxia had definitely not reached the Tao-severing realm, and all their plans were built on this basis. However, now that the situation had exceeded their expectations, how should they carry out the original plan? A Tao Lord and 3,000 cultivators of Qi County, even if they tried their best, they could not bite this bone. Don't worry, some things don't make sense. Gu Chen frowned. The facts were in front of him. Xianxia seemed to have monstrous divine power, but how to explain what happened before? If Xianxia was really a Tao Lord, why did he only show up today? Also, the means he used to communicate with the internal affairs elder, and the miracles he had shown in the past, did not seem like something a Tao Lord would do. Based on the clues, Gu Chen deduced that Xianxia was a mystifying person, but the ancient bronze coffin in front of him was full of majesty. The contrast was too big. As Gu Chen was thinking, a total of 7 internal affairs elders of Qi County flew into the ancient continent with the mood of pilgrimage, and came to the front of the ancient bronze coffin. Lord Qiamo, we have been waiting for you for many years, please let us see your true appearance. The leading internal affairs elder said with excitement. Guchen deliberately avoided the coffin and used deep-sea purple polar pupils again. The condition of the 7 internal elders' bodies was clearly reflected in his eyes. In the blood vessels of each elder's neck, he saw extremely small black worms. The worms were highly glued to the flesh of the elders, and their eyes were as lively as last time. Guchen felt slightly relieved. It seemed that his previous judgment was not wrong. These insects were the incarnations of Qimo's miracle. The Qimo pretended to be able to communicate with people across realms, but in fact, it was only relying on these insects. Guchen could attach his spiritual force to the sky-devouring demonic butterfly and see and hear everything that the sky-devouring demonic butterfly experienced. Qimo's method was essentially the same. At first glance, he seemed to be able to communicate with heaven and earth and was unfathomable, but in fact, he had already done something to the internal elders. The elders of internal affairs thought that Qimo could communicate with them across worlds, but in fact, it was the insects in their bodies that communicated with them. If he was really a powerful Lord of Tao, was it necessary to use such means to deceive cultivators into working for him? Guchen did not believe that there were many Qimo miracles circulating in the Qi County. As long as he used a little trick, he could also do those things. If my original idea is correct, Qimo's method is just a higher level of deception. But how did he do it? Guchen's heart rippled. If he could not solve this mystery, he would not be able to destroy Qimo's golden body, and all his plans would be in vain. I came to this world today to lead you all to make a name for yourselves. But why are there still people who are not willing to kneel when they see me? After the internal affairs elder made the request, an illusory voice came from the ancient bronze coffin. For a moment, all the Qi County cultivators looked at Guchen and the others who were still standing. TSK, are you going to force us to bow down to you? The clan leader of the devouring Kuan clan was angry, and the others were also vigilant. Guchen raised his hand and gestured for everyone to calm down. He smiled and took the lead to walk towards the ancient bronze coffin. Tyrant, now that you have seen Lord Qimo's miracle, you should be convinced, right? The leading internal affairs elder said. Lord Qimo's Taoist technique of turning something rotten into something magical is indeed amazing. I'm full of admiration for you. Guchen said indifferently. In that case, why don't you and your people kneel? The internal affairs elder asked. Because I haven't seen Lord Qimo's true appearance. Guchen's expression was solemn. He looked at all the cultivators around him in a righteous manner. I'm different from everyone here. I won't easily hand my life over to others. What's the difference? Are you more noble than us, Tyrant? A cultivator said unconvinced. May I ask everyone here, the goal of the Qi County is to have a place in the Chaos Sea, but this will inevitably touch the interests of the various counties. In order to achieve this goal, has the Qi County taken any action? Guchen's question caused the cultivators of the Qi County to look at each other. The matter in the longevity realm exposed the existence of the Qi County, but that was forced by the situation. In fact, the Qi County has always been hiding its strength. Hiding its strength also means that as long as the Qi County does not really raise its flag to fight the Chaos Sea, everyone in the Qi County, including Lord Qiamo, will still have a way out. An internal affairs elder said angrily when he heard Guchen's words. Are you questioning Lord Qimo's determination? If Lord Qiamo is determined, why is he still unwilling to reveal his true appearance? Guchen's gaze became sharp, and his words were domineering, causing everyone to be speechless. The path that I and my companions walk down is an extremely dangerous azure road. Thus, no matter how great your ability is, if Lord Qiamo isn't willing to be honest with me, then I will never consider surrendering to you. Lord Qiamo, please step out of the coffin and come out for a chat. Guchen took a few steps forward with the intention of forcing him to abdicate. What is the leader doing? What if Qiamo really comes out? Are we really going to surrender to him? Among his companions, the evil shark emperor said worriedly. The leader is testing Qiamo further. Zhong Xinghua seemed to be deep in thought. Just now, We were all shocked by Chimo's mystical abilities, so we ignored the most obvious fact. Is it normal for Chimo to hide in a coffin and come out? Although Guchen's words were disrespectful, they revealed a simple and crude truth. If he didn't even want to show his face, why would others risk their lives for him? The cultivators of the Qi County were originally curious about Lord Chimo's true appearance. At this moment, they were all looking forward to it. Since the tyrant had said this, it was time for Lord Chimo to show his face. Humph, you brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You actually dare to question me. When did I say that I wouldn't show my face? Crack, the coffin opened slowly on its own, and an unparalleled and terrifying aura swept across the entire Star Ocean ruins. All the Qi Commandery cultivators' hearts jumped to their throats. Guchen's pupils constricted as he stared at the coffin. Previously, he couldn't see through it with his deep-sea purple polar eyes, but now that Chimo took the initiative to reveal his face, he should be able to see some clues. The coffin opened, and a figure slowly sat up. He wore ancient battle armor and a helmet on his head, just enough to see the outline of his face clearly. It was a face like that of a demon god, ferocious and dignified. His skin looked a little dull, and his eyes were as red as blood. Now, you should be relieved, right? Chimo glanced at Guchen coldly, and his voice was surprisingly hoarse compared to before. Guchen's heart skipped a beat. Chimo in front of him exuded a shocking sense of oppression, which was very similar to the feeling he had when he saw Dao Lord Xing. Everything seemed to indicate that the other party was a genuine Dao-severing realm cultivator, but for some reason, he felt that something was wrong. It doesn't matter if you don't trust me now. I'm magnanimous and won't stoop to your level. Seeing that Guchen didn't speak, Chimo raised a hand from the coffin. That hand was dull and rough, and it looked a little terrifying. Come to me, and I'll grant you divine power. You naturally won't have any doubts, he said calmly. As soon as this was said, many Qi Commandery cultivators were excited. A gift from Dao Lord. Overlord is so lucky. Dao Lord has the ability to create life, so it's easy for him to help Overlord's cultivation level to the next level. Overlord doesn't trust Lord Chimo, but Lord Chimo is so magnanimous. Only by following such a person will there be hope in the future. Many Qi Commandery cultivators were envious and jealous, but no one objected. Obviously, with Overlord's value, Lord Chimo planned to take him as his closest subordinate. As long as he was willing to accept Lord Chimo's gift, he would be above everyone else in the future. Divine power? Guchen found it ridiculous. With the special path he took, he didn't think that any Dao Lord could help him reach the next level. This Chimo seemed to have other intentions. However, he didn't know what they were trying to do. Under the circumstances, if he rejected them, it would mean that he was breaking ties with the Qing County. What should I do? Guchen hesitated in his heart. With the strangeness of this Chimo, he was worried that he would fall into the other party's trap if he went forward rashly. Like those few internal affairs elders, he would be at the mercy of others from now on. He did not dare to underestimate the other party. The unknown was the most dangerous. Kongxing had once taught him a lesson. He would not easily risk his life. However, this could also be an opportunity to expose the other party's true colors. To bet or not to bet, Guchen pondered in his heart. Chimo looked at him calmly, the corners of his mouth raised into a strange arc. At this moment, rumble, the entire starry sky suddenly shook, causing all the cultivators to lose their footing. What's going on? Have the omens of the Star Sea ruins appeared? A cultivator asked in horror. With Lord Chimo here, it's enough to suppress all ominous events. What nonsense are you spouting? Someone immediately retorted. However, the surrounding starry sky was shaking more and more violently. Who's causing trouble? Chimo's expression turned gloomy, and there was a hint of panic in his eyes. Guchen was also shocked by the sudden earthquake. He used his heart to sense the direction of the tremors and looked outside the Star Sea ruins. There, he saw a tall and burly figure slowly walking over step by step. With every step he took, the sky behind him collapsed, his entire body exuded an extremely sharp aura. That aura was like the blazing sun in the sky. No, even the scorching sun would be overshadowed by that unparalleled aura. Finally, I found you. The newcomer stepped into the Star Sea ruins under the shocked gazes of countless people. His lips curled into a sinister smile. Sin Destroyer. The dwarf sovereign and the swallowing Kuan race's leader felt their hair stand on end. They instinctively entered battle mode. Gu Chen's pupils shrank to the size of needles. Why would War God Sin Destroyer appear at this time? Was Tao Lord Xing here too? A bunch of useless trash. What are you doing here? War God Sin Destroyer glanced at everyone in disdain. Before he could figure out what was going on, he raised his right hand and casually snapped his fingers. Crack, visible cracks appeared in the space. A terrifying tremor shot up to the 9 heavens and down to the underworld. Gu Chen's group reacted immediately. They quickly protected themselves and their companions, resisting the tremor head-on. However, the cultivators of Qi County were not so lucky. Many people's bodies were directly shattered into several pieces. Those with high cultivation levels were also sent flying while vomiting blood. What was even more unbelievable was that the ancient continent that had just been revived by Qi Mo's mystique was rapidly collapsing amidst the tremor. The dazzling ruins were also reduced to ashes like a flash in the pan. Sin Destroyer had easily destroyed Qi Mo's God Nation continent with a snap of his fingers. That miraculous technique of turning something rotten into something powerful was just a facade. Indeed, it's just an illusion. Rootless duckweed. Boundless golden light surrounded Gu Chen's body. His eyes shone with a strange light as he watched the God Nation continent being destroyed. Sin Destroyer's attack had directly destroyed Qi Mo's foundation. Perhaps this was an opportunity. How dare you? How dare you mess around at my rebirth ceremony? Qi Mo, who was sitting in his coffin, had an extremely cold expression when the miracle he had painstakingly created was destroyed. Who are you? War God Sin Destroyer sneered. I am Tao Lord Qi County. Qi Mo exuded a terrifying lord aura that was even stronger than Sin Destroyer's. Sin Destroyer's expression became much more solemn. However, there was no fear. Instead, there was a hint of bloodthirsty madness. Even if you are a Tao Lord, I will kill you if you dare to stand in my way. I will kill you. His arrogance and frivolity stunned everyone. Even Qi Mo was stunned. He did not expect Sin Destroyer to be so fearless towards a Tao Lord. Lord Qi Mo, this person is the war god of Xing County, Sin Destroyer. Please kill this disrespectful person. At this moment, Gu Chen cupped his hands towards Qi Mo. His voice was clear and resonated in the surroundings. Gu Chen's companions were stunned for a moment. When they saw the smile in his eyes, they immediately understood his intentions. A dog bites a dog. Sin Destroyer was perfect to uncover Qi Mo's background. Lord Qi Mo, please kill this person. The dwarf sovereign and other companions of Gu Chen spoke in unison. They seemed to be respectful, but in fact, they wanted to roast Qi Mo on the fire. Have all the traitors and enemies of my Xing County surrendered to you? In that case, I will kill you first. Annihilation was aggressive, and now that Gu Chen had pushed Qi Mo to the front, Annihilation was in a difficult position. Many Qi County cultivators were killed or injured in a short period of time. The remaining people looked at Qi Mo expectantly. Damn it, how could there be such a variable? Qi Mo was in a difficult position. Just as he was thinking about what to do, Annihilation was already walking toward him. He had streamlined muscles all over his body, and when he raised his hands and feet, the void trembled incessantly. His footsteps were not fast, but it was as if he was stepping on the pulse of heaven and earth. With every step he took, his aura continued to rise. When he was still 1,000 feet away from Qi Mo, he raised his right hand and clenched his fist. Ripples appeared in the void, a terrifying seismic wave brewed in his fist, and as he punched, it triggered a tsunami-like movement. Boom, the seismic wave rushed toward the ancient bronze coffin, and everywhere it passed, the space was crushed. It was a power that could overturn rivers and mountains and turn the world upside down. Annihilation's Tao was terrifyingly pure, and it pursued the ultimate destructive power. Seeing this, Qi Mo raised one hand in a seemingly clumsy and stiff manner. He spread his wrinkled fingers, and the seismic wave came close. It was like a beam of spiritual light that cut through the chaos. Suddenly, the terrifying seismic wave disappeared. Qi Mo had easily blocked Annihilation's domineering attack with just one palm. Gu Chen and his companions immediately avoided the battlefield between the two. The shockwaves from their clash stirred up gusts of wind. Annihilation's power is stronger than before. The leader of the devouring Kuan race looked at Annihilation with a gloomy expression. Annihilation has the destructive power of a peak Dao querying expert, but GMO blocked his attack with one palm. I'm afraid he really has the power of a Dao Lord. The formless woman's heart wavered. I don't think so. If he was really that powerful, the miracle just now wouldn't have been destroyed so easily. He looks like he's just putting on a strong front. The hunchbacked old man was deep in thought as he stared at Annihilation. Senior thinks the same as me. This GMO is clearly panicking when facing Annihilation. He doesn't have the calmness that a Dao Lord should have. Let's continue watching. If there's anything fishy about him, it will soon be exposed. Gu Chen's eyes turned completely dark purple. You really do have some skill. I've been wanting to have a good fight with a Dao Lord for a long time now. Annihilation Demon did not retreat in the slightest because of Qi Mo's strength. He grinned and strode forward with his palms wide open. His attacks were extremely reckless, and every palm and punch surged with a terrifying shockwave. Qi Mo's face was cold and stiff. He repeatedly raised his hands, seemingly breaking the attacks with ease. However, the shockwaves were endless and pervasive. As the two of them fought, they soon affected the entire ruins of Star Ocean. Run! If we continue to stay here, we will lose our lives. A large number of ruins were reduced to rubble by the earthquake. Many cultivators of Qi County were horrified, and they began to scatter like birds and beasts. What a bunch of useless trash. They ran away in fear just like that. How strong can they be in the future? Gu Chen's group stood firm in the earthquake like an old pine tree that had taken root. It was a stark contrast to the many cultivators of Qi County. The evil shark sovereign snorted. Most of the members of Qi County are itinerant cultivators. They're used to seeking good fortune and avoiding disaster. It's normal for them to want to stay alive the moment they encounter danger. Gu Chen's gaze was mostly on GMO and Annihilation Demon as he spoke casually. If that's the case, what's the point of subduing this group of people? The situation is chaotic now. It's better to leave as soon as possible so that we don't get ourselves into trouble, the evil shark sovereign said immediately. Humans have their ways, and rats have theirs. You have to remember that if we want to rise, we definitely need more than just brave people who are good at fighting. Gu Chen's reply was simple. They did not have time to say anything else because Annihilation Demon's attacks were becoming more and more frenzied. The shockwaves had already seriously affected their footing. Retreat! Gu Chen waved his sleeve casually, and a black hole appeared in front of him. Both GMO and Annihilation Demon were not easy to deal with. Now that the two tigers were fighting, it was the best situation for them. They could not afford to get involved. The further they retreated, the better. When the situation became clear, they could then reap the benefits. Gu Chen wanted to be the first to step into the black hole. Unfortunately, things would never go as smoothly as he imagined. Rumble! Without any warning, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, tearing through the sky and striking the black hole. The black hole directly shattered under this attack, turning into spatial turbulence that wreaked havoc. What's going on? Everyone hurriedly retreated. Gu Chen's black hair danced wildly in the wind, and his pupils shrank to the size of needles. That bolt of lightning contained an extremely terrifying will, and a chill quickly rose from the soles of his feet. Oh no! At this moment, the Qi County cultivators who had fled in all directions suddenly ran back. Their faces were filled with fear and despair. Leader, look over there. The hunchbacked old man looked into the distance, and his expression changed instantly. In the distance, he saw a densely packed army of armored warriors. Flags fluttered in the wind, and war drums sounded. It's the Thunder Army. The Thunder County has surrounded the Star Ocean ruins. Wooly recognized the origin of that army and her face instantly paled. The people from the Thunder County are here too? Everyone's expression changed. Not only did Miazue suddenly appear, but the army of the Thunder County was also here. Could it be that the Xing army and the Thunder County had secretly found out where they were and chose to annihilate them today? Things were too coincidental, and everyone could not help but imagine the worst. Tyrant, you have been surrounded. There is nowhere to run. Surrender! A familiar voice sounded at this moment. In the ruins not far away, a spellbind castle broke through the sky and appeared. Its body was flowing with colorful light, and there seemed to be a hidden world inside. When it came close, the space was distorted, and many powerful figures appeared one after another. Among the 4 people leading the group, 2 of them were people that Guchen knew. One was King Ying, and the other was King Qingtsong. The one who had just spoken was King Qingtsong. His green lightning eyes had been destroyed by Guchen in the longevity realm, and now he was blind. However, his aura was even more unfathomable. Guchen and his group were facing a formidable enemy. The group of people that appeared from the spellbind castle was not simple, especially the 4 people leading the group. They were probably the Thunder and Lightning King of the Thunder County. TSK, it seems like we did not accidentally expose our tracks. There are traitors in the Qi County. The leader of the devouring rock race said angrily. If it was only Miazue and the army of the Thunder County, it could be said that they had accidentally left some clues. However, the top cultivators of the Thunder County actually appeared from within the Qi County. It was obvious that the Qi County did not keep the secret well. The appearance of the Qi demon today was already known by the Thunder County. Because of the Qi County, they had exposed their tracks. Now, they were like turtles in a jar. Spellbind Castle. Did Emissary Xiao betray us? Emissary of the left, Elder Xiao, Green Ghost, and the other cultivators of the Qi County had not escaped. At this moment, when they saw the Thunder County's king descending, they could not accept it. It's over. Tyrant, a wise man submits to circumstances. If you want to keep your life, surrender. The generals of Lei County surrounded Guchen's group. A woman wearing a veil opened her red lips and said coldly. Among the 5 Thunder Law Kings of Lei County, there is only one female. She is known as the Queen of Lightning and is rumored to be cruel and merciless. I'm afraid it's this woman. Fatty Qian shuddered. 4 out of the 5 Thunder Law Kings were here. What did this mean? Each of the Thunder and Lightning Dharmarajas was a pillar of strength in the Thunder Commandery, a lord that guarded the realms. Their action together meant that this battle was at the level of a county in the eyes of Lei County. Guchen looked at the Queen of Lightning, his initial shock quickly receding. Miazue and the ambushers from Lei Commandery had appeared one after the other. Although this was an extremely dangerous situation, he had been through many storms and was not at a loss. He glanced at the sky fearfully and said calmly. Except for the dead Yang Yongxing, all the Thunder Law Kings of Lei County are here. At first glance, they seem to think highly of me. However, things are different now. I'm not alone like before. Don't you think you're too naive to think that you can make me surrender with such strength? After Guchen finished speaking, many of his companions sneered, their eyes glinting coldly. No matter how unfavorable the situation was, they had crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. How could they have any fear? It was impossible to suppress them with such a small force. You can't see Mount Tai in front of your eyes. Surrender now while it's still not too late. The Queen of Lightning, Xianxia, heard Guchen's words and smiled mockingly. Guchen's heart sank when he saw her reaction and the confident faces of the other cultivators of Lei County. What he said just now was actually a test, and the Queen of Lightning's words had confirmed his guess. The Tao Lord of Lei County had probably also come to the ruins of Star Ocean. The lightning that fell from the sky just now was very unusual. The first thing that came to Guchen's mind was the Tao Lord of Thunder. Thinking of their group and the destructive power hidden in Qi County, it was not surprising that Thunder Tao Lord had come in person. What Guchen didn't understand was why the Thunder Tao Lord didn't show himself since he was already here. What worried him even more was that Tao Lord Thunder had come. Would Tao Lord Extermination have come as well? If both Tao Lords were to arrive today, they would definitely die a horrible death. Guchen's heart was in turmoil, but the more dangerous the situation was, the calmer he became. Only by remaining calm could he find a way out of this impasse. Do it. Kill them. Guchen's eyes turned cold as he ordered. No matter what Thunder Tao Lord was planning, he could only test the waters in this situation. Kill. Upon receiving Guchen's order, the group of people, who had long been boiling with battle intent, charged straight at the team led by the 4 Lightning Guardian Kings. Guchen, on the other hand, did not make a move. Since he had guessed that the Thunder Tao Monarch had also come, he had to preserve his strength as much as possible. He had to conserve his strength so that he could respond to any unexpected situation. Overlord, are you not willing to make a move? Unfortunately, I will not let you go. Xianxia was covered in lightning and actually avoided Gu Chen's companions at an astonishing speed. He arrived in front of him and tried to attack him. Lightning speed shocking thunder? Gu Chen glanced at Wizard King Xianxia, slightly surprised. He did not expect that Xianxia, who was most proud of the ultimate realm green lightning eyes, would not be defeated after being crippled by him. Instead, he had cultivated Yang Yongxing's lightning speed. Overlord, you defeated me in the battle in the longevity realm, but I don't hate you. Xianxia was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he displayed the results of his cultivation. At that time, you blinded my eyes and I wanted you to kill me. You told me that losing my eyes did not mean that I was crippled. My path of cultivation was not just about having a pair of eyes. At that time, you were right. In the past, I relied too much on the ultimate realm green lightning eyes. As a result, my cultivation was unable to progress further. Thanks to you, I have endured hardships and built up from the ashes. Now, my cultivation has finally reached the peak of the Dao querying realm. My lightning Dao is no longer limited to my eyes. Xianxia's aura was long and stable. Every inch of his skin was soaked with the power of lightning. It could be seen that compared to the time in the longevity realm, he had indeed made great progress. To be able to pull himself together after such a huge setback and become stronger in such a short period of time, Gu Chen could not help but admire Xianxia. Since I helped you, isn't attacking me now repaying kindness with enmity? Gu Chen said casually. Most of his divine senses were integrated into heaven and earth, searching for traces of Thunder Dao Lord. On the contrary, you will only have a chance to live if you are defeated by me. Xianxia's words had a deeper meaning. After saying that, he rushed toward Gu Chen with lightning speed. You have indeed become stronger. Unfortunately, my speed of growth is still faster than yours. Gu Chen did not use his lightning speed. Instead, he opened the wings of time on his back. Swoosh. With a gentle flap of the wings of time, he immediately disappeared on the spot. Xianxia's lightning speed could not catch up at all. He appeared in the sky to the right of Xianxia, expressionless. As expected of the fastest speed below Dao Lords. It's not that easy to take you down. Xianxia's battle intent did not diminish. He continued to chase after Gu Chen. The star ruins had completely turned into a land of Azura. Thunder Commandery, Qi Commandery, Xing Commandery, and Gu Chen's group had a complicated relationship, causing the scene to be extremely chaotic. The originally good coming out ceremony had been messed up. The most exasperated person at the moment was Qimo. Annihilation was a madman. Every punch of his pursued extreme destructive power. He did not care about his life or the consequences. After a short stalemate with him, Qimo felt extremely tired. What made him even more anxious was the sudden arrival of the Thunder Commandery army. If this situation continued, not only would his grand plan fail, he might even lose his life. That Thunder Commandery Dao Lord is probably here. No, I can't care so much. I have to escape. The omnipotent Qimo, the faith of the Qi Commandery cultivators, had thoughts of escaping at that moment. He did not even think about how many Qi Commandery cultivators would die if he left. After taking another punch from Annihilation, Qimo felt that it was increasingly difficult to move the body in the coffin. What's wrong? Aren't you at the Dao Severing Realm? Why are you getting weaker? As the battle went on, Annihilation felt that his opponent's strength was getting weaker. He did not have the unfathomable power of a Dao Lord at all, so he was very dissatisfied. Qimo remained silent, but a strange howl came from the ancient bronze coffin. Annihilation raised his eyebrows. He had noticed the ancient bronze coffin long ago. It was very abnormal for Qimo to sit in the coffin and take on his attacks. Accompanied by a strange whistling sound, a black mass of frightening flying insects suddenly surged out of the ancient bronze coffin. Like a black gust of ghosts, they went straight for Sin Exterminator. Insects? Sin Exterminator was stunned, but his reaction was not slow. He waved his arms and the space around him shook like silk. Before the insects could even get close, they were all turned into dust. However, taking advantage of this gap, the ancient bronze coffin flew into the air and headed straight for the outside of the star ruins. GMO was actually trying to escape. Not only did Sin Exterminator not expect this, but the cultivators of Qi County were even more surprised. "Humph, you're not a Dao Lord at all." Sin Exterminator came back to his senses. Feeling that he had been tricked, he chased in anger. However, the ancient bronze coffin was so fast that it seemed to have transcended the limits of space. Within a breath's time, it was already out of the star ruins, right at that moment. Boom! Another bolt of lightning tore through the sky and struck the ancient bronze coffin. The ancient coffin's movement stopped abruptly. Its surface was being ravaged by a powerful electric current, melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. The ancient coffin was melting, and GMO was also struck by the electric current. However, his face was expressionless, as if he could not feel any pain. However, a shrill scream came from a corner of the coffin. "Humph, so it's just a cadaveric bug that has developed intelligence. To think that I was so cautious." A loud voice came from the heavens and earth, full of disdain. The cultivators who were fighting on the battlefield stopped at the same time, their faces full of shock and uncertainty. This was because the voice had struck directly into the depths of their souls, making it impossible for them to ignore it. Thunder Dao Lord. Gu Chen had been paying attention to the situation of the battle while dealing with Dharma King Qing Song. At that moment, he could not help but take a deep breath. Thunder Dao Lord did not show up immediately because he was wary of GMO, just a cadaveric bug. He fell into deep thought and suddenly understood many things. Dao Lord, please spare me. Spare me. Chimo's original majestic voice suddenly disappeared, replaced by a somewhat shrill and panicked voice. Whoosh, the cultivators of Qi County were in an uproar. They almost wondered if their ears were playing tricks on them. Not only did the Lord Chimo they worshipped escape during the battle with Miazin, he was now kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to the complacent cultivators of Qi County that had gathered here today. You gained divine powers and sentience by eating a Daelord's corpse. This is quite a good fortune to begin with. But I didn't expect you, a little Qi insect, to have the ambition that you shouldn't have. Do you think that just because you can borrow the power of the Daelord's body, you can behave atrociously in my territory? To prepare such a big battle just to deal with you, it's really embarrassing. Thunder Dao Lord's extremely unhappy voice rang out in the void. He had misjudged and thought that a Dao Lord had truly appeared. That was why he had made preparations for battle. Who would have thought that in the end, it was actually a Qi worm that was stirring up trouble? This made him, who had made a big fuss, look like a joke instead. Dao Lord, please spare my life. I just want to make use of these ignorant cultivators to help me gather resources. I have absolutely no intention of becoming your enemy. The ancient bronze coffin had completely melted, and a black worm crawled out of the Chimo's body, explaining in horror. These words shattered the last bit of hope in the hearts of the cultivators of Qi County. Envoy Wan of the left, Elder Shao, and the rest were all in despair. How could this be? Qi County is just a scam. Dao Lord, I'm willing to serve you. Believe me, it's more useful to keep me alive than to kill me. The Qi worm begged bitterly. It was too different from its previous majestic appearance. Heh, you're just relying on this Daelord's corpse. I want it, so I'll just take it away. As for you, what value do you have left? Thunder Dao Lord said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, terrifying purple electric chains appeared in the sky around the Qi. Every single one of the violet lightning chains was 300 meters thick. They were like flood dragons that surrounded the Qi bug and the corpse of the unknown Dao Lord. Die. Thunder Dao Lord's words were followed, and thunder rumbled in the sky. Everyone's eyes were blinded by the bright light. When they recovered, the Qi worm had already turned into ashes. However, the unknown Daelord's corpse was glowing brightly, and its aura was even more extraordinary. His soul has long been destroyed, but his body has survived at least 4 dark disturbances. What a treasure! Boundless lightning gathered in front of the Daelord's corpse, and finally turned into a stalwart alien man. He wore an imperial robe weaved by lightning, and there was a single horn on his head. His eyelids were drooping, and he looked very cold. Greetings, my lord. On the battlefield, countless soldiers of Thunder County saw the appearance of the man, and at this moment, they all bowed, be it Gu Chen's group or the cultivators of Qi County, everyone fell silent. Even the god of war, Miezhen, who was shouting to kill just now, narrowed his eyes. Thunder Dao Lord turned a deaf ear to the shouts of countless soldiers. He stretched out his palm, and the space around the Daolord's corpse was forcibly torn apart by lightning, and it was slowly swallowed. After putting away the corpse, he smiled and turned to look at Miezhen, who was not far away, and then glanced at Gu Chen, who was in the crowd. Although a small Qi worm is not worthy of such a large force, it is still a pleasant surprise to be able to kill two potential threats in one go. He strode towards Miezhen, and the strength of his aura was far greater than that of the Qi demon from before. This was the true power of a Dao Lord. Haha, Thunder Dao Lord, do you think I'm afraid of you? Miezhen was even more vigilant than when he was facing the Qi demon, but there was no fear in his eyes. Instead, there was an inhuman excitement in his eyes. Clang, 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 he flipped his right arm, and a strange metal appeared on the surface of his arm. Layer by layer, it turned into a hideous and exaggerated golden gauntlet. Thunder Dao Lord glanced at the gauntlet, and his expression turned serious. I didn't expect your Dao verification weapon to have cultivated a mythical aura. So many talents of my Thunder County have been killed by you over the years. My golden tremor armor has yet to absorb the blood of a Dao Lord. If I kill you today, I will have a high chance of breaking through the bottleneck. Miezhen laughed sinisterly. He exerted a little force in his right hand, and the metal on the golden tremor armor vibrated. The vibrations around him suddenly became more than 10 times stronger. You overestimate yourself. Looks like Xing County is going to lose a county commander today. I wonder if Xing Dao Lord will regret sending you here after you die. Thunder Dao Lord's tone turned cold. He did not use any weapons, but raised his hand to cast a lightning technique, and millions of silver snakes surged. Whoosh, Miezhen showed no fear. He clenched his right fist, which was wearing the golden tremor armor, and swung it. Rumble, in the star ruins, an earth-shattering battle was taking place. Thunder Dao Lord's opponent was Xing Commandery's war god, Sin Destroyer. Although this battle had not ended yet, it was destined to shake the entire Chaos Sea in the near future. The difference between the Dao Severing Realm and the Dao Querying Realm seemed like heaven and earth. There was not much suspense in this battle. However, the god of war, Sin, was an anomaly. He had never suffered a single defeat on the battlefield, and his unparalleled destructive power and indomitable will caused even Dao Lords to feel wary of him. The two of them fought fiercely. Unexpectedly, Sin Destroyer maintained his offensive throughout the battle. He had completely given up on defense. Attacking was defending, trying to catch Thunder Dao Lord off guard with his most ferocious attack. There is nothing a Dao Severing Realm cultivator can't do. They can even create life. One can only imagine how strange and unpredictable this mystique is. Sin Destroyer knows his weakness very well. Only by attacking indiscriminately will he have a chance to defeat a Dao Lord. Gu Chen paid close attention to the battle. It was a rare opportunity to observe a Dao Lord's battle. Lower-class cultivators would hardly be able to see a battle between Dao Lords. Moreover, a Dao Lord would usually only need one move to deal with a lower-class cultivator. A combat genius like Sin Destroyer who could exchange blows with a Dao Lord was definitely an anomaly. From this battle, Gu Chen knew that he could pry into many secrets of the Dao Severing Realm. Your opponent is me. What are you looking at? Dharma King Xianxia maintained his lightning speed state and kept attacking Gu Chen. However, he found that Gu Chen was distracted and kept looking at other battles. He was furious. Swoosh, he pounced, but Gu Chen easily dodged his attack with the wings of time. He could only stare and sulk. Sorry, Xianxia. Although you are in high spirits, I don't have time to play with you given the current situation. Gu Chen finally managed to retract his gaze from Thunder Dao Lords as he casually spoke. Play? I'm attacking you with all my strength, and this is your attitude? Dharma King Xianxia was even more furious. Gu Chen shook his head, too lazy to explain. The legend of the Qiamo was destroyed by the Thunder Dao Lord. Although this was different from his original plan, it was still an important part of his plan. Once Qiamo died, Qi Commandery would be leaderless. Especially under the circumstances that they were surrounded by the army, they would quickly realize that they could only rely on him. Conquering the Qi Commandery was easy, but the real difficulty lay in how to lead them through the current crisis. The Thunder Commandery was surrounded by the army of the Thunder Commandery, and the Thunder Downlord had come in person. No matter how one looked at it, it was a situation of certain death. Fortunately, Miezue was not on the side of Lei County. Xing County and Lei County did not join forces. When he saw Sin and the forces of the Thunder Commandery appear, Guchen couldn't help but feel nervous. No matter how daring he wasn't confident in his ability to fight against two commanderies or even two Downlords at once. Only when Chiemo died and Thunder Downlord and Miezue started fighting did Guchen heave a sigh of relief. From their conversation, he could tell that the relationship between Xing County and Lei County was as hostile as ever. Even though he was wanted by two commanderies, he wasn't important enough for them to put aside their differences and work together. Therefore, the moment Thunder Downlord saw Miezue, he wanted to kill this enemy general who was a serious threat to his army. Miezue immediately retaliated. Now that both sides were fighting, it couldn't be better for Guchen. If both sides were injured, there would still be a chance for his plan to succeed. Although Miezue looks strong now, he's constantly attacking and will eventually weaken. On the other hand, Thunder Downlord is much more composed. If this continues, Miezue will definitely lose. If Miezue dies, Thunder Downlord's next target will be me. Without Miezue's interference, it'll be easier to surround Lei County. That's why I can't let Miezue die just like that. Guchen had a clear understanding of the situation. Although he and Miezue were enemies, Thunder Downlord was too strong. If they wanted to live, they had to work together. He had no time to waste on Dharma King Qingsong. The situation in the distance could change at any moment. If Miezue died before Dharma King Qingsong came to his aid, everything would be over. One move, I'm going to finish you off in one move. The nervous Guchen said to Dharma King Qingsong. His expression became serious and serious. Don't look down on me. I'm much stronger than before. The veins on Dharma King Qingsong's forehead bulged. If he really lost in one move, it would be a crushing defeat like last time. All the hard work he had put in during this period of time would be meaningless. Guchen said no more. He grasped the air with his left hand and a white light fell into his hand. I'm going to finish him off in one move. Conjure a decent weapon for me. Guchen's eyes were cold. He infused the origin energy of the 5 elements into the formless 1,000 soldiers in his hand. Sensing the attribute of the origin energy, the formless 1,000 soldiers shone brightly and quickly turned into a brick. The corner of Guchen's mouth twitched. He had already said it. Could it be that the formless 1,000 soldiers still could not see the situation clearly? A brick? Overlord, how dare you look down on me like this? I'm so angry, so angry. Dharma King Qingsong, who was already burning with anger, completely exploded when he saw the brick. He thought that Guchen was deliberately humiliating him. He cursed and attacked Guchen crazily. His figure moved like lightning. Guchen's face was full of helplessness. The formless 1,000 soldiers in his hand clearly did not intend to change into other weapons. He could only raise the brick. Swoosh, he teleported behind Guardian King Qingsong at an extremely fast speed and smashed the brick down on his head. Bang! The brick exploded with a dazzling 5-colored light, giving Guchen a fright. Bastard. Dharma King Qingsong only had time to curse after receiving a heavy blow to his head. Then, his eyes rolled back and he actually fainted. This power is not bad. Guchen looked at the brick in his hand in surprise. Although the formless 1,000 soldiers was unreliable, its power was real. Poor Dharma King Qingsong. He was probably the first peak Dao querying cultivator in the Chaos Sea to be knocked out by a brick. After dealing with Dharma King Qingsong, Guchen looked at his companions. They had experienced hundreds of battles and had completely suppressed the other 3 Dharma Kings. In contrast, the Chi Commandery cultivators were all terrified. Some had already lost their lives while fleeing in panic, while others were still standing on the spot with a look of despair. Leader, should we rescue the Chi Commandery cultivators? Zhong Shenrua could not help but ask when he saw that Guchen had no more enemies. No need. If they can't even get through this, they are not qualified to be my, Guchen's, companions. Guchen said coldly. With that, he went straight to the battlefield where Thunder Dao Lord and Extermination were fighting. He would leave the other enemies to his companions. As the leader, what he had to do was to get rid of the biggest enemy in front of him. Today, Thunder Dao Lord must die. No cultivator dared to approach the battlefield between Thunder Dao Lord and Annihilation Sin within a radius of 100,000 miles. Be it the fragments of the continent or the ruins, they were all turned into nothingness by the shockwaves from the battle between the two. Thunder roared and earthquakes occurred. This was an absolute death zone. All the cultivators were trying to get as far away from this place as possible. At this moment, Gu Chen's black hair danced in the wind as he calmly stepped across the starry sky. The powerful lightning struck him, and the all-pervasive shockwave tried to penetrate his skin. However, under the protection of the boundless golden light surrounding his body, the shockwave, which was regarded as a dreadful beast by others, could not cause any harm to him. After killing Kong Xing and destroying the Xing realm, Gu Chen's combat strength was already at the pinnacle of the Dao Querying realm. Leaving Xing County had freed his mind. With the blessing of fate, his cultivation level had improved by leaps and bounds. In the 3 months that he had been waiting for the Qi Mo's rebirth ceremony, his cultivation level had improved by leaps and bounds. Now, his soul origin was still at the 6th heaven of the Dao Querying realm. His life and death origin was at the 7th heaven of the Dao Querying realm. As for his nature and space-time origin, they had both reached the 8th heaven of the Dao Querying realm in the past 3 months. The origin that he cultivated was rare to begin with. Every time he advanced to the next heaven, his strength would increase much more than cultivators of the same cultivation level. In the 6 months after leaving Xing County, his 4 origins had made breakthroughs one after another. The increase in his strength was not as simple as doubling. This was the reason why he remained calm after seeing Thunder Dao Lord. His previous image of Thunder Dao Lord as invincible had begun to crumble in his heart. Since Thunder Dao Lord was here, he could not avoid the battle today. He might as well make his move. With Thunder Dao Lord and Annihilation Sin's acute senses, they naturally sensed Gu Chen's presence at once. Reckless little brat. Thunder Dao Lord only laughed coldly when he saw this. Although Gu Chen's achievement in destroying the Xing realm was unexpected, he also knew the inside story. That was because Xing Dao Lord was not in the Xing realm. Not only was Xing Dao Lord not there, but Annihilation Sin was also not there. These two were not in the Xing realm. To him, destroying the Xing realm was nothing. Zui was a much bigger threat than him. The only thing he cared about this junior was the resources of Xing County that he had seized. Traitor. Unlike Thunder Dao Lord, Sin Extermination's expression became much more solemn when he sensed Gu Chen's approach. He knew more inside information than Thunder Dao Lord, and he was well aware that the kid was hiding some unknown and terrifying power. That power had caused cracks to appear on the Dao decaying door, and that power had caused a chaotic transit window to collapse inexplicably. This kind of strength was enough for him to be serious. Miazue was a meticulous person. If it had been a one-on-one battle, he would have been able to easily suppress the traitor. However, now that there was a powerful enemy like Thunder Dao Lord, if the traitor Gu Chen took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, he would be in a very bad situation. His heart was hanging in suspense, and his attacks subconsciously became faster and faster. Shockwaves spread out in all directions. Thunder Dao Lord sensed his anxiety and smirked. Looks like your power is almost at its limit. He's just a little brat, yet he's making you anxious. Cut the crap. Annihilation roared. He punched out, and the shockwave grew several times stronger. Thunder Dao Lord held an ancient thunder talisman in his hand and blocked it gently. The ancient talisman quickly dimmed and disappeared under the shockwave. This quaking origin is indeed a divine-grade origin. It's already so powerful even before its Dao severing. If annihilation breaks through, there will never be a day of peace in the Thunder Prefecture. Thunder Dao Lord murmured to himself. Annihilation's terrifying potential deepened his murderous intent. The Thunder Prefecture was right next to the Xing Prefecture. If annihilation broke through to the Dao severing realm, the 2 Dao Lords of the Xing Prefecture would join forces and the Thunder Prefecture would be destroyed sooner or later. Thinking of this, Thunder Dao Lord took a few steps back and grabbed at the sky. Halberd, come. An incomparably terrifying pressure suddenly appeared in the sky above the Star Ocean ruins. Gu Chen's footsteps faltered as he raised his head, his expression solemn. This familiar pressure was most likely a mythical weapon. Annihilation was indeed powerful. He had actually forced Thunder Dao Lord to go all out and summon a mythical weapon. The next change in this situation would probably occur in 1 or 2 moves. Ding! The crisp sound of metal resounded throughout the sky. A trident covered in purple lightning streaked across the sky and quickly appeared before the eyes of all the cultivators. Annihilation's expression became extremely solemn. The vibrating golden armor in his right hand was connected to its owner's mind. With a clang, it transformed into another form. From the top of his head to the bottom of his feet, the vibrating golden armor completely covered half of Annihilation's body. The 7 milky white gemstones embedded in the armor slowly surged with terrifying power, ready to be unleashed. Guchen stopped thousands of feet away from the 2 of them, his expression unchanging. If Annihilation could not withstand this attack, then he would completely lose the possibility of defeating Thunder Dao Lord. The mythical trident arrived in the blink of an eye. The tip of the trident had 3 eyes of thunder, wriggling slowly in the space of extreme movement. It was exceptionally strange. Kill! Thunder Dao Lord gave the order. The mythical trident turned into a beam of light and shot straight at Annihilation. Ah! Annihilation roared into the sky. The vibrating golden armor in his right hand was activated to the extreme, and the quaking origin power in his body was fully activated. Whoosh! A simple straight right punch was enough to break all techniques. In an instant, it reached Xian level 1,000,000 times. Buzz. Buzz, in less than a 10,000th of a second, the void trembled countless times. The speed of the mythical trident slowed down due to these vibrations, and its power was greatly reduced. The vibrations reached Guchen. His expression changed, and he immediately activated Grand Dominating Aura to protect his body. However, the vibrations were too terrifying. Even Grand Dominating Aura could not block them completely, and they passed through. Godly Dao, Space-Time Barrier. Guchen hurriedly used a Space-Time Dao technique to create a space-time barrier around his body. Only then did he finally block the vibrations. Just the aftershock alone required him to take it seriously. One could imagine the power of Annihilation's attack. Ding, ding, ding. Under the high-frequency vibrations, the mythical trident rang continuously. Although its speed had slowed down, it was still unstoppable. Annihilation roared, the veins on his forehead bulging. The 7 gemstones on the vibrating golden armor cracked one by one. Bang! 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 When the 3 gemstones turned into powder, the mythical trident finally reached Annihilation. With a squelch, it pierced through Annihilation's shoulder blade. Annihilation let out a pained roar, and his aura rapidly weakened. Your vibrating golden armor has just gained a bit of mythical aura. How can it compare to the mythical weapon that I have cultivated for countless years? What a pity. You had the chance to break through to the Dao Lord realm, but you will die here today. Thunder Dao Lord looked down from above and sneered. Ah! Ah! Sin roared and tried to use the power of tremors to force the trident out of his body, but the power he exerted could not keep up with the speed at which his power was weakening. It's no use. After being pierced by a mythical weapon, the origin of shock in your body is severely suppressed. You can't do anything else. Thunder Dao Lord said sympathetically. At the Dao Querying Realm, because there were tens of thousands of origins in the world, each with different levels and powers, it was often possible to kill enemies of a higher level. Sin had the origin of shock, which was considered the highest level in the upper world, so he was almost invincible at the Dao Querying Realm. However, at the Dao Querying Realm, the situation was different. Dao Lords became creators through the Dao Querying Realm. Not only did they have the power to create life, they also had the natural ability to suppress all kinds of origins, and mythical weapons were the embodiment of this power. Sin's body had already been pierced by his trident. No matter how strong the origin of shock was, it could no longer turn the tables in the face of the limitations of the realm. It's time to end this. Thunder Dao Lord's eyes glowed. He was about to end Sin's life. Clang! The loud hum of a saber suddenly sounded in his ears. His eyes turned cold, and he turned around. With a flip of his hand, a bolt of lightning shot out. Kaboom! This bolt of lightning could easily tear apart most Dao Querying Realm cultivators, but the golden saber gleam that had tried to sneak attack him flashed past, and he dodged it in time. He immediately turned around and saw Guchen flashing with blue electricity 1,000 feet away. A pair of bright, silver wings on his back were flapping slowly. Lightning speed and spacetime power. Just as the rumors say, the origin of nature is all-encompassing. Thunder Dowlord narrowed his eyes. He looked down on this immature brat, but he did not dare to ignore the potential of the origin of nature. That Dowlord had used it to be unparalleled in the War Commandery era. In terms of level, the origin of nature was the same as the origin of shock. It might even be at the divine grade level. Dowlord indeed has a good eye. Speaking of which, this lightning speed was a gift from the Thunder Commandery. Gu Chen's black hair danced in the wind. He held the sweeping heaven saber in his left hand and teased Thunder Dowlord. The origin of time was not a origin of nature. Even the Dowlord could not see this, which was a good thing for him. Having 4 origins sounded much more shocking than having only one nature origin. Humph, you sure are eager to die. What, can't you wait for me to kill Destroyer first? Thunder Dowlord couldn't be bothered to chat with Gu Chen. Destruction Sin had been trying his best to force the trident out of his body. When he saw that Gu Chen had saved him, his eyes darkened. To him, this was a humiliation. He had never thought highly of this traitor who was banished by him at the border of the 7 realms. But now, he was indirectly saved by him. Hey, Crime Destroyer, how about we make a deal? Gu Chen ignored Thunder Dowlord and suddenly looked at Annihilation. Sin stared at him coldly, while Thunder Dowlord raised his eyebrows. Based on the current situation, both you and I have a very low chance of victory against a Dowlord in a one-on-one fight. As long as one of them dies in battle, the other one will die as well. Instead of both of us dying in this Star Ocean ruins, why don't we work together? Killing a Dowlord won't be shameful at all, even if we work together. Gu Chen's words were earth-shattering. You want to work together with me? Destruction Sin's eyes were filled with surprise. Work together to kill me? He he he. Thunder Dowlord looked as if he had heard the funniest joke and said disdainfully. If you work together to kill me, it won't just be shameful. It will be enough to shock the entire Chaos Sea. Dowlords could never be killed by numbers. This was a truth that everyone knew. The situation in the Chaos Sea's 100 counties had been maintained for a very long time. If Dowlords could be killed so easily, the world would have long been in chaos. Why should I work together with you? Do you think you have the ability to do so? Destruction Sin looked at Gu Chen, his eyes flashing. His tone was unexpectedly calm. When Gu Chen heard his reply, he knew that Destruction Sin was indeed not a reckless man. He was also aware of the current situation. However, he did not believe that he had the ability to do so, so he had tested him. Although I don't know how you tracked me all the way to the Star Ocean ruins, if you had investigated me in detail, you should know that I have the ability to do so. Gu Chen smiled. Destruction Sin's heart skipped a beat. He recalled the crack on the Dao decaying door and the mysterious disappearance of the Chaos Transit window. You don't have much time to think about it. You'd better make a decision quickly. Gu Chen glanced at the mythical trident that was piercing Destruction Sin's body and reminded him. My power has been suppressed. So what if I agree? You're too late. Destruction Sin said angrily. If you hadn't suffered such a fatal injury, would you have considered my suggestion? Gu Chen shook his head. He could have helped earlier, but he had deliberately waited until now. If Destruction Sin still had the possibility of defeating Thunder Dowlord, given his pride, he would definitely not have considered his suggestion. If he had acted rashly, he might have been injured instead. Only when a tiger was at the end of its tether would it become docile. Hee hee, what do you want me to do? Gu Chen's words left Destruction Sin speechless. He gritted his teeth and asked. Very simple. Help me hold back the mythical weapon. As Gu Chen spoke, he looked at Thunder Dowlord again. The mythical weapon was the greatest weapon of a Dao-severing realm Dowlord. As long as Destruction Sin could hold back the mythical weapon and prevent it from unleashing its power, Thunder Dowlord's strength would be reduced by half. I didn't expect you to be so whimsical. Thunder Dowlord looked at Gu Chen with a sarcastic expression. Let's not talk about whether he can affect my mythical weapon. Even without the weapon, do you think you can defeat me? You can't even touch one of Ben Jun's fingers. Thunder Dowlord was about to say that Gu Chen couldn't even touch his finger when the wings of time behind Gu Chen flashed and he suddenly disappeared in front of him, his eyelids twitched. He had seen the video of Dharma King Xianxia's defeat in the longevity realm and knew that the person in front of him had the fastest speed below Dao Lords. And now, the other party's speed seemed to be even faster than in the video. However, Guchen's speed was not enough to make him panic. Thunder Daolord's divine sense spread out in all directions. With his Daolord-level divine sense, it was meaningless no matter how fast he was. As long as he got close, he would be able to react immediately. Just as he was thinking this, a strange white fog suddenly appeared around him. The white fog rolled over and quickly covered his line of sight. Even his extremely powerful divine sense was affected by the sea of fog. His divine sense did not lose its effectiveness. It was just that the space seemed to be filled with mirrors, and the reaction speed of his divine sense was slower than normal. Are you trying to use this fog to launch a sneak attack? I'm standing right here. Let's see what you can do to me. The white mist tumbled, but when it got within 10 feet of the Thunder Daoist Lord, it was shredded into nothingness by his lightning battle robe. He was the master of creation who stood at the peak of this world. He was invincible and had no fear of attacks from any direction. Poof, he didn't have to wait for long. A gust of wind rushed toward him from the left. The Thunder Daoist Lord's eyes shone brightly as he waved his hand and a thunderbolt shot out. Boom, the thunderbolt hit the target, but it felt light as a feather, as if the force of 10,000 caddies had struck cotton. He let out a soft cry of surprise. At this time, the fog dispersed, and he could clearly see what was attacking him. It was a talisman. It was black and golden color, and the runes were ancient and mysterious. It seemed to have been provoked by his attack, and before he could react, it exploded with a boom. What, you don't dare to come near me? The Thunder Dao Lord merely clenched his fist lightly and confined the explosion to his palm. It was as if he had pinched out a small ball of flame. He was completely unharmed and looked at the surrounding fog with a look of disdain. The white mist affected the reaction speed of his divine sense, so he didn't immediately see that it was a forbidden talisman. If his opponent was a Dao querying cultivator, he would have approved of the sneak attack. It was a powerful forbidden talisman. As long as the first attack was effective, he believed that his opponent would continue to attack and win in one go. Unfortunately, his opponent was a Dao Lord. In the eyes of a Dao querying cultivator, this kind of shortcut was meaningless. You must be panicking because you have no experience fighting a Dao Lord, right? You don't know how powerful I am, so you don't dare to come near me, afraid that you will lose the whole game if you are careless. It seems like you are being cautious, but the difference in cultivation between us is huge. If you are still overcautious, you will have no chance of beating me. You might as well destroy the sin. He is fearless, and I am afraid of him. As for you, he. The Thunder Daoist Lord laughed disdainfully. He was trying to shake Gu Chen's fighting spirit. In the sea of fog, Gu Chen didn't reply. The slight sound of airflow came from all directions. The Thunder Daoist Lord raised his eyebrows, raised his left hand, and grabbed at the void. Swoosh! Xiao! One after another, the talismans flew towards him, but his hands were like the five-finger mountain, restraining the explosions caused by the talismans. He even wasted such a forbidden talisman. He is indeed a wastrel who robbed the resources of Xing County. Thunder Dao Lord could feel the power of the talisman in his palm. He knew that these talismans could easily injure cultivators at least at the seventh firmament of the Dao querying realm. They were extremely powerful talismans. Such a forbidden talisman was extremely valuable on the battlefield, but it was truly too wasteful to use it against him. Just as he felt that it was a waste, colorful lights burst out from the surrounding fog. It was the flying magic treasures. Every single treasure exuded an extraordinary chi. It was obvious that these were treasures from the Xing County and they were being used against him. I can't let this kid waste it like this. Today, Thunder Dao Lord had personally taken action. In his eyes, the resources of Xing County that Gu Chen possessed were already in his possession. How could he bear to let Gu Chen use them for such a meaningless attack? Lightning flashed in his eyes as he scanned his surroundings. Thick chains of electricity appeared out of thin air. Strangely, the chains of electricity seemed to have a special suction force. The weapons that had already been activated were all sucked towards them and their powers disappeared. Before long, more than 10 treasures landed around him and were restrained by the chains of electricity. It was unusually quiet. Go. Thunder Dao Lord flicked his sleeve and the treasures flew back in the direction they came from. Under the stimulation of the electricity, they were on the verge of collapsing and releasing terrifying chi. He was searching for Gu Chen's location. This was the simplest and most violent method. Boom. 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 The treasures exploded one after another in the fog, creating many empty spaces. Suddenly, Thunder Dao Lord saw a shadow flash by on his right. Gotcha. He snickered and opened his mouth. Countless bolts of lightning converged into a beam of light. With lightning speed, Thunder Dao Lord arrived at the source of the sound. The fog churned violently and a muffled groan could be heard. Thunder Dao Lord took a step forward and instantly arrived at the source of the sound. Die. He saw the bloody Gu Chen. He gathered a thunder sword in one hand and slashed down. Gu Chen's figure was directly sliced into two. It was done cleanly and without the slightest bit of sloppiness. The thunder sword in his hand disappeared. Thunder Dao Lord was about to sneer when he saw the two halves of the corpse suddenly turn into a clear chi. There were also countless forbidden talismans attached to the clear air. Thunder Dao Lord's pupils shrank. Before he could react, the countless talismans in front of him suddenly exploded like fireworks. A huge vacuum appeared in the sea of fog. The space was shattered and Thunder Dao Lord's slightly disheveled figure rushed out angrily. Damn brat, how dare you fool me, he roared angrily. He had enough of the endless fog around him. He opened his mouth and sucked hard. He was like a primordial thunder elephant sucking water with its trunk. He quickly sucked the surrounding fog into his body. There was a lightning pool in his body. All the fog that entered it would automatically be destroyed. The sea of fog was shrinking at an astonishing speed. Soon, the enemy would have nowhere to hide. Divine Dao, 5 elements reverse. Suddenly, Gu Chen's cold voice sounded in the fog. Using the violent rolling fog, a destructive 5 elements aurora rushed toward Thunder Dao Lord. Thunder Dao Lord did not stop absorbing the fog. A myriad of phenomena appeared behind him. A thunder sparrow came out of it and spread its wings to fight the 5 elements aurora. Boom. The lightning sparrow was unstoppable and disintegrated Gu Chen's Dao technique in an instant. Divine Dao, space-time slash. Gu Chen's expression did not change. Under his control, the space twisted layer by layer, turning into spatial blades that extended toward Thunder Dao Lord. Roar. Another Dharma idol came out of the sea of lightning behind Thunder Dao Lord. This time, it was the primordial thunder elephant. It charged forward, crushing the space and destroying Gu Chen's attack. Divine Dao, Ice Age. Divine Dao, 9 dragons spitting. Fire. Divine Dao, life deprivation. In the fog, Gu Chen's Dao techniques came one after another. He did not stop and bombarded Thunder Dao Lord. Thunder Dao Lord's eyes were cold. Dharma idols walked out of the sea of lightning and broke Gu Chen's Dao techniques one after another. It's useless. No matter how many Dao techniques the natural source can create, it can't hurt me if it's not powerful enough. You know this very well. That's why you only dared to attack me from afar. And now, you're finished. There were many meteorites of various sizes floating in the air. Gu Chen was standing on one of them. His entire body was covered in armor. He was panting heavily as he stared at Thunder Dao Lord with an ugly expression. Thunder Dao Lord was already annoyed by the annoying talismans and Dharma treasures. Now that he had finally found Gu Chen's true body, he raised his hand and pointed with the Dao Lord's finger. With this finger, the sky changed color. In the blink of an eye, billions of silver snakes gathered. The meteorite that Gu Chen was standing on was instantly turned to dust. The armor on his body released a dazzling light and protected him. This was a rare defensive armor from the Xing Prefecture's treasury. Even against a Dao Lord, it could resist for a while. Another treasure is going to be destroyed. Thunder Dao Lord was displeased. He raised his hand and opened his other 4 fingers. The electric current in the air increased exponentially. It was like a lightning blade that was going to cut the entire Star Ocean ruins in half. Crack, crack. Under such terrifying power, the armor on Gu Chen's body began to crack, and his face contorted and changed color. Thunder Dao Lord was expressionless as he kept increasing the electric current. At that moment, clang, a figure flew out from behind a meteorite not far behind Thunder Dao Lord. He held a burning spear in his hand and charged forward with an indomitable aura. A clone or the true body? you finally have the courage to approach me? Thunder Dowlord sensed something and his eyes turned cold. This was the same method as before. However, this time, his opponent had finally chosen to get close. It seemed like he had exhausted all his tricks. With one hand, he continued to increase the electric current to attack the armored Guchen. Thunder Dao Monarch raised his other hand and lightly struck out at the burning spear. At his cultivation level, his body was like a treasure. He could casually use the true meaning of martial arts. Even a Dao-seeking emperor who specialized in physique could not compare to him. Pa! Thunder Daolord's palm hit the point where the spear's tip and shaft connected. The spear broke. Guchen was sent flying by the huge force. Golden blood spurted from the hand that was holding the spear. It's the true body. Thunder Daolord's eyes lit up. Because he had been plotted against before, he couldn't be sure which of the two Guchen in front of him was the real one. He couldn't even rule out the possibility that both of them were clones. Now that he was so close, he could finally confirm that Guchen had no more tricks up his sleeves. This unbearable battle could finally end. Bang! The electric current in Thunder Daolord's hand doubled once again, completely obliterating the armored Guchen. Then, he turned around completely and spat out 2 streaks of azure lightning at Guchen's original body. These 2 green electrodes were as thin as 2 green snakes. They did not have the power of his other lightning arts, but at this moment, Guchen's true self felt a strong sense of life and death crisis. Help me! Guchen placed the broken spear horizontally in front of him. The spear transformed into a rich white light, and then transformed into a yellow shield. Sizzle! 2 streaks of azure lightning landed on the shield, burning 2 extremely fine holes in an attempt to penetrate the shield. However, this shield was extremely strange, as if it was endlessly growing. No matter how astonishing the piercing power of the azure lightning was, it quickly stopped. What kind of weapon is this? Thunder Dowlord revealed a look of surprise. This was the first time he had seen such a strange weapon. The burning spear from before was clearly of the fire attribute, but the shield in front of him was of the earth attribute. Could it be that it could change according to the environment? Not only was it ever-changing, he could also see that the attribute level of this weapon's transformation was no small matter. I blocked it, thank you very much. Guchen heaved a sigh of relief and softly said to the formless thousand weapons in his hand. Against lightning attribute weapons, the earth attribute was the most advantageous. Thus, in a moment of desperation, he immediately injected the power of the earth into the formless thousand weapons. Although the formless thousand weapons usually seemed unreliable, it was quite reliable at times like this. Buzz. The shield in his hand trembled slightly, and the formless thousand weapons revealed a complacent expression. Don't be complacent too early, the enemy is not easy to deal with. If you're not careful today, you'll lose your master. I can't give him time to think. I'm going to continue attacking. Put in more effort. Guchen muttered, his eyes burning with fighting spirit as he flew towards Thunder Dowlord. What? You're not going to continue with your little tricks, are you going to fight me to the death? Thunder Dowlord smiled sinisterly. Guchen did not make a sound. He raised the shield with his left hand, and the natural source energy in his body transformed into the wind source energy, which he injected into the formless thousand weapons. The shield instantly turned into an extremely long giant sickle, and Guchen chopped down towards Thunder Dowlord. Thunder Dowlord took a step forward, and as lightning surged, his right hand hooked, hitting the formless thousand weapons. Moreover, the boundless lightning rushed towards Guchen. Tyrannical grand ambition, the golden blood chi in Guchen's body soared into the sky, transforming into a golden shadow that firmly protected him, and clashed head-on with Thunder Dowlord. The formless thousand weapons and Thunder Dowlord's fist collided head-on, but it only lasted for 3 breaths of time before cracking. Guchen's body immediately retreated. Thunder Dowlord took advantage of the situation to chase after him, casually punching out, causing the tyrannical grand map to shake. Wow! Thunder Dowlord's tyrannical power penetrated the tyrannical grand map, but it still injured Guchen. He spat out a mouthful of blood, but his body leaped up. The formless thousand weapons flew out of his hand, transforming into hundreds of cloud-soaring flying swords. Pu, the sword rain fell, slightly blocking Thunder Dowlord's footsteps. Guchen flipped his hand and took out the heaven-sweeping saber, charging forward without fear of death. The formless thousand weapons were in chaos, while Gu Chen's main body used the heaven-sweeping saber to evolve his martial Dao. Every saber strike was powerful and heavy. Thunder Dao Lord used his fists to block Gu Chen's blade. Lightning frequently exploded on Gu Chen's body, but he could not help but be shocked when he saw that Gu Chen was becoming more and more courageous. His lightning power was so strong that ordinary Dao Querying Realm cultivators would be crippled even if they did not die. Although Crime had exchanged blows with him for a while, that was because his physique was strong and he had the vibrating golden armor to help him absorb the impact. But what did this kid have? Fighting him head-on only made him spit out blood from time to time. His body was far from his limit. Thunder Dao Lord realized that the person in front of him was not much weaker than Crime in terms of physique. Considering the special nature source, his killing intent became even stronger. Die! Thunder Dao Lord shouted. He suddenly grabbed the heaven-sweeping saber with one hand, rushed forward, and hit Gu Chen's head. In this kind of dangerous situation, under normal circumstances, the other party would choose to abandon the saber and retreat. Thunder Dao Lord was already prepared to launch a storm of attacks if Gu Chen retreated. However, he guessed wrong. Gu Chen did let go of the heaven-sweeping saber, but his body lunged forward, a hint of madness in his eyes. Clang! Clang! 2 golden chains flew out from where Gu Chen's dragon transformation bone was. In the blink of an eye, they wrapped around Thunder Dao Lord's body. Gu Chen and Thunder Dao Lord were tied together. What? Thunder Dao Lord was shocked. This was a suicidal move. What was he trying to do? Go! Gu Chen tightly bound Thunder Dao Lord and roared in a low voice like a berserk beast. Buzz, behind Thunder Dao Lord, a black hole suddenly opened. Another Gu Chen, covered in blue lightning, stepped out of the hole. Thunder Dao Lord was tied up by Gu Chen, so his back was exposed. Another clone? Do you want to die with me? But do you have the ability to do that? Thunder Dao Lord was so angry that he laughed, but he was not too worried. Previously, Gu Chen had used almost all of his skills, but the best he could do was to inflict some superficial wounds on him. Now that he was tied up with Thunder Dao Lord, how much threat could a mere clone pose to him? Thunder Dao Lord thought of this and felt an inexplicable chill down his spine. This chill quickly spread throughout his body, causing goosebumps to appear all over his body. That is, the tyrannical cauldron of origin descended into the void, golden lightning wreaking havoc all over its body. At this moment, a domineering aura swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This was Gu Chen's trump card, Gu Chen's strongest attack. The tyrannical cauldron was within reach, and Thunder Dao Lord's hair stood on end. He felt a life-or-death crisis that he had not felt in a long time. He found it hard to believe that this feeling was brought about by the little brat, who he thought had exhausted all his abilities. He did not expect that he, who controlled the power of thunder, would be trembling because of the mysterious golden lightning. The moment the tyrannical cauldron approached him, many thoughts flashed through his mind. Could he block it? No way. With this premonition, he summoned his mythical trident almost immediately. The power of the cauldron in front of him was immeasurable, and only a mythical weapon could withstand it. This was a judgment he made quickly without any hesitation, and it was extremely wise. The mythical trident was created by him, and it would reach him in a breath's time to help him resist the attack of the cauldron. Normally, he could easily do this, and he would have done so subconsciously. However, clang! Clang! He felt the vibrations of the mythical trident. It was trying to fly over, but it was forcefully stopped by a force. Thunder Dao Lord's expression changed, and he turned his head in the infinitely slowed time. From afar, he saw Annihilation ignoring the damage caused by the thunder and holding down the mythical trident in his body with both hands. No matter how it struggled, he did not let it fly out. Annihilation's expression was maniacal and mocking. He did not seem to care that this would worsen his injuries. Thunder Dao Lord's heart skipped a beat as he recalled what Gu Chen had said to Annihilation. He had asked Annihilation to help hold back the mythical trident in front of him. So this was what he meant. Had he long been prepared to fight with all his might? No, that was impossible. He had been dodging in the previous battle, so how could he have such courage? Moreover, how could Annihilation be so sure that Gu Chen had the power to threaten him? Could it be that the two of them had colluded long ago? Thunder Dao Lord's mind was in a mess. At that moment, he could not understand anything at all. He only knew that the mythical trident could not protect his master, so he could only rely on himself. If he could not dodge this attack, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. Die for Benjun. Thunder Dao Lord panicked. Like a trapped beast, the power of thunder in his body surged out like a mountain and a sea, trying to break the chains that bound him and kill Gu Chen. Clang! Clang! The tyrant word's chain trembled violently, but it was exceptionally tough. Gu Chen pounced onto Thunder Dao Monarch, his four limbs tightly grabbing onto him, as if he wanted to perish together with him. At this moment, the tyrannical words of truth was an extension of Gu Chen's will. As long as his will was not destroyed, this chain could not be broken. Die. Get lost. Get lost. Thunder Dao Lord struggled madly as the vast lightning struck Gu Chen's body, destroying every inch of his flesh. Wow. Wow. Gu Chen vomited blood again and again, but he didn't let go. His eyes were filled with madness. Thunder Dao Monarch became even more anxious. He raised his left arm as he cursed. Electricity intertwined in every blood vessel, and he smashed half of Gu Chen's head with a punch. Gu Chen's head was broken and bleeding. The remaining half of his head was charred by the lightning, but his eyes were still stubborn and crazy as he clung on to Thunder Dao Monarch. Are you crazy? You'll die if you do this. Thunder Dao Monarch could not do anything to Gu Chen. The shadow of the tyrannical cauldron of origin was already hanging over his head, so his voice became shrill. If the power of this attack could kill him, Gu Chen, who was tied up with him, would definitely not survive. One had to know that this was his main body, not a clone. Once he died, there was no way he could revive like before. Don't you understand? Hearing the rare fear in Thunder Dao Monarch's voice, Gu Chen, who only had half of his head left, smiled slightly. From the beginning, I knew that it was impossible to defeat a Dao Monarch without paying the price with my life. Thunder Dao Monarch's heart sank when he heard this. He suddenly understood that his opponent's previous attacks were not because he lacked the same indomitable determination as Exterminator. The endless talismans and Dharma treasures, the unpredictable Dao techniques, the mystifying fog sea, and the 2 clones that he had killed. Those were all just preparations to make him careless so that he could complete this final attack. I don't know how many dodging methods a Dao Monarch has, but if the tyrannical cauldron cannot succeed in one strike, we will definitely lose today. I know how cautious you are. If I keep using my clones, you will definitely be on your guard. So, after wearing out your patience, I have to personally attack with my main body. Gu Chen grabbed Thunder Dao Monarch tightly, his hoarse voice tinged with a trace of chilling viciousness. This was not only viciousness towards the enemy, but also towards oneself. From the beginning of the battle, he had meticulously planned this attack. His determination was no less than Exterminator's. He had long been prepared to die together with his opponent. If you die, what's the point of defeating me? Thunder Dao Monarch said hysterically. The golden lightning was already completely reflected in his eyes, and his skin could already feel the fierce wind stirred up by the tyrannical cauldron. I bet that I won't die today. Gu Chen smiled fearlessly. His main body and his clone looked at each other. Their gazes were like divine swords being unsheathed. The clone moved, gathering all his strength to lift the tyrannical cauldron of origin and smashed it down on Thunder Dao Monarch's back. At the same time, the tyrannical cauldron's mystique was activated. Terrifying golden lightning engulfed the entire void. Boom, the heavens shook and the earth shook. Millions of kilometers of space were affected. Lei Jun, Qi Jun, and Gu Chen's companions, who were fighting outside, all looked back in shock. In their vision, a dazzling golden light had appeared. Time and space seemed to freeze in front of that golden light. Chief, he, the devouring Kuan tribe leader, Zhong Shenrua, and the others were extremely nervous. If Chief is still alive today, we will really be able to establish a foothold in the chaotic sea. The hunchbacked old man's shriveled hands were trembling. He knew how significant this battle was. Thunder Dao Monarch's appearance was unexpected, but they were already prepared when they destroyed the Xing realm. Today, facing Dao Monarch, they were not afraid. As their leader, Gu Chen was not afraid either. He was proud of what he was doing now. His old heart was full of vigor, and in his heart, he longed to go even further. Tyrant, he, left emissary Ruan, Elder Shao, and the other Qi Jun cultivators were already covered in injuries from the encirclement of Lei Jun. Looking at the golden light in the distance, hope was ignited in their hearts. Qi Mo's performance had completely disappointed them. Most of the Qijun cultivators had lost their will to fight and were defeated or killed one after another. However, they were still struggling because they were not willing to die in obscurity like this. When they defected to Qi County, they'd once thought of doing something grand and magnificent. Who would be willing to die before achieving success? They had seen the scene of Guchen fighting Thunder Dao Monarch head-on. Naturally, they placed all their hopes on him. Will His Majesty be okay? Xiao Qingxian, Ying Fuwang, and the other generals of Lei Jun stopped fighting and looked into the distance uneasily. This was the first time His Majesty had fought someone for such a long time. In the past, he could finish any battle in less than a moment. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Before the golden light dissipated, there was no way of knowing the outcome. However, there was one person who did not feel the same way. The power of the mythical weapon is weakening. Annihilation gripped the mythical trident tightly with both hands, so he could clearly feel every ripple it emitted. But now, he was shocked to find that the mythical weapon's suppressive power was weakening. His body was improving. There was only one possibility for this to happen. Thunder Daolord had been severely injured. Mythical weapons were created by Daolords and were closely related to their masters. The weakening of Thunder Daolord would affect the power of the mythical weapon. Annihilation knew that this was a great opportunity. He roared and pulled the mythical trident out of his chest. Puff. Blood splattered. He had finally pulled the trident out, and the origin of shock in his body was no longer suppressed. His aura surged as he threw the trident away. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. He had cooperated with that traitor to wait for such an opportunity. No matter who won in the end, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, and his crisis would be resolved. What he had to do next was simple. He would kill whoever was still alive. Annihilation stomped his feet and charged toward the dissipating golden light, his killing intent boiling. Whoosh, a gust of wind came from the left, forcing Annihilation to stop and raise his hand to block. A giant axe struck his shockwave golden armor. He turned his head and his expression became ferocious. Dwarf Sovereign. He was furious, and his killing intent surged. Terrifying shockwaves erupted from his body. The Dwarf Sovereign immediately retracted his giant axe and retreated. The armor on his body whistled and strangely absorbed all the shockwaves. Annihilation, if I let you touch our king, I will be neglecting my duty. The Dwarf Sovereign said with great vigor. Guchen had gone all out to defeat Thunder Daolord. They could not let him have any worries. What a joke. Back then, you were exterminated because you refused to submit to my master. Now, you call a nobody king. Annihilation's mother planet had been destroyed by the Dwarf Sovereign, so he was already filled with killing intent. Now, he changed his direction and waved his fists wildly at him. The Dwarf Sovereign resisted with all his might, but the destructive power of Sin's vibrations was too terrifying. His axe clanged and quickly deformed. Destroy the Sin. Hand over your life. The swallowing Kuan race patriarch stepped through the starry sky. His huge body lifted a foot and stomped down on Sin. Humph, a loser. Sin Annihilation's eyes were filled with disdain as he swung his fist. The shockwave struck the devouring Kuan clan patriarch's gigantic foot, threatening to flip him over. However, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The force of the tremors was greatly reduced, and he was ruthlessly stomped down into the starry sky. He smashed through many meteorites in succession before he managed to stabilize himself. Ha ha ha, looks like you're already an arrow at the end of its flight. The clan leader of the devouring Kuan clan laughed proudly. Sin's expression was extremely ugly. In the previous battle with Thunder Daolord, he had consumed too much of his energy. In particular, the mythical trident had left an indelible injury in his body. It was precisely because his injuries were too severe that the devouring Kuan clan's patriarch suffered a backlash from overexerting his strength. That was why the devouring Kuan clan's patriarch had the chance to strike. Die. Sin Annihilation's eyes were ferocious. The vibrating gold armor on his right hand changed drastically. The shockwave from his punch increased tenfold as it headed straight for the devouring Kuan clan patriarch. The devouring Kuan clan patriarch's expression was grave. His body was too big, and this attack was not easy to dodge. If he made even the slightest mistake, he could be seriously injured. Just as he was about to defend with all his might, the sky and earth around him suddenly darkened. The clamor of the battlefield strangely faded into the distance. He could not help but feel relieved. He stood where he was without moving. A hunchbacked old man suddenly appeared in front of him, his shriveled hand reaching out. Indestructible, absolute silence, the frightening shockwave suddenly dissipated strangely when it reached him. The heavens and earth were silent, as if everything had returned to nothingness. "It's you." Sin Annihilation saw the hunchbacked old man. He was shocked, and his eyes were filled with deep fear. The old man has changed beyond recognition. Even Kongxing could not recognize him. "I didn't expect you to still remember him." The hunchbacked old man looked at Sin Annihilation, his expression extremely calm. "Your aura has indeed changed greatly, but there are not many people I respect in my life. You're one of them, so of course I remember you. I just didn't expect that not only did you not die, but you even sided with the traitor, Gu Chen." Sin Annihilation's heart was in turmoil. He did not expect that this person in front of him was also on Gu Chen's side. After the Xing realm was destroyed, the Shadow Division had investigated the prisoners who had participated in the attack on Prison Planet. It was said that a hunchbacked old man of unknown origins was the main force on the traitor's side. However, no one knew the old man's true identity. He had originally been on Prison Planet. This was really something that no one could figure out. "Sin Annihilation, you must die today." The evil Shark Emperor also strode over from afar. Together with the hunchbacked old man, the devouring Kuan clan patriarch, and the dwarf emperor, they surrounded Sin Annihilation. Gu Chen's group was strong to begin with, and they had the upper hand against the Thunder Commandery's guardian kings. In addition, Elder Shao, Left Emissary Ruan, Green Ghost, and the other cultivators from Qi Commandery had joined their side. Sin Annihilation was in a terrible mood as he was surrounded by 4 experts. He did not know whether Thunder Dowlord or the traitor would survive. Now that these people had surrounded him, the situation could not be worse for him. He suddenly regretted being too impulsive. However, who would have thought that the damned Thunder Dowlord would actually come here? "Attack! Kill him!" the dwarf emperor said. The other 3 sneered and attacked Sin Annihilation crazily. Sin Annihilation was already seriously injured. Now that he was facing the attacks of 4 experts at the same time, he spat out blood as he fought. He was like a lone wolf that had been forced into a corner. On the other side, the golden light caused by the shocking attack finally dissipated completely. How could this be? Thunder Dowlord stood where he was, swaying. His hair was a mess, and there was a huge, bloody hole from his back to his chest. His internal organs had all been burnt to a crisp, the chains that bound him had completely disappeared. Gu Chen's limbs that had previously wrapped around him had also exploded. All that was left was a bloody body and half a head. The dominating cauldron of origin floated between the 2 of them. Gu Chen's eyes were unfocused, and his breathing was heavy. However, his lips curled into a smile. "Looks like I won the bet." "I survived," he said weakly in a hoarse voice. The full force of the dominating cauldron's previous attack was enough to turn his body into ashes. However, he had bet that Thunder Dowlord would block it with all his might. He had bet that he could withstand most of the impact. As long as Thunder Dowlord could do it, there was hope for him to survive. "So what if you've survived? You're no different from a dead man now." Thunder Dowlord coughed up blood as he spoke. His face was as pale as a sheet. "That's not necessarily true. I still have many lives." Gu Chen opened his tongue, and a crystal-clear immortal elixir appeared out of thin air. He swallowed it. As the elixir of immortality entered his body, Gu Chen's broken body was like rain after a long drought. From his organs to his severed limbs, a shocking amount of life essence exploded out. The life and death source mark shone brightly. His severed limbs grew out at a visible speed, and half of his head grew out rapidly. "Don't even think about it." Thunder Dowlord had not expected Gu Chen to have such a miraculous elixir on him. Terrified, he tried to raise his hand with all his might. Crackle, crackle. However, as soon as he moved, golden lightning flickered at the edges of the ghastly bloody hole on his body. "Ah!" Thunder Dowlord let out a scream. Not only was he unable to activate the source power in his body, but his injuries worsened. Wah! Wah! He spat out blood continuously. Golden sparks flickered all over his body. He half knelt in the starry sky, his face filled with deep fear. How is this possible? The power of that cauldron's lightning actually suppressed my power. Thunder Dowlord murmured in disbelief. Not only had his body suffered irrecoverable injuries, but the golden lightning had also invaded his organs and suppressed his source power. Only those at the Tao-severing realm could suppress the source power of those at the Tao-querying realm. Why was the complete opposite happening now? No, this can't be happening. I am a Tao Lord, and that kid is only at the Tao-querying realm. That cauldron is not a mythical weapon. Even if it is a mythical weapon, it is at most on par. There is no reason for it to suppress my power. Wah! Thunder Dowlord could not understand. Blood continued to flow, and a chill of a dying man swept through his body. Just as he was shocked by the injuries in his body, Gu Chen's elixir of immortality finally took effect. In less than 10 breaths, Gu Chen's limbs were whole again. His head recovered, and he revealed a pair of terrifying eyes. I thought I would have to use up a few more lives to kill you, but it seems like the situation is more optimistic than I thought. Gu Chen noticed that Thunder Dowlord could not move an inch, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. He knew that the dominating cauldron of origin was very powerful, enough to cause fatal injuries to Thunder Dowlord. However, it seemed that other than injuries, it had also brought him a pleasant surprise. Impossible. How can Benjuan's power not listen to me? Impossible. Impossible. Thunder Dowlord was in a state of near insanity. He didn't hear Gu Chen's words at all. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with madness. Come, halberd! Clang, a crisp sound rang out, and the mythical trident that had been casually thrown into the starry sky by annihilation actually heard its master's call. It tore through the air and flew over. Not good. Gu Chen's expression changed. It seemed that Sin had already broken free from the mythical trident. It was impossible to count on Sin to help him fully. The power of a legendary weapon was unfathomable. If Thunder Dowlord regained control of it, even if he was already at the end of his tether, the situation could still be reversed. Absolutely not. Gu Chen made up his mind. Controlling the cauldron of origin with his left hand, he flapped the wings of time and charged toward Thunder Dowlord at full speed. He had to kill him before the mythical trident returned to his hands. If not, the situation might change. At this moment, Gu Chen's speed reached a level he had never seen before. He knew that if he was one step slower, he would be the one to lose. Halberd, come! Halberd, come! Thunder Dowlord summoned the mythical trident with all his might. Veins popped up on his forehead as he also gave it his all. This item was originally created by him, and the spiritual connection between the two was unimaginable to others. Now that Sin was no longer holding him back, the mythical trident's trident, which looked like 3 eyes, emitted a strange light, and the entire trident's body instantly turned into nothingness. Whoosh! When Gu Chen was only 1 foot away from Thunder Dowlord, the mythical trident suddenly appeared in Thunder Dowlord's hand. Die! Thunder Dowlord gripped the trident tightly and looked at Gu Chen, who was just inches away. His eyes were filled with madness, and he tried to use the trident's tip to pierce through his head. At this moment, Gu Chen, who was a step too late, watched as the trident's tip got closer and closer to him. Many things that might happen after his death flashed through his mind. In less than a 10,000th of a breath's time, he had no time to counterattack. Before the tyrannical trident of origin in his hand could touch Thunder Dowlord, his head would be pierced by the mythical trident. And this time, he had no chance of surviving, because that was a mythical weapon. If he was pierced at such a close distance, no amount of immortality medicine would be able to save him. I was so close, but in the end, I still lost? An intense unwillingness surged in Gu Chen's heart. He had given it his all and thought that he was finally going to kill Dowlord, but in the end, was he going to be defeated so regretfully? Was Dowlord really invincible? Was he, Gu Chen, really unable to do it? How can I be willing to die here just like this? What Dowlord, what creator, in this world, there is no one that I, Gu Chen, cannot kill. Ah, at this critical moment, an intense unwillingness surged in Gu Chen's chest, igniting every drop of tyrant blood in his body. Buzz, as if it had sensed his will, the tyrannical trident of origin in his hand shone brilliantly, and a terrifying, supreme and holy aura erupted. Thunder Dowlord, who was thrusting with all his might, suddenly stiffened, as if his soul was imprisoned in the void. And the source energy in his body completely stagnated, the light of the mythical trident in his hand dimmed, and it let out a despairing wail, that was a wail that admitted defeat before it could even fight back. The power of the trident was completely lost, and the tyrannical trident of origin caught up and smashed the tip of the trident. Crack, the trident broke, and Thunder Dao Lord held on to half of the trident as he staggered backward, a sad and bitter smile on his face. And Gu Chen, under the inertia brought by the tyrannical trident of origin, fell forward and half-knelt in the starry sky. His breathing was rapid, and his eyes were unfocused. In that instant, he felt that his spiritual connection with the tyrannical trident of origin had become even closer. But just as this connection appeared, all his spiritual power was sucked out, and after a moment of blankness, he realized that the mythical trident of origin had already broken. He didn't understand what had happened. In that short period of time, he was clearly helpless. Dao Severing Realm Dao Lord has the power to suppress the source energy of Dao Querying Realm Emperor. This is the common understanding of everyone who has cultivated to this realm. Thunder Dao Lord lost the mythical trident, and he was like a candle in the wind, but his eyes were calm. It was the calmness of a person who was about to die. He looked at Gu Chen, looked at the tyrannical trident of origin in his hand, and had a complicated expression as he babbled nonsense. But that is only the understanding formed during the War Commandery era. Since the end of the ancient Netherworld, the Realm Sea split the world into two, and the two worlds have taken completely different paths. Thunder Dao Lord murmured. Gu Chen could not understand what he was saying. The Dao Severing Realm can suppress the power of the Dao Querying Realm. Such a rule only exists in the Chaos Sea. The primordial chaos items from the upper realm are not subject to this restriction. He continued. When Gu Chen heard this, his eyes focused slightly, and his heart could not help but tremble. However, what kind of primordial artifact is able to defeat me to such an extent that even my mythical artifact is afraid of battle and lost? The primordial chaos Dao realm, the supreme sacred realm that transcends time and space. I really want to see it, Thunder Dao Lord sighed. As he spoke, his voice became softer and softer. Finally, he fell backward into the starry sky. He was dead. The flame of life in his body was extinguished. The moment it was completely extinguished, the boundless thunder clouds that had been shrouding the sky above the star ocean ruins dissipated. The ubiquitous thunder was gone. The dark clouds had dispersed, and a dazzling light appeared in the sky, shining into every corner of the star ocean ruins. Everyone who was still fighting on the battlefield stopped and raised their heads to look at the sky blankly. What's going on? Everyone had yet to recover from their shock. Buzz, the light above the 9 heavens overlapped and finally converged into a beam of light that pierced through the sky and landed on Gu Chen's body. Gu Chen was bathed in the light. His body, which had been on the brink of death, felt much better. He immediately looked up in surprise. The beam of light that descended from the sky was like a rainbow bridge that connected to the nomological sea. He felt that the thousands of origins in the world were opening up to him at that moment. Is this the light from Providence? Gu Chen muttered to himself. This feeling was extremely similar to the feeling he had after destroying the Xing realm. It was like a fish in water when he cultivated, but it was magnified by hundreds or thousands of times. The light that descended from the sky gathered on Gu Chen's body. Not far in front of him, Thunder Dao Lord's broken corpse floated. It was dim and, at a speed visible to the naked eye, it was turning into starlight bit by bit. Be it the generals and soldiers of the Thunder Commandery, the cultivators of the Qi Commandery, or even the Dwarf Sovereign and Mia Zue, who were fighting, all looked at Gu Chen and subconsciously approached him. His Highness, he's dead? Zhao Qingshan trembled all over. Qing Tsang, who had just woken up after being knocked out by Gu Chen, also raised his head in a daze. Countless soldiers of Lei Commandery put down their weapons subconsciously, their eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. Left Emissary Ruan, Elder Shao, and the others were also stunned and stood rooted to the ground. The world was silent. The Dao Lord has fallen, and a new one has been born. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, an old and excited laughter broke the silence and spread to every corner. The hunchback old man gave up on Extinguisher, who was at the end of his rope, and bowed deeply in the direction of Gu Chen. A Dao Lord had fallen, and a new one had been born. These words entered everyone's ears, causing countless people to quickly come back to their senses. The death of the Thunder Tao Lord meant that the Thunder Commandery no longer existed. The order of the hundreds of worlds he had built up collapsed at this moment. The person who defeated him and replaced him would be the new Tao Lord. The Thunder Commandery's rules of heaven and earth had noticed this one step ahead of everyone else, which was why such a strange phenomenon had appeared in the sky. The Tao Lord. The Overlord is the new Tao Lord. Left Emissary Ruan and Elder Shao looked at each other and took a deep breath. At this moment, they had tacitly made the same choice. We pay our respects to the new Tao Lord. The two of them knelt down in unison toward Guchen in the distance. They had no complaints and were sincerely convinced. Many cultivators of Qi Commandery were shocked and hurriedly kowtowed as well. In an instant, a wave of kowtowing appeared in every corner of the ruins of Star Ocean. The sudden surrender of the cultivators of Qi Commandery made the soldiers of Lake Commandery even more helpless. The Thunder Tao Lord was dead. Were they still going to fight? The Thunder Commandery was destroyed. From today onward, where would they go? The ordinary soldiers were not the only ones who were confused. Even Xiao Qingxian, Qing Song, and the other higher-ups of Lake Commandery did not expect such a thing to happen. They stood rooted to the ground, not knowing what to do. What new Tao Lord? What right does he have to call himself Tao Lord? Miazue was covered in wounds. He looked at Guchen in the distance and said unhappily. Clang! Clang! The Dwarf Emperor and the Swallowing Kuan clan leader flanked Miazue from both sides. A pair of shackles with chains fell from the sky. While Miazue was distracted, they took him down. Let me go. Miazue was furious and tried to break free. However, he was already heavily injured and had been besieged by 4 experts for so long. How could he have any strength left? In an instant, the Thunder Tao Lord was dead and Miazue was captured. The outcome of the battle was decided. While the soldiers of Lake Commandery were distracted, the hunchbacked old man, the Dwarf Emperor, and the rest of Guchen's companions exchanged glances and tacitly took action. Let's go. The Swallowing Kuan clan leader dragged the prisoner Miazue along with him and walked toward Guchen alone. The hunchbacked old man, the Dwarf Emperor, Feng Yaya, Zhong Shenrua, the evil Shark Emperor, Fatty Qian, the Invisible Woman, and the rest walked past the kneeling Qi Commandery cultivators and arrived before the army of Lake Commandery. The Thunder Tao Lord is dead. Why don't you pay your respects to the new king? Kneel. All of you, kneel. 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 Everyone shouted in unison. Their voices were filled with absolute authority, exploding in the minds of every soldier of Lake Commandery. Countless soldiers of Lake Commandery looked at each other, their faces pale. Under the impact of the Thunder Tao Lord's death, their legs turned to jelly. One by one, they knelt in the direction of Guchen, Xiao Qingxian, Qingsong Dharmaraja, Ing Dharmaraja, and the rest of the higher-ups of Lake Commandery saw that the soldiers were kneeling and the situation was irreversible. Ordinary soldiers could kneel at will, but as the higher-ups of Lake Commandery, they were related to the interests of the Thunder Tao Lord. Even if they knelt, would they be spared from death? Qingxian, what should we do now? Xiao Haimei looked at her sister in panic. She never thought that Qiamo and the Thunder Tao Lord would die and the Tyrant would be the final winner. Xiao Qingxian wanted to say something but stopped. She did not know what to say at this moment. Originally, she was waiting to take over the Qi Commandery and destroy the Tyrant before introducing her sister to the Thunder Tao Lord. Who would have thought that the Thunder Tao Lord would fail miserably and die in the Star Sea ruins? This matter was too serious. Once it was spread, the entire structure of the chaotic sea would change. How could a small Dharmaraja like her know what to do? Kneel. What are you hesitating for? Do you want to die? Without giving the higher-ups of Lake Commandery any time to think, Guchen's companions were aggressive and murderous. They used force to suppress them. Many of the higher-ups of Lake Commandery looked at each other. In the end, they smiled bitterly and knelt one by one. Seeing that everyone had knelt, Xiao Qingxian gritted her teeth and knelt together with her sister. In the distance, the figure of the Tyrant was tall and majestic. Countless people in the starry sky were kneeling before him. After taking another immortal elixir, Guchen's body recovered a lot. The last embers of Thunder Tao Lord's corpse disappeared in front of his eyes, leaving only a dark purple storage ring and a mythical trident that had been broken into 2. Guchen raised his hand slightly and the storage ring fell into his hand. He stared at the broken mythical weapon for a long time without saying a word. At that moment, his clothes were torn and tattered, revealing his upper body full of scars. Some of the wounds were still dripping with golden tyrant blood. In the distance, thousands of people surrendered, but he didn't feel it. Thunder Dao Lord's words before he died were still echoing in his mind. Today's conflict with Thunder Dao Lord was an accident, and killing Thunder Dao Lord was even more unexpected. Guchen knew that he was extremely lucky today. He had fought with Thunder Dao Lord for real. This was the opportunity he had dreamed of, and he had finally broken the cage in his heart that Thunder Dao Lord was invincible. However, he knew that he had been lucky enough to defeat Thunder Dao Lord because of a combination of various factors. If Sin Extermination had not held back the mythical trident, if Thunder Dao Lord had not misjudged him, and if the tyrannical cauldron of origin had not been special, he would have died today. The tyrannical cauldron of origin had already returned to his dantian, but thinking of Thunder Dao Lord's words before he died, Guchen had mixed feelings. Primordial Chaos item, Thunder Dao Lord had revealed the origin of the tyrannical cauldron of origin, which had also verified a secret that had been hidden in Guchen's heart for a long time. The tyrannical cauldron of origin had been refined from the mother root of all beings, and the mother root of all beings had been formed from the origin seed that had flown to the ninth realm 30,000 years ago. The appearance of the origin seed 30,000 years ago had attracted many unpredictable variables in the ninth realm, and it had also changed Guchen's life. Guchen had always guessed its origin, and today, Thunder Dao Lord's words before he died had clearly told him that the origin seed had come from the primordial Chaos Dao world, the tyrants had come from the primordial Chaos Dao world, and so had the origin seed. Was there any connection between the two? The seed of origin flew to the ninth realm's ancient dark yellow star 30,000 years ago. Guchen felt more and more that there was a shocking secret hidden in it. As his understanding of the world became more and more comprehensive, this secret was being revealed bit by bit. Guchen had a myriad of thoughts and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. He stored the storage ring and the broken mythical weapon left by Thunder Dao Lord into his body. It's a pity that Thunder Dao Lord's body has been completely annihilated. When Guchen thought of this, he felt a little regretful. With Thunder Dao Monarch's strength, his thunder origin would definitely be of great help to him. Unfortunately, in order to ensure that it could kill him, the cauldron of origin didn't hold back at all. The golden lightning completely destroyed every part of his body, including his origin energy. However, the fact that the Hegemon Cauldron's golden lightning is actually able to suppress the power of Dao Lords is a very valuable discovery. As Guchen thought about it, his heart was filled with even more joy. He knew that the Hegemon Cauldron's golden lightning was so powerful that it could destroy the Chaos Portal, but he didn't expect it to have such a special ability when used against Dao Lords. Come to think of it, the golden lightning was already strong enough to destroy the Chaos G. It was not surprising that Dao Lords' bodies couldn't withstand it. He had previously thought too highly of the first severing Dao. As long as Dao Lords were injured by the Hegemon Cauldron and the golden lightning entered their bodies, their power would be suppressed. If news of this got out, all Dao Lords would definitely be terrified. Fortunately, the battle between him and Thunder Dao Lord had been so thrilling that outsiders couldn't see through it at all. He was the only one who had heard Thunder Dao Lord's words before he died. Leader, Miyazue has been captured by us. Please decide what to do with him. The Swallowing Kuan clan leader's loud voice suddenly interrupted Guchen's thoughts. He couldn't help but turn his head. The Swallowing Kuan clan leader had actually come to Guchen's side for a while with Miyazue tied up. However, Guchen had been deep in thought previously. He thought that Guchen had gained some enlightenment after defeating Dao Lords, so he didn't disturb him. Now that he saw that Guchen had taken all of Thunder Dao Lord's belongings, he boldly asked. Guchen glanced at the excited patriarch of the Devouring Kuan clan and nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Capturing Miyazue was a great achievement. If he had escaped today, there would be endless trouble in the future. Fortunately, his companions were very reliable and did not let go of this big fish. It's no trouble at all. This guy is already half crippled. The Swallowing Kuan clan leader kicked Miyazue casually, unable to suppress the joy on his face. He had been sent to Hellstar to be tortured because he had been defeated by Miyazue. Now that the tables had turned, he was overjoyed. Miazue was covered in wounds and shackles. When he heard the conversation between Gu Chen and the swallowing Kuan clan leader, he chuckled coldly. He was completely fearless. Gu Chen turned to look at him and said with a smile. Are you convinced that you lost to me today? No. Miazue looked as if he had been stabbed in his sore spot. The veins on his forehead bulged and his face was full of indignation. If not for me, how could you have killed Thunder Dao Lord? You bunch of people were supposed to die today. He was right. If he had not chased Gu Chen and coincidentally barged into the Qi Demon's coming out ceremony, Gu Chen's group would have most likely died if they had followed the flawless ambush in Lake Commandery. However, fate was fate. He had messed up Lake Commandery's plan. Not only had he harmed himself, but he had also harmed Thunder Dao Lord. I knew you would not accept this. I was indeed lucky today, but a winner is a winner. Gu Chen looked at Miazue mockingly. What are you so proud of? This is not your true strength. Killing Thunder Dao Lord is a curse, not a blessing. Miazue glared at him. Gu Chen looked at him calmly. He understood what he meant, but at that moment, he only wanted to enjoy the feeling of being a winner. Do you know why you lost? From the first time you saw me, you looked down on me. That first impression ended up harming you. Gu Chen moved closer to Miazue's ear and whispered. I deliberately gave the 7 realms to Lin Commandery. Miazue's pupils shrank when he heard this. His body trembled from extreme anger and humiliation. When the 7 realms had fallen, Gu Chen had returned to the army camp to make up for his mistakes. However, Miazue thought that he was too useless and humiliated him in front of everyone. That was the first time Miazue had seen him. At that time, Miazue had left without saying a word, like a stray dog. From then on, Miazue had never taken him seriously. However, who would have thought that the Tian Fa general whom he thought was the most useless had done so many great things one after another? In the end, Miazue had fallen into his hands. The truth that Gu Chen had revealed was clearly to humiliate him. He was mocking him for being blind and arrogant. Let go of me. If you have what it takes, fight me one-on-one. Miazue was furious and roared. He could not accept this. He had never really fought with Gu Chen, but he had lost to him. You're a qualified soldier, but it's a pity that bravery isn't the only one who has the last laugh in this world. I've already won, so why should I give you another chance? The corners of Gu Chen's mouth curled up into a cold smile. He turned and left after he finished speaking, leaving the furious sinner roaring. Leader, you haven't said what to do with this fellow yet. The leader of the Devouring Rock clan asked hurriedly. Don't you all have a grudge against him? I'll leave him to you. Just leave his corpse to me. With that, Gu Chen strode toward the army of Lake Commandery in the distance. Understood. The leader of the Devouring Rock clan was excited. He and his companions still had many grudges to settle with Sinner. He was most worried that Sinner would be too strong and that Gu Chen would want to recruit him. Fortunately, he wasn't the kind of person who only cared about benefits and ignored the feelings of his companions. All the soldiers of Lake Commandery in the Star Ruins had their weapons confiscated. They knelt with their heads lowered, waiting for the new Dao Lord to deal with them. The generals of Lake Commandery were not having it easy either. They were all tied up and restricted, and were guarded by the cultivators of Qi Commandery. 70% of our people died, including all the foreign affairs elders. This is all thanks to you, emissary of the right. Emissary of the left stared at Xiao Haimei and Xiao Qingxian, who were kneeling in front of her, her eyes filled with intense hatred. Elder Xiao and many of the surviving cultivators of Qi Commandery stood beside her, their expressions ugly. There had originally been 3,000 cultivators of Qi Commandery gathered in the Star Ruins today, but after the battle, only 900 of them were left. If not for Xiao Haimei's cooperation with her sister in Lake Commandery, there wouldn't have been such a huge casualty. Therefore, the surviving cultivators of Qi Commandery naturally focused their anger on the Xiao sisters. Huan Yuhuan, don't act like you're the winner. You're not in charge here. Xiao Haimei glanced at the immaterial woman in the distance and retorted fearlessly. Although she was kneeling and Huan Yuhuan was standing, it didn't mean that Qi Commandery was the winner. The real winner was the Tyrant and his group. The cultivators of Qi Commandery were only saved from being tied up because they had defected in time. As for whether they could truly become companions of the tyrant and his group, it was still up to the tyrant. Seeing that Xiao Haimei didn't feel guilty at all, Wan Yuhuan was so angry that she wanted to slap her. However, Elder Xiao winked at her, and she tried hard to suppress it. Xiao Haimei was right, they weren't the final winners yet. If they were to put on a domineering front and incur the ire of the new Dao monarch, the consequences would be dire. Most of the cultivators of Qi Commandery don't know each other. If they die, then so be it. Do you really care that much? You're just looking for someone to vent your anger on. Besides, that GMO is so useless. If this scam is not exposed today, you might not even know that you were sold by him. You should be glad that at least you have the chance to rely on a wise master. Xiao Qingxian, the mother of lightning, was as cold as ice. She also mocked Wan Yuhuan. What a pair of sharp-tongued sisters. Wan Yuhuan was so angry that she had nothing to say. At this time Elder Xiao pulled her aside. Calm down. Although the words of those two sisters are unpleasant to hear, they are not wrong. Elder Xiao sighed and cast a suggestive glance into the distance. Wan Yuhuan followed his gaze and happened to see Gu Chen, who had changed into a new robe, and the hunchbacked old man together. They seemed to be discussing something. Her heart could not help but tremble, and she quickly lowered her head, lest Gu Chen notice that she was spying on them. GMO is strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. This is something we never expected. If we really serve him today, we won't even know how we die in the future. Although our Qi Commandery suffered a large number of casualties in this battle, fortunately, a wise king appeared in front of us, and we have hope. Elder Xiao sighed. After seeing Gu Chen kill Thunder Dao Monarch with his own eyes, he had made up his mind to follow him. Given the current situation, it would be best if the Overlord is willing to take us in. However, will he agree? Wan Yuhuan naturally understood the logic of what Elder Xiao said, but she could not help but feel a little worried. Elder Xiao was easy to persuade since he had been friendly to the Overlord from the beginning. It would not be difficult to join his team. However, she was different. Her relationship with the Overlord had never been good. Now that GMO was gone, she wanted to rely on him. Would he reject her outright? Don't worry. The Overlord participated in the Qimo's birth ceremony with the intention of taking in the members of our Qi Commandery. Now that he killed Thunder Dao Monarch and obtained the Thunder Commandery, he needs us even more, Elder Xiao said meaningfully. Elder Xiao, you mean? Wan Yuhuan was confused. Think about it, the Thunder Commandery is huge. Although the Overlord obtained it, he has too few subordinates. How can he manage it? Although the original high-level cultivators in the Thunder Commandery can be used, can he be completely at ease? In this case, the cultivators of our Qi Commandery can be put to use. Next, as long as we perform well and fulfill our duties, we will have a place in the Thunder Commandery in the future. Elder Xiao said. Wan Yuhuan's eyes lit up. She had been thinking about the grudge with the Overlord, but she did not consider it from the perspective of reality. The Overlord was a man who wanted to do great things. He would not take her previous difficulties seriously. In contrast, she had been the left emissary of the Qi Commandery for a long time and was good at management. The Overlord could use her when he ruled the Thunder Commandery in the future. The high level cultivators in the Thunder Commandery are destined to not be put in an important position, and the Overlord has so few companions. As long as we work hard, we will definitely be appreciated by the Overlord. Elder Xiao, you are right. This is our chance, a chance to rise to the top. The more Wan Yuhuan thought about it, the more excited she became. She swept away the haze in her heart and was full of fighting spirit. Senior, what do you think of what I said? In the distance, Gu Chen glanced at the twins and Wan Yuhuan of the Xiao family and asked the hunchbacked old man calmly. Leader, you are very thoughtful. The old man was worried that you would lose your mind because of a momentary success. Although it is a pity to give up these achievements, we will go further because of it. The old man admires you from the bottom of his heart and fully supports your decision, but I have a request. The hunchbacked old man flattered with a smile on his face. Oh, what request do you have? Gu Chen was surprised. Leader, you call the old man senior. This is the leader's way of showing respect to the wise, but since the Tyrant Commandery wants to expand, we can't mess up the etiquette. Therefore, you should call the old man by his name in the future, the hunchbacked old man explained. I still don't know your name. Gu Chen laughed involuntarily. Leader, you can just call me John Doe, the hunchbacked old man said seriously. Although you are John Doe, you have made great contributions. I will remember it. Next, I need your help, John Doe, to think of a proper solution. One day after the Battle of the Star Ocean Ruins, the cultivators of the Qi Commandery were in charge of guarding the captives of the Thunder Commandery. The Tyrants group had gathered and started a discussion. Boss, are you serious? We finally killed the Thunder Daoist Lord and can easily take over the Thunder Commandery. Why do we have to give up such a large territory? Fatty Qian widened his eyes and looked at Gu Chen in disbelief. Just now, Gu Chen told them the reason why he gathered everyone for a discussion. He actually wanted to give up the hard-won victory. Fatty Qian had grown up in the Thunder County since he was a child. Now that he had followed Gu Chen to seize the vast territory of the Thunder County with great difficulty, it could be said that he could bring honor to his ancestors. When he returned to the world of longevity, he would be able to show off for a long time. Therefore, after hearing Gu Chen's words, he was full of confusion. Leader, Fatty Qian is right. The Thunder Commandery controls hundreds of worlds, which can be our foundation. With the Thunder Commandery as our territory, we don't have to hide anymore. We can even compete with the Xing Commandery. The evil Shark Emperor was also puzzled. The Stone Emperor and the Dragonfly Monster nodded in agreement. As for more people, they were thinking about the purpose of Gu Chen's action. Facing the doubts of Fatty Qian and the others, Gu Chen did not mind and just smiled. He gathered everyone for a discussion because he considered that some people might not understand his action. It did not matter if there were objections. Communication was extremely important for a newly formed force like them. The territory of the Thunder Commandery looks tempting, but have you ever thought about the consequences of the death of the Thunder Daoist Lord? Wu Ming asked on behalf of Gu Chen. The situation of hundreds of commandery in the chaotic sea has been maintained for a long time. Now that the Thunder Daoist Lord has suddenly died, it will definitely cause a great disturbance. The other commanderies may see us as a piece of fat meat, or they may be wary of us. No matter what they think, there may be more than one Dao Lord coming for us. Zhong Shenruo's eyes flickered as he analyzed. That's right. Wu Ming nodded and followed Zhong Shenruo's words. The leader has taken this into consideration. Right now, we can attack or retreat at will. There are many benefits to hiding in the dark. However, if we take over the territory of Lei County, we may be attacked from both sides. Once we have a burden, we won't be able to do many things. That's true, but we can't hide in the dark forever. Lei Commandery is such a big piece of juicy meat. If we don't want it, wouldn't we be giving it to others for nothing? Evil Shark Sovereign said somewhat unwillingly. They followed Gu Chen and risked their lives for two reasons. First, they wanted to take revenge on the Xing County. Second, they wanted to dominate a region. Now that they finally had such a large territory, it was really hard for them to give it up just like that. It really made them feel reluctant. The evil Shark Sovereign's words struck the weak spot in everyone's hearts. No matter who it was, with such a great victory in front of them, they would not easily give up. They all looked at Gu Chen, hoping that Gu Chen could give them a reason to convince them. Gu Chen's expression was calm. With a flip of his hand, he took out the mythical trident that had been broken into two from the space in his body. Everyone's eyes could not help but freeze. Even though the mythical weapon had been broken, the aura it exuded was still very extraordinary. Yesterday, I used the dominating cauldron of origin to fight against Thunder Dao Lord. The dominating cauldron directly broke Thunder Dao Lord's mythical weapon. However, back then in the Xing realm, even though Dao Lord Xing was not there, the dominating cauldron went all out against the door of the decaying Dao, but it only left a crack. Now that we've compared the two, do you all understand? Gu Chen exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Hearing that, everyone's expression changed. The evil Shark Sovereign's eyes were cold as he blurted out. Leader, do you mean that the difference in strength between Thunder Dao Lord and Dao Lord Xing is huge? I'm afraid so. Gu Chen's expression was solemn. Wu Ming had previously analyzed with Gu Chen that Dao Lord Xing's strength was enough to rank in the top 20 among the Dao Lords of the 100 Commanderies. However, at that time, Gu Chen was not too clear about what that meant. However, after fighting Thunder Dao Lord, who was at the Dao Severing Realm, with his full strength, Gu Chen had a better understanding of the First Severing Realm. His fear of Dao Lord Xing also intensified. He realized that in the past, because the first Dao Lord he came into contact with was Dao Lord Xing, he had overestimated Dao Lord Xing. He had overestimated the strength of ordinary Dao Lords and underestimated Dao Lord Xing. Being able to defeat Thunder Dao Lord this time was the result of a combination of various factors. Gu Chen was very clear that under fair circumstances, the possibility of him defeating Thunder Dao Lord was very low. The chance of defeating Thunder Dao Lord was already so low, let alone Dao Lord Xing, if they were intoxicated by the joy of defeating Thunder Dao Lord today and their confidence swelled to take over the Thunder Commandery, regardless of how the other commanderies in the Chaotic Sea would react, Dao Lord Xing would definitely not let them off. At that time, because they had to defend their hard-won territory, they would only have their hands and feet tied. In the end, they might not be able to avoid a tragedy. Are you ready to fight Dao Lord Xing head-on? I'm not ready yet. My cultivation is advancing at a tremendous pace. In the future, there will be plenty of opportunities to settle scores with Dao Lord Xing. There's no need to take this risk here. Gu Chen said frankly. He did not hide the fact that he was still inferior to Dao Lord Xing. That was due to his age and experience. He believed that his future would only be brighter than Dao Lord Xing's. After personally destroying the Chaos Transit window in the 9th realm, he had already given up on many meaningless emotions, including arrogance and vanity. Gu Chen's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over them, causing them to quickly realize that the territory of the Thunder Commandery could develop into a poison that could penetrate their intestines. Looking at the benefits that were at their fingertips, they did not seem so fragrant anymore. If we don't take over the Thunder Commandery after Thunder Dao Lord is dead, what will happen to the Thunder Commandery? Seeing that everyone's obsession had greatly decreased, Gu Chen put away the broken mythical weapon and curled his lips. The Thunder Commandery is like a group of dragons without a leader. In the eyes of the other commanderies, it will definitely be a delicious piece of cake. Xing Commandery is the closest to the Thunder Commandery and has the geographical advantage. What will Dao Lord Xing do? As soon as he said this, many people's eyes lit up. Dao Lord Xing might want to take over the territory of the Thunder Commandery. If that's the case, he will have to send troops into the Thunder Commandery. After Kong Xing and Miazue died, the Xing Commandery was already much weaker. If he does that, it will undoubtedly increase the burden on him and he will not be able to take care of us. Zhong Shenrua touched his chin and said. That's right. If Dao Lord Xing does that, the Xing Commandery may seem to be stronger, but it will not be as cohesive as before. It will be easy for us to take advantage of the situation. If Dao Lord Xing is not interested in the territory of the Thunder Commandery, the other commanderies will be interested. If they want to intervene in the Thunder Commandery, they will have to pass through the Xing Commandery. In the end, the Xing Commandery will still get into trouble. Gu Chen's words enlightened everyone. The evil Shark Emperor touched his head and said shamefully. Leader is indeed thoughtful. If it were me, I would have died of greed. Fatty Qian laughed awkwardly. Gu Chen was about the same age as him, but he could always think of the key points that others could not think of. Uncle Gu, although the Thunder County can cause some trouble for the Xing County, if Daoist Xing acts swiftly and resolutely and unifies the Thunder County in a short period of time, the strength of the Xing County will only become stronger and not weaker. At that time, we will go for wool and come home shorn. Feng Yaya blinked her eyes and pointed out the wishful thinking in Gu Chen's mind. Of course there is such a possibility. Gu Chen smiled, but his eyes were cold. So, we have to make sure that the Thunder County we leave behind is just a mess. Then what should we do? Everyone asked subconsciously. First, we will take away all the resources of the Thunder County. We can't leave any valuable treasures for the Xing County. Second, there are many prestigious and powerful cultivators in the Thunder County. These cultivators must also be our people. Even if they are not willing to submit to us, we can't let them submit to the Xing County. As long as they don't submit to the Xing County, It will be impossible for the Xing County to absorb so many worlds in the Thunder County in a short time. Gu Chen said with certainty. When he discussed with Wu Ming, they had considered all aspects. On the surface, the people in the Thunder County have submitted to us, but who knows if they have other intentions. Also, there are 900 cultivators in the Qi County. If we take them all in, it will be a big project. Leader, have you thought about it? The dwarf emperor asked with concern. According to the leader, they did not want the territory of the Thunder County, but they wanted the people. By then, the number of their companions would increase a lot. Once there were more people, the situation would become more complicated. If there were spies in the organization, the result would be disastrous. We need to expand our companions, but only the elites. It's not the number, but the quality. Gu Chen's eyes lit up. I've discussed it with Wu Ming. Let's gather the cultivators you like first. Then, we'll carry out various assessments. Only those who pass the assessment are qualified to join us. By the way, from today onwards, our organization will be called Tyrant County. Ba Jun? All the companions looked at each other, and their eyes quickly revealed the light of excitement. This group of people had gathered together and risked their lives for so long. Now, they finally had a name that could be publicized to the outside world. The two words Tyrant County were enough to show their ambition and strength. Leader, are we going to treat the cultivators from Qi Prefecture and Thunder Prefecture differently? Formless woman asked curiously. There's no need for that. From now on, only Ba Jun has to understand this, Gu Chen replied coldly. Everyone nodded, but Fatty Qian still had some doubts and asked. Boss, what should we do with the cultivators who didn't pass the test and the ordinary soldiers who didn't catch our eye? Just let the normal soldiers go. As for the cultivators who can't pass the test or are unwilling to take the test, place the life and death restriction in their minds to completely cut off the possibility of them joining the Xing County. Gu Chen said resolutely. In this way, the Xing County would not be able to use these people to integrate the Thunder Prefecture, and their existence would in turn cause trouble for the Xing County. If the Tyrant County needed these people one day, they could even use them again. This method completely disregarded the feelings of the cultivators from Qi Prefecture and Thunder Prefecture. However, the winner takes all, and the loser is always in the wrong. Gu Chen was not naive enough to care about everyone's feelings. He did not choose to kill those who couldn't pass the test, because he was abiding by his own principles. Under the arrangement of Gu Chen, the companions soon split up. They looked for the cultivators they liked among the countless cultivators in the ruins of Star Sea, and then told them about the test. There were only two ways for the cultivators they liked, to take the test, or to be placed under the life and death restriction. This project was very complicated. To ensure that the plan was carried out in an orderly manner, Gu Chen and his companions temporarily excluded the cultivators from Qi Prefecture, so that they could help to guard the prisoners with peace of mind. The cultivators from Qi Prefecture soon learned that the tyrant and his companions were going to test the cultivators from Thunder Prefecture, but most of them were not worried. Instead, they were secretly happy. The cultivators from Thunder Prefecture needed to take the test, but they didn't. Did this mean that they had already gained the trust of the tyrant? With this idea in mind, the cultivators from Qi Prefecture did their best to help stabilize the situation. Many of them even imagined that when the tyrant obtained the entire Thunder Prefecture, they would also rise to the top and obtain extremely high status and benefits. Thinking of how powerful the King of Thunder and Lightning of Thunder Prefecture used to be, many rogue cultivators became excited. They had no idea that in the eyes of the tyrant, they were no different from the cultivators from Thunder Prefecture. They were only forced to rely on Gu Chen because of the situation. How could they be compared with the companions who had fought side by side with Gu Chen from the beginning? The plan to select suitable cultivators from the cultivators from Thunder Prefecture took 3 days. 3 days later, when the cultivators from Thunder Prefecture were confirmed to take the test, Gu Chen and his companions surrounded the cultivators from Qi Prefecture. Tyrant, what's the meaning of this? Elder Shao looked at Gu Chen with a solemn expression while Wan Yuhuan seemed a little flustered. There were a total of 900 cultivators from Qi Prefecture present, but in front of the tyrant and his companions, they seemed to be lacking in confidence. What goes around comes around. Xiao Haimei and Xiao Qingxian both decided to take part in the test. At this moment, they were in the group and could not help but gloat when they saw the arrogant cultivators from Qi Prefecture suddenly abandoned by the tyrant. What a scary guy. Looking at the overbearing Guchen not far away, Dharmaraja Qingsong muttered to himself. He did not want to be put under the life and death restriction because it meant that he would never be able to advance further in his life. No Dao Lord broke through while being enslaved. Therefore, he could only choose to board the tyrant's boat, even if he was still resentful. He saw the cultivators from Qi Prefecture go from joy to sorrow with his own eyes, and he had a more comprehensive understanding of Guchen's skills and terrifying mind. He was not someone to be trifled with. It seemed like a coincidence that Thunder Dao Lord was defeated by him, but it was actually inevitable. Fellow Daoist Xiao, left emissary Ruan, everyone, I'm sorry. Guchen looked down at the 900 cultivators from Qi Prefecture, his face expressionless. If you want to get something in this world, you have to pay the corresponding price. The Tyrant Prefecture does not accept useless people, so you have to take part in the test just like the people from Thunder Prefecture. Also, if you think that you can get a bunch of benefits from Thunder Prefecture by following me, then you're dreaming. I don't intend to take Thunder Dao Lord's territory. If you follow me, you'll only follow me. I can't guarantee you power or anything, but there will be a lot of bloodshed waiting for you in the future. If you've thought it through, then take the test together. If you're unwilling, then accept the life and death restriction like the other cultivators from Thunder Prefecture, and I'll let you go. Guchen only gave them the time it took for an incense stick to burn. This time was insignificant to him, but it was enough to change the fate of the 900 cultivators from the Qi County. The cultivators of Qi County had lost their original dream of becoming a dragon. Guchen's threat to give up Lei County had shaken many of them. 900 cultivators were imprisoned together. They were having an intense discussion about where they should go from here on out. The tyrant wants to give up the hard-won Lei County. This can't be real. It's just a test, right? The rogue cultivators who were obsessed with power were still thinking about it. In their opinion, few people could really let go of such a huge benefit of Lei County. Yes, this should be a test. The tyrant just wants to make sure if we are sincere. Someone echoed. They had made up their mind that this was a test. They gathered in twos and threes, ready to take part in the assessment of the Tyrant County. Such people occupied the majority of the cultivators of Qi County. However, there were also a small number of people who could tell from the words and deeds of the tyrant and his gang that the idea of giving up Lei County was not just for show. Moreover, they were making their own choice according to their own will. Damn it, the tyrant and his gang are so despicable. After using us, they turned their backs on us. Green Ghost said indignantly. Flying Sickle, Ruanzhuasher, Elder Xiao, and the others were all around him. His indignation did not attract the others' sympathy. At this time, most of his companions were in deep thought and looked solemn. Ruanzhuasher, Elder Xiao, why don't you say anything? Don't you think the tyrant has gone too far? He's looking down on us. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Green Ghost said sadly. He's indeed looking down on us. If he can kill a Dao Lord, why would he care about us rogue cultivators? Flying Sickle shook his head and said dejectedly. But no matter what, we have helped him. It's too much for him to burn the bridge after crossing the river. Green Ghost held his breath and argued. Did we really help him? Ruan Yuhuan glanced at Green Ghost and asked. Green Ghost immediately stopped talking and his face was a little red. Xiao Jaime is a spy of Lei County. This is something we never thought of. Everyone saw how Mo died with their own eyes. Let me ask you, if Tyrant and his people weren't there at that time, would we have a way to live? Ruan Yuhuan sighed softly. We have to face the reality. In fact, it was the Tyrant who saved us. We were only forced by the situation to surrender to him. How can we be treated differently by him? Green Ghost knew that Ruan Yuhuan was right, so he lowered his head in annoyance. But now, we either have to participate in the Tyrant County's assessment or be restricted. He doesn't intend to give us freedom at all. Freedom was a precious thing for itinerant cultivators. If it weren't for the fact that they cared about freedom, it wouldn't be difficult for many of the people present to join any of the major forces with their cultivation bases. When you decided to attend Mo's birth ceremony, weren't you already prepared to sacrifice a part of your freedom? Now that the GMO has been replaced by the Overlord, you're already concerned about this? Guan Yuhuan shook her head helplessly. Green Ghost was one of the more simple-minded ones among them. Most of them were concerned about whether the Tyrant was really going to give up Lei County, but he was still brooding over the previous conflict. He didn't understand the ways of the world. Even if he entered the Tyrant County, it would be difficult for him to gain a foothold. Green Ghost completely lost his temper after hearing Guan Yuhuan's words. Guan Yuhuan analyzed the situation with her companions. Now, the Tyrant only gave us two choices. As for what he said earlier about giving up Lei County, I think it should be true. Although he killed Thunderdao Lord, it's easier to conquer a country than to defend it. He should have decided to give up because of this consideration. Guan Yuhuan's words made sense, and everyone nodded. They weren't stupid. They wouldn't be like the others who still fantasized about sharing the victory of Lei County. What we need to consider now is the prospects and benefits of joining the Tyrant County. As long as the potential benefits are greater than the costs, we can participate in this assessment. Guan Yuhuan pointed out, and her companions immediately asked. Then what do you think of the Tyrant County's prospects? The Tyrant killed Thunderdao Lord. Although luck played a part in this, don't forget that he hasn't reached the Dao Severing Realm yet. It's unheard of for a Dao Severing Realm cultivator to kill a Dao Severing Realm cultivator. Without a doubt, as long as he doesn't die in the future, he will definitely become a powerhouse in the Chaos Sea. Guan Yuhuan first affirmed Gu Chen's ability and strength, which made everyone excited. However, it's precisely because the Tyrant is too powerful that he attracts the wind that the Dao Lords of the 100 Counties are wary of and hostile toward him. The Tyrant said that joining the Tyrant County might lead to countless bloodshed. This is definitely not an exaggeration. If we join the Tyrant County and become the tyrant who rules over the world in the future, we will definitely make contributions. However, it's also very likely that we will die in battle along the way. As Guan Yuhuan spoke, she frowned. Risks and benefits coexisted, but it seemed like the risk was greater. This was really a difficult choice. In that case, what should we choose? Left Emissary Yuan. The other cultivators also asked, feeling conflicted. They could roughly understand the pros and cons, but they were still hesitant, which was why they needed others to give them advice. Guan Yuhuan was the most conflicted person. Seeing that she couldn't make up her mind, she couldn't help but look at Elder Xiao. Elder Xiao, what do you think? Elder Xiao didn't say anything from the beginning to the end. He must have his own opinion. Elder Xiao looked at Guan Yuhuan and the others, who were constantly weighing the pros and cons, and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. The birth of the Qi demon turned out to be a scam, which had a great impact on his heart. The Tyrant's rise like a comet and killing the Thunderdao Lord was even more shocking to him. After that, there was an uncontrollable emotion in his heart that made him want to follow that man. He didn't care so much about the interests of the Thunder County. He was already old, and to be able to have the faith in his heart aroused like now, making him want to do something with all his might like a young man, was more precious to him than anything else. He could see that this group of people had their own beliefs, and their beliefs and willpower deeply attracted him. On the other hand, Guan Yuhuan and the others were still living in the narrow thinking of itinerant cultivators from the beginning to the end. Everything was measured by pros and cons. He was tired of such people. Left Emissary Yuan, everyone, the old man has made up his mind to follow the Tyrant. Before I leave, I have some words from the bottom of my heart to tell you. After all, they were friends, and he would try his best to give them some advice. Elder Xiao sighed. I wonder what advice you have for me, Elder Xiao? Guan Yuhuan asked eagerly. It's difficult to integrate into the Tyrant County and get the approval of that man if you're too selfish. Where do you plan to go? He asked. I don't know. I don't like the Tyrant and his people, Green Ghost pouted. Elder Xiao could not help but laugh. Since you can't make up your mind, you can go with the old man. You can decide after you participate in the assessment of the Tyrant County. You might not even pass the assessment, so there's no need to be conflicted. How can I not pass the assessment with my strength? But what you said makes sense too. Green Ghost's eyes widened at first, but he soon realized that it made sense, so he followed behind Elder Xiao. Guan Yuhuan stayed where she was, and Elder Zhao's words about being too selfish echoed in her mind. She frowned even more. She roughly understood what old Zhao meant, but what kind of person would he be if he didn't do what he wanted? She felt that old Zhao's words were a little too lofty. She and some of her companions continued to hesitate. During this period, cultivators from the Qi Commandery made their choices one after another. Most of the cultivators from the Qi Commandery decided to participate in the assessment of the Tyrant County, and only a small portion of them gave up. Meanwhile, Guan Yuhuan and her companions only made up their minds at the last moment and walked into the crowd of participants. They did not make up their minds, but after experiencing such a tragic battle in the ruins of Star Ocean, they were unwilling to end up with a life-and-death restriction. Therefore, they had to give it a try no matter what. All the candidates for the assessment had been confirmed. The total number of candidates from Lake County and Qi County added up was 1,500. In fact, the cultivators from the Thunder Commandery were huge. However, Gu Chen's companions had high standards, and they adhered to Gu Chen's principle of quality over quantity. Therefore, there were not many cultivators who were initially selected. These 1,500 people would have to go through various assessments of cultivation, ability, temperament, and so on. Only those who were recognized in all aspects could finally join the Tyrant County. Gu Huang, Evil Shark Emperor, you two are responsible for guarding the cultivators and soldiers who are not participating in the assessment. Gu Chen looked at the many cultivators participating in the assessment coldly and said to the leader of the Devouring Kuan clan and the rest. Leader, I want to be an examiner. The leader of the Devouring Kuan clan was somewhat displeased. To him, it was too boring to guard the prisoners. He heard that the leader and Wu Ming had discussed many interesting checkpoints for the assessment. Your ability is not suitable to be an examiner. Gu Chen only glanced at the patriarch of the Devouring Kuan tribe coldly. Then, he completely lost his temper. Without saying anything, he left with the Evil Shark Emperor gloomily. As for Gu Chen, he led Wu Ming, Feng Yaya, Fatty Qian, Formless Woman, and the others to carve out a starry sky. He cast some magical powers and turned it into a trial world, sending a total of 1,500 cultivators into it. Uncle Gu, the test you prepared is so strict. How many people can pass in the end? Feng Yaya looked at the cultivators in the trial grounds, blinked and smiled. I reckon that a large portion of them will be wiped out in the stage that I'm in charge of. Fatty Qian smiled maliciously. According to Gu Chen's intentions, he was fully in charge of the temperament assessment. Since he cultivated the dream origin, he could easily infiltrate the dreams of other cultivators and understand their true thoughts. This ability was beyond the imagination of the cultivators participating in the test. Even if they knew about it in advance, it would be difficult for them to guard against his spying. Fatty, we don't have to wait for your stage. I'll be able to wipe out most of them in my stage. The Formless Woman's eyes, which were hidden under her bangs, revealed a mocking look. Her short body stepped into the trial grounds first. She was in charge of the first stage of the test. Remember, even though the first stage of the test is to eliminate the cultivators who are not strong enough, those with special abilities can be considered to stay. Gu Chen reminded her. Don't worry, leader. The Formless Woman stepped into the trial grounds. Her seaweed-like long hair fluttered in the wind, and the power of the origin fluctuated. Around her, one black-robed swordsman after another appeared, until their number reached 3,000. The origin that the Formless Woman cultivated was called Division. It was extremely bizarre. It could split her hair, flesh, and even the power within her body, from 1 to 2, and from 2 to 4. She was one person, but she could also be an army. 3,000 soldiers were nothing to her. When she attacked Xianxia, she had created hundreds of thousands of soldiers. It was said that before she was imprisoned on the prison star by the Xing County, she used to be the empress of a dark world. Because her body had been in a state of division for a long time, no one had seen her true appearance. This was why she was called the Formless Woman. The Formless Woman's origin ability was very bizarre, and the soldiers she split were also very useful. She was far more suitable to be the examiner of the first stage than a boorish man like the Devouring Rock clan's leader. Hence, Gu Chen chose her. The Formless Woman stepped into the trial grounds, and the 3,000 black-robed swordsmen dispersed. Under her control, the test for the cultivators began. The first stage of the test only lasted for half a day. When the test ended, out of the 1,500 cultivators, only 500 were left. "You're too ruthless." Fatty Qian looked at the many cultivators who had failed in the trial grounds and couldn't get up. He couldn't help but click his tongue. "Previously, you guys were too careless in selecting people. There were too many people who were weak and took advantage of the situation." The formless woman shrugged. "Now for the second stage, it's the turn of the old man and Miss Feng." Wu Ming walked out with a smile, and Feng Yaya followed behind him. The combination of an old man and a young girl looked very strange. The 500 cultivators had just passed the test, but Guchen didn't intend to give them any time to rest. The first stage was mainly to test their cultivation and combat ability. This method was used to eliminate those who were not strong enough and might be a burden to the team. The second stage was mainly to test their specific abilities and willpower. Wu Ming used his law of quietus to deprive the 500 cultivators who had just passed the first stage of the test of their 5 senses, putting them in absolute darkness and despair. In such an environment, one's willpower was the most tested. Feng Yaya used the divine hands of creation to test their abilities, and at the same time, deepen their despair. The cultivators who failed the first stage were sent out of the trial grounds, while Wu Ming and Feng Yaya entered. Very soon, shrill screams came from the trial grounds. The test of Ba County had a total of 5 stages, and it took 6 days to eliminate more than 1,400 cultivators. In the end, only 50 cultivators passed all the tests. The test was harsh and cruel, and it ensured that those who remained were either Dao querying experts who could stand on their own, or those who possessed extremely rare abilities. Like raising a poisonous insect, Guchen picked out new companions that he was satisfied with. The newly established Ba County had more than 60 members. Elder Xiao, Qingsong Dharmaraja, the Xiao sisters, Green Ghost, Ying Dharmaraja, and other high-level cultivators from the Thunder and Qi counties were outstanding to begin with, and they scored extremely high in the various tests. Thus, they joined Ba County as they wished. Why? Why am I not qualified to join the Tyrant County? After Wan Yuhuan was eliminated, she could not suppress the indignation in her heart and forced herself to question Guchen. She was eliminated in the last round. Before that, her performance in each round was not bad. She was muddle-headed at the last round as if she had just had a dream. She did not understand what the test was about. When she woke up, simple-minded boors like Qing Gui and rebellious people like the Xiao sisters had passed the test, but she was eliminated mercilessly. How could she accept this? Guchen had just finished announcing the name list. When he heard this, he glanced at her coldly. "I will personally impose the life and death restriction on her." His words were like a death sentence for Wan Yuhuan. Her face turned pale and she sat on the ground, unable to accept the reality. A large number of cultivators who failed the test were also dejected. They did not pass the test of the Tyrant County. What should they do in the future? Although they survived, they were like rootless duckweeds after being imposed the life and death restriction. No matter where they went in the future, they would no longer belong. The cultivators of Qi County, who were originally rogue cultivators, could go back to where they came from. However, a large number of cultivators who had lost the protection of Lei County were destined to experience a difficult time. The life and death restriction began. The new cultivators of the Tyrant County were in charge of guarding the place while the core members of the Tyrant County were scattered to carry out their tasks. Guchen came to Wan Yuhuan. Her face was as pale as paper and she looked at him with red eyes. When she first met this man, she knew that he was not a person to be trifled with. She tried her best to keep him away from Qi County. Her premonition was right. In the end, he became the Supreme Master of Qi County and even the Supreme Master of the entire Lei County. Things changed so quickly. In the beginning, he was the one who wanted to enter Qi County, but now, she was rejected by the Tyrant County. Congratulations, Tyrant. You have realized your ambition and also took revenge on me, who failed to recognize you. Wan Yuhuan said sadly. Do you think that I didn't let you join the Tyrant County because I had a grudge against you? Hearing this, Guchen replied calmly. Isn't that so? Wan Yuhuan pursed her lips and looked at the Xiao sisters in the distance. In terms of ability, skill, and even beauty, I'm not inferior to the Xiao sisters. Moreover, the Xiao sisters once betrayed the Qi commandery. You accept such people, but you refuse to accept me. Isn't that prejudiced against me? The test is absolutely fair. You failed the test of temperament, so you were eliminated. Guchen looked coldly at Huan Yuan's pretty face. Fatty Qian's Mengben's spying could not be wrong. Huan Yuan was much more selfish than the others. She was completely uncertain about joining the Tyrant County. If such a person joined the Tyrant County, it might be a hidden danger. In fact, many of the cultivators who joined did not have a strong sense of identity with Ba Jun. For example, Qing Gui even had a bad impression of Ba Jun. However, the reason why he had a bad impression of him was because of some conflicts in the past. He didn't have any bad intentions, and this kind of person could be trained. Once he passed the test of his character, he would be able to join. However, Huan Yuan's score in this aspect was too poor. No matter how she thought about it, she was always thinking about how much benefit she could get from joining Ba Jun and ignored the original intention of their group. Character? People's hearts are unfathomable and often change. How can you be sure that no one in this group of people will betray you in the future? Huan Yuan sneered. If I treat people with sincerity, they will treat me with sincerity. If others destroy my sincerity, then I will destroy their sincerity. Guchen replied expressionlessly. Huan Yuan understood what Guchen meant. She didn't say anything more and was extremely depressed. She joined Qi Commandery with the intention of doing something big. Otherwise, she wouldn't have worked so hard in the position of envoy of the left for so long. However, now that she had lost Qi Commandery and was placed under the life and death restriction, she had lost her freedom to a large extent. The bleakness of her life seemed to be foreseeable. Guchen successfully placed the life and death restriction in Huan Yuan's mind. From now on, as long as it was related to Ba Jun, she could only keep her mouth shut and stay away from it. Otherwise, her sea of consciousness would be burned and her primordial spirit would collapse. Looking at her desperate look and the confused expressions of the other failed cultivators, Guchen fell into deep thought. Huan Yuan was actually a talent. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to recruit so many powerful itinerant cultivators for Qi Commandery. She was good at recruiting talents and winning over people's hearts. This was not very useful in the unconventional Ba Jun, but it might be useful in other aspects. Moreover, there were so many failed cultivators. If he could make use of them, he could not only prevent them from doing evil, but he could also use them when needed in the future. These people were unstable and were a double-edged sword. Should he use them or not? Guchen thought for a moment and spoke to Huan Yuan in front of him. There's a deal. I wonder if you're interested? Swoosh. Huan Yuan, who was disappointed, suddenly raised her head and looked at Guchen with a burning gaze. All the cultivators who failed the selection were placed with restrictive seals and released along with the soldiers of the Thunder County. They went along the exit of the ruins of Star Ocean. They belonged to one side when they came, but they were all alone when they left. Most of them were dejected and at a loss for the future. Once they left, news of what happened in the ruins of Star Ocean was bound to spread quickly. The entire Lake Commandery would be in chaos and the entire Chaos Sea would know of the reputation of Ba Jun. The situation of the Chaos Sea with hundreds of commanderies had been maintained for too long. The death of a Dao Lord at the critical moment when the Realm Sea was about to open was bound to cause a huge uproar. In fact, some important figures might have already sensed the death of Thunder Dao Lord. In the ruins of Star Ocean, Guchen stood with his hands behind his back, with more than 60 companions standing behind him. His eyes were pitch black and deep as he looked at the sea of stars in the distance, his heart filled with ambition. After killing Thunder Dao Lord, he knew that he would be standing on the stage of the Chaos Sea. The Dao Lords of the various commanderies no longer had the final say in this world. From now on, he, Guchen, also had the ability to turn the world upside down. I have a mission that I need someone to do. Is anyone interested? Guchen turned around and looked at his new companions with the corners of his lips curled up. What instructions does the leader have? With Elder Xiao as the leader, many new companions were eager to give it a try. They had just joined Ba Jun and still needed time to become true core members. This might be an opportunity. I want someone to make a trip to Lin Commandery for me to deliver a letter and a gift to Dao Lord Lin. Gu Chen smiled and took out a square sealed box with a flip of his hand. There was a letter attached to it. Lin Commandery? Everyone's expressions changed slightly when they heard that, and they looked at each other. Xing Commandery was between Lin Commandery and Lei Commandery. It would take a long time to go back and forth, and the dangers that they would experience were unpredictable. Furthermore, the letter and gift were for a Dao Lord. Did Gu Chen have a relationship with Dao Lord Lin? Everyone fell silent. Gu Chen waited patiently. This mission was risky, so he wouldn't send his closest companions. This was a test for new companions. If no one dared to accept this mission, he had other ways to deliver the letter, but he would be disappointed. After all, he had carefully selected this group of people. Let's go. It didn't take long before Xiao Haimei and Xianxia walked out of the crowd. Gu Chen's eyes focused on the two of them. The others also looked at them. The twin sisters of the Xiao family were outstanding beauties. Although they looked the same, one was cold while the other was charming. They were too eye-catching. Leader, leave the letter to us. We promise we won't let you down, the younger sister Xianxia said seriously. Are you sure you can do it? Gu Chen was surprised by their recommendation. Don't worry, leader. I used to be the envoy of the right in Qi County. I'm good at dealing with people. With my younger sister's help, it won't be a problem, Xiao Haimei answered with a smile. Xianxia nodded in agreement. In fact, the reason why the two sisters took the initiative to accept this mission was because they felt helpless. Among the current members of Ba County, apart from Gu Chen's companions, there were cultivators from either Qi County or Lei County. Since they weren't familiar with each other yet, people from the same force would naturally stick together. Because Xiao Haimei betrayed Qi Commandery, she was not welcomed by the cultivators of Qi Commandery. The plan to encircle and annihilate Lei Commandery was proposed by Xianxia. Now that Lei Commandery was defeated, the cultivators of Lei Commandery were more or less resentful towards Xianxia. The status of the Xiao sisters in the newly established Ba County was a bit awkward. To solve this problem, they had to get the approval of their leader, Gu Chen, as soon as possible. As long as they could get the approval and quickly integrate into the core circle, all the problems could be solved. The journey to Lin County was long, and they could avoid the cultivators who were full of resentment. Time could resolve all the conflicts. The Xiao sisters had thought it through thoroughly. They were indeed suitable for this task, so Gu Chen quickly agreed. He handed the box and the letter to Xianxia. Xianxia took the box and found it heavy. She couldn't help but ask curiously. Leader, can you tell me what's inside this box? Before Gu Chen could say anything, the dwarf sovereign, swallowing Kuan race's patriarch and the others sneered. I didn't mean to pry into your secrets. It's just that if I know what's inside the box, it'll be easier to deal with Daoist Lin when we meet. Xiaoqingshuan's heart tightened when she noticed everyone's reaction, and she gritted her teeth. Qingxian, you've misunderstood. Gu Chen burst into laughter as he glanced at the dwarf sovereign and the others and explained. Their reaction isn't directed at you. Our Tyrant County doesn't have such a strict hierarchy. You don't have to feel restrained. Seeing that Gu Chen was friendly and approachable, Xiaoqingxian felt a lot more at ease. But at the same time, she became even more confused. Then why are you all? Open the box and take a look. You'll know. Gu Chen said. Xiaoqingxian carefully opened the sealed box. The moment the box was opened, a strong smell of blood assaulted their nostrils. The Xiao sisters' expressions changed very quickly. There was a human head in the box, and they weren't unfamiliar with it. It was the head of the god of war, Myron. The others gathered around, and when they saw what was inside the box, they were all shocked. What was the leader planning to do by cutting off Myron's head and giving it to Lin County? Is the leader planning to join forces with Lin County to deal with Xing County? Xiaoqingxian had been in the upper echelons of Lei County for a long time, and she had a good understanding of the relationships between the counties. Lin County took over 7 counties of Xing County, but they were forced to retreat by Myron's army. I heard that they suffered heavy losses. Now that I'm giving them Myron's head, it's a favor and also a signal. Lei County and Lin County are on both sides of Xing County. It would be best if both sides of Xing County were to catch fire. Gu Chen said meaningfully. Xianxia understood and sighed inwardly. What a schemer! If this plan succeeded, Xing County would be in a terrible predicament, and Dao Lord Xing would no longer have the time to seek revenge. However, she had never interacted with Lin County before. Given the importance of this mission, she was worried that she wouldn't be able to complete it. I have a personal relationship with the Feng family of Xing County. When you reach Xing County, make a trip to the outside world. They will arrange for you to contact Lin County then. Gu Chen's voice suddenly rang in Xiao Qingxuan's mind. No one else could hear it. Xiao Qingxuan's heart skipped a beat. The Feng family had a relationship with the leader. Although the Feng family belonged to Xing County, they were highly regarded by the other counties because of their unique lineage of Genesis masters. From the leader's tone, it seemed that he had long been in contact with the Feng family and Lin County. It seemed that he had been planning this for a long time. Xiao Qingxuan's respect for Gu Chen deepened, and her confidence in completing this mission increased. It seemed that the risk of this mission was much lower than she had imagined. If they succeeded, the reward would be unimaginable. The Xiao sisters quickly left the Star Ocean ruins for Lin County with Mia Xin's head and Gu Chen's handwritten letter. Meanwhile, Gu Chen and the rest of his companions went to another chaotic transit window in the Star Ocean ruins. Leader, where are we going next? The Stone Emperor asked in a muffled voice. Qingxong, lead the way. Let's go to Thunder. Dao Lord's Thunder Realm, Gu Chen said calmly. The Thunder County had been destroyed after killing Thunder Dao Lord, so they couldn't let go of the Thunder County's treasures. Before the news spread, they had to take all the treasures as soon as possible in case someone else took advantage of them. Yes, sir. Qingxong and the other leaders of the Thunder County felt helpless, but they didn't refuse. Since Thunder Dao Lord was dead, the treasures left behind by the Thunder County over the years would have to change owners. Judging from the fact that Gu Chen let the ordinary soldiers of the Thunder County go, he wasn't a bloodthirsty person. Now that he had gotten what he wanted, he wouldn't kill the innocent people in the Thunder Realm. Under the guidance of Qingxong and the others, Gu Chen and his men conquered the Thunder Realm 10 days later. Since the main forces of the Thunder County had been exhausted in the Star Ocean ruins, and Qingxong and the others had sneaked into the Thunder Realm to close the protective array, the battle was extremely easy. The soldiers stationed in the Thunder Realm abandoned their armor and surrendered in the face of Gu Chen's absolute advantage, allowing them to take away the treasures of the Thunder County that had been accumulated over the years. Gu Chen and his men didn't hurt anyone. After taking away the treasures, they left without a trace. In the outside world, the news of Thunder Dao Lord's death had finally spread. Thunder County, somewhere. Gu Chen was dressed in a loose white robe as he sat alone on the top of a mountain. The mountain wind was strong, causing his black hair to dance in the wind. However, he was like an old monk in meditation, unmoving like a mountain. Crack, crack. Unbeknownst to him, a strange crack had appeared on the ground where he was sitting. Like a spider web, the crack spread rapidly in all directions. The mountain breeze that was blowing against him was also forcefully shattered by the ripples that suddenly appeared in the air. The airflow of the 8 mountains and 17 rivers around him changed directions. Gu Chen had become a whirlpool, and strange vibrations came from his body. At a certain moment, he slowly stood up and gently punched a towering mountain in front of him. Boom, with his fist as the center, a terrifying shockwave swept out. In an instant, the mountain in front of him was smashed into pieces. The huge mountain was turned into dust by the invisible shockwave. When it fell to the ground, it only stirred up a cloud of dust. Not even a large piece of gravel could be seen. Gu Chen slowly withdrew his fist. The aura all over his body was completely restrained, and the fluttering hem of his robe also stopped. As expected, this quaking essence has its own unique Tao. Gu Chen closed his eyes and muttered to himself. After ransacking Thunder County, they quickly found a remote world to live in seclusion. Defeating Thunder Dao Lord had put Tyrant County in the eye of the storm. Gu Chen did not know how the 100 counties of chaos would react to this matter. Their reaction would affect his next move. In addition, Tyrant County had just been established, and his companions still needed time to get used to each other. Therefore, during this period of time, Gu Chen felt that the most important thing was to hide their strength and bide their time. Thus, they found a place to live in seclusion. While waiting for news from the Xiao sisters, they cultivated in seclusion. During the Battle of the Star Ruins, Gu Chen had fought to the death with Thunder Dao Lord. Naturally, he had learned a lot. He used a few days to recollect the battle, analyze Thunder Dao Lord's Dao, and verify his own Dao. In just a few days, his mental state had improved a lot. After that, he took out Extermination's corpse and extracted his peak Dao-seeking quintessence. Annihilation's shock origin was rare in the world, and its destructive power was said to be the strongest of all origins. It left a deep impression on Gu Chen. He naturally did not want to let go of such an origin source, so he tried to take it for his own use. Fortunately, although the origin of shock was a Dao of its own, it was inextricably linked to the origin of nature. Tremors, like earthquakes and tsunamis, were natural disasters. The nature source was all-encompassing, and it could even refine and absorb the powerful vibration source. Gu Chen borrowed the power of the origin of nature and spent a few more days to thoroughly comprehend the origin of shock. Not only did he master a new Dao technique on the path of Shinto, but he was also enlightened on the martial Dao. The shockwaves of the origin of shock were all-pervasive and extremely powerful. With the battle sage technique and the law of force, Gu Chen's martial Dao battle prowess increased by more than one level. Annihilation had obtained the title of war god with just the destructive power of the origin of shock, and even Dao lords were wary of his power. Now, not only did Gu Chen control this destructive power, but he also had the ability to transform, which Annihilation did not have. One could imagine the increase in his strength. When Gu Chen shattered the mountain just now, he had only tested it. He had used less than 100,000th of his strength, but he was already very satisfied with the results. Because I absorbed the peak Dao-seeking origin of shock, the nature source reached the 9th level of the Dao-seeking realm. The other 3 origins, because they plundered Thunder Dao Lord's providence, are also improving at an astonishing rate. At this rate of development, in less than a year, I'll truly have the power to challenge Dao Lord Planck. And this is without considering breaking through to the next level. Gu Chen estimated his own growth rate and was very excited. He could already foresee the scene of suppressing a creator as a Dao-seeking realm cultivator. Different from the luck he had used to defeat Thunder Dao Lord, he would soon have the battle prowess of a Dao-severing realm cultivator. He did not know how many people in the chaotic sea had been able to do this over the countless years, but he knew that this world was finally gradually under his control. When I achieve phenomenal success with 4 origins and step into the Dao Lord realm, I wonder what will happen. The Dao Lord's relic might give me the answer. Gu Chen yearned for a higher realm. At some point in time, he took out a dark purple storage ring. This was the relic of Thunder Dao Lord. After Thunder Dao Lord died in battle, other than this storage ring, the only thing left behind was the mythical trident that had been broken into 2. The tyrannical cauldron of origin had completely destroyed Thunder Dao Lord's corpse. This had always made Gu Chen feel that it was a pity. It must be known that the value of the thunder origin of the Dao-severing realm definitely far exceeded that of Annihilation's origin of shock. Through Thunder Dao Lord's corpse, he might be able to pry into the mysteries of the Dao-severing realm and prepare for a future breakthrough. This idea fell through, so Gu Chen could only start with the broken mythical trident. Although the mythical weapon was broken, it itself was the essence of the Dao. Gu Chen believed that he could comprehend some of the mysteries of the Dao-severing realm from it. Apart from it, this dark purple storage ring was carried by Thunder Dao Lord, so there must be many valuable things in it. After ransacking the Thunder World's treasure vault, Gu Chen was not interested in any heavenly treasures. He only hoped that there would be things related to the cultivation experience of the Dao-severing realm in the storage ring. Previously, he had not had time to check this storage ring. Now that his cultivation had officially come into contact with the Dao-severing realm, Gu Chen had a lot more expectations for the treasures that might be in the ring. Because Thunder Dao Lord had already died, the original divine sense restriction on the storage ring had also dissipated. Gu Chen's divine sense easily entered the ring. Once he sensed the specific situation inside, Gu Chen's expression suddenly changed, revealing a look of surprise. I almost forgot about this. As he spoke, he moved his mind and took out an item from the storage ring. On the top of the mountain, the flowing air suddenly froze, and a terrifying pressure slowly spread out, startling the birds and beasts in the forest in the distance. Wu Ming, Elder Xiao, and the others were so shocked that they opened their eyes from their seclusion and extended their divine senses over in shock. "Don't be nervous, nothing happened." Gu Chen's divine sense spread to heaven and earth, telling all his frightened companions that everything was fine. Only then did their divine senses slowly retreat. As for Gu Chen, he solemnly sized up the corpse of Qiamo in front of him. To be exact, it was the corpse of a mysterious Tao Lord from countless years ago that was stolen by Qiamo. Although a long time had passed, and although it had experienced the farce in the ruins of Star Ocean, when this corpse was exposed to the air, it still exuded a majestic aura that made even Gu Chen feel uncomfortable. After killing Qiamo, Thunder Tao Lord solemnly took the corpse away. At that time, his evaluation of it was that its soul had long been obliterated, but its body had survived at least 4 dark upheavals. There had been 7 dark upheavals during the War County era. As far as Gu Chen knew, each time it was accompanied by the destruction of the world and the fall of Tao Lords. However, this Tao Lord's corpse had survived 4 dark upheavals even though its soul had been obliterated. It had survived an incomparably long period of time, which showed how precious it was. Gu Chen had previously regretted not being able to obtain Thunder Tao Lord's corpse, but he had almost forgotten about Qiamo's corpse. One could imagine the joy in Gu Chen's heart when he had regained the precious body in front of him. I wonder what kind of origin this Tao Lord cultivated when he was alive. Gu Chen's heart was filled with anticipation. If the origin this person cultivated was helpful to his 4 origins, then he would probably step into the Tao severing realm faster than he had expected. Gu Chen's heart leaped with joy. He carefully reached out his hand and touched Qiamo's body. Qiamo's power was still so terrifying even after its death, so he did not dare to take it lightly. The corpse was covered in ancient armor, and even most of its face was covered by a helmet. Only when it was close could one vaguely see its dry and stiff skin. The corpse bug had been playing tricks earlier. If it had not been for the armor that helped it hide the truth of the corpse, it would not have been so easily deceived. When his hand touched the corpse's skin, Gu Chen's fingertips suddenly felt a sharp attack. This sharpness was hidden in the corpse. When Gu Chen had tried to use deep-sea purple eyes to see through its mystery, he had been injured by this sharpness. Now that the corpse was in Gu Chen's hands, he only needed to slightly condense the power of origin, and the impact of this sharpness on Gu Chen was greatly weakened. Gu Chen's divine sense successfully entered the corpse. Qiamo's flesh and blood had long dried up, but his internal organs were still there. The cause of his death did not seem to be any fatal injury to his body. Gu Chen remembered what Thunder Tao Monarch had said. He tried to use his divine sense to enter Qiamo's brain and soon found that there was a ravine in his sea of consciousness that connected heaven and earth. This ravine seemed to have been left behind by a divine sword. With just a single strike, it had forcefully split a peerless Tao Lord's sea of consciousness into 2, causing his essence spirit to perish. Gu Chen's spiritual sense examined the ravine in his sea of consciousness, his heart pounding violently. The fact that the body left behind by Senior Qiamo was able to endure so many dark upheavals and remain intact was already sufficient to prove how terrifying his strength was. However, such a powerful person had his soul destroyed by a single strike. Just how terrifying was the person who killed him? Gu Chen took a deep breath. Was there a huge gap between the Tao severing realm, or perhaps, the one who killed Senior Qiamo was a great figure with an even higher cultivation? Gu Chen's spiritual sea was in tatters, and it had experienced an incomparably long period of time. Naturally, it did not leave behind any spiritual imprint. Gu Chen felt regret. Even if there was only a tiny bit of this Tao Lord's spiritual sense left in the world, it was an extremely precious treasure to him. Initially, Gu Chen did not expect to obtain any inheritance from the corpse. What he really cared about was the power of origin hidden in the corpse. After inspecting the corpse and finding no fatal danger, Gu Chen placed a hand on the corpse's shoulder and tried to extract the remaining power of origin of Qiamo. He quickly opened his eyes, and his expression became surprised. Nothing? The ability to plunder other people's power of origin, which had always been successful, actually felt empty on Qiamo's corpse this time. He could not plunder any power of origin. Gu Chen could not help but frown, pondering why. Qiamo's corpse had experienced a long period of time. It would not be strange if its power of origin had been drained over the years. However, if that was the case, how could this corpse be so intact? It should have turned into ashes a long time ago. Moreover, the corpse still had an extremely terrifying monarch's might. Previously, the corpse bug had even borrowed its power. All these signs did not seem like the depletion of power of origin. Could it be that the Tao-severing realm is more special and it's not so easy to plunder power of origin? Puzzled, Guchen could only make this guess and continue to try hard. After a long time, he did not sense any power of origin, let alone plunder. Gradually, he had the thought of giving up. At this moment, he suddenly sensed an unusual movement from the depths of the corpse. Eh? Guchen's divine senses sank into the depths of the corpse, and the ability to plunder power of origin was activated further, searching for that unusual movement. Soon, he sensed a surge of power of origin. Just as he was about to rejoice, he suddenly heard a scream. Ah, why would a scream come from a corpse whose soul had long perished? Was he seeing a ghost in broad daylight? While Guchen was stunned, he felt that the voice was a little familiar. His eyes turned cold, and his strength increased several times. Swoosh. A slender and ugly black worm was suddenly pulled out from the corpse. It floated in midair, its entire body shivering. So it's you. You're actually not dead. Guchen looked at the chi bug before him, or rather, the chi demon that was pretending to be mysterious, with a strange expression. Previously in the Star Ocean ruins, countless cultivators witnessed Thunder Dao Lord killing the chi bug with their own eyes. Guchen was one of them. Who would have thought that it was not dead at all and was still hiding in the corpse? Overlord, spare me. Overlord, spare me. I didn't mean to offend you. Seeing that its tracks were exposed, Chi Bug was not stubborn at all and hurriedly kowtowed to Guchen to beg for mercy. How did you manage to escape? Guchen harumphed coldly, curious as to how Chi Bug managed to deceive Thunder Dao Lord and survive. I was originally a corpse bug with an extremely strong life force and the ability to survive by severing its tail. When this lowly one's identity was exposed, I was sure that Thunder Dao Lord would not spare this lowly one, so I left most of my power to the tail and let it turn into a clone to pretend to escape, while I hid deeper into the corpse. This corpse was not easy to spy on in the first place and it was chaotic on the battlefield at that time. I was certain that Thunder Dao Lord would definitely not discover this trick and did not have the time to examine the corpse carefully. I initially planned to find a suitable opportunity to escape secretly after the matter was over. Who would have thought, Chi Bug had a long face. Ever since then, it had been kept in the storage ring and finally had a chance to escape today. It had initially thought that Guchen would definitely not discover it. Not only would it have a chance to escape, it would also have a chance to bring this precious corpse away with it. Who would have thought that for some reason, Guchen would examine the corpse exceptionally carefully and even released a strange power in an attempt to plunder the little remaining origin energy in its body. In a moment of panic, it gave itself away, so the entire escape plan failed. You're quite cunning. Guchen understood the ins and outs of the story and could not help but burst into laughter. Although Chi Bug was a coward, it was rather capable to be able to escape from Dao Lord. Please spare my life, Tyrant. I'm willing to serve you wholeheartedly and spare no effort until my death. Chichong's attitude was extremely humble. Guchen answered every question with a cautious look. Guchen looked at it with a faint smile as he weighed the pros and cons in his heart. Although Chichong looked obedient now, it was only because it had nowhere else to go. Earlier on, it was bold enough to want to take him in as a follower. This insect was very scheming and had some strange supernatural powers. If he took it in, he would have to be wary of it. There was really no benefit in that. My Tyrant County doesn't lack powerhouses. Now that your vitality is greatly damaged, what's the point of taking you in? Instead, you might harbor resentment towards me and pretend to surrender. From this point of view, it's better to just kill you. Guchen said coldly. He raised one hand slightly and pretended to kill Chichong. Chichong panicked. In its current state, Guchen could easily kill it with a single blow. Tyrant, please spare me. Sparing my life is definitely more useful than killing me. I can control the Lord of Dao's corpse. With the ability of this corpse, even among the elite soldiers under the Tyrant, not many can compare to it, right? It said hurriedly. Guchen's hand paused when he heard this. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Guchen had checked Chimo's corpse. Even his ability to plunder the origin had no effect on it, but Xianxia could borrow its power. There must be some mystery behind this. He had pretended to be about to kill someone, but he had originally intended to test the waters. Xianxia, who had no other way out, took the bait. You can indeed control the Lord of Tao's corpse, but I've observed it in the ruins of Star Ocean. The power you can mobilize is extremely limited. You can't even defeat sin. What's the point of such power to me? Gu Chen sneered with a look of disdain. Xianxia instantly became more anxious. It knew that if it wanted to live, it must be able to bring enough value to Gu Chen, and the most valuable thing it possessed right now was this method of controlling corpses. However, Gu Chen still had a disdainful look on his face. Did he really look down on him, or did he think that as long as he killed him, he would be able to obtain everything? What do I have to do for the tyrant to spare my life? Xianxia smiled bitterly and helplessly. Now that Gu Chen was the knife, it was the meat on the chopping board. It knew that it had no room for bargaining, nor did it bother to guess Gu Chen's true thoughts. Thus, it decided to be frank, hoping that Gu Chen's conditions would not be too difficult. Gu Chen did not beat around the bush and asked straightforwardly. Why are you able to control this Daylord's corpse? If it was me, would I be able to control it? Xianxia immediately understood what Gu Chen wanted. He felt even more bitter in his heart. This Daylord's corpse gave it endless opportunities. It was originally counting on it to advance further in the future, but it seemed like it had to cut its flesh today. I was originally a cadaveric worm that was accidentally born in this Daylord's corpse. After eating the corpse's flesh, I gradually gained intelligence and supernatural powers. In the process of the supernatural powers' birth, I gradually realized that I could form a strange connection with this corpse. That was a long time ago. As my cultivation base grew, my spiritual connection with the corpse gradually grew stronger. In the end, I could gradually command a part of the corpse's power. Xianxia revealed a nostalgic look and lamented. In that case, I can't control this corpse. Gu Chen frowned slightly. The reason why the cadaveric worm could form a connection with the corpse was that it was originally born from it and had devoured the corpse's flesh. This strange connection could not be replicated. It's not impossible. As long as I acknowledge the tyrant as my master and hand over my natal spirit, the tyrant will naturally have an additional connection with this Daylord's corpse, Xianxia said bitterly. You're quite honest. Gu Chen looked at Xianxia in surprise. This was equivalent to handing over his life. I know very well that if the tyrant can't achieve his goal, I'll definitely die. Although I'll lose my freedom after handing over my natal spirit, the tyrant's potential is boundless. This may not be the wrong choice. As a lowly Xianxia, it was actually easier than others to accept reality and see the situation clearly. Although it did not know what exactly happened after it hid in the depths of the corpse, now that it was in Gu Chen's hands, it was imaginable what would happen to Thunder Daolord and Mia Zue. After all, this person before it had not reached the Dao-severing realm, being able to control a Dao-severing corpse, it knew very well what this meant. Since there was no other way, it might as well take the initiative to pledge allegiance. In the future, it could still fight for the merit of ascending to the throne. Alright, if everything you said is true, I'll let you go. Gu Chen decided to accept Xianxia's natal spirit. Seeing that Gu Chen had agreed, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Soon, its face became distorted, and a wisp of natal spirit came out of its head and floated toward Gu Chen. Gu Chen took this wisp of natal spirit into his sea of consciousness and refined it with the source of his soul. Soon, it turned into a life-death talisman. This life-death talisman was closely related to its body. Through it, Gu Chen could easily grasp Xianxia's thoughts. Even if he crushed the life-death talisman, Xianxia's soul would be extinguished. With this as a hub, Gu Chen could sense the spiritual connection between Xianxia and the Dao Lord's corpse. Rise. In his sea of consciousness, Gu Chen's primordial spirit held the life-death talisman in one hand and ordered the Dao Lord's corpse. The Xianxia in front of him moved slowly, and that horrifying pressure spread wildly. At this moment, Gu Chen felt as if he had a clone. He could sense the monstrous power hidden in Xianxia's body and control it. Master, you're really powerful. You've mastered the method of control in an instant. Xianxia said enviously. Looking at Gu Chen's posture, it was obvious that the Xianxia's power that he could mobilize was far beyond it. This was the difference in talent. What was most needed to control Qi Chong was mental strength, but Gu Chen had the source of his soul. His level of mental strength was far higher than Qi Chong's. Although it consumed a lot of mental strength, having this Qi Chong's body is equivalent to having a clone, and it's a Tao Lord's clone. Gu Chen murmured with excitement in his eyes. Although Qi Chong lacked a lot of supernatural Tao techniques compared to a real Tao Lord, its physical strength was not comparable to an ordinary Tao Lord's. It seemed that he had to ask the dwarf sovereign to make a few suitable weapons for Qi Chong, and then study how to better control it. If nothing went wrong, it would be another one of his trump cards. You've done well. Stay in Tyrant County from now on. Gu Chen was very satisfied with Qi Chong's clone. After thinking for a while, he took out a few bottles of healing pills from the space in his body and gave them to Qi Chong. Qi Chong was as hard as divine iron, but Qi Chong could still live on its flesh and blood, which showed its potential. Since it had sincerely surrendered, Gu Chen decided to try to train it. Thank you, Master. Qi Chong was ecstatic to see the pills. Gu Chen was the person who had the resources of Xing County. How could the pills he gave be bad? You'll still be able to control Qi Chong. Cultivate well. If you have enough potential, I don't mind giving you this corpse in the future. No matter how strong Qi Chong's clone was, it was still a foreign object. Gu Chen estimated that when he stepped into the Tao Lord's realm, this clone would not be of much use. If Qi Chong had enough potential to use a corpse to prove his Tao, he would not be a stingy person. I will never forget Master's great kindness. Qi Chong did not expect Gu Chen to be so generous. Previously, it had no choice but to rely on Gu Chen, but now it really admired him. It almost treated Qi Chong's body as its one and only, while Gu Chen's vision was obviously much bigger. In comparison, he was indeed a more suitable leader. In the future, Tyrant County will be the place where I can display my ambitions. While the Tyrant County was biding its time, the news of Thunder Tao Lord's death gradually spread to the chaotic counties and caused a series of changes. Wild County, on the Iron Throne. I said at the 100 Counties Conference that Li Wuwei's descendant is definitely a scourge. Now, not only did Daoist Xing injure himself, but he also sent Thunder Daoist Xing's life away. Crazy Tao Lord listened to the news from afar with a look of deep disgust on his face. Back then, he was defeated by Li Wuwei, which was a shame that he could never erase in his life. Now, Li Wuwei's descendant had made a comeback and was about to shake the chaotic counties, which was even more unbearable for him. Nature source is not tolerated by heaven and earth. I can't allow Li Wuwei's descendant to continue growing. Prepare the spaceship, I'm going out. Crazy Tao Lord stood up with an extremely cold expression. Qing County, Founding Emperor Palace. My lord, there have been many movements at the border of the Su County. I'm afraid Tao Lord Su has the intention to invade our Qing County again. A general had a solemn expression as he reported the military situation to Tao Lord Qin, who was seated at the head of the table. Su has been restless for so many years, always trying to compete with me. I thought that he would be more obedient when the border sea opened, but I didn't expect something to happen in the Thunder County. Looking at the situation, he wants to take the opportunity to make the situation more chaotic. The good situation has been destroyed just like that. Overlord Gu Chen is really good. Tao Lord Qin leaned on the dragon throne and pondered, muttering the name he had just learned with an unfriendly expression. At the critical moment when the border sea was about to open, something unexpected happened, causing his usually calm heart to have a trace of hostility. Sword County, Lingxiao Mountain. Gu Chen. If I remember correctly, he is my baby granddaughter's benefactor, right? Shua Sword Lord stroked his beard and looked at the jade scrolls sent from afar with a headache. Yes, father, Mei Xin praised him when she came back. I thought it was an exaggeration, but I didn't expect him to do such an earth-shattering thing in such a short period of time. Chu Zhongheng, the son of Shua Sword Monarch and Chu Meixin's father, replied with a strange expression. Old man, if I remember correctly, my precious granddaughter seems to be interested in this boy? Shua Sword Lord muttered. I'm afraid so. Sword intent can't lie. Mei Xian's sword intent has changed since she came back from the Thunder Commandery. She is no longer emotionless. Even though her Tao of the sword has improved greatly because of this, I really don't know if this is a good or bad thing, Chu Zhongheng said with a wry smile. Now, I'm afraid this is a bad thing. That lad has already incurred the enmity of the 100 county Dao lords. I'm afraid he won't be able to live for long. Shuasword Monarch shook his head and said in a regretful tone. Xing County, Heavenly Punishment Palace. Dao Monarch Xing sat in the shadows, remaining silent for a long time. His figure was unprecedentedly lonely, and Sharaman was the only one standing in front of him. Miezue and Kong Xing, both of them accompanied me in establishing Xing County. Now, they are both dead. Dao Lord Xing spoke, a rare hint of sorrow in his voice. Sharaman stood silently, her lips tightly pursed and her face full of sorrow. Miezue was the head of the military, while Kong Xing was the head of the Ministry of Works. Out of the 3 heads of Xing County, she was the only one left. To the outside world, it was hard to imagine how pitiful she looked. I've really underestimated that lad. Now, he has stepped on my face and become famous. Dao Monarch Xing's tone changed, becoming more somber. Your Highness, now that things have come to this, we cannot allow that Guchen to do as he pleases. Please, Your Highness, take action personally and kill him as soon as possible. Sha Luo Man said sincerely, then bowed deeply to Dao Lord Xing. She did not volunteer herself to capture the traitor Guchen because she knew that he had already become famous. Even the Thunder Commandery had died at his hands. Now, only Dao Monarch Xing could ensure that he could kill that lad. When Kong Xing died last time, Her Highness was not enthusiastic about capturing the traitor Guchen. She believed that now that even Miezue was dead, Her Highness would come to his senses. That lad has caused too much trouble this time. Don't worry, he will die without a doubt, Dao Monarch Xing said coldly. The Dao Lord said coldly. His reply was different from what Sharaman had expected, causing her to tremble. Does Your Highness mean that you don't intend to personally deal with that traitor Guchen? Sharaman said through gritted teeth. Her heart was filled with disbelief. The Xing realm had been destroyed, and both Kong Xing and Miezue had been killed. In the outside world's imagination, it would not be surprising if Her Highness were to fly into a rage and massacre all the realms. However, the reality was that Her Highness was still sitting here, refusing to give her a direct answer. The only thing that was normal about him was the sadness in his tone. Sharaman felt an inexplicable sense of panic as she stared at the headless Her Highness. Could it be that the sadness and anger from earlier had been an act, but was he using it to deal with her? Her Highness had adopted her since she was young. In a way, he was like a father to her. However, ever since he had risen to a higher position, especially after he had lost his head in that incident 1,000,000 years ago, she found that she could no longer see through him. He had been indifferent to Kong Xing's death, and the sadness he had shown for Miezue's death seemed fake. Sharaman's body shivered as she speculated. She could not suppress her emotions for a moment, and Dao Monarch Xing sensed it. Do you think that I am too heartless? Although she had no head, Sharaman could clearly feel Dao Monarch Xing's gaze. I don't understand. Why did Her Highness spare that traitor Guchen time and time again? Could it be that Miezue and Kong Xing are less important than that traitor in Her Highness's heart? Sharaman steeled her heart and decided to speak her true thoughts. She felt sorrowful. Her Highness was too heartless. He was no longer the man who had led them to conquer the great empire, the man who was flesh and blood in their hearts. I have never cared about that traitor. He was just a pawn used to lure out the white-haired demon monarch. Dao Monarch Xing was not angry. He said calmly and then stood up. I know you are disappointed, but I really do not have the time to deal with that traitor personally. What are you busy with, Her Highness? What is more important than killing that traitor Guchen and proving that Xing Prefecture is still powerful? Sharaman was confused. The white-haired demon monarch appeared when the Xing Prefecture was destroyed. This proves that my thoughts have always been right. This time, Thunder Dao Monarch died in battle. If I am not wrong, white-haired demon monarch will definitely appear in Thunder Prefecture to investigate Guchen's whereabouts. I am going to meet him. After Dao Monarch Xing finished his explanation, he strode out of the Heavenly Punishment Palace. Her Highness, are you going to fight white-haired demon monarch? Sha Luo Man's expression turned grave upon hearing this. A ball of soft white light wrapped around a handful of gray powder floated above the table. Tian Chanzi examined it attentively, his face changing from time to time. Guchen sat cross-legged on the opposite side of the table, quietly waiting for Xianxia's reply. After a long time, Xianxia took a deep breath and moved his eyes away from the gray powder to look at Guchen. "Leader, no matter what, you must give this powder to this old man to study," he said solemnly. "Since I've shown it to you, I naturally intend to hand it over to you. What I want to know is, in the absence of a pill recipe, what are the chances of you refining an eternal golden pill again?" Guchen's tone was full of anticipation. After a period of testing, especially after the Battle of the Star Ocean Ruins, Xianxia had completely become a member of Guchen's team. Therefore, Guchen decided to trust him. Today, he gave him the remaining powder of the eternal golden pill, hoping that he could refine a perfect eternal golden pill for him. In the face of Guchen's inquiry, Xianxia answered carefully, "With the old man's alchemy skills, it's not difficult to analyze the original raw materials needed to refine the eternal golden pill. Those materials are not particularly precious. What's rare is the refining technique. The old man is proficient in almost all the famous refining techniques of the Chaos Sea, but he can't figure out the origin of this golden pill refining technique. The refining technique of the eternal golden pill may come from the primordial Chaos Dao world," Guchen reminded him in a timely manner. "The primordial Chaos Dao world?" No wonder. Xianxia tried his best to remain calm, but the excitement in his eyes was clearly captured by Guchen. Xianxia's analysis of the eternal golden pill was very accurate. Judging from the fact that the immortal emperors could gather the raw materials of the eternal golden pill together, those raw materials were not precious. At least, they could be found in the 9th realm. What was rare was the refining technique and the ratio of the various herbs. Back then, immortal Emperor Tai Su had the recipe provided by the Tyrants, so he could refine it. Now, it was much more difficult for Xianxia to refine it from nothing. The Tyrants came from the primordial Chaos Dao world, so the recipe was likely to come from there. The development of alchemy in the upper realm and the Chaos Sea might be very different. Guchen was worried that Xianxia would hit a dead end without the recipe. Although this refining technique is special, with the old man's many years of experience, it isn't difficult to imitate it or find an alternative to it. Xianxia paused for a moment and then continued. The real trouble lies in the elixir itself. According to Leader, this eternal gold elixir is only a semi-finished product, and the slight difference between a semi-finished product and a finished product can sometimes be a world of difference. It will greatly affect this old man's judgment of the medicinal properties, and even in the analysis of medicinal herbs, I might make a mistake. If the Leader can provide more information about this pill, the old man will be more confident." Guchen shook his head. "The powder I gave you is all the eternal golden core has to offer. As for the rest, I don't know anything." If that's the case, then the old man will have to repeat trial and error, using the elimination method to keep trying, and finally find a way to refine a perfect eternal golden core. This might take a few years, decades, or even centuries. It wouldn't be surprising if it were possible. Xianxia estimated. "Will it take that long?" Guchen murmured. "The old man will do his best. If I can decipher the secret of this pill recipe, the old man might be able to comprehend the mystery of the upper realm's alchemy," Xianxia said excitedly. For an alchemist, as long as it was an interesting pill recipe, it was worth spending thousands of years studying it. What's more, this pill recipe was not just interesting. Xianxia had a vague feeling that if he could comprehend the refining method of this pill recipe, he might be able to touch the Tao Lord realm that he yearned for with alchemy alone. He had been trapped in the 9th heaven of the Tao querying realm for many years. Because of the uniqueness of alchemy, he had once given up the idea of going further. However, ever since he followed Guchen, he found that his path had suddenly widened. First, it was the immortal medicine, and now it was this mysterious pill recipe. Guchen had even given him a large number of rare medicinal materials and pill recipe books that he had robbed from the Thunder World, which made him so happy that he forgot about home. Now, even if someone held a knife to his neck and forced him to leave Tyrant County, he did not want to leave. For him, this place was much better than the Golden Toad World. "Then I'll have to trouble you, Master." "It doesn't matter how much time it takes, I believe in you, Master." Guchen knew that refining the eternal golden elixir could not be rushed. He could only hope that Xianxia would be lucky enough to speed up the progress of the research. The two continued to chat. Perhaps because he had received too many benefits, Xianxia actively provided elixirs according to the specific conditions of each member of Tyrant County, so that everyone's cultivation could improve faster. Guchen naturally supported his idea. He had given Xianxia a large number of medicinal herbs, and that was what he had in mind. Tyrant County was now on the track of rapid development, and the elixirs refined by Xianxia would be a great help. Guchen mentioned some of his ideas about the elixirs needed by Tyrant County. While the two were engrossed in their conversation, Wu Li arrived at the elixir refining workshop. Wu Li's appearance had changed a lot. Under Xianxia's medicinal treatment, her disfigured face had miraculously restored to its original appearance. She no longer looked like a ghost or a human, but had the unique temperament of a foreign beauty. Seeing that Guchen and Xianxia were chatting happily, Wu Li stood quietly to the side and only stepped forward when the two finished talking. "Leader, there's news from the Xiao sisters," Wu Li said softly, and then handed over a jade slip. "Oh? It should be about time." Guchen took the jade slip with a smile and opened it. 8 months had passed since the Xiao sisters had left the ruins of Star Ocean. Over the past 8 months, no matter how chaotic the outside world was, Tyrant County had always kept a low profile and focused on cultivation. However, the situation in the chaotic sea made it impossible for them to hide forever. It was about time for Tyrant County to take action. Guchen had been mulling over this idea for a long time. Now that the Xiao sisters had sent back the news, he naturally cared about it. He carefully read the contents of the jade slip. After a while, a smile appeared on his face. According to his instructions, the Xiao sisters had successfully contacted Lin County through the Feng family and received a personal audience with Lin Daojun. The letter said that Lin Daojun was very satisfied with the gift of the exterminator's head. In order to commemorate the warriors of Lin County who had died in battle in the 7 realms, he hung the head at the border of the 7 realms. The god of war, disincapacitated, was a religion in the army of Xing County. Being humiliated after his death would definitely cause the hatred between the army of Xing County and the army of Lin County to become even more irreconcilable. Guchen had sent Lin Daojun's head in hopes that the enmity between Lin County and Xing County would worsen. He did not expect Lin Daojun to take the initiative to do this, which was exactly what he wanted. "Chief, Lin Daojun intends to form an alliance with Tyrant County, but before that, he would like to meet you in person. To show his sincerity, he is willing to give you the 7 realms of Xing County as a gift. Considering that you might have some concerns when you enter Lin County, Daojun suggests that we meet in the outside world. As for the time, it is up to you to decide. My sister and I are staying with the Feng family for the time being. Considering the long journey, we will send the letter through the Feng family's channel and wait for your reply." After Guchen finished reading the letter, a thoughtful look appeared on his face. He knew nothing about Lin Daojun, so it was not a good choice to meet him. However, judging from the content of the letter, Lin Daojun was sincere about forming an alliance with him. The meeting place was the Feng family, but the Feng family and Lin County had never been on the same side. The Feng family had their own ambitions. Otherwise, Guchen would not have interfered in the negotiations between them and Lin County. Choosing to meet in the outside world would avoid the risk of being ambushed in Lin County. Xing County had always had a weak control over the outside world, so they did not have to worry about their whereabouts being exposed. As for Lin Daojun's offer to give him the 7 realms, it was a little hypocritical. He could even give up the vast territory of Lei County, let alone the 7 realms under the control of Xing County. If he really took the 7 realms, it would become a bridgehead for Lin Daojun to deal with Lei County, which went against his original intention. What an old fox. Guchen shook his head. He wanted to take advantage of the conflict between Lin County and Xing County to gain benefits, but Lin Daojun thought of the same thing and wanted to take advantage of him. He was not stupid enough to take the 7 realms, but he had to think carefully about forming an alliance and meeting with Lin Daojun. After killing Thunder Dao Lord, Guchen knew that he would attract the attention of many Dao Lords. In a situation like this, having a Dao Lord as a friend would allow them to learn more about the various commanderies and help each other out. The benefits were obvious. In addition, there were many secrets regarding the Realm Sea and the chaos of the darkness that only Dao Lords knew. Gu Chen really wanted to learn some things from Dao Lord Lin. Ever since the death of Thunder Dao Monarch, spies from various forces have been pouring into the Thunder Commandery. This is no longer a safe place to stay. Since you took the initiative to invite me, what's the harm in meeting you? Gu Chen quickly made his decision. He personally wrote a letter and gave it to Wu Li. Send this letter to the Qian family and have them send it to the outer world, Gu Chen said. Fatty Qian's family's business was huge, and it was spread all over the counties. Naturally, he had his own special communication channel. Just like what the Qian clan's old ancestor had said when he entrusted Fatty Qian, everyone had their own ways. His Qian clan also had some abilities that other commanderies didn't have. The Tyrant County had just been established and didn't have a fixed territory. What it lacked the most was an intelligence network. The Qian clan had a deep foundation in the Thunder Commandery and also had their own channels in other commanderies, which was exactly what Gu Chen needed. Therefore, as early as a few months ago, Gu Chen contacted the Qian clan's old ancestor through Fatty Qian and tried his best to recruit the Qian clan. After the death of Thunder Dao Monarch, the Thunder Commandery was leaderless, so the Qian clan no longer had to fear anything. The military force of the Tyrant County could provide the protection that the Qian clan needed to do business, so the Qian clan's old ancestor readily agreed. Therefore, Gu Chen had the Qian clan's intelligence channel to travel between the commanderies. It was much more convenient for the Qian clan to do things that the members of the Tyrant County couldn't do openly. Considering the risks, the cooperation between the two sides was carried out in secret. Even the cultivators of the Qian clan didn't know that the people they contacted were members of the Tyrant County. This subordinate understands. Yes, sir. Wu Li received the letter and left quickly. Gu Chen also left the alchemy workshop and immediately summoned all the members of the Tyrant County. The meeting with Lin Daojun was no small matter, so he naturally wouldn't go alone. After gathering everyone, Gu Chen told them about the upcoming meeting with Lin Daojun. He left Tian Chanzi and the dwarf sovereign, who were obsessed with alchemy and refining, in the secluded place and sent several members to protect them. He also took care of the affairs in the Thunder Commandery. In addition, several members were at a critical moment in their cultivation, so he finally decided to take 50 companions with him and leave more than 10 people behind. After the plan was settled, everyone packed their luggage. The next day, when Wu Li returned, Gu Chen and his group left the secluded place, in the secluded courtyard of the Feng residence in the outer universe. A man in a plain green robe with gray hair was playing the zither with both hands. The sound of the zither was lingering in the air, and he looked happy and content. Suddenly, the bamboo forest not far away was blown by the wind, and the bamboo leaves rustled. The man's fingers that were playing the zither paused slightly. Why are you here? It won't be good if you're discovered. The man looked into the shadows of the bamboo forest, his eyes as calm as water. The Lin Commandery and the Feng family are ready, and there's also news from the Thunder Commandery that the Overlord has agreed to meet with Lin Daojun. If things continue to develop, I'm worried that the Overlord will lose his life, so I came to find you. A woman's voice came from the shadows. Just the voice alone was extremely enchanting, and it made people's hearts go numb. I expected that he would agree to meet with Lin Daojun. With his current strength, it won't be so easy for him to die here. The man answered calmly. Hee, that's what you say, but the problem this time is very complicated. I'm afraid the Overlord still doesn't know how many big shots want him dead. Haven't you always valued him very much? This opportunity shouldn't be missed, the woman teased. In that case, you should give him some advice, the man said after pondering for a while. But if I do that, the Feng family will, the woman paused and said with a faint smile. No matter what, he's your brother. All these years, the Feng family has been handed over to Feng Shiyang, but he has always been playing around. His eyes have always been limited to this mere chaos sea. The Feng family has long fallen. Their deaths are not to be pitied. The most important thing is the overall situation. The man glanced at the shadows and seemed to have reached a climax. With a gentle pluck of his fingers, the zither string strangely broke. The sound of the broken string vaguely revealed the sound of a powerful army. It seems like you've finally decided to come out and take a walk after staying here for so many years. The woman looked at the broken zither with a strange glint in her eyes. The mountain was not tall, it was famous if there were immortals. The water was not deep, it was spiritual if there were dragons. He treated the world as a chessboard and the Tao Lord as a chess piece. To be able to control all the matters of the world while living in a humble house, this man was the most terrifying person she had ever seen in her life. The outer world, the gushing spring star. This star had beautiful mountains, beautiful water, and beautiful scenery. Because it produced the miraculous fountain of immortality, it was once famous in the outer world. Later, the overlord of the outer world, the Feng family, set their eyes on this place and built the misty mountain villa next to the fountain of immortality. From then on, the fountain of immortality and the gushing spring star became a place of leisure for the Feng family. Since then, the gushing spring star was isolated from the outside world, and the misty mountain villa was shrouded in a mysterious veil in the eyes of countless cultivators in the outer world. It was said that the misty mountain villa only received two kinds of people. One was the direct descendants of the Feng family, and the other was the famous big shots. The so-called famous big shots did not refer to being famous in a single world. In fact, a mere emperor of a single world did not even have the right to enter the gushing spring star, let alone the misty mountain villa. The level of the guests that the misty mountain villa received had to be at least famous in a county, and they also had to have a special relationship. Most of the time, the guests it received had to be famous in the 100 counties of chaos. It was said that the misty mountain villa had a total of 5 levels. The more distinguished the guest, the more levels the doors would open. Today, the 5 levels of the misty mountain villa's doors were all open. The Feng family's Feng Shiyang and the young master Feng Shiji were waiting at the door, ready to receive a certain important guest. With the misty mountain villa as the center, the entire gushing spring star was cleared of all unrelated people. Such solemnity and caution was extremely rare. In the afternoon, a huge shadow was cast over the misty mountain villa, and a flying ship slowly stopped at the entrance of the villa. Seeing this, the people of the Feng family were excited. With Feng Shiyang in the lead, they all walked towards the flying ship. The door of the flying ship opened, and 50 cultivators walked out one after another. These cultivators all wore dark green windbreakers and hoods, and their auras were as deep as the abyss. Feng Shiyang glanced at the group of people in front of him, and his pupils shrank slightly. Although he had long heard that the overlord had gathered a group of elite soldiers, seeing it with his own eyes, he felt that this group of people was not simple. Feng Shiji stood behind his father, and looked at the group of people in front of him, his heart filled with complicated feelings. The last time the overlord came to the outside world, he was not the overlord, but a general of the heavenly punishment county whose ability was questioned. The person who had received him last time was not his father, who was the patriarch of the Feng clan. It was just him alone. But now, in just a few short years, the world had changed greatly. That person who was about the same age as him actually possessed such power that even his father had to treat him with caution. Feng Shiji felt a little upset in his heart. Fortunately, he felt much better after thinking about how things would develop in the future. I didn't expect Patriarch Feng and young Lord Feng to personally receive me. I'm flattered. As Feng Shiji was thinking, the last person to step down from the spaceship was Gu Chen. Gu Chen's attire was not much different from the rest of his companions. They were all wearing the overlord's robe that was specially prepared by the dwarf sovereign. He took off his hood and slowly walked out of the cabin door with his ink-black hair hanging loosely over his shoulders. Many members of the Tyrant County made way for him. He naturally exuded a strong sense of oppression, which made some of the cultivators from the Feng clan feel inexplicably oppressed. This tyrant is too arrogant. The patriarch is personally welcoming him, what is he putting on airs for? Some of the Feng family cultivators who felt uncomfortable were secretly feeling dissatisfied. As for Feng Shiyang, a smile appeared on his usually solemn face. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at in a new light. This sentence is truly appropriate to describe you, friend Gu. His words were like a spring breeze, instantly dispelling the unfamiliarity and wariness between the two parties. Friend Gu, please. Let's talk inside the villa. The banquet has already been prepared. Feng Shiyang personally led the way, and Feng Shiji also greeted Gu Chen politely. Xiao Haimei and Xiao Qingxian were among the Feng clan's group. Now that they saw their companions, they naturally integrated into the group and stood beside Dharma King Qing Song. With Gu Chen and Feng Shiyang in the lead, the two groups stepped into the misty villa together. Friend Gu has come from afar. I should have hosted a banquet in the Feng mansion on the outer planet to welcome you. However, the current situation is a little sensitive, so I have no choice but to rest here in the misty villa. Please forgive me, Feng Shiyang said apologetically on the way. Patriarch Feng, you are too kind. Who doesn't know that the Misty Villa is an important place for the Feng clan to entertain important guests? The Immortal Spring is even more famous. I am very pleased to have the opportunity to come here. Guchen smiled. The inside of the villa was surrounded by clouds. There was a building every 5 steps and a pavilion every 10 steps. It was truly beautiful. They planned to use the Feng clan's territory to meet with Lin Jun. This was something that offended Xing Jun. The outer planet was the main planet of the Feng clan. There were too many people there, so it was naturally not a suitable place. The Immortal Spring is indeed miraculous. Tonight, Friend Gu and everyone else can try it. Feng Shiyang laughed. As he spoke, everyone had already entered the banquet. Gu Chen and Feng Shiyang toasted. After some small talk, they got down to business. Thank you for providing a place for our meeting with Lin Jun. I wonder if Lin Daojun has already arrived in Xingjun? Gu Chen asked. He wanted to know more about Lin Daojun from Feng Shiyang. Unexpectedly, Feng Shiyang waved his hand when he heard this. This banquet is specially prepared for you, Friend Gu. As for your meeting with Lin Jun, the Feng clan will only provide a place. We won't ask about it. Lin Jun has already sent someone over. They should be here tonight or tomorrow. Friend Gu, you can ask them. Feng Shiyang looked like he wanted to distance himself from Lin Jun and become a neutral third party. Gu Chen thought for a moment and understood what he meant. Although he had a special cooperative relationship with the Feng clan and Lin Jun because of what happened in the Seven Realms, all 3 parties had their own interests. This time, he wanted to meet with Lin Daojun. Although it was to discuss cooperation, no one knew if they could reach an agreement or if there would be any problems. Under such circumstances, the Feng clan obviously didn't want to get too involved. This was the way of the ancient clans. The Feng clan probably wanted to wait for the results of the meeting before making their stance. Feng Shiyang's way of doing things was very reasonable. However, Gu Chen's eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. He didn't say anything else and nodded. Alright, let's not talk about anything else today. I'll drink and discuss Dao with Master Feng. At the end of the banquet, the guests and the host were all happy. The Feng clan's hospitality was impeccable. The cultivators of Overlord County were all very satisfied. While they were slightly tipsy, everyone entered the legendary Fountain of Eternal Youth to experience the uniqueness and mystery of the spring water. Gu Chen returned to his residence alone. He was arranged to stay in a standalone courtyard. There was an exclusive spring in the courtyard. He entered his room and casually took out a few formation flags. He set up a restriction around the room to prevent others from spying on him. Crack, crack, crack. Something surprising happened. Gu Chen's face and body changed. A piece of skin was torn off from his body. His originally handsome appearance also changed greatly. His skin became dark, his face looked like a demon, and his eyes were red like blood. This was not Gu Chen, but Chi Mo. How is it? I didn't reveal any flaws today, did I? In Chi Mo's left eye, a black vortex slowly rotated. A shadow escaped from it and turned into Gu Chen's original body. The transformation skin refined by the dwarf sovereign is really amazing. Except for Chi Mo's original pressure that can't be completely hidden, the other phenomena are almost completely covered. Master's performance today was also excellent. To be honest, if I didn't know in advance, I wouldn't have been able to see any flaws even if I stayed with Master day and night. In Chi Mo's right eye, Chi Chong drilled out and said with some envy. If it had such a magical transformation skin, it would have been easier to disguise itself as Chi Mo, and it might not have been exposed in the ruins of Star Sea. Chi Mo's physical strength is too strong. It is indeed a problem that the pressure can't be completely eliminated. Gu Chen touched his chin. He didn't hear Chi Chong's flattery. What he cared about was the flaw in its words. Master doesn't need to worry too much. A superior person naturally has this kind of aura. Others will only think that you accidentally emitted it and won't suspect anything. Look, let alone the Fong family, even our own people didn't notice that Master didn't show up in person. Chichong hurriedly said. That's true. This clone seems to be qualified. In the future, it can appear on many occasions on my behalf. Guchen nodded. During the days of seclusion, Guchen spent a lot of time perfecting his Chi-Mo clone. Chi-Mo's corpse was easily recognized by others, so he asked the dwarf sovereign to refine a transformation skin so that he could easily change into anyone's appearance, and it would be difficult to see any flaws. Chi-Mo's attack method was relatively simple, so he asked the dwarf sovereign to refine many suitable weapons for him to improve his combat strength. After various attempts, up until today, Chi-Mo's avatar had finally met his requirements. Not only could it become his powerful combat power, but it could also help him do many dangerous things. But Master, didn't you intend to wait until you could completely eliminate that pressure before using the Chi-Mo clone? Why did you suddenly use it in advance today? As Chichong and Guchen chatted, they looked perplexed. It had been helping Guchen get used to the Chi-Mo doppelganger, improving its combat power, and even needed to replace Guchen to control the Chi-Mo doppelganger when it was inconvenient for Guchen to split his divine sense. Therefore, it was very clear that Guchen had extremely high requirements for the Chi-Mo. He did not want it to weaken its surprise effect because of a little flaw. When Guchen heard Chichong's question, his face froze. Then, he fished out an ancient copper coin that was round on the outside and square on the inside from his bosom. He played with it with 2 fingers and his expression became even more solemn. A copper coin? Chichong was puzzled. He was even more confused about what Guchen meant. Guchen did not answer it. He only looked at the copper coin in his hand, and the fear in his eyes became more and more intense. There was only one reason why he chose to use the Chi-Mo doppelganger today. When their spaceship stepped into the outer world, the copper coin of destiny in his bosom gave a warning again. Ever since this copper coin of destiny entangled him in the 9th realm, it had been like maggots attached to his bones, unable to be destroyed or discarded. It had the strange ability to seek fortune and avoid calamity, but Guchen had never thought of using its power because its origin really made him uneasy. But even though he ignored it, this copper coin was not always obedient. Sometimes, it would show some abnormalities. The last time it showed an abnormality was when he went on an expedition to the 7 realms as a Tianfa general and stayed at the Feng family. At that time, because of the copper coin of destiny's warning, Guchen was alerted to the Feng family's conspiracy. And this time, he returned to the outer world. Today, his strength and influence were no longer the same as before. But after entering the outer world, this copper coin actually gave him another warning. Both warnings were in the outer world. Was this a coincidence? Was the Feng family planning to harm him again, or did the danger come from Lin Daojun or something else? The copper coin of destiny's warning made Guchen take it seriously. So he used the Chi-Mo doppelganger to prevent himself from being tricked by others. But this kind of thing was not good to tell Chi-Mo. It sounded too mysterious. Regarding the copper coin of destiny, Guchen still had a lot of questions in his mind. Naturally, he did not want others to ask him about it. Playing with the copper coin of destiny in his hand, thinking of how much Feng Wen cared about this thing before he died, and thinking of the possible relationship it had with the Feng family, Guchen's thoughts ran wild. Without knowing the details, this copper coin of destiny would always be a hidden danger. Now that his cultivation was no longer the same as before, he might be able to deal with it. Looks like it's time to find a time to completely solve this problem. Just as Guchen was thinking about how to deal with it, suddenly, there was a splash in the courtyard, accompanied by the sound of spring water. It seemed like someone had entered his spring and was taking a bath. He was the only one living in this side courtyard. Who was it? Guchen narrowed his eyes and signaled Chichong to control Chi-Mo to hide. Then, he opened the door and walked into the courtyard. Under the bright moonlight, the steam from the immortal spring evaporated. Guchen vaguely saw a beautiful back. Beside the spring, a pile of women's clothes were scattered randomly. Among them, there were even undergarments, which made one's imagination run wild. Guchen's brows furrowed even tighter as he inquired. Who is it? It's your little lover. She specially came to have a rendezvous with you tonight. Laughter came from the spring, carrying a teasing tone. Hearing the voice, Guchen had a guess in his heart. He casually waved his sleeve. A gust of wind blew above the spring, instantly dispersing the clouds and mist. The originally faintly discernible beautiful figure immediately became clear in Guchen's eyes. A white and smooth back, a slender waist that could be grasped with one hand, and the surging waves, all looked so pleasing to the eye. However, there was no emotion in Guchen's eyes. He stared at a floating snake tail in the spring. So it's your majesty, long time no see. Guchen said. Seriously, fellow Taoist Gu, you've already seen my naked body. Empress Medusa turned her head, revealing her delicate and enchanting face. With a bit of sadness, she seemed to be blaming Guchen for dispersing the mist. Your majesty didn't sleep in the middle of the night and came to my place to take a bath. Didn't you plan to show me? Guchen teased. Then friend Gu, did you enjoy it? Medusa simply turned around completely and opened her arms. She was bold and unrestrained to let Guchen enjoy it. Not bad. Guchen responded with 2 words. Medusa saw that there was no emotion in Guchen's eyes. It was clear that he was not interested in her. Immediately, the thought of teasing him disappeared. Friend Gu is still a block of wood, she said dully. Empress Medusa leaned against the edge of the hot spring pool. She gently cupped the spring water with her fair hands and poured it over her flawless skin. Guchen sat on a stone chair in the courtyard and poured himself a cup of tea. He was indifferent to the beauty in front of him. Her Majesty has come to visit so late at night. It seems that the messenger sent by Lin County is you, Guchen said casually. Friend Gu is so smart. I haven't even told you why I'm here, and you already know. Medusa giggled. She was clearly praising him, but it sounded like she was coaxing a child. Guchen shook his head. Medusa was originally from Lin County. Moreover, Fang Shiyang said that the messenger from Lin County would arrive tonight or tomorrow. It would be strange if he couldn't guess it. He was not narcissistic enough to think that such a vicious beauty was here to seduce him. According to the original agreement, the meeting will be held in this outer world. As for the time and location of the meeting, it will be up to you, friend Gu. Once friend Gu has thought it through, let me know. I will go back and report to Lord Taoist. Light flowed in Medusa's eyes. Under the steam, her pretty face was as red as an apple. In that case, Lord Taoist Lin has either arrived in the outer world or is in the closest 7 realms, Guchen guessed. Of course. Lord Taoist Lin attaches great importance to this meeting and has arranged it long ago. Medusa's lips curled up. Her words seemed to carry a hidden meaning. Oh? Guchen narrowed his eyes and put down the teacup in his hand. Judging from Her Majesty's tone, it seems that she has something to say. Medusa blinked. Isn't friend Gu always very smart? You can guess. Guchen couldn't help but think of the warning from the copper coin of destiny. Could it be that Lord Taoist Lin has come with ill intentions? He asked. Medusa smiled. She neither admitted nor denied it. She changed the topic. Has friend Gu heard of the story of the wolf pack and the wolfhounds? Guchen shook his head, not knowing what he meant. The story goes something like this. A long time ago, in a certain forest, a pack of wolves ruled over a huge territory, and the wolves were unwilling to submit to each other. They all wanted to be the alpha wolf, so there were endless conflicts, and the forest was in a foul atmosphere. Later, a wolfhound came to the forest. It thought that it was a wolf and wanted to take advantage of the discord among the wolves to occupy a territory in the forest. But wolves are creatures. They can be at odds with each other, but they will never allow weaker beings to covet their territory. How can a fake wolf share its territory with them? With this in mind, the wolf pack ended their feud and killed the overconfident wolf dog. Peace was restored in the forest from then on. Medusa's story was very short. After she finished, she looked at Guchen with a smile. Guchen's pupils suddenly constricted as he said coldly. You mean, I'm that wolfhound? Medusa retorted with a smile. Aren't you friend Gu? Of course not. I'm at least a tiger. If the wolves want to kill me, at least a few of them will die. A chill surged in Gu Chen's eyes. It's good to be confident, but I'm afraid that your ambitions will not be fulfilled. Medusa shook her head. Why are you telling me this? Aren't you afraid that I'll run away and leave you to bear the consequences? Gu Chen frowned. He did not understand Medusa's intentions. She worked for Lin Daojun and came here to invite him, but told him that this was a hangmen banquet. This would not benefit her at all. Friend Gu, do you still remember what I said when we were separated from the 7 realms? Medusa's eyes twinkled. Gu Chen could not help but recall a scene in his mind. Fellow Taoist Gu, if you want to be a person above others, you will always need allies. You can consider me. Are you talking about Empress Medusa of Linjun? No, just myself. That was what Medusa told Gu Chen at that time. It seemed that she was planning to be herself today. This information is valuable. Thank you for your reminder, Your Majesty. Gu Chen understood Medusa's intention. Since you already understand, what are you going to do next? Escape from the outside world? Medusa asked curiously. They're already here. Is it too late to leave now? Gu Chen raised his head and stared coldly at the sky. It's hard to say. I don't know the specific deployment. Medusa shrugged. In that case, let's meet for a while. This way, Your Majesty will be able to explain it when you go back. Gu Chen withdrew his gaze from the sky and said calmly. You're really bold. There was a hint of admiration in Medusa's eyes. She waded ashore and came to Gu Chen's back naked. She stretched out her hands and hooked them around Gu Chen's neck. She licked her lips and whispered in his ear. Friend Gu is a hero, but this meeting is very dangerous. Why don't you let me serve you tonight? Who knows, I might be able to continue the Gu family's lineage. 3 days later, we'll meet at the chaos transit window that connects the outside world and the realm of 5 elements. Your Majesty can go back and report to Lord Taoist Lin. Gu Chen pressed Medusa's hand that was about to mess around and said coldly. Meet at the chaos transit window? Medusa was slightly stunned. Gu Chen decided too quickly and decisively. After all, she had just told him how dangerous the situation was. She thought that he would spend at least one night thinking about the specific response. Looking at the deep and calm eyes of the man in front of her, Medusa realized that the man's growth had probably exceeded her imagination. Not a wolf dog, but a tiger? Medusa gave up on teasing Gu Chen. She walked to the scattered clothes on the ground and picked up her underwear. I'm looking forward to seeing how Friend Gu gets through this. She put on her clothes and bowed to Gu Chen with a smile. Goodbye. She left to report to Lord Taoist Lin. At this time, Chichong came out of the room. Master, is what that witch said true? Lord Taoist Lin doesn't want to cooperate at all. Does he want to destroy Bajun? Chichong said uneasily. It heard the conversation between Medusa and Gu Chen clearly. I was too naive. Gu Chen smiled. Self-deprecatingly. I thought Lord Taoist Lin would choose to cooperate with me because of his conflict with Xing County. I didn't expect that in the eyes of the Taoists, even if I killed Lord Taoist Lei, I still don't have the right to be on equal footing with them. This was all a trap. Lord Taoist Lin had invited him into a trap, and the outside world was the trap. Master is a genius. Isn't Lord Taoist Lin too full of himself? Chichong said indignantly. I'm afraid it's not just one Taoist lord who thinks so. Gu Chen rubbed his nose. According to Medusa's tone, he might have to face more than just Lord Taoist Lin this time. How many Taoists are here? Is the Feng family involved too? They're really overestimating me by mobilizing so many people. Gu Chen had thought that he could make use of the irreconcilable relationship between Lin County and Xing County to buy time for Ba County to develop. However, it turned out that he had underestimated the scheming of the Dao Lords and overestimated their tolerance. After Thunder Dao Lord's death, the first thing that came to their minds was that there was a challenger in the domain that they had firmly controlled. They could not tolerate a challenge from a lower position to a higher position. Hence, they had formed a unified opinion despite their disagreements. This was something that Gu Chen had not thought of. If not for Medusa's hint, he would have died suddenly when he met Lin Daojun, and Ba County would have perished without knowing why. This was a form of strangling the challenger by those with vested interests. Gu Chen could feel that it was full of malice. He had long known that this path would be full of thorns, but he did not expect that the day where he would become the enemy of the entire world would come so soon. In order to trick me into coming to the outside world, this group of people is very well prepared. Gu Chen closed his eyes and reflected on his carelessness while analyzing the current situation. Lin Daojun had hung Miajin's head at the border of the Seven Realms to make him think that Lin County and Xing County were really at odds with each other. This would deepen the idea of forming an alliance with him. The location of the meeting in the outside world was also to lower his guard. From these 2 points, firstly, the conflict between Dao Lord Lin and Dao Lord Xing over the Seven Realms was probably far less threatening than the threat they posed. Therefore, the worst-case scenario was that the people from Xing County had already joined in the ambush, and Xing County might even be there in person. Secondly, as the master of the outside world, the Fong family would not be able to bypass them in such a large-scale operation. They might also be conspirators. Gu Chen had originally thought that the Fong family and Lin County had different interests and would not completely side with them. Therefore, he was more at ease about the meeting in the outside world. However, if it was not only Lin Daojun who wanted him dead, but also many Dao lords from the Chaotic Sea, it would not be surprising at all what the Fong family would do. Moreover, if Lin Daojun and Xing County were to cooperate, the Fong family might be the leader. The more Gu Chen analyzed the situation, the more difficult it became for him. This time all the major forces came prepared. They had formed an alliance and the difference in strength between Ba County and them was too great. Under such circumstances, the best thing to do was to escape. However, since they had already entered the outer world, it was likely that the passage to the outside had already been sealed by the enemy. Medusa didn't reveal much information, so Gu Chen wasn't sure how many enemies there were. However, since the various Dao lords were willing to disregard their pride and join forces, the troops they had prepared were enough to kill him. The reason why they hadn't made a move yet was probably because they were waiting for the right time, or maybe they were just toying with him. Thinking of the malicious intent that could be everywhere in the dark, the killing intent in Gu Chen's heart thickened. However, he couldn't act rashly. If he showed signs that he had already noticed something, perhaps what awaited him would be a storm of encirclement and annihilation. I don't know where the enemy is. The only ones I can see are the Fong family members. However, I can't kill the Fong family members now. Gu Chen's eyes were cold. The Fong family had betrayed him. With the military strength of Misty Villa's Tyrant County, they could easily destroy them. However, there was no meaning in just killing them. If he beat the grass and startled the snake in advance, then he would really lose this battle. Anyone would panic when they heard that they were being targeted by the malicious intent of the entire world. In the face of these powerful Dao lords, most people would choose to surrender and give up. However, Gu Chen was different. He had long been fearless. Even though he knew that the situation was extremely disadvantageous to him, the moment he found out, he didn't feel annoyed or regretful. Instead, he thought of a way to turn the situation around. He told Medusa the time and place of the meeting so that he could fight with all his might. The time was set to be 3 days later because he wanted to give himself and his companions as much buffer time as possible. The location was chosen at the Chaos Transit window that connected the outer world and the Five Elements realm because it was the most likely place to turn the situation around. In Gu Chen's dictionary, there was no such thing as admitting defeat. Since the Dao lords wanted to kill him and the Chaos 100 counties couldn't tolerate him, then he would see if his life was tough or not. Misty Villa, Fang Shiyang's study room. Late at night, Fang Shiji quietly entered the room and bowed to his father who was reading a book. "How's the situation?" Fang Shiyang asked casually, his eyes fixed on the book. "Medusa has already left Misty Villa. Gu Chen has already set a time. In 3 days, he will die." Fang Shiji sneered. "Where is the location of the meeting?" Fang Shiyang asked. "The Chaos Transit window that connects the outer world and the Five Elements realm," Fang Shiji replied. "Chaos Transit window? Why there? That kid won't be suspicious, will he?" Fang Shiyang put down his book and frowned. "I don't think so." Gu Chen stayed in the courtyard that was arranged for him the entire night. His companions didn't seem to be acting strangely either. If they were suspicious, they should be thinking of a way to escape from the outer world, Fang Shiji said. What exactly did Medusa talk to him about? Did you hear their conversation with your own ears? Fang Shiyang was instinctively worried. After all, the implications of this matter were too great. If the plan failed, the Fang family would have a mortal enemy, and the favors they would have received from the various Dao monarchs would have been gone. Medusa entered Gu Chen's courtyard alone. In order to prevent Gu Chen from noticing, how would I dare to spy on her? Fang Shiji shook his head. Not only did Medusa arrive so late, she even conversed with that kid alone. There shouldn't be any problems, right? Fang Shiyang narrowed his eyes. Hee, I know the reason. Father, you're worrying too much. Fang Shiji's eyes revealed a teasing look. Snakes are lascivious by nature. Medusa is famous for being unrestrained. She just wants to borrow Gu Chen's seed. Fang Shiyang suddenly understood. He had heard of Medusa's temperament before. It was said that she liked to have sexual intercourse with those with extraordinary talent in order to give birth to outstanding descendants. However, one shouldn't think that those who had sexual intercourse with her had won her favor. In the past, countless experts had been mercilessly killed by her after she had borrowed their seed. This matter concerns the bigger picture. She actually has such thoughts, Fang Shiyang said with a cold snort. I feel that this won't affect the bigger picture at all. If Gu Chen really has been seduced by her, that means that he truly isn't prepared for this meeting. We can rest easy, Fang Shiji said with a laugh. And the result? Did he take the bait? Fang Shiyang suddenly felt rather curious. Medusa left with a radiant look on her face. Judging from her tone, she should have succeeded. A hint of disdain appeared in Fang Shiji's eyes. Appetite and lust are natural. Plus, Medusa does have irresistible qualities. I think it's normal. Don't underestimate this kid. No matter what, he has done many great things. He shouldn't be someone who would be obsessed with women. You have to keep a close watch on him before the meeting, Fang Shiyang reminded. Father, aren't you overestimating him? Fang Shiji was unconvinced. Gu Chen was of the same age as him, but Fang Shiji had to address him as a junior. He had always been unhappy about this. With so many influential figures working together, that kid would definitely die. Yet, his father was still being so cautious and asking so many questions. Even a lion has to go all out to catch a rabbit. How can we let our guard down? The Fang clan isn't the same as before. This time, we have to make sure that nothing goes wrong, Fang Shiyang said earnestly. As the future leader of the Fang clan, he hoped that Fang Shiji would be more composed. I understand, father. I will be careful. Fang Shiji acted obediently, but he didn't think much of it. Xing County only sent you pieces of trash? On a certain star path in the outside world, young Master Lin stood with his hands behind his back and mocked the people in front of him. Who are you calling trash? The burly demon mountain said angrily. He had the urge to attack, but Sha Luoman raised her hand and stopped him. Sha Luoman's expression was calm. Although she was being humiliated in front of everyone, she restrained herself and was very polite. Thank you, young Master Lin. We will do our best to cooperate with County Lin. Her words made the generals of Xing County feel even more sullen. They lowered their heads dejectedly. Young Master Lin was delighted to see the cold and arrogant leader of Xing County's Shadow Division speak to him humbly. Don't stand on ceremony, Miss Sha. County Lin will definitely take Gu Chen's head. All you have to do is help me. Young Master Lin lifted Sha Luoman's chin and said frivolously. Sha Luoman clenched her fists subconsciously, but she tried her best to control herself and forced a smile. Thank you, young Master Lin. Haha, I will. After humiliating the generals of the Xing County, young Master Lin felt bored and left with a big laugh. Bastard. When the marshal was still around, that fellow was utterly defeated by us. He wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. After he left, Fiend Mountain said indignantly. When the 7 realms were taken away by Lin County, they followed the marshal and took it back bit by bit. How glorious was that! Originally, they didn't care about this young Master Lin at all. Who knew that he would ride on their heads now? We have to lower our heads when we're under someone else's roof. This time, we need to rely on Lin Daojun to help us get rid of the traitor Gu Chen. It's okay to let his son run wild for a while. Just bear with it. Sha Luo Man stared at Sir Lin's departing figure, a cold light flashing through her eyes. Many generals nodded helplessly. They also knew that they had to prioritize the overall situation. Fellow Daoist Sha, where did His Majesty go? Why didn't he take care of the traitor Gu Chen himself? Fiend Mountain said unwillingly. If Xing Daojun had come to the outer world, even Lin Daojun would be a little afraid, let alone young Master Lin. It was precisely because Xing Daojun wasn't around and Xing County had lost two great generals, Mia Zue and Kong Xing, that the people of Lin County dared to be so arrogant. His Majesty has more important matters to attend to. Otherwise, why would he spare that traitor Gu Chen? Everyone, don't think too much. Just do what you're supposed to do. Sha Luo Man's eyes flickered. Unwilling to explain further, she sighed inwardly. His Majesty was focused on meeting the white-haired demon lord and didn't care about other people's matters at all. How could she tell everyone how heartless His Majesty was now? Back then, she had been disheartened by his coldness and hypocrisy. If the other generals knew about this, combined with everything that had happened during this period of time, the people of Xing County would really lose their morale. She didn't want the people of Xing County to lose their morale. Thus, when the people of Lin County informed them that they had a way to find Gu Chen's whereabouts, she agreed to cooperate without hesitation. Lord Daojun Lin had set up a trap to ambush that traitor Gu Chen. There were other Dao lords involved in this. Under these circumstances, if they successfully killed Gu Chen, Xing County, which had suffered the greatest loss at Gu Chen's hands, would become a complete joke and lose the people's morale. Because of this, even though Lord Daojun Lin wasn't around, she still agreed to cooperate with the counties. However, Lord Daojun Lin's absence couldn't be hidden from others. Without Lord Daojun Lin, it was normal for them to be mocked by other forces. Sha Luo Man was determined this time. As long as she could kill the traitor Gu Chen, who posed a great threat to Xing County, she didn't mind being humiliated. All she wanted was a prosperous Xing County. She didn't care what price she had to pay. Just as a storm was brewing in the outside world, a man appeared in the Star Ruins in Lei County. The man had a head of white hair. He stood in the Star Ruins and looked at the endless ruins around him. He was deep in thought. After a while, he casually grabbed something. As if he was going back to the source, he took a drop of golden blood from the void. Looking at the golden blood, a strange light appeared in his eyes. He murmured. That brat is indeed on that path. His progress is beyond my imagination. The white-haired man stood where he was. He was overwhelmed with emotions and urgency. I have to find him as soon as possible. The border sea is about to open. There are some things he has to know. White-haired demon lord, you're finally here. While the white-haired man was deep in thought, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Not far away, an entire ruin exploded into dust. A headless, burly figure slowly walked out. Lord Daojun Lin. White-haired demon lord squinted when he saw who it was. I've been looking for you for a long time. I knew that you would come when you heard that brat appeared here. Lord Daojun Lin sneered. It seems that my previous judgment was correct. This was all a trap set up by you. It wasn't easy for you to indulge that brat just to see me. White-haired demon lord seemed to have seen through Lord Daojun Lin's thoughts as he mocked. On account that you indirectly helped me nurture that brat, tell me what you want. If it's within my capabilities, I might be able to satisfy you. Lord Daojun Lin's eyes lit up when he heard that. He seemed to have been brewing for a long time before he roared. I only have one wish. Help me enter the primordial chaos Dao world. You want the method to enter the Dao world? White-haired demon lord was surprised when he heard that. He looked at Lord Daojun Lin's empty neck and suddenly understood. It looks like you want to take revenge on that fellow. It's rare for you to be so persistent. White-haired demon lord revealed a look of appreciation in his eyes before he sighed regretfully. What a pity. Ignoring the fact that you're sending yourself to your death by taking revenge, even if you have the strength, I can't possibly give you the method to enter the Dao world. Why? Lord Daojun Lin's tone turned extremely cold when he heard that. His body exuded a terrifying might. Because that method can only be used once. It's too wasteful to give it to you. White-haired demon lord glanced at Lord Dao Junlin and said indifferently. It was too wasteful. That sentence seemed to stab Lord Dao Junlin. His aura became increasingly violent and uncontrollable. Every single one of them is the same. The innate superiority of the people of the upper realm. I've worked hard my entire life, but in your eyes, it's just a joke. Lord Dao Junlin's aura kept increasing. In the end, even white-haired demon lord's expression changed slightly. He clearly lost his head, but he's even stronger. What exactly did this fellow experience? White-haired demon lord muttered. Since you aren't willing to give it to me obediently, I'll snatch it today. The sky had just brightened, and the mountain was still overcast, but the gates of Misty Mountain Villa were already wide open. Gu Chen and Fang Shiyang walked out of the villa side by side, chatting and laughing along the way. The cultivators from the Tyrant County and the disciples of the Fang family followed behind them. Thank you for your hospitality these past 3 days, Patriarch Fang. I will definitely repay you generously in the future. Before leaving to meet Lord Daoist Lin, Gu Chen said politely with a smile on his face. Fang Shiyang also smiled amiably. Friend Gu is too polite. After you meet Lord Daoist Lin, you are welcome to stay at the Fang family for a few days. I will take good care of you. When Gu Chen heard this, his smile became even brighter, but a hint of coldness flashed in the depths of his eyes. Definitely. These 2 short words seemed like a polite reply, but the 2 parties involved were hiding a lot of cold-killing intent in their hearts. The 2 walked up the stairs, and just as they walked out of the gate, they suddenly saw a small flying ship of the Fang family slowly landing on the mountain plaza. Fang Shiyang frowned when he saw this. Who was it? Misty Mountain Villa had already been under martial law for many days to receive their esteemed guests. No one was allowed to enter the Gushing Spring Star without permission, even if it was a direct descendant of the Fang family. As for saying that it was a flying ship sent by Lord Daoist Lin Jun, that was even more impossible. Not to mention that the flying ship was marked with the family emblem of the Fang family. According to the original agreement, Lord Daoist Lin Jun would not have done anything unnecessary. Thus, the arrival of this flying ship was strange and abrupt. Shiji, go and see what's going on. Don't disturb Friend Gu's group. Let's go. Fang Shiyang turned to look at Fang Shiji, who was behind him, and told him to investigate the situation. Yes, father. Fang Shiji immediately left, and Gu Chen and Fang Shiyang followed a few steps behind, walking unhurriedly to the mountain plaza. When they arrived at the plaza, the flying ship that had landed earlier was already parked in the corner of the plaza, and Fang Shiji was talking to a middle-aged man about something. From his expression, it was obvious that he was a little impatient. Gu Chen's gaze swept past them, and when he saw the middle-aged man's appearance, a strange expression instantly appeared on his face. The middle-aged man wore a simple green robe, and his hair was gray, looking a little down and out. However, he had a face that was 99% similar to Fang Shiyang's. Eh? Patriarch Fang, why does that person look so similar to you? Feng Yaya, who was beside Gu Chen, saw it and asked curiously. Fang Shiyang had also noticed the man who was conversing with Fang Shiji. When he saw that it was him, a rare look of surprise appeared on his face. Seeing that Gu Chen and the others were looking at him curiously, he didn't hide it and explained with a smile. Lady Feng, Friend Gu, to speak the truth, that is my twin brother, his name is Fang Yuan. Is that the Feng family head's younger brother? Despite their guesses, Feng Yaya, Wu Ming, and the others were still quite surprised to hear it. With their eyesight, they could tell at a glance that this person had no cultivation at all. He was a genuine mortal. As the ruler of the outer world and the patriarch of the famed Genesis Masters, it was quite surprising that he had a brother who was so much weaker than him. My brother's dantian is damaged and his meridians are extremely weak, so he can't cultivate at all. Fang Shiyang understood what everyone was thinking and explained simply. Damaged dantian? Can't it be healed? Feng Yaya asked curiously. There were many heavenly treasures in this world, they could even revive the dead, healing a damaged dantian was not difficult. With Fang clan's wealth, it should not be difficult to find such a treasure. I tried, but there was no effect. with Feng Clan's ability, we can only ensure that he lives longer. Feng Shiyang sighed, this seemed to be a knot in his heart. When Guchen had visited Feng Clan back then, he had seen Feng Shiyang's twin brother, Feng Yuan. Now that he saw him again, although he was a little surprised, he didn't think much of it. Right now, his mind was on the upcoming meeting. It was easy to imagine that it would be a bloodbath. Feng Clan head, why don't you let me try, I might be able to cure his illness. Feng Yaya blinked her eyes and recommended herself to Feng Clan head. Guchen frowned slightly. Because he wasn't sure how many spies there were in Misty Villa, and he was also worried that his companions would easily expose themselves if they knew the truth, Guchen hadn't said a word in the past 3 days. Perhaps it was to help him establish a good relationship with Feng Clan. Feng Yaya actually took the initiative to help. I'm afraid it will delay Friend Gu and Lindao Lord's meeting? Feng Shiyang hesitated, not really willing. No, it will only take a while. Feng Clan head, don't forget, I have the divine hand of creation. Feng Yaya smiled sweetly. The divine hand of creation was an extremely rare and heaven-defying physique. Feng Shiyang had naturally heard of it. This physique could change the structure of all living beings, it might really be able to heal Feng Yuan's dantian. He was a little moved and quickly breathed in deeply. Then I will have to trouble Lady Feng. Thus, Feng Shiyang brought Gu Chen and the rest to Feng Yuan. As they got closer, the differences between these two brothers could be clearly seen. Although the two had the same appearance, their temperament was too different. Feng Shiyang was in a high position all year round, he naturally had the dignity of a leader, and was full of vigor and radiant. Feng Yuan, on the other hand, looked ordinary and weak in the eyes of cultivators. Moreover, Feng Shiji, who was standing in front of him, gave off a feeling of bossiness, showing his unbearable state. I don't know what those guards are doing, they actually let Uncle enter Gushing Spring Star. After the esteemed guest leaves, I will get someone to send you away. Uncle, stay here first, don't disturb the guest. Feng Shiji's face was full of impatience, as if the person in front of him would lose the face of his great Feng clan if he appeared in front of outsiders. Second brother, what's going on? Why did you come to Misty Mountain Manor? At this time, Feng Shiyang brought Guchen over with large strides. Feng Shiji heard the voice and the impatience on his face immediately disappeared. As for Feng Yuan, this impoverished middle-aged man, he looked at his elder brother and showed a bitter smile. Big brother, my body has not been feeling well recently, I heard that Misty Mountain Manor's immortal spring has miraculous effects, so I wanted to come and try it. Who would have thought that Misty Mountain Manor would have an esteemed guest visiting? The guards of Gushing Spring Star did not inform me clearly and disturbed the guest, I am truly sorry. He was a yes-man in front of his elder brother. Gu Chen's companions saw this and shook their heads inwardly. The cultivation world had always been cruel, a person who could not cultivate naturally, no matter how illustrious their family background was, would still have to live a sullen life. You're exaggerating, Second Patriarch Feng. We weren't disturbed, Gu Chen said. At this time, Feng Yaya directly walked past the crowd and arrived in front of Feng Yuan, grabbing his hand. This is... Feng Yuan hurriedly dodged, asking in confusion. Heal my dantian? Feng Yuan smiled bitterly. It has been so many years, I have already given up on this idea. Feng Shiji also pouted, thinking to himself that it was a waste of time. How would you know if you don't try? Feng Yaya was very confident in her creator's ability. She did not wait for Feng Yuan's agreement and held his wrist, she closed her eyes, and everyone watched curiously from the side. Gu Chen looked at Feng Yuan and estimated that with Feng Yaya's ability, healing his dantian should not be a problem. Back then, Feng Yaya could even change his overlord body to save him, not to mention the problem of a normal person's physique. Her ability was too terrifying, and after stepping into Dao Querying Realm, her cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, and her methods were even more profound now. Feng Yaya tried for a while, then suddenly opened her eyes, showing some confusion as she mumbled. Strange, Lady Feng, how is it? Feng Shiyang asked expectantly, while Feng Yuan himself was very calm. Gu Chen looked at him with a strange expression. This person was actually so calm at such a huge matter that concerned his future. Was this a temperament cultivated by years of self-cultivation? Feng Yaya frowned for a while, then shook her head helplessly. Fang clan leader, I'm afraid I will have to disappoint you, I am helpless. She did not say the reason, and Fang Shiyang only sighed regretfully like before when he heard it was impossible. No matter what, I thank Lady Feng for her kindness. It is getting late, we should set off. Gu Chen did not care about this, nodding and bringing everyone towards Ba Jun's flying ship. Before Feng Yaya entered the cabin, she looked at Feng Yuan in confusion. Feng Yuan only watched them leave calmly, and when he saw Feng Yaya looking at him, he even showed a seemingly polite smile. But this smile on a person who had just had hope and then lost it, felt a little strange. Gu Chen's flying ship quickly rose into the sky, leaving Misty Mountain Villa and Gushing Spring Star. Seeing them off, Fang Shiyang and Fang Shiji heaved a sigh of relief. These people were too strong, even though they had made ample preparations. If they found out the truth, Fang clan would still be in danger. Fortunately, they had already left, and Fang clan's mission was considered completed. Now, they just had to wait for the good news. Shiji, you are in charge of sending your uncle back to Fang Wai Star. Fang Shiyang thought for a while and said to his son. Next, he had to go to the Chaos Dimension window and pay attention to the situation. No matter what, the outer world was his territory. If there was any slip-up in the plan and the Overlord and his gang wreaked havoc in the outer world, the ones who would suffer the most would be the Fang family. Shiji heard his son and said anxiously, Fang Shiji Fang Wai Feng, Feng, and Feng. This time all parties had joined forces to besiege Ba Jun. It would definitely be a wonderful event, and it would be enough to be a topic of conversation for him in the future. He, and Feng, of and up. And up. Nonsense. When the battle starts, even I, your father, can't guarantee that we can get through it unscathed. As for you, I'm afraid that even a little shockwave will kill you. Do as I say and send your uncle back. Don't say anything else. Fang Shiyang scolded. Fang Shiji knew that there was no room for discussion, so he reluctantly agreed. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, raised his head and looked at the sky where Gu Chen had left. His eyes were deep and calm, and no one knew what he was thinking, inside the spaceship, on the star passage to the meeting place. Feng Yaya furrowed her brows, her thoughts still trapped in that strange smile of Fang Yuan's before she left. At this time, Gu Chen stood in front of everyone with a serious expression. Everyone, I have something very important to tell you. Listen up. Feng Yaya came back to her senses. The 50 Overlord cultivators in the spaceship also looked at Gu Chen in surprise. It was rare to see their leader with such a serious expression, and they instinctively sensed that something bad was about to happen. Today's meeting with Lin Daojun was a meticulously planned ambush. We might be attacked at any time. Gu Chen's first sentence sent a chill down everyone's spine. Then, Gu Chen told them the truth that Medusa had revealed, as well as his own analysis. When they heard that Lin Commandery, Fang Clan, Xing Commandery, and even other commanderies might have formed an alliance and were ready to attack, everyone's expression changed completely. Fang Clan actually betrayed us, and I even wanted to help them. Feng Yaya was furious, realizing that her previous actions were a joke in the eyes of the Fang Clan. How could this be? The Xiao sisters' faces were pale. They were the ones who mediated the meeting, but now, they had become the sinners. You two must have betrayed leader. In the chaos, Old Xiao, Qing Gui, and the other Yuanqi commandery cultivators were extremely furious, and they pointed their fingers at the Xiao sisters. Everyone else's expression turned ugly. They were in such a desperate situation because of the Xiao sisters' negligence. Leader, we're sorry. It's our fault. Xiao Qingxian and Xiao Haimei were anxious and could not help but kneel on the ground with extremely ashamed expressions. Alright, now's not the time to argue about who's responsible. If you really want to pursue the matter, blame it on me. I was careless and lost my composure. Gu Chen said to everyone seriously and helped the Xiao sisters up. The plot of Lin Commandery and the Fang clan was caused by the entire Chaos Sea. The Xiao sisters were only sent out by him to contact them and he could not blame them. If he had to blame someone, he could only blame himself for not being able to see the big picture. When everyone saw that Gu Chen was still calm, they calmed down and stopped blaming each other. Now is indeed not the time for internal strife. However, leader, what should we do? Since the other party came prepared, it's probably impossible to escape from the outer world. However, if we fight, we'll be doomed. Nameless said solemnly, feeling a little guilty. He had said that he wanted to assist Gu Chen. However, as someone who had once stood on the same level as the Dao Lords, he did not notice the possible change in their attitude. If he had expected it earlier, they would not be in such a grave crisis now. It's impossible to escape. Even if we split up and escape, there are only a few who can successfully leave the outer world. Gu Chen looked at his companions with fighting spirit burning in his eyes. Tyrant Commandery had just been established and was already facing such a tough battle. It was something that he had never expected. However, since he had encountered it, there was no need to be afraid. If he did not want to disperse everyone and escape separately, there was only one choice left. In the past, a great battle had taken place at the Primal Chaos Passage window between the outer world and the Five Elements realm. That battle was the first time Gu Chen led an army to battle as the general of Tianfa in Xing County. He broke the Five Elements reincarnation formation and conquered the world of Five Elements. Without a doubt, it was a great victory. At this moment, the spaceship of the Tyrant County was slowly approaching the Chaos Transit window. Looking at the fluttering flag of Lin County in the distance, Gu Chen looked solemn. This time, would he be able to defeat the enemy again? At this time, the number of soldiers stationed outside the Chaos Path window was far less than the previous time. There were only a few left, and they were only in charge of receiving and maintaining order. As soon as Ba Jun's spaceship arrived, it was taken into the transit window by Lin Jun's spaceship. In the distance, a Taoist palace was suspended in the air. It looked as if it was made of green agate and was extremely magnificent. Under Gu Chen's signal, the Tyrant County spaceship slowly docked outside the Doctrine Palace. A group of more than 50 people disembarked the spaceship one after another. The majestic Taoist palace was particularly deserted at this moment. There were many tables set up in the square in the front hall, all of which were filled with delicacies. A quick count showed that there were just enough seats for more than 50 people. Apart from them, there were only a few cultivators from Lin County in the square. Gu Chen sneered inwardly. I've long heard of young friend Gu's talent, and now that I've seen it for myself, it is indeed impressive. Please come in, Ben Jun has been waiting for a long time. An indifferent voice came from the hall. As the host of the banquet, he didn't personally welcome the guests at the entrance. It seemed that after thinking that the plan had succeeded, the Daelord's arrogance finally showed itself. Gu Chen thought as he led the way into the main hall. His companions followed closely behind him. The rest of the guests, please enjoy your meal outside. I would like to have a private chat with my young friend, Gu Shijiu. Although Lin Daojuan's voice was flat, it carried an unquestionable dignity. Wu Ming, Feng Yaya, and the others immediately frowned, worry flashing across their faces. It should be so. Gu Chen nodded and gestured for everyone to wait outside the hall. Then, he walked into the hall alone. At this moment, the vast hall was empty except for 2 square tables that had been set up beforehand. One of the tables was on a high platform, and Lin Daojun was sitting there, drinking by himself. As for the other seat, the height difference was about 3 meters, and there was no one sitting on it. Obviously, it was Gu Chen's seat. During the meeting between Ba County and Lin County, it was agreed that both sides would be on equal footing. Moreover, even if the 2 sides were not on equal footing, there shouldn't be such a huge disparity in the height of the seats. Lin Daojuan's way of treating his guests was really like Sima Zhao, and everyone knew about it. Young friend Gu Chen, please take a seat, Lin Daojun said coldly as he glanced at Gu Chen. He was a non-human whose body was covered with greenwood patterns. He was tall and thin and wore a jade crown on his head. The young Master Lin that Gu Chen had seen in the past looked somewhat similar to him, but he did not have the temperament and aura of a Dao Lord. Little friend Lin is too polite. Gu Chen sat down on the lower seat and answered expressionlessly. Little friend? Lin Daojuan's eyes narrowed immediately, his expression unfriendly. In his eyes, he was already thinking highly of Gu Chen by calling him little friend. It was extremely rude for Gu Chen to respond with the same form of address. Given his age, seniority, and status, where did this junior get the confidence to address him like that? Little friend Lin, you might not know this, but I've actually been cultivating for more than 1 billion years. In terms of actual age, I'm only older than you. Guchen spouted nonsense. As he spoke, he poured himself a glass of wine and drank it in one gulp, even though his taste buds could not taste the taste at all. More than 1 billion years? That friend Gu really takes good care of himself. He looks so young. Lin Daojun sneered. Gu Chen's impudence made him have the urge to attack immediately. However, he remembered that he still had some questions to ask, so he suppressed the urge. I'm really good at taking care of myself. If fellow Lin is interested, I can write a book on my experience on the spot for your reference. Gu Chen continued to spout nonsense, but he was deep in thought. His people had already entered the Dao Palace, and he had entered the hall alone. Logically speaking, with Lin Daojuan's ample preparation, it was about time for him to make a move. He had just offended him, but he still had the urge to continue chatting with him. Why? Thank you for friend Gu's good intentions, but let's not talk about this. Lin Daojun was speechless. It was ridiculous for a Dao lord like him to talk about such things. Was this kid purposely trying to disgust him? That's a pity. If fellow Lin isn't interested, I can teach it to your son. He's still young, and it's time for him to take care of himself. Gu Chen's nonsense made Lin Daojun hold his breath. The veins on his forehead bulged, and he subconsciously glanced at the void on the upper left. At this moment, in a space within the Dao Palace that had its own secret realm, 2 cultivators with extraordinary appearances were watching the meeting through the void. Both of them were Dao lords. Is this kid crazy? What nonsense is he talking about? Dao Lord Zhou Hu said impatiently. I think he's already figured out that today is a Hongmen banquet, so he's purposely spouting nonsense to disgust us. Dao Lord Shoshan stroked his beard and guessed. He already knows? If that's the case, why would he still dare to come? Dao Lord Zhou Hu's eyes flickered. I think he sensed something after entering the outer world, but it's already too late. We've set up an inescapable net, so where can he go? Dao Lord Shoshan said jokingly. That's true. Currently, there's a Dao Lord guarding the 2 chaos passageways from the outer world. Including us and Dao Lord Lin, there's a total of 5 of us. There's nowhere for him to escape. Dao Lord Zhou Hu sneered with a hint of disgust on his face. I still feel that it's a disgrace for the 5 of us to personally descend into the outer world to deal with a mere kid like him. What can we do? Mad Dao Lord took the lead and suggested that the 100 commandery Dao Lords kill this kid together, and Dao Lord Qin expressed his support. You know how high the prestige of these 2 Dao Lords is. If the few of us, who are the closest to the outer world, were to refuse, it would be hard to explain to everyone. What's more, the Realm Sea is about to open, but this kid is causing trouble. It's only right to kill him. Dao Lord Shoshan sighed. That's true, but if word of this gets out, it'll be a little disgraceful. Dao Lord Zhou Hu said unhappily. The one in charge of killing this kid is Dao Lord Lin. The 2 of us are here to hold the line and ensure that nothing goes wrong. We might not even need to do anything. What's more, there are some benefits to taking him down. Dao Lord Shoshan smiled meaningfully. The 100 commandery Dao Lords only agreed to kill Gu Chen, but they didn't say anything about the elite soldiers under him. After we kill this kid, we can divide up his subordinates. They're all quite talented, and we can take them as war slaves. They'll definitely be useful in the ranking battles of the Chaos Myriad Spirit ranking. How could Daoist Zhou Hu not think of Daoist Shoshan's wishful thinking? A cold gleam flashed across his eyes. Let's hope Dao Junlin can get the information we need from him. That way, he'll have an easier death. By the way, where's Fang Shuyang? He and the troops from Lin County and Xing County should be stationed outside the transit window. They say they're here to prevent anyone from escaping. That's unnecessary. How can we, the 3 of us, be of any use to them? Let them be. Just take it as a favor to Daoist Xing County has suffered great losses because of Gu Chen. If we can't help him in his demise, it won't look good. Daoist Xing cares about his reputation? If he does, why is he missing? Do you know where he went? I'm not sure. All I know is that after today, he'll owe us a favor. Inside the hall, Lin Daojun finally managed to bring back the topic that had strayed further and further away. Rumor has it that Friend Gu is Daoist Li's successor. Is it true? Lin Daojun asked. Guchen looked at him and understood why he didn't make a move yet. It was because of Li Wuwei. It was impressive that a person who had disappeared for so many years could still have such a great influence. Yes, Daoist Li is indeed my master, Guchen answered. Although he had never interacted with Daoist White Bone, the latter's 3 supreme arts were of great help to him. It was not unreasonable for him to call him master. Oh? Then where is Daoist Li now? And why did fellow Daoist Gu join Dao Lord Xing's banner? Lin Daojun asked curiously, his eyes flickering. If he could get his hands on Li Wuwei's whereabouts, Mad Daoist Lord and the others would owe him a big favor. Moreover, Daoist Xing had something to do with Li Wuwei's disappearance. According to his investigation in Lin County, something big happened in Xing County a million years ago, but Daoist Xing had been trying to hide it. The relationship between Lin County and Xing County had never been good. Lin Daojun was willing to help Li Wuwei because he wanted to find out the secret. His intuition told him that something big must have happened back then, and Li Wuwei was involved in it and played an indispensable role. He wanted to know everything, so he tolerated Gu Chen's nonsense. I joined the Xing County because I was forced by circumstances. As for my master, I wonder if fellow Daoist Lin would believe me if I said that he was here today? Gu Chen smirked and looked at Lin Daojun teasingly. Li Wuwei is also in the outer universe. Hearing this, Lin Daojun's expression suddenly changed. However, when he saw Gu Chen's mocking eyes, he could not help but be furious. This kid is playing with me again. Friend Gu, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Answer my questions honestly and you can save yourself a lot of physical pain. Lin Daojun finally lost his patience. His face completely darkened as he coldly said. What's wrong, fellow Daoist Lin, you're not going to keep up the act. Gu Chen raised his wine cup and sniffed at the fragrance before replying calmly. Lin Daojun harumphed coldly. They had set up an inescapable trap today to lure Lin Fan into the trap. However, Lin Fan's calm attitude made him feel like he was humiliated. If the show's over, let's invite the person in the dark out as well. Gu Chen had noticed Lin Daojun's subtle gaze earlier on. At this moment, he glanced in the direction the latter was looking at indifferently. That single glance caused the expressions of the 2 Dao lords who were spying on the other level to freeze. Why did this kid's gaze make them feel inexplicably uneasy? There's no need to trouble others. I'm more than enough to kill you. Lin Daojun stood up abruptly and a terrifying aura surged in all directions. He felt that he was being belittled. That's what Thunder Dao Lord said back then as well. Gu Chen remained seated and said nonchalantly. Brat, don't pretend to be a big shot in front of me. Lin Daojun's face revealed a look of disdain. I've heard that you were only able to kill Thunder Dao Lord because of luck. If it weren't for Exterminator, you wouldn't have been able to kill someone at the Dao Severing Realm. You only gained the upper hand because Exterminator and Thunder Dao Lord were both injured. You actually dared to send Exterminator's head to me. Do you really think that you're qualified to be on equal footing with me? Lin Daojun took a step forward and his aura became even more ferocious. Gu Chen's hand, which was holding the wine cup, suddenly stiffened and his skin strangely showed signs of turning into wood. He seemed to be unable to move, but he looked at Lin Daojun and sighed. It's easy to be at a disadvantage when you look at others in the same way. What do you mean? Lin Daojun frowned. How long has it been since Thunder Dao Lord died in battle? I'm getting stronger every day. Gu Chen's eyes lit up as he said confidently. Shameless boasting. If you really have the strength, why can't you move your body in front of my power source? Lin Daojun found it ridiculous and no longer had the mood to talk nonsense with Gu Chen. One of his hands turned into a sword branch and stabbed towards the seated Gu Chen. This stab was enough to make the other party completely lose the ability to resist. After that, he would be able to interrogate the other party as he pleased. The sword branch, which was washed with terrifying power source, stabbed straight towards Gu Chen's chest. His body was still stiff and his movements were extremely slow. This body is stiff and hard to control. It's not because your divine power is too strong, Gu Chen muttered. Suddenly, there was a dull thud. The sword branch that had pierced his chest broke. What? As Lin Daojuan's expression changed, Guchen flipped the table and stood up. He waved his hand and punched. The punch was so close that it was heavy and unstoppable. It was full of killing intent. Lin Daojun was caught off guard. Green light surged all over his body and countless sword branches appeared in front of him to form a defense. Boom. Boom, boom. Gu Chen's fist moved forward. All the defenses were shattered in an instant and the punch landed on Lin Daojuan's head. Bang. The majestic Taoist palace collapsed in an instant. Lin Daojuan's pained roar could be heard from the smoke and dust that filled the sky. He turned into a scarecrow that was hundreds of feet tall and rushed out of the smoke and dust. He looked like a god and devil. He roared as green blood dripped down his face. Countless vines grew out of the void and frantically tried to strangle Gu Chen. At the same time, more than 50 cultivators from Overlord County in the square also became the target of the attack. It was an attack extended from Lin Daojuan's body. Each vine had the power to suppress the Emperor's power source. When Gu Chen saw this, he stood in front of his companions and roared into the sky. A strange and terrifying hell came from his throat. Roar. Wherever the sound wave passed, all the vines were instantly pulverized, and the space also cracked inch by inch like ripples. Gu Chen. Lin Daojun roared in anger and embarrassment. Son of AB****, I'll play with you today. The sky was filled with sword branches, each wave higher than the one before it. Lin Daojun was enraged, and the power of a Dao Lord surged in the chaos transit window. Gu Chen's black hair fluttered, and he walked in the air with pure physical strength. With a casual swing of his hands, the sky full of sword branches was turned into sawdust. No matter how unpredictable Lin Daojuan's attacks were like blooming flowers, he remained unmoving like a primeval devil mountain. No matter what attack landed on his body, it was actually unable to even scratch his skin. Invincible, invincible. Gu Chen fought with Lin Daojun in the chaos transit window in a manner that was not inferior to a Daolord's, and he was closing in on him step by step. There is no magical Dao technique that can prove that this guy has reached the Dao severing realm, but why is his physical body so strong? Lin Daojuan's face was still burning from the unexpected punch, and he was extremely angry because his judgment of the situation was different from what he had imagined. According to the information gathered from various parties, Gu Chen was the owner of Nature Origin, and the most powerful thing about Nature Origin was the ever-changing Dao technique. Considering that he had barely defeated Thunder Daojun in the Battle of the Star Ruins, there was a great element of luck, and he had clearly not reached the Dao Lord realm. As long as he had not reached the Dao Lord realm, the power of the Dao technique was very limited, no matter how unpredictable it was. Lin Daojun had believed from the beginning that he had a firm chance of winning. This was because the wood origin that he cultivated was best at binding and controlling the enemy. In the case of a lower realm, he thought that even the most unpredictable Dao technique would be meaningless. However, when he and Gu Chen fell out, the development of the situation was very different from what he had imagined. The opponent displayed the style of a powerful martial cultivator, and the binding, control, and group attack techniques that he was proud of were extremely pale in front of the invincible physical body. His wrong judgment of the situation, and the powerful aura that Gu Chen showed, made Lin Daojun lose his sense of propriety. Dao technique, boundless forest. Seeing that Gu Chen was closing in, Lin Daojun was afraid of the physical body and unknown techniques, so he summoned a lush primeval forest, which formed a territory and surrounded Gu Chen. Battle Mystic Hand. Gu Chen executed the Battle Saint technique. He was like a great rock soaring into the sky, forcefully tearing apart the entire territory. As his body spun, he broke through all the restraints and descended in front of Lin Daojun. Bang! He turned his palm into a claw and swiped fiercely at Lin Daojun. A suffocating pressure of a Daojun surged out from his body. The pressure was so strong that even Lin Daojun's heart could not help but tremble. This kid has already reached the Dao severing realm? Lin Daojun cried out involuntarily as he blocked with his two wooden arms. Crack! Crack! His arms were instantly crushed by Gu Chen's claws. Gu Chen's eyes were filled with demonic light, and his other hand was raised like lightning, forming a knife with his fingers. Like a comet streaking across the sky, Gu Chen slashed Lin Daojun from his head to his feet with an unstoppable momentum, splitting his body into two halves. Ah! Lin Daojun let out a tragic cry as his body was split into two and green blood sprayed out continuously. The leader won? Not far away, the cultivators from Overlord County had barely managed to stabilize themselves in the storm caused by the Dao Jun. When they saw this scene, their faces were filled with excitement. If they could kill Lin Daojun so easily, the situation today might be much better than what their leader had imagined. However, after a series of tragic cries, the blood vessels in the two halves of Lin Daojun's body drilled out in a strange manner. His blood vessels were like the stems and leaves of a plant. As they spewed green liquid, they rapidly intertwined with each other, showing signs of forcefully merging the two halves of his body into one. When Guchen saw that, his gaze was as sharp as a knife and his hands were as fast as flowers. In an instant, he threw out hundreds and thousands of punches and the two halves of his body exploded. Lin Daojun's body was completely disintegrated into countless branches and leaves. Green blood splattered across the starry sky and he looked deader than dead. Fufu, I was careless to underestimate your strength. However, did you think that I would be killed so easily? Among the Dao Lords of the 100 chaotic counties, I might not be ranked in terms of strength. However, in terms of how difficult it is to kill, I'm definitely in the top 10. After Lin Daojun finished speaking, the leaves and branches that filled the sky gathered into the distance and quickly recombined. In less than 5 breaths, a human figure was formed and restored to Lin Daojun's original appearance. He looked unscathed and the green wood patterns that covered his entire body looked like an ultimate imperial emerald. He seemed to be even more lively than before. Guchen's expression darkened as he cursed in his heart. He had actually encountered the most difficult type to deal with. This was too disadvantageous for today's battle. One had to know that there were still a few Dao Lords watching covetously in the dark. If he could not get rid of Lin Daojun in one go, it would be too difficult for him to turn the tables. Fellow Daoists, show yourself together and kill this guy. At this moment, Lin Daojun, who had recovered completely, suddenly spoke, and his voice reverberated through the void. Having confirmed that Guchen had the combat strength of a genuine Dao Lord, Lin Daojun could not help but retract his previous underestimation. Apart from his unbelievably powerful physical body, Lin Daojun had not revealed any divine abilities that belonged to the natural essence. Only God knew if he was brewing some fatal killer move. Considering how unexpected Thunder Dao Lord's death was, Lin Daojun did not want to fail miserably. It was already a great merit for him to help the 100 counties Dao Lords lure out Guchen. There was no need for him to gamble with his life. Killing Guchen was the common will of the 100 counties Dao Lords. It was fine if those who did not come, but those who were here should attack together. Fellow Daoist Lin, are you admitting that you can't do it so quickly? An indifferent voice came from the ruins of the Dao Palace that had collapsed during the battle. I don't want any accidents to happen. End this battle as soon as possible. Lin Daojun looked at Guchen fiercely. He was able to reach the position of Dao Lord by relying on his cautiousness and ruthlessness. That's good too. This kid's strength has increased a lot more than we expected. I think it's because Thunder Dao Lord's luck is being transferred to him. Kill him as soon as possible and let him rest in peace. Another old voice sounded. As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind blew in the Chaos Transit window, and 2 extremely terrifying auras suddenly descended, Dao Lord Zhou Hu, Dao Lord Shoshan. The 2 Dao Lords appeared on both sides of Guchen as if they had teleported in an instant. Together with Lin Daojun, they formed a 3-pronged formation and completely surrounded him. The rare scene of 3 Dao Lords joining forces to deal with one person made the cultivators of Tyrant County gasp. Leader's guess was right. The Dao Lords are really generous and narrow-minded. The leader of the devouring Kuan clan said angrily. 3 Dao Lords besieging a rising star together. Even the Dao Lords could do such a thing. Fortunately, everything is within our expectations. We still have to take that step. Leader, it's all up to you now. Nameless' expression was solemn and nervous. His eyes were unexpectedly not looking at Guchen, who was surrounded by the 3 Dao Lords in the distance. Instead, he looked at a hooded member of the team. All his companions also looked at him with trust and obedience in their eyes. Although Guchen was suppressed by the combined auras of the 3 Dao Lords, there was no fear on his face as he calmly scrutinized the 2 new Dao Lords. Tell me your names. Zhou Hu, remember this well. This is the name of the person who killed you today, Dao Lord Zhou Hu said in disdain. My name is Shoshan. Don't reincarnate into Shoshan Commandery in your next life, Dao Lord Shoshan mocked as well. Gu Chen memorized their names and faces before replying with a cold smile. Very well, I'll remember you guys. I'll definitely repay you for what you did today in the future. And you? Gu Chen looked at Lin Daojun with a cold gaze. No matter how hard it is to kill you, I'll definitely make you regret breaking the alliance. After warning the three Dao Lords one by one, Gu Chen's confident manner caused the three Dao Lords to burst into laughter. You're dead for sure in this situation. What do you mean by another day? Naive brat, do you think that you can escape from here with the three of us joining forces? To tell you the truth, apart from the three of us, there's a Dao Lord guarding the 2 Chaos Path windows in the outer world. There's no way you and your men can escape. The three Dao Lords mocked and ridiculed him. After disregarding their pride and deciding to attack together to end the battle quickly, Gu Chen was no different from a corpse in their eyes. There are 2 other Dao Lords? That's useful information. Thank you very much. When Gu Chen heard that the other Dao Lords had arrived as well, his lips curled into a mocking smile. Pretentious. Fellow Daoists, let's not waste our breath on him, Lin Daojun said to the other 2 impatiently. Dao Lord Zhou Hu and Dao Lord Shoshan nodded and a sharp aura surged from their bodies at the same time. Attack. The 3 of them attacked at the same time. Under the stacking of their Dao Lord strength, the surrounding space shattered at that moment, bang. 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 The trio's attacks landed on Gu Chen's body, and he no longer had the strength to resist. His body was like a broken sack, tossing and turning in the shattered space, bobbing up and down. However, even though he had no room to fight back, there weren't many injuries on his body. His body was terrifyingly tough. How in the world did this kid train his body? Dao Lord Taizhou said in surprise. Previously, when he saw Lin Daojun exchanging blows with this kid, he didn't feel much, but after experiencing it for himself, he knew how terrifying that body was. That body was like divine iron that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times. It was extremely difficult to even penetrate the skin. This kind of realm could not be achieved without the tempering of countless years. But wasn't this kid said to be extremely young? The 3 Dao Lords were puzzled, but they did not stop attacking. All kinds of Dao techniques were at their fingertips. Finally, under their persistent attacks, Gu Chen's tough body finally changed. Crack. As if something had cracked, Gu Chen's appearance suddenly changed drastically in the eyes of the trio. He had turned into a fiend god's corpse. What happened? The 3 Dao Lords' expressions changed drastically. The quality of the transformation skin refined by the dwarf sovereign is indeed outstanding. Not only did it successfully deceive you, but it also lasted for so long under such high-intensity attacks. The corner of Chimo's mouth raised stiffly, but it was Gu Chen's voice that spoke. From the moment they got off the spaceship, the one responsible for communicating with Lin Daojun was Gu Chen's Chimo avatar. This avatar was the key to his escape today. Although Chimo's avatar could not use any magical Dao techniques, with the strength of his body and Gu Chen's martial arts, it was enough to deal with the Dao Lords. By letting the avatar stand in the open to attract attention, Gu Chen's main body would have a chance to figure out the real number of enemies and ensure that his plan was foolproof. This is not the person we want to kill at all? The 3 Dao Lords realized that they had fallen into a trap. Their eyes turned cold, and their divine senses instantly swept across the entire chaos transit window. Even if the person in front of them was not Gu Chen's main body, the one they were communicating with was definitely him. His main body should have also come to the outside world, but now he was just hiding. The 3 Dao Lords' divine senses quickly captured the location of Gu Chen, and they could not help but turn their heads and look into the distance. They saw that the cultivators of Tyrant County had disappeared, leaving only one person standing in front of the chaos barrier. That person stood alone between heaven and earth. He looked young and heroic, and his eyes were deep and calm. It was undoubtedly Gu Chen. His main body is here too. The 3 Dao Lords exchanged a few glances and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. They were most worried that Gu Chen's main body did not come to the outside world at all. If that was the case, today's plan would have completely failed, and they would have made a great enemy with endless potential. Fortunately, although the existence of the avatar of the Dao Lord was unexpected, he did not escape. As long as he was still here, today's ending would not change at all. What's there to be relieved about? Next is the most dangerous time. Chimo's avatar teased. Humph, what danger can there be? Even if your avatar and main body attack together, you won't be a match for the three of us. Dao Lord Zhou Hu said contemptuously. Chimo's avatar no longer said anything and looked at the main body from afar, speaking in his heart. Chi Chong, after the main body attacks, the spirit consciousness of the avatar will dissipate quickly. I'll leave Chimo to you. Master, don't worry. The Chimo battle body has survived 4 dark disturbances so far. A mere chaos tide is nothing. Once it's safe, I'll look for you immediately. Chi Chong promised solemnly. Hearing that, the avatar nodded and focused its gaze on the main body in the distance. At that moment, Guchen stood in front of the chaos barrier and summoned the dominating cauldron of origin with a flip of his hand. The golden cauldron floated above his palm and golden lightning jumped continuously, causing the chaos chi in front to boil and show signs of losing control. In the face of the sure death situation set up by the Dao Lords, Guchen knew that no matter how hard Tyrant County struggled, it would still die. Fighting and escaping were not the best choices. The best choice was to perish together with the enemy and survive. Guchen held the dominating cauldron of origin with a calm smile on his face. Golden lightning began to surround his body in a spectacular manner that tore apart the entire world. What is this kid planning to do? The 3 Dao Lords had an inexplicable ominous premonition and their pupils constricted like needles. In an instant, they tried to stop him. However, the entire space-time was frozen by the wings of time that extended from behind Guchen and they were quite a distance away. They couldn't make it in time. When the chaos tide erupts, can even a Dao Lord withstand it? Guchen smiled and threw the dominating cauldron of origin in a carefree manner. At the same time, he activated the dominating cauldron's divine power. Boom, the chaos barrier exploded and countless chaos chi surged. A series of reactions formed a monstrous wave. The transit window collapsed at that moment. In order to protect the 9th realm, Guchen had once destroyed the chaos transit window. At that time, it was only with the help of Wu Ming and the others that he was able to carry it out successfully. Everyone managed to escape before the passage completely collapsed. Today, however, it was much easier for Guchen to destroy the chaos transit window alone. This was because his strength had grown tremendously during this period of time, and his ability to control the dominating cauldron of origin had improved a lot. With the previous experience, it was not difficult for Guchen to escape before the chaos transit window completely collapsed. However, this was not his goal. Looking at the billowing chaotic chi surging towards him, Guchen calmed himself down and held the dominating cauldron of origin in his palm as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He was extremely calm and let the tide formed by the chaotic chi rush towards him until he was completely submerged. Are you crazy? The 3 Dao Lords witnessed Guchen being swallowed by the chaotic chi with their own eyes. They were all shocked and cursed at Chimo's doppelganger. The chaotic chi was extremely dangerous. Knowing that he could not survive, he wanted to drag all of them down with him. This kid was really crazy. Chimo's doppelganger smiled without saying a word. He calmly looked at the tide that did not seem to be satisfied after swallowing the original body and continued to sweep towards him. Run! The surrounding was filled with the dissipating chaotic chi, and the tsunami was spreading at an alarming speed. The 3 Dao Lords no longer had the time to ponder why Guchen had the ability to destroy the chaos transit window. They all tried to escape from the transit window. Guchen's dominating cauldron of origin was far more powerful than the last time when he destroyed the chaos transit window of the 9th realm. Moreover, they were originally at the center of the transit window, so it was almost impossible for them to escape now. In a moment of desperation, the 3 Dao Lords either performed supreme escape techniques or forcibly increased their speed with secret techniques. Everyone had a look of horror on their faces. They no longer had the demeanor of a Dao Lord who could remain calm even if a mountain collapsed in front of him. The 3 Dao Lords desperately tried to escape from the transit window at an extremely fast speed. Chimo's doppelganger just watched them. He was too lazy to stop them, and there was no need to stop them. 1,000-mile dike could be destroyed by an ant's nest. He destroyed the transit window knowing that he would not be able to escape as well, leaving no chance for escape. Since the transit window had collapsed, it naturally would not collapse from just one place. Rumble, a barrier in the passageway ahead suddenly collapsed, and another new tide was formed. surging chaos chi surged toward the three Tao lords, blocking their path forward. Damn it! Damn it! Flustered and exasperated, the three Tao lords tried to circle around the obstacles. However, they were completely surrounded by explosions and countless streams of chaos chi bared their fangs and claws. Fellow cultivators, it's impossible for us to leave the transit window in time. We need to work together to survive. Lin Daojun shouted. Fellow Daoist Lin, do you have any ideas? Tao Lord Shoshan and Tao Lord Tizhou were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Come to me. As Lin Daojun spoke, the primal chaos energy had completely submerged their area. Chi Mo's avatar could no longer see whether they were dead or alive. At the same time, the primal chi had completely engulfed Chi Mo's avatar. Gu Chen's divine sense, which he left in Chi Mo's body, could clearly sense that the primal chi was eroding into Chi Mo's skin and seeping into his internal organs. Strangely, Chi Mo's body seemed to have antibodies to the primal chi, which was extremely poisonous to any cultivator. Under the corrosion of the primal chi, its flesh and blood emitted a strange luster. Gu Chen was deep in thought as he recalled the situation where he could not plunder any origin energy from Chi Mo's body. Chi Mo's battle body had survived 4 dark disturbances, and every dark disturbances was accompanied by abnormalities in the chaos chi in the chaos sea. Perhaps during that process, Chi Mo's battle body had been baptized by the primal chi and had undergone an unknown transformation. Just like a piece of pig iron that had been tempered into steel, the primal chi had a similar effect on Chi Mo's battle body, giving it a physical strength that ordinary Tao lords could not hope to achieve. At the same time, it had completely disintegrated the origin energy in its body. Sensing that Chi Mo's battle body was unscathed under the corrosion of the primal chi, Gu Chen heaved a sigh of relief. In this way, there was still a possibility that his avatar could return to his side. Although Chi Mo's body was unscathed in the primal chi, it did not have the ability to stop the primal chi from entering its body. The primal chi quickly surged into its sea of consciousness, and Gu Chen's divine will encountered it head-on. I'm going to disappear completely. Be careful. Gu Chen reminded Chi Mo before his divine will dissipated. Although Chi Mo could hide in the deepest part of Chi Mo's battle body, it was not completely risk-free. Master, don't worry. When it's safe, I'll look for you as soon as possible. Chi Mo replied, feeling a little reluctant in its heart. During the process of gaining sentience in Chi Mo's body, it had drifted in the primal chi for a very long time. There was no distinction between north, south, east, west, or up in the primal chi. Entering it was like entering a maze, and whether one could escape or not depended on luck. Under the situation where it was immersed in the primal chi, it could not control Chi Mo's battle body, which made it even more passive. This time it had no choice but to separate from Gu Chen and the others. It might have to spend a long, lonely, and extremely torturous period of time again. Chichong was naturally reluctant to leave without the exciting and thrilling life of a mighty army and armored horses. However, it also knew that it was forced by the situation. It still had Chi Mo's battle body to protect it from death, but the method that Gu Chen and his companions planned to use to escape the danger was more dangerous, and it might even have a slim chance of survival. Master, take care. Before Gu Chen's divine will completely dissipated, he heard Chi Mo's last murmur. Outside the chaos path, the Fong family, Xing County, and Lin County's joint garrison. Fong Shiyang looked at Fong Shiji, who had just arrived, with a face full of anger. Nonsense. Did my words go in one ear and out the other? I asked you to escort your uncle back, so why did you come to the front lines? He reprimanded. Young Master Lin, Sha Luo Man, and the others stood nearby, watching the show calmly. Father, it's not that I didn't listen to you, but uncle suddenly disappeared. I was anxious, so I came to report to you immediately. Fong Shiji explained guiltily. Nonsense. Your uncle doesn't have any cultivation, how could he suddenly disappear under your nose? You probably found an excuse because you wanted to come to the front lines. You might even make things difficult for your uncle and help you cover up your lie. Fong Shiyang glared at him. Father, you've misunderstood me. Uncle really did disappear all of a sudden for no reason. I definitely didn't do anything to him. Fong Shiji replied confidently. In fact, Fong Yuan really had suddenly disappeared on the flying ship returning to Feng Wai. He searched for him but couldn't find him. Of course, he didn't look for him seriously. He immediately thought that this was a good opportunity, so he used it to come to the front lines. Feng Shiyang didn't believe Feng Shiji's words at all. He only felt that his son was disobedient and unfilial. Alright, Feng family head, since he's here, it won't be too late to teach him a lesson after the matter is over. Young Master Lin helped Feng Shiji smooth things over with a smile, while Xiaoluo Man turned a deaf ear. Feng Shiyang also knew that this wasn't a suitable time to teach Feng Shiji a lesson, so he quickly restrained his anger and snorted coldly. Fine, since you're here, you can observe from the side. Being able to witness a battle between Dao Lords is indeed beneficial to your future cultivation. We've been waiting outside the transit window for some time. Nothing unusual has happened, and there are no signs that the cultivators of Ba County have escaped, Feng Shiyang answered casually. Haha. With the 3 Dao Lords working together, how could Ba County and the arrogant Guchen possibly turn the tables? In my opinion, there has been no movement for such a long time. Perhaps the people of Ba Jun have been annihilated before they could resist. Child Lin mocked gloatingly. Although he had an alliance with Gu Chen, those who knew the inside story knew that he had no choice but to do so after he was kidnapped. It was a dishonorable past, and now that Gu Chen had fallen, it would be completely buried. Are they all dead? Feng Shiji felt that it was a pity. He wanted to see with his own eyes what would happen to Ba County when he was at the end of his rope. He once heard that 9 out of 10 heroes in the world were all superficial. Only at the last moment of their lives could one see whether they were cowards or not. Are they all dead? Xiaoluo Man listened to the analysis of the others, and her eyes were filled with reluctance. Although she hoped that the traitor would die, she did not want him to die so easily. If he could be killed in the process of escaping, Xing County would be able to save some of its reputation. It seemed that her wish would not come true. While they were discussing, the ground in front of them suddenly shook. Something terrifying seemed to be spreading out from the deep transit window. What's going on? Not even 3 Dao Lords were able to stop Gu Chen? Feng Shiyang's expression suddenly tensed up. If the people of Ba County escaped into the outside world, it would bring unpredictable losses to the Feng family. Feng Shiyang's pupils quickly disappeared, and his eyes turned pure white. It was extremely strange. This was the unique divine eyes of origin of the Feng family. He tried to see what was happening in the chaos transit window. With this look, Feng Shiyang's expression changed drastically. Retreat! Everyone, retreat! He shouted anxiously. He immediately pulled Feng Shiji, who was next to him, and hurriedly fled into the distance. Child Lin and Xiaoluo Man were stunned. They did not know what the head of the Feng family meant. Even if the cultivators from the Tyrant Commandery escaped from the chaos transit window, how could they retreat? Their duty was to catch and kill the fish that escaped the net. How could they give up the line of defense just like that? As the 2 sides hesitated for a moment, they missed the best time to escape. In the distance, the Sea of Chaos, which was thousands of feet tall, surged out of the transit window and whizzed towards them. Not good. This caused Xiaoluo Man, young Master Lin, and the other scalps to go numb. They panicked and desperately fled toward the inner realm. With their high cultivation, they managed to escape from the chaos tide. However, the weaker soldiers of Lin County, Xing County, and the Feng clan were all buried in the chaotic qi. The entire army was annihilated. Apart from the higher-ups of the various forces, the soldiers that they had brought with them had all died without any achievements. What's going on? My father, he. Young Master Lin's face was ashen white. He looked at the chaotic mist ocean that had stopped and was filled with fear. Although his father was a Dao Lord, the Chaos Aura was an insurmountable moat in the Chaos Sea. Even his father would find it difficult to escape unscathed from such a large-scale chaos tide. How is this possible? How could a chaos tide appear out of nowhere? Feng Shiyang was also in a mess. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. His Feng clan was a Genesis master, and as the head of the Feng clan, he was proficient in dragon locating and had the ability to observe the pattern of a chaos tide eruption. A chaos tide was a natural disaster in the Chaos Sea, so it wasn't strange for it to appear anywhere. However, it just so happened to appear today, and it appeared in the transit window of his outer realm. He couldn't understand why. The eruption of a chaos tide had a pattern, and the transit window of his outer realm had always been stable. It was impossible for such a disaster to suddenly appear, unless it was a man-made disaster. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Feng Shiyang wanted to squash it, because theoretically, it was impossible. To destroy the Chaos transit window, one had to be at least at the Tao Lord level, and even at the Tao Lord level, it wasn't easy. Most importantly, no Tao Lord would be crazy enough to destroy the Chaos transit window. Even with their strength, it would be extremely dangerous if they were accidentally swallowed by the Chaos aura. It's that traitor Gu Chen. It's that traitor Gu Chen's doing. Sha Luo Man stared at the Chaos Mist Sea in front of her with an extremely ugly expression. The tyrant has this kind of ability? How is that possible? Feng Shiyang's expression changed drastically, and he said in disbelief. Young Master Lin and Feng Shiji looked at each other and saw a hint of fear in each other's eyes. It can't be wrong. Back then, when Gu Chen betrayed our Xing County, the Chaos transit window that leads to his hometown, the Ninth Realm, suddenly collapsed before we sent troops to attack his hometown. Now that the Chaos transit window in the Outer Realm has collapsed as well, it can't be a coincidence. Sha Luo Man said excitedly. Her analysis made everyone's heart sink. The tyrant has this kind of ability? Feng Shiyang looked dazed. The Chaos transit window had collapsed, and the fate of the 3 Tao Lords was unknown. The tyrant's group was nowhere to be found. Since the tyrant had the ability to collapse the Chaos transit window, he might have a way to protect himself. That was why he chose to meet here. If he was lucky enough to escape today, but the 3 Tao Lords died due to an accident, what would happen? Feng Shiyang felt a chill in his heart, and he suddenly regretted agreeing to the Tao Lords' request and getting involved in the conflict. He wanted to get a huge favor from them, but he did not expect to get himself a huge enemy instead, far away from Feng Shiyang and the others, on the other side of the Chaos Mist Sea that had just calmed down. Empress Medusa had an enchanting figure, and she was standing side by side with a middle-aged man in a simple green robe. Wow, the tyrant actually caused such a huge commotion, it's not easy at all. Medusa looked at the Chaos Mist Sea and said with a smile. Feng Yuan, on the other hand, looked very calm. His hair was neatly combed, and he looked less downcast and more otherworldly. Facing the trap set up by so many Tao Lords, Gu Chen had very few options to begin with. Combined with the 2 collapses of the Chaos window, he indeed has a supreme treasure that can affect the chaotic qi. Feng Yuan said expressionlessly, and his tone of address for Gu Chen was very intimate, as if they had known each other for a long time. Although this method can resolve the crisis, the chaotic qi is extremely dangerous. He might not be able to escape successfully, right? Medusa's gaze flickered. That's right, so I need to help him. Feng Yuan replied plainly. How? Not to mention that the Chaos Mist Sea is extremely dangerous. Even if we can come and go safely, we have no sense of direction. How can we find him? Medusa looked at Feng Yuan curiously. I naturally have a way to find him. Feng Yuan said as he waved his sleeves. A shocking scene ensued. The layers of chaotic aura in front of them actually split into 2, revealing a passageway that was wide enough for 2 people to pass through. Medusa's smile became even brighter when she saw this. Feng clan was a Genesis master lineage, and their spirit capture and origin dispatching techniques shook the entire Chaos Sea. Feng Shiyang was even known as the #1 Genesis master. But who knew that the true #1 Genesis master in Feng clan who had reached the pinnacle of spirit capture and origin dispatching was not Feng Shiyang? Let's go. The passage appeared, and Feng Yuan walked forward, entering the Chaos Mist Sea calmly. Medusa followed behind him, her eyes filled with infatuation as she mumbled to herself. You want to enter the Chaos Mist Sea to save someone, you have indeed been eyeing that tyrant for a long time. What are your intentions towards him? He could neither see the sky nor the earth. His surroundings were filled with chaos. Gu Chen was alone. With the dominating cauldron of origin in his hand, he used the chaotic spirit secret technique to ensure that the surrounding chaotic aura would not come within 3 meters of him. The wings of time had already spread out behind his back. His body was bathed in blue electric light. He moved at lightning speed in the chaotic aura and headed towards a certain direction. Every second counted, After knowing that all the Tao Lords were going to join forces to kill him, Guchen knew that the difference in strength between him and them was too great. If he fought them head-on, he would definitely die. If he tried to escape, it would be very difficult for him to do so when all the chaos transit windows in the outer world were sealed. Therefore, he thought of a way to put himself in a desperate situation and come back to life. If he could destroy the chaos transit windows in the outer world by surprise, the Tao Lords would fall into a quagmire and he would have a chance to escape. Once the transit windows collapsed, the outer world would be in chaos. No one thought that he would be able to pass through the chaotic aura and leave. This method was based on the dominating cauldron of Origin's control over the chaotic aura. The Tao Lords were completely unprepared for it, so he was lucky enough to succeed in the first step of his plan. However, the chaos was extremely dangerous. There was no sense of direction at all. Once one fell into it, one might not be able to escape and might be trapped there forever. Guchen knew this very well. Therefore, after the chaotic aura engulfed him, he followed his 5 senses and moved forward at a high speed in the predetermined direction. His target was the 5 elements world. Only by passing through the chaotic aura and stepping into the 5 elements world could his plan be considered a complete success. The chaos was mysterious and unknown. Very few people knew the specific situation. Even if they did, most of them were buried there. Therefore, when Guchen really started to carry out his plan, he realized that things were much more difficult than he had imagined. He thought that with his strong 5 senses and extreme speed, he would be able to pass through the chaotic aura quickly and reach the 5 elements world in an hour at most. However, the reality was that the chaotic environment around him was too terrifying. His strong 5 senses were constantly being suppressed and weakened. At first, he was still sure that he was in the right direction. However, after moving forward for 2 hours, he was still surrounded by the endless chaotic aura. He began to wonder if he had lost his direction. Losing one's direction in the chaos was extremely terrifying. It meant that he might be trapped in this place forever. Guchen did not dare to think too deeply about this matter. He stubbornly moved forward in a certain direction. 4 hours later, when he had exhausted his mental energy and was beginning to struggle to control the dominating cauldron of Origin, he had no choice but to accept reality. He was trapped in the Chaos Sea. What he was most worried about in the plan still happened. In front of the heavenly might of the Chaos Sea, no one could avoid it. At that moment, Guchen came to a stop. With the help of the chaotic spirit's secret art, the dominating cauldron of Origin shone brilliantly. The surrounding chaotic chi expanded from 1 meter away from him to 10 meters away. Then, with a thought, Guchen summoned Wu Ming, Elder Xiao, Gu Huang, and about 20 other companions from the space within his body. With the appearance of the 20 people, the space that was originally 30 meters wide suddenly became much more crowded. Those 3 dog Tao Lords are all dead? Sovereign Ge asked Guchen expectantly after taking a good look at his surroundings. I'm not sure. Guchen shook his head. Given how strong Tao Lords are, they probably won't die that easily. However, if they are trapped in the chaotic chi for a long time, it's only a matter of time before they die, Wu Ming estimated. They're not the only ones facing this situation. We're facing it too. Elder Xiao saw that Guchen was clearly showing signs of fatigue and smiled bitterly. According to the leader's plan, if everything went smoothly, they should all be in the 5 elements realm by the time they were summoned. However, if the worst-case scenario happened and they were trapped in the Chaos Sea, then everyone had to be prepared for a long battle. Now that only 20 of them had been summoned and they were surrounded by such a scene, the outcome was self-evident. I need to rest. It's all up to you guys now. Guchen didn't explain further. After that, he sat in the void, took out a few elixirs, and silently meditated to recover. Using the dominating cauldron of Origin to influence and control the primal chaos chi was an extremely taxing task. Even though Guchen's cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds, he could only control the primal chaos chi for 3 hours at most. After 3.5 hours, his mental power would be depleted. At that time, he wouldn't be able to maintain the chaos secret technique and would naturally die. Therefore, since he couldn't leave the Chaos Sea for a while, he had to ensure that he had enough time to rest. Only then could he persist until he found a way out. The mission of his 50 companions was to ensure that the chaotic chi couldn't get close to them while he was resting. He divided his companions into 2 groups. Each group had 20 people, and they would take turns to block the chaotic chi. The remaining 10 people were to be used in case of an accident. Because the chaotic chi had already passed the initial period of violent eruption, the chaotic chi's current state was relatively stable. Guchen believed that with his companions working together, they should be able to hold on for a while even without the help of a magical item like the dominating cauldron. As for how long they could hold on, it would depend on their own abilities. Guchen started to rest and slowly withdrew his control over the dominating cauldron. The chaotic chi in the surroundings instantly sensed it and surged over. The 20 companions spread out with Guchen in the center and each took out their emperor weapons. The chaotic chi was too dangerous. If one's body came into contact with it directly, the consequences would be unimaginable. They could only rely on the emperor weapons as formation flags to form a dharma formation. Wu Ming and Gu Huang had experience fighting against the chaotic chi outside the 9th realm. At this moment, under their leadership, the entire process was a piece of cake and the formation was completed smoothly. Sizzle, the chaotic chi continuously eroded the 10 emperor weapons. The radiance of the emperor weapons dimmed rapidly after coming into contact with it. Everyone could only continuously input their origin energy to resist it. Crack! Crack! Under the terrifying attack of the chaotic chi, the speed at which the emperor weapons were destroyed was much faster than expected. As it was the first time that the cultivators from the Lei and Qi counties experienced such a situation, they could not help but panic. Hold on. Try to hold on as long as possible. While Guchen was resting, Wu Ming became the backbone. His Nirvana Dao technique was also a great help. The 20 companions tried their best to maintain the Dharma formation. Soon, 2 hours passed. Although Guchen was resting, he still divided a part of his attention to observe everyone's condition. Seeing that everyone was almost at their limit, he timely said, "Replace them." Thus, a new batch of companions walked out of the space in his body and replaced the original 20 people. When their companions took over the burden, Elder Xiao, Gu Huang, and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. They returned to the space in their bodies and seized the time to recover. To prevent any accidents, Wu Ming, who was at ease, continued to stay behind. He taught Feng Yaya, Qingsong Dharma King, and the rest how to defend effectively. At this time, Gu Chen, who had rested for 4 hours, stood up. Much of his fatigue had dissipated. "Everyone, go and rest. I will continue forward." "Will 4 hours be enough?" Wu Ming looked worriedly at Gu Chen. They did not know how much mental energy it took to control the cauldron of origin, but it was definitely more taxing than using Dao techniques. Some Dao techniques took a lot of mental energy to use. 4 hours of rest was not enough. "It's enough," Guchen replied. He quickly sent everyone back into his internal space. The cauldron of origin floated above his head. With the cauldron of origin, the chaotic chi was easily kept out of Guchen's body. He continued to move forward at top speed, looking for an exit. Without the help of the cauldron of origin, it was not easy for my companions to buy me 4 hours. With the help of immortal medicines, 4 hours should be enough for me to recover. However, if I cannot find the exit for a long time, both I and the others will run out of energy sooner or later. Guchen was under great pressure as he calculated his current situation. The effects of immortal medicines were limited. If he continued to take them in a short period of time, the effects would worsen. And if he continued to expend his mental energy, his spirit would not be able to take it. Needless to say, his companions were in even worse condition. There was a limit to the number of sovereign weapons. Using the array to block the chaotic chi would not work sooner or later. Guchen estimated that his current method could only last 5 or 6 days. After that, their bodies and minds would reach their limits. I have to find a way out as soon as possible. Time was of the essence. Every passing breath was like a race against the Grim Reaper. Guchen couldn't help but speed up. In the gray and oppressive world, a large stretch of green trees had intertwined roots. They were like dragons, holding up a narrow space. The chaotic chi from the outside continued to surge in, and all the towering trees were reduced to ashes. However, new branches would immediately grow from within, stabilizing the space. Through the endless green trees, the space and the chaotic chi from the outside formed a strange balance. The chaotic chi roiled in the chaos, looking for a way out. It's all thanks to fellow Daoist Lin's Dao technique. Otherwise, we would have died here. That damned brat. In the depths of the greenwood space, Dao Lord Zhou who gritted his teeth with a grim expression. Dao Lord Shoshan was standing right next to him. In front of the two of them, Dao Lord Lin had bizarrely transformed into a piece of driftwood. This piece of driftwood was the source of the countless greenwood trees that were supporting this narrow living space. No one expected that kid to have the ability to destroy the chaos transit window. But what's the point of doing this? Does he just want to die with us? Dao Lord Shoshan's expression was equally unsightly, and his eyes flickered incessantly. Humph. He's profiting from dragging the three of us down with him. I imagine he's just throwing away a broken pot. What's there to think about? Dao Lord Taizhou said. We can't deduce things in such a simple manner. We've already suffered a loss once. Now, we have to admit that this kid does indeed have the qualifications to stand on equal footing with us. Dao Lord Shoshan shook his head. If they hadn't looked down on each other from the beginning, it wouldn't have been difficult to see through the doppelganger's smokescreen and they wouldn't have ended up in this situation. I don't know if that Guchen has a backup plan, and I don't have the time to think about it now. The two of you should think about how to leave this place. As the two Dao Lords conversed, Dao Lord Lin, who was in the form of driftwood, spoke with an extremely solemn tone. This chaos chi is incomparably ferocious, and we have to find a way out. The consumption is too great. There's a limit to my strength. Even if I absorb your strength, the three of us can only hold on for a limited amount of time. Moreover, we have no experience in finding an exit in the chaos chi. If we're trapped here forever, Dao Lord Lin's words caused the two Dao Lords' hearts to skip a beat, and their expressions became extremely tense. The collapse of the transit window caused such a huge commotion. Fellow Daoist Golden Crow and fellow Daoist, you will definitely notice it right away. If the two of them join forces and ask for Patriarch Feng's help, they might be able to help us escape, Dao Lord Shoshan said in a low voice. The Feng clan's Genesis art could locate dragons amidst the chaos chi, and Feng Shiyang had even accurately observed the pattern of the chaos tide. Given his abilities, if he were by their side, he would definitely be able to help them find the exit. Unfortunately, he wasn't around. The only way was for him and the other two Dao Lords to enter the chaos chi together to find them. That would be the best way to leave. The chaos chi is filled with unfathomable dangers. Do you think the other two Dao Lords and Feng Shiyang would take such a huge risk for us? Dao Lord Zhou sneered when he heard that. Although the five Dao Lords were working together this time, they had always been on guard against each other. There were very few of them who were truly friends. Now that the transit window had collapsed, in the eyes of the other Dao Lords, Guchen must be dead. This way, they would be able to answer to the 100 Commandery's Dao Lords, and their mission would be considered completed. As for the three unlucky fellows like them, it didn't matter if they died. The Dao Lords wouldn't wake up without benefits, so who would really care about their lives? If they died, a huge amount of territory would appear out of nowhere. Without them fighting for karmic luck, the other Dao Lords would already be happy if they didn't rejoice in their misfortune. Although the Feng clan is working together with Lin Commandery, they have always been ambitious. Feng Shiyang has always wanted to restore the glory of his ancestors. If I die here, the Feng clan will take advantage of the situation to take over many realms of Lin Commandery. With such great benefits, there's no way that Feng Shiyang would risk his life to save us. Dao Lord Lin shook his head as well, thinking that Dao Lord Shoshan's idea was too unrealistic. Do you think the three of us deserve to die? You should know that it's almost impossible to walk out of the chaos chi with luck alone. Dao Lord Shoshan said dejectedly. He knew that his idea was too naive, but he had no choice but to think this way. That damned overlord. After discussing for a while, they still couldn't find a way to escape. The three Dao Lords spoke in unison. They were filled with regret. If they knew this would happen, they would rather offend all the Dao Lords than get involved in this mess. While Gu Chen and the three Dao Lords were in danger and were struggling to find a way out, the two outsiders who had entered the chaos chi after the collapse of the transit window had already entered the depths of the chaos chi at an unimaginable speed. Feng Yuan's pupils had completely disappeared, and his eye sockets were completely white. He was using the divine eye of origin, which was more profound than Feng Shiyang's. He walked in the chaotic qi as if he was walking on flat ground. Everywhere he passed, the chaotic qi would automatically avoid him. It was as if he had divine help in this place. Medusa followed behind him. She had already lost her sense of direction. She saw Fang Yuan pinching his fingers from time to time, then adjusting his direction and advancing in a certain direction. His steps were firm and swift, clearly showing that he had a plan. This is really strange. The Chaos Qi blocks all the power of the great Tao laws. How did he determine the Overlord's location in this situation? Medusa observed with interest. Even though she had been this man's companion for a long time, he still exuded a mysterious aura. Suddenly, Medusa saw that Feng Yuan had stopped. This was the first time his footsteps had stopped. It was as if something had affected his judgment. To think that I could meet him here. How nostalgic. Feng Yuan's gaze looked towards a corner of the Chaos Qi. His eyes revealed the vicissitudes of life, as if he had experienced the vicissitudes of time. What did you meet? Medusa immediately asked curiously. You'll know when you go take a look. Feng Yuan smiled. He adjusted his direction and walked towards the direction he sensed. We're not looking for the Overlord? Medusa was extremely surprised. He's tough enough, don't worry. Let's go somewhere first. The ancient ruins stood quietly in the primal chaos, as if they had existed for countless years. The old tree, which had long withered and mottled with growth rings, was lying in the ruins. The ground was littered with broken tiles and rusted weapons. Feng Yuan and Medusa walked past, causing the ground to creak. To think that we could actually find a primal chaos-secluded land. But what's going on here? Civilization seems to have developed here? Medusa looked around curiously, feeling puzzled. This secluded land was found by Feng Yuan. The moment she saw the secluded land, she understood why Feng Yuan was not in a hurry to find Overlord. The primal chaos secluded land contained endless opportunities, anyone who saw it would not be able to ignore it. It was just that this place was very different from the primal chaos secluded land in her memory. Secluded lands were usually in the early stages of primal chaos. Although there were countless treasures, civilization had not been born yet. But here, it was more like a ruin left behind by a civilization. As a chaotic life form, Medusa thought she had more knowledge about the primal chaos secluded land than others. But she could not understand this ruin in front of her. This is not the primal chaos secluded land. More accurately speaking, this is Feng clan's ancestral land. Feng Yuan had a nostalgic expression as he strolled around the huge ruin calmly. Feng clan's ancestral land? Didn't Feng clan live in outer space for generations? Why is the ancestral land here? Medusa was shocked. Moreover, if this is not the primal chaos secluded land and is only a ruin, how can it be preserved after drifting in the primal chaos for so long? Chaos Qi was the source of the world's origin essence. Even Tao Lords would face life-threatening danger if they were submerged by Chaos Qi, not to mention ordinary materials. No matter how strong an existence was, they would quickly disintegrate after being corroded by Chaos Qi. There were very few exceptions. And this ruin was so huge, but every brick and tile was still intact. This was beyond Medusa's understanding. In her opinion, only a secluded land that was created by Chaos Qi and had the potential to become a world could achieve such a thing. Don't be limited by your own vision. Feng Yuan glanced at Medusa before looking at the entire 100 li of the ruins and explained. The reason why this place could survive for so long and even Chaos Qi cannot destroy it is because it is a primordial Tao land from the beginning of primordial chaos. There is still primordial essence Qi left behind. Primordial essence Qi? Medusa's pretty face revealed a shocked expression as she blurted out. Doesn't that only exist in the primordial chaos Tao world? How was the primordial chaos Tao world born? Do you know? Feng Yuan shook his head. According to ancient legends, it was the 9 primordial Tao laws that appeared out of nowhere and ended the darkness of the ancient netherworld era. They gathered all the primordial Tao lands and gave birth to the primordial Tao world, said Medusa after some thought. You're right, but not entirely right. Feng Yuan showed a mocking expression. You can think of this ruin as the place where one of the 9 primordial Tao laws was born. The birthplace of the primordial Tao law? Medusa's expression became even more shocked. You just said that this is the Fang clan's ancestral land. The birth of the primordial chaos Tao world was the result of the concerted efforts of many ancient netherworld ancestors. And the 10 races that contributed the most are known as the ancient netherworld 10 races. The Fang family is not called the Fang family in the Tao world. It has a more well-known name called the Source clan. Fang Yuan spoke calmly. Everything he said were things that Medusa had never heard of. The Fang family once had such a background? In that case, why is it now? Medusa's eyes flickered. If she had not known that the man in front of her would never speak without reason, she would have thought that everything he had just said was nonsense. Although the Fang clan was the only origin master in the Chaos Sea, they still belonged to Xing County. No matter how one looked at it, they did not seem to have such a powerful background. It's a long story. In short, the Fang clan has declined. Fang Yuan's gaze suddenly turned very cold. Back then, the Fang clan was chased out of the lower realm due to some matters. After that, the Fang clan's ancestor wanted to return to the ancestral land. However, when the Tao world was born, the ancestral land had already been submerged in the chaos. The Fang clan's ancestor compromised and found the outer realm according to the dragon-seeking coordinates, which was the closest place to the ancestral land. From then on, he lived and multiplied here, degenerating for countless years. I originally thought that the ancestral land would never be found, but I did not expect to encounter it by chance. This was a coincidence and also fate. What Fang Yuan said were extremely secretive matters that involved many generations of the Fang clan. Medusa suspected that even Fang Shiyang might not know so many things. How do you know so many things at your age? Medusa could not help but ask. If this ruin had really existed since the ancient underworld era, it was hard to imagine how Fang Yuan, who had not even experienced the War County era, could understand it so well. Fang Yuan smiled and did not answer Medusa's question. Instead, he walked past the ruins as if he was looking for something. What are you looking for? Medusa was very curious about this man and followed his steps, asking questions from time to time. Fang Yuan did not say anything and finally arrived at an ancient tower. This tower seemed to have experienced an unprecedented fire. More than half of it had collapsed, and there were rubble everywhere. Fang Yuan stopped in front of a pile of rubble and suddenly stretched out his hand. Within the gravel, a pitch-black short stick that looked like a fire stick suddenly fell into his hand. To think that this thing is still here. Fang Yuan sighed and gently stroked the black stick in his hand. He seemed to like it very much, as if it had accompanied him for a long time. Medusa had a strange expression. She was getting more and more interested in Fang Yuan's origins. We have walked around and reminisced enough, we should get down to business. Fang Yuan stopped sightseeing and said plainly. We are going to find the Overlord? Since this place has primordial essence qi, shouldn't we make good use of it? Medusa did not want to leave this place. She had heard of the benefits of primordial essence qi to cultivators. Although she did not know where the primordial essence qi was, she did not want to miss it. As a chaotic life form, because of her innate talent, she had a huge bottleneck when trying to break through to Tao's severing realm. If she had the help of primordial essence qi, she might be able to reach the realm she yearned for. We don't need to look for it, let Guqin come over himself. Fang Yuan smiled with deep meaning. Before Medusa could understand his meaning, she saw Fang Yuan holding the black stick and lightly pointing at the void. Buzz, every brick and every tile in the entire ancient netherworld ruins suddenly began to shine with extraordinary splendor, emitting a mysterious aura from the inside. This is primordial essence qi? Why are you doing this? This ruin will probably cease to exist. Fang Yuan being able to extract the remnant primordial qi in the ruins was a top-notch ability in the world. But without the protection of the primordial qi, Fang clan's ancestral land would probably crumble and vanish soon. The ruins here should have disappeared long ago. Fang clan will have a more glorious future. Fang Yuan smiled, showing a carefree expression without any reluctance. But the primordial qi is flowing everywhere, isn't it too wasteful? Medusa could clearly sense that the primordial qi was rapidly dissipating after being extracted from the ruins. It had fused with the chaotic qi outside, causing a huge commotion. Follow me and you will have a brighter future, There is no need to feel reluctant over this bit of primordial qi. Fang Yuan said confidently. He found a place to sit on the ground, looking like he would not budge even if the world collapsed. The commotion here is so huge that Overlord should have discovered something. Medusa looked at the chaotic qi that was roaring and boiling outside. She understood Fang Yuan's intention. He did not want to find that Guchen personally, he wanted him to come to him himself. But it had already been 5 days since the other party fell into the chaos. She did not know if he had the ability to reach here alive. In the chaos, Guchen could not conceal his exhaustion. The wings of time flapped as he advanced day after day. But the facts proved that luck was not on his side. He was still trapped in the chaos and could not find an exit. Today was the 6th day of falling into the chaos. His mental state was reaching its limit from constantly controlling the dominating cauldron of origin. Most of his companions were also exhausted. Even the 10 backup members had come to resist the chaotic qi. Ba Jun was going all out, but in front of the terrifying might of heaven, he still felt how insignificant he was. Based on the current development of the situation, Guchen knew that they would be buried here in 2 days at most. This caused his mind to be extremely tense, and his heart to be extremely anxious. How can I leave this place? Guchen used the deep-sea purple extreme pupils to look around, but there was chaotic qi everywhere. He could not see a way out. With no other way out, he even used the Tao of divination, hoping to deduce a safe route out of here. Unfortunately, perhaps his attainments in Fate Tao were not up to par. Every time he pinched his fingers and divined, he could not find an answer. This terrifying chaotic energy could sever all great Tao laws, and the Tao of life was no exception. Just like this, the 7th day arrived. Guchen drifted through the chaos for a very long distance, and his footsteps were extremely heavy while his soul was on the verge of drying up. At this moment, there was finally a chance to turn things around. The copper coin of destiny Tao, which had been in his arms all this time, suddenly started to heat up, and it immediately attracted Guchen's attention. He took out the life path copper coin with a gloomy expression. The copper coin of destiny Tao had the ability to seek fortune and avoid calamity. Perhaps it had found a way to escape, it was just that Guchen had never figured out its origins. Out of instinctive vigilance, he was unwilling to borrow its power. However, today, he was besieged on all sides and in imminent danger. Guchen knew that if he did not grasp this slim chance of survival, he and all his companions from the Tyrant County would be buried here. Guchen took a deep breath. After a long time, he used the copper coin of destiny Tao again. With himself as the center, he divided the surroundings into 10 directions and threw out the copper coin of destiny Tao one after another. In the end, 9 of the 10 directions showed great calamity, and only 1 showed a good omen. Without hesitation, Guchen immediately flew in a straight line in that direction. Along the way, he braved the wind and waves without hesitation, but after flying for a long time, he still could not find the exit. He was very disappointed. It seemed that even the magic of the copper coin of destiny Tao could not solve the current predicament. His heart gradually sank to the bottom. Suddenly, he sensed that the chaotic qi on the left was abnormal. There seemed to be a vortex in the chaotic qi on the left, and Guchen could clearly feel that a large amount of chaotic qi was swimming in that direction. This was an abnormality that had not happened for many days. Guchen's eyes lit up, and he gritted his teeth and flew to the left. Not long after, light appeared in front of him. Guchen was overjoyed and suddenly accelerated. Bang! For the first time in many days, Guchen touched the hard and solid ground, and he looked relieved. He climbed out of the pit, flicked the dust off his body, and found that he was surrounded by an unusually ancient ruin. This was not outside the chaotic qi, but the strange thing was that the surrounding chaotic qi did not invade this area in a short time. Rumble, from time to time, buildings collapsed on the periphery of the ruin. Seeing this, Guchen, who had just survived a disaster, felt his heart sink again. This place was obviously also in the process of collapsing, and he was afraid that it would not last long. Guchen's expression was solemn. The hope that had just been ignited was gone just like that. Long as he was thinking, the tyrannical cauldron of origin floating in his palms suddenly became much brighter than before, and for the first time ever, it even expressed a joyful emotion towards him. This kind of emotion was extremely rare. The last time it had appeared was when it was absorbing the chaotic golden lightning bamboo. What's going on? Guchen was stunned. Was there something in this place that could make the tyrannical cauldron excited? The tyrannical cauldron of origin became more and more excited, and in the end, it completely left Gu Chen's palm and floated in the air above the ruin, shining brightly, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Gu Chen could clearly feel that from all directions, there was a mysterious energy being attracted to the tyrannical cauldron. It was wolfing down the energy. In just a short time, Gu Chen could feel that the tyrannical cauldron had evolved again. What is this place? Gu Chen was shocked. Even after absorbing Kongxing's chaotic flower, it did not have such an effect. Where did the energy here come from? How could it allow the tyrannical cauldron to evolve so quickly? As expected, it has a supreme treasure. I didn't notice it in the ninth world. In the distance, Feng Yuan and Medusa stood side by side and looked at the tyrannical cauldron, muttering in a voice that only he could hear. As he pondered, he suddenly sensed something and raised his head to look outside the ruin. I've unexpectedly attracted a few uninvited guests. He laughed coldly. Outside the primal chaos, a large number of green trees suddenly rushed in and fell straight to the ground. Countless green trees crumbled, and as dust flew, 3 figures slowly stood up. I'm really blessed. Not only did I find a safe place, I also met the enemy who caused me to fall into this state. I've suffered so much these few days, and it's all thanks to you, Overlord. A chilling voice rang out from the smoke and dust, bringing with it a soaring killing intent. As the dust settled, 3 Dao monarchs appeared in front of Gu Chen, looking somewhat wretched. What bad luck. Gu Chen stared coldly at the 3 Dao monarchs, clenching his fists tightly. The 3 Dao lords had drifted through the primordial chaos for many days, and it could be said that they had suffered greatly in order to stay alive. It was not easy for him to follow the abnormality of the primal chaos chi to arrive here. The first thing he saw was the culprit, Gu Chen. Naturally, his killing intent was overflowing. Die. Without any explanation, Dao Lord Zhou Hu and Dao Lord Longevity Mountain attacked Gu Chen. Now that he was inside the relic, there was no way to retreat. Gu Chen's eyes were filled with ferocity as he faced Li Mu head-on. Boom boom boom, with Gu Chen's fist as the center, a terrifying shockwave spread out. The 2 Dao lords who tried to kill him were affected by the shockwave, and their attacks were greatly weakened. Tap, tap, tap. In the head-on clash, Gu Chen took 2 steps back while the 2 Dao lords took many steps back as well. They were evenly matched. Sin Extermination's quintessence. The shockwave from Gu Chen's fist caused the 2 Dao lords to feel numb. They looked at each other with stern gazes. War God Sin Killer of the Xing Commandery was quite famous amongst the Dao lords of the 100 Commanderies because he possessed an extremely rare quintessence. The origin of shock was known for its destructive power. Previously, this origin of shock had been in the hands of Mia Xin, but now, Gu Chen had suddenly used it, and Mia Xin had died at Gu Chen's hands. The reason was self-evident. What a nature origin. No wonder you dare to fight us head-on. Dao Lord Zhou Hu sneered coldly, his eyes filled with fear. He had long heard of the terror of the origin of nature, but only after seeing it with his own eyes did he realize that it was much more terrifying than the rumors. If the Overlord could master the power of the origin source of shock, how powerful would it be if it continued to grow? Looks like you guys are much weaker than before. Gu Chen could roughly guess their current state from the attacks of the 2 Dao lords and teased. The price one had to pay to drift in the primal chaos was very clear to him after experiencing it for the past few days. He was fine. At least 50 of Ba Jun's companions took turns to help him, so he had time to rest. However, there were only 3 Dao lords. They had probably used up quite a bit of energy in order to stay alive. No matter how much energy I consume, it's enough to kill you. The 2 Dao lords were even more furious when Gu Chen poked at their sore spot. Although Lin Daojuan's verdant wood barrier was effective in resisting the corrosion of the primal chaos chi, it consumed a lot of energy. In order to maintain the barrier these past few days, they had allowed Lin Daojuan's roots to absorb their origin energy. In that case, Lin Daojun would be able to hold on, but how could he be willing to consume more of his own when he could absorb the power of others? Therefore, their bodies were far more exhausted than Lin Daojuan's. Fellow Daoist Lin, why don't you join hands to kill this brat? The 2 Dao lords no longer dared to underestimate Gu Chen. When they saw that they were unable to kill him instantly, they turned around and spoke to Lin Daojun in dissatisfaction. The layers of decaying green wood around Lin Daojun's body were peeled off, and he raised his head to look at the shining dominating cauldron of origin in the sky. Tyrant, how long can this place last? He did not answer the two Tao Lords' questions. Instead, he asked Guchen in a solemn tone. Finally, someone smart. Guchen sneered. The ruins could collapse at any time, and once it did, there would be no place for them to hide. It would be the stupidest thing to fight at this moment. Fellow Taoist Lin, what do you mean? The two Tao Lords scanned the area with their divine senses. When they sensed the situation of the ruins, their expressions changed. Tyrant, you discovered this place? You have the ability to travel freely in the primal chaos? Lin Daojun was very calm. Looking at the mystical dominating cauldron in the sky, he could guess many things. The two Tao Lords fell silent and subconsciously withdrew their murderous intent towards Guchen. Just now, they thought that they were already safe, so they wanted to settle the score. However, it was clear that they were not safe yet, so the first thing they had to consider was their own safety. Guchen was the one who destroyed the primal chaos transit window. The fact that they could still see him after so many days meant that he indeed had the ability to travel in the primal chaos. And that cauldron was probably the key. It was too unwise to make a move when they were not sure if they could snatch the cauldron. Seeing that the three Tao Lords' attitude towards him had changed slightly, Guchen did not mock them. Instead, he answered truthfully. I only arrived here a little earlier than you guys. As for the ability to travel in the primal chaos, I do have it, but just like you, I can't find a way to leave. Guchen was very clear about the current situation. If he wanted to leave the primal chaos alive, he might need the help of the three Tao Lords. The three Tao Lords thought so too, which was why they withdrew their murderous intent towards him. The situation was ironic. They all wanted to kill each other, but before they were sure that they could leave safely, they did not dare to do so, lest they destroy their only hope of survival. Are you really unable to leave, or are you not willing to tell us? Taoist Shoshan did not believe Guchen's explanation. Guchen's position in their hearts had improved imperceptibly. They felt that he would not rashly collapse the primal chaos transit window without a way to leave. I'm telling the truth. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. Guchen said indifferently. If he was not forced into a desperate situation, he would not take such a risk. The three Tao Lords fell silent for a moment. Seeing that the ruins around them were collapsing more and more seriously, they were extremely frustrated. Looks like you guys have finally calmed down. Suddenly, a chuckle came from afar. Who is it? Everyone, including Guchen, had a slight change in expression. They had not sensed that someone was here earlier. The person soon appeared on top of a ruin. He wore a simple green robe, had gray hair, and was accompanied by an extremely enchanting beauty. Clan leader Fong? Medusa? Lin Daoist Jun was shocked to see the two. Guchen's pupils shrunk as he looked at the green-robed man. It's not Fong Shiyang. Although the person in front of him looked exactly like Fong Shiyang, his aura was completely different. More importantly, he did not seem to have any cultivation at all. It was clearly Feng Yuan whom they had met twice. Guchen did not expect to see a mortal like Feng Yuan in the primal chaos. He felt that it was unbelievable. More importantly, Medusa was following him, causing his imagination to run wild. Clan leader Feng, why are you here? Tao Lord Shoshan asked joyfully. With Feng Shiyang's Genesis technique, their chances of leaving the primal chaos would increase greatly. In this case, it did not matter even if Guchen was not here. I learned that the primal chaos transit window had collapsed. I was afraid that something would happen to the Tao Lords, so I came here immediately. Feng Yuan answered. He did not deny that he was Feng Shiyang. I see, clan leader Feng is really considerate. All three Tao Lords felt a sense of gratitude. This was like sending charcoal in snowy weather. They did not suspect Feng Shiyang's identity. Not only did they not know that Feng Shiyang had a twin brother, even if they knew, they would not think that a mortal could enter the primal chaos. If he had not seen this person before leaving Misty Villa, Guchen would have thought that he was Feng Shiyang. If it was Feng Shiyang, Guchen would be in an even worse situation. However, the fact that Medusa was by his side made Guchen doubt Feng Yuan's stance. Therefore, he did not make a move and waited to see what Feng Yuan was up to. Ha ha ha, since Master Feng is here, we have a way to leave this place. Overlord, it seems like the heavens want you dead. Dao Lord Zhou Hu and Dao Lord Shou Shan looked at Guchen with murderous intent again. Even Dao Lord Lin revealed a greedy look. Previously, they stopped because they were worried that they would need Guchen's strength. However, with Feng Shiyang around, he was no longer of any value. On the other hand, the Overlord Cauldron in his hand had an unusual origin. The three Dao Lords wanted to take it for themselves. How realistic. Guchen sneered. With a single thought, he summoned all his companions. He was helpless against the three Dao Lords, but with so many companions, the situation was different. Nameless was once a Dao Lord expert. Although his cultivation level had fallen, he had successfully taken a different path. Even he did not know how strong he was now. The leader of the devouring rock race, Gu Huang, Dharma King Qing Song, and the others were all peak Dao querying experts. With so many of them joining forces, they might be able to fight a Dao Lord. Before the transit window collapsed, Guchen did not choose to fight with numbers because he did not want to make unnecessary sacrifices. However, given the current situation, there was no reason for him to hesitate anymore. As soon as the 50 Overlord cultivators appeared and saw the situation, all of them had ferocious expressions and rubbed their palms. They were desperados to begin with. Why would they be afraid of a Dao Lord? So many people? The three Dao Lords could not help but feel fearful when they sensed the aura formed by the combined forces. They did not expect the Overlord cultivators to still be alive and well. They thought that Guchen was the only one left. If it was any other time, it would not matter if there were more people. The three of them were confident that they could take care of all of them. However, they had been exhausted for many days and the ruins were on the verge of collapsing. It would not be good if they delayed the precious time to leave. The situation returned to a stalemate. The three Dao Lords did not really want to attack. Feng Yuan saw all of this and smiled as he said at an appropriate time. Dao Lords and Hegemon, this isn't a good time to fight. Why don't we set aside our differences and work together to leave this place? It's you? Hearing the voice, Feng Yaya turned around and was stunned. Like Guchen, she recognized that the other party was Feng Yuan and not Feng Shiyang. Guchen gave her a look, telling her not to talk too much. Take them with us? Is that necessary? Lin Daojun frowned. With Feng Shiyang and the others, they already had a way to leave. Leaving Guchen and the others to fend for themselves here was the best. It was easy and convenient. Guchen looked at Feng Yuan and Medusa, only to see Medusa winking at him as if there was a deep meaning behind it. He thought for a while and then sneered. If you don't bring us along, do you think you can lead this place smoothly? He looked like he was going to die together with them. The cultivators of the Tyrant Commandery were even more murderous, causing the three Dao Lords' expressions to turn ugly. Brat, how dare you threaten us? Dao Lord Zhou Hu roared. He had never suffered such humiliation before. We're the ones threatening you. If you dare to not bring us along, go ahead and try. Guchen did not budge an inch. The three Dao Lords looked like they had eaten a fly and were so angry that they did not know what to do. Dao Lords, why are you so angry? Are you worried that you won't be able to vent your anger after we get out? Feng Yuan suddenly transmitted his voice to the three Dao Lords secretly, hinting at them. The three Dao Lords were instantly enlightened. That's right, there were still two Dao Lords and the army waiting outside. After they left this place, the Hegemon's group would still be trapped and there would be no deviation from their original plan. It was truly a wake-up call. Why should they be angry? It didn't matter if they let the other party be arrogant for a while. Alright, Hegemon, we promise to bring you along, but you have to promise not to play any tricks along the way. If you want to leave this place alive, you have to sincerely unite and help each other. Do you agree with me? Lin Daojun spoke on behalf of the three of them, looking like he had finally compromised. Of course I understand the situation. Don't worry, as long as you keep your promise, I won't obstruct you. After all, my life is more valuable than yours. Guchen replied solemnly. Alright, in that case, let's take a break first and discuss how to leave this place. The three Dao lords were in a huge deficit and did not want to give Guchen a chance to take advantage of them, so they made a suggestion. That's exactly what I want. Guchen agreed. Thus, the two sides set a boundary and rested and discussed separately. Leader, can that guy from the Fang clan be trusted? Nameless used the law of nirvana to eliminate the surrounding sounds and asked Guchen secretly. Guchen remained silent for a while. The reason why he agreed to such a condition was entirely because of Medusa and the situation. Now, only Fang Yuan could bring them away. What else could he do if he did not agree, stay and wait for death? The Fang clan betrayed us once. Leader, in my opinion, we can't trust them again. Gu Huang suggested. Many people agreed with his suggestion. Guchen shook his head and pondered. Do you think that Fang Yuan needs to go deep into the chaos if he wants to harm us? He might just want to save the three Dao lords and do them a favor. King Qingsong pondered. If the three Dao lords die, especially Dao Lord Lin, the Fang clan will benefit the most. On the contrary, saving them in exchange for a favor and taking such a huge risk. If you were the Fang clan, would you do this? Moreover, Fang Yuan is Fang Yuan, the Fang clan might not know what he does. Guchen's eyes flickered. From the attitude of Fang Shiyang and Fang Shiji towards Fang Yuan in Misty Villa, they clearly did not know that Fang Yuan had the ability to go deep into the chaos. Leader is right. Does that mean that Fang Yuan wants to help us? But what benefit does that bring him? Everyone was confused. This person's appearance was too unexpected. What you are asking is what I want to know. Guchen muttered. He clenched his left palm. There was a copper coin of destiny path in it. He came to this ruin because of the copper coin of destiny path, and Fang Yuan appeared here. Was there a connection between the two? Guchen thought of Fang Wen's reaction when he saw the copper coin of destiny path before his death. He also thought that Fang Wen's residence on Feng Wei Star was not far from Fang Yuan's place of seclusion. If everything was as he thought, then this man was too terrifying. Guchen wanted to understand this man's intentions. He could only do so by interacting with him. Medusa and Fang Yuan are together, they are definitely in cahoots. If Fang Yuan wanted our lives, Medusa had no reason to help us. Regardless of Fang Yuan's intentions, let's leave this place first. Before the ruins completely collapsed, Guchen's group and the three Dao lords stepped into the chaos again. I need to focus on finding a way out. I'll leave the task of stopping the chaos chi to you guys. Fang Yuan used the Fang clan's unique divine eye of origin and smiled at everyone. The three Dao lords nodded without hesitation. In their impression, Fang Shiyang had not reached the Dao severing realm, so it was normal for him to need help. They had only wanted him to lead the way. At this moment, they did not think about how Fang Yuan had entered the chaos and how he had found them so coincidentally. Overlord, you protect your people and I will protect mine. Clan leader Fang will follow us. You don't have any objections, right? Lin Daojun turned his head and suggested to Guchen. Although both sides had put down their weapons for the time being, they were enemies after all. They could not trust each other, so they naturally could not work together. If he used his greenwood barrier to protect Overlord's people as they passed through the chaos chi, he would be worried that Overlord would suddenly launch a sneak attack. And if he handed the task of resisting the chaos chi to Guchen, he would also be worried that Guchen would secretly trip him up. After thinking about it, it was best for everyone to take care of their own business. Of course, Fang Shiyang had to stay by his side. He was the key to leaving this place and could not fall into the enemy's hands. Sure, but in exchange, I need Empress Medusa to come to my side. Guchen agreed, but he put forward another condition. The three Dao lords sneered in their hearts. He wanted to use Medusa as a bargaining chip to ensure that they would not go back on their words. That was a little naive. To them, they did not care about the life or death of a mere Sheiji. As for whether Fang Shiyang would care about this woman, it was not within their consideration. Okay, sure. Lin Daojun agreed readily while cursing Guchen for being an idiot in his heart. Thus, Lin Daojun's greenwood barrier protected Fang Yuan and the two Dao lords as they walked in front, while Guchen used the dominating cauldron of origin to lead the way, leading Medusa and his companions. I did not expect Friend Gu to miss me so much. Even in this situation, you still want me to accompany you. Medusa walked beside Gu Chen and said in a low voice with a smile. Feng Yaya was walking on the other side of Gu Chen. Seeing the seductive demeanor of the snake belle, she frowned and instinctively felt displeased. Back then, when the 7 realms were separated, Your Majesty once said that if I need an ally, I can consider you. I wonder if Your Majesty still has any impression of me. Gu Chen looked at Feng Yuan and the rest who were moving through the chaotic qi and asked plainly. Of course I remember. Aren't I friend Gu right now? Medusa whispered into Gu Chen's ear. If that's the case, then what's the matter with Feng Yuan? Gu Chen looked ahead with deep meaning. When Medusa heard this, she immediately smiled and did not speak. It seems that I'm still not worthy of the Empress's attention. Gu Chen shook his head. Friend Gu is a prodigy. I admire him very much. Medusa's eyes flickered as she muttered to herself. It's just that Feng Yuan is more interesting than you. Oh? I wonder what's so interesting about this Feng Yuan. Gu Chen's eyes revealed a strange expression. Friend Gu, are you trying to get information from me? Medusa giggled nonstop. I'm just curious. This Feng Yuan has been hiding in Feng clan for so many years. This is not something an ordinary person can do. Gu Chen replied. When Feng Yaya heard Gu Chen's words, she could not help but ask. When I treated that person at Misty Mountain Villa, he indeed had an innate physique that could not cultivate. But when I wanted to change his physique, I found that his body was like a lump of fog that I could not see through. My divine hands of creation had no idea where to start. At that time, I felt it was strange. Now that he is here, I am sure he is not simple. What Dao technique does he cultivate? Why can't I sense any cultivation in his body? Facing Gu Chen and Feng Yaya's questions, Medusa blinked her eyes. If Friend Gu suspects that Feng Yuan has another identity, then I can tell you that he is a genuine Feng clan member. As for how he could enter the chaos without cultivation, Friend Gu, you should have heard that Feng clan has a mystical technique called spirit restraint source dispatching, right? Spirit restraint source dispatching. Gu Chen's expression froze as he recalled his confrontation with Feng Wen in the 9th realm. Spirit restraint source dispatching was indeed a mystical technique of Feng clan. Any ownerless spiritual energy in the world could be mobilized by this mystical technique. Simply put, this technique could surpass a cultivator's realm and mobilize the power of heaven and earth that did not belong to him. Feng Yuan indeed has no cultivation and is indeed a cripple, but he is the most outstanding Genesis master in the history of Feng clan. He has reached great heights in the usage of spirit restraint and source dispatching. Medusa spoke with fervor and assurance. So that's it. Gu Chen was in deep thought. It was true that Feng Yuan's dantian was damaged and could not cultivate. Feng Yuan could only borrow the power of heaven and earth, so even his deep-sea purple extreme pupils could not see through his concealment of cultivation. But could a person who had never embarked on the path of cultivation really skip the necessary process of cultivation and directly grasp such a terrifying technique like spirit restraint source dispatching, and even cultivate it to great heights? Gu Chen did not have a deep understanding of Genesis masters, but he knew that Feng Yuan was no doubt a genius to be able to do such an unimaginable thing. Why are you willing to tell us this? Feng Yaya did not expect Medusa to be so frank and instinctively doubted her words. Since we are cooperating, I naturally have to be honest so that you won't be suspicious. Most importantly, I was kidnapped by Friend Gu. Of course I treasure my life, Medusa teased. Why does Feng Yuan want to help us? Gu Chen asked the most crucial question. Maybe it's just pure admiration, just like how I admire you, Friend Gu. Medusa's eyes shone with craftiness. Gu Chen was speechless. These words could probably only be used to coax a 3-year-old child. Don't worry too much, Friend Gu. You just need to trust us. Remember, the opportunity to leave might come at any time. Medusa said meaningfully. She didn't want to say anything else after that. The two groups advanced for a long time under Feng Yuan's guidance. During this period, they made many turns, but no one knew if they were really getting close to the outside world. At a certain moment, Feng Yuan suddenly stopped. Clan leader Feng, what's wrong? The 3 Dao lords asked in confusion. The airflow is abnormal, the situation is not good, Feng Yuan replied expressionlessly. Then what should we do? The 3 Dao lords instantly grew vigilant. They could hear thunderous roars ringing out from the primordial chaos around them. That feeling was as if a chaos tide was about to appear. Our luck can't be that bad, right? When Gu Chen's group saw that the area ahead of them had suddenly stopped and the surrounding air currents started to churn violently, their hearts skipped a beat. What was going on? Before they could think about how to deal with it, a violent gust of wind blew in the chaos. The terrifying chaotic chi surged towards Gu Chen's group like a tidal wave. In the blink of an eye, they were swept away from their original spot. That was the might of nature that was invincible and unstoppable. Gu Chen could only protect everyone with all his might. The Overlord Cauldron floated above everyone's heads and shone brightly. The group was forced to float in the chaotic chi currents helplessly and disappeared with the wind. The three Dao Lords witnessed the violent wind personally. Both parties were less than 100 feet apart, but Gu Chen's group disappeared just like that. From the looks of it, they were most likely doomed. It's really fate and luck. It seems like the Overlord is destined to die here. Dao Lord Shoshan mocked gloatingly amidst his lingering fear. The heavens were watching over them after all. The death of the Overlord's group would save them a lot of effort in the future. It's a pity that Medusa died just like that. Patriarch Feng, let's continue. Dao Lord Lin was also overjoyed as he turned to Feng Yuan. He was a little worried that the abnormal wind would appear again and it was better to leave this place as soon as possible. It's fate and luck. People always like to attribute things that they can't control to fate. Feng Yuan smiled. The timing of his words was somewhat strange. Patriarch Feng, are you sympathizing with the Overlord's group? The three Dao Lords did not understand what he meant and asked in surprise. If I said that being buried in chaos sea is your fate, would you believe me? Feng Yuan's gaze was calm and deep. The slight curl of his lips sent chills down their spines. Patriarch Feng, what do you mean? The expressions of the three Dao Lords changed. I'm saying that you guys are the ones who are going to die here. Feng Yuan's tone was indifferent and emotionless. As he said that, the three Dao Lords could clearly sense the surrounding chaotic chi surging. As time passed, the greenwood barrier's light dimmed rapidly. Feng Shiyang, what did you do? The three Dao Lords could not help but panic. Dao Lord Zhou who grabbed towards Feng Yuan, bang. His palm brushed past, and Feng Yuan's body suddenly turned into a flash of light that slowly dissipated, leaving behind a small puppet with a large head. The puppet's body was tied with black ropes, and there was a snowflake rune between its eyebrows. It had a strange smile on its face. If Gu Chen was here at this moment, he would surely be extremely shocked. Because this wooden puppet was exactly the same as the one he'd found in Feng Wen's mind after he'd killed him all those years ago. Substitution technique? Where is he? Where did he go? The three Dao Lords were flustered and exasperated. Their bodies were corroded by a deep chill and fear. The secret of Gu Chen's treasures has been exposed. If I let you walk out of this chaos alive, he will be in constant trouble, and he will be in a precarious situation. Although it can only grow faster after experiencing trials and tribulations, if the 100 commandery Dao Lords continue to join forces and disregard face, I'll be very troubled if the spirit root that I value is destroyed just like that. If I kill you, I'll send a signal to the Dao Lords of the 100 commanderies. I trust they'll restrain themselves. Feng Yuan's voice was ethereal, coming from outside the greenwood barrier. Who are you? You are not Feng Shiyang. Why are you helping that overlord? The three Dao Lords' eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. They saw Feng Yuan standing in the distance, the surrounding chaos avoiding him, and he was holding a black rod in his hand. You have no right to know my name. Feng Yuan's expression was one of the vicissitudes of life. At this moment, his eyes contained a trace of sorrow, as if he had experienced the ages. He pointed the black rod in his hand at the three Dao Lords. The chaotic chi within a radius of several thousand feet seemed to have gone crazy, rushing towards the three Dao Lords. Crack. 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 The greenwood barrier soon collapsed completely. The three Dao Lords were drowned by the chaotic chi in despair, leaving behind only endless screams. We came out alive? Gu Huang's eyes were wide open, looking at the beautiful starry sky in disbelief. The Overlord's group was swaying left and right. When they stood up with great difficulty, they still felt like the world was spinning around them. This was the after effect of the chaotic chi flow earlier. No one had expected that the chief flow would rush them out of the chaos and save them in such a miraculous way. Guchen kept the tyrannical cauldron of origin into his body and stared at the chaos barrier not far away. It was hard to tell whether he was happy or sad. Was that gust of wind a coincidence? Obviously not. Then did Fang Yuan calculate the pattern of the chaotic chi's eruption and took the opportunity to send them out? Or did he have the ability to control the chaotic chi like him? Or maybe his ability was 10 times or even 100 times better than his. Guchen did not know what the truth was, but he had not felt so uneasy for a long time after his old enemy, the man with a bamboo hat, died. Fang Yuan, this name was deeply engraved in his mind. What's wrong? Shouldn't you be happy to be saved? Medusa asked with a smile as she looked at Guchen, who had a solemn look on his face. What will happen to the 3 Tao Lords? Guchen looked at Medusa. I don't know either. Medusa shrugged. When will Fang Yuan come out? I want to talk to him. Guchen said. Oh, you probably won't be able to see him for the time being. Since he has come out, he is like a fish in the sea, there is no way to find him. Medusa sighed. Guchen fell silent at once. This person is really watertight. Although I don't know where he will go next, he wants me to tell you something. Medusa's words made Guchen's eyes shine brightly. He said that you will repay him for saving your life in the future, there is no need to look for him. How does he want me to repay him? Guchen took a deep breath. Who knows? Medusa said in a playful tone. Guchen did not ask any more questions. He silently took out the Destiny Dao copper coin from his bosom. He flicked his finger and with a clink, the copper coin fell into the chaos barrier in front of him. The primordial chaos was able to block out countless laws and obliterate even Tao Lords. However, after the copper coin of destiny disappeared into the barrier, it strangely reappeared in Guchen's arms. Guchen took out the copper coin again and looked at it quietly with a cold gaze. It had been so long since he left the 9th world, the true owner had finally appeared. Is this a magic trick? Medusa clicked her tongue in wonder when she saw Guchen's lost Destiny Dao copper coin being recovered. Someone is trying to trick me. Guchen's fingers slowly wrapped around the copper coin and gripped it tightly. Fate was the most unfathomable thing, but now, he felt that someone was trying to manipulate his fate. After many days, everyone in Tyrant Commandery finally escaped death and left the chaos where danger was everywhere. Before entering the chaos, they were in the transit window between the outer world and the 5 Elements realm, but after escaping, they appeared in the 6th realm of Xing Commandery. Although this world controlled by Medusa was only 1 world away from the 5 Elements world, there were no Tao Lords lying in ambush, nor were there any armies of the various commanderies on standby. This saved Guchen's group a lot of trouble. Friend Gu, since you've escaped and I've returned to the 6th realm, why don't we bid farewell here? After leaving the chaos barrier, Medusa suggested to Guchen with a teasing look in her eyes. Or is it that Friend Gu can't bear to leave me? If that's the case, it's not a bad idea for me to stay with you. Guchen looked at Medusa and replied plainly. Thank you for your help, Your Majesty. You are free and can leave at any time. Medusa was slightly surprised when she saw that Guchen had no intention of asking her to stay. Then, she said with a smile. Then, she smiled and said, Friend Gu is really heartless. In that case, I'll take my leave. Medusa soon left alone. Guchen kept his promise and did not stop her or ask her to stay. Leader, are you going to let Medusa go just like that? Don't you care about that Fang Yuan a lot? Wu Ming, who was at the side, muttered. He had also realized the role that Fang Yuan played in this matter. This person could not be understood and might be a huge threat in the future. No matter what Fang Yuan's intentions are, Medusa did help us in this matter. If we let her stay now, I'll be an ungrateful villain. Moreover, Medusa's understanding of Fang Yuan is actually very limited. She has never sincerely pledged her allegiance to anyone. Guchen replied indifferently. Wu Ming knew Guchen's principles, which was also a major reason why everyone chose to follow him. He nodded and said no more. Everyone, although we've escaped danger this time, looking at the overall situation, we were only lucky to survive in the end. Guchen quickly looked at the 50 cultivators from Tyrant County with an extremely solemn expression. I didn't expect that the Tao Lords of the commanderies would actually join forces. This was my mistake, and I sincerely apologize to all of you. Gu Chen's apologetic look surprised many of his companions. Leader, what has this got to do with you? It was those Tao Lords who were too shameless. It's already a miracle that we were able to leave the outer world unscathed. Leader, please don't blame yourself. Many of his companions spoke up one after another. Many of them felt that they hadn't been of much help during their adventure in the outer world, so how could they criticize Gu Chen, who had endured the most pressure? Leader, it's us sisters who didn't investigate the situation clearly. That's why everyone was implicated. If anyone is to be blamed, it should be us. Xiao Haimei blamed herself. Xiao Qingxian also clenched her teeth with a guilty expression. They originally wanted to make a great contribution, but who would have thought that they would almost cause trouble for the newly established Tyrant County? If not for their leader's calmness in the face of danger, they would not be able to absolve themselves from the blame if any of the cultivators in Bajun were to die. Alright, aren't we all alive and well? Why are you all rushing to blame yourselves? Are you all crazy? The insensitive green ghost could not help but mutter a few words when he sensed the atmosphere. When everyone heard this, they all burst into laughter. The matter was finally over. Standing in the crowd, Dharma King Ching Song sighed inwardly as he watched Gu Chen get along with all his companions without the slightest arrogance of a superior. When he followed Thunder Tao Lord back then, had Thunder Tao Lord ever treated them like this? To Tao Lords, they were just subordinates and tools that could be used. There was a clear hierarchy between them. However, Gu Chen was different. He treated all of them as his companions. He could not only insist on doing the right thing, but he also had the courage to admit his mistakes after doing them. It was precisely because he was a bit more humane than the other Tao Lords that Azure Ghost was able to say whatever he wanted to say. Dharma King Ching Song sighed inwardly as he watched the cultivators from Qi Commandery and Thunder Commandery get along much better after experiencing the crisis in the outer world and increasing the trust between them. Although he had been forced to join Tyrant Commandery back then, he increasingly felt that it was an extremely correct choice. Although all of us were lucky enough to survive this time, it doesn't mean that we're completely safe. Gu Chen waved his hand to interrupt the frolicking scene and continued speaking. There were 5 Tao Lords ambushing us in the outer world this time. Apart from Tao Lord Lin and the other 2, we don't know the identities of the other 2 Tao Lords. They are potential threats. More importantly, these 5 Tao Lords have no enmity with Tyrant Commandery. Have you ever thought about why they suddenly joined forces? The expressions of his companions gradually became solemn. So many Tao Lords had disregarded their pride and joined forces. Things were indeed not simple. This ambush is probably the joint intention of the Tao Lords of the 100 Commandery. Since they've made a move once, they might make a second move. Tyrant Commandery might be the enemy of the entire world now. Gu Chen's words made everyone's hearts sink, and the hidden rage in their hearts was forced out. Who's afraid of them? Come at me if you dare. The evil Shark Emperor had a ferocious look on his face. I'll kill every single one of them if they come. The clan leader of the Devouring Kuan clan revealed a ferocious look. It's good to be fearless, but there's no need for us to become enemies with the entire world. Gu Chen glanced at the 2 of them and a cold smile appeared on his lips. Even if the ambush this time has been unanimously approved by the Tao Lords of the 100 Commandery, there must be someone behind it. What we need to do now is to find out who's secretly adding fuel to the fire. Only by figuring out where our real enemy is can we better take revenge. The words revenge from Gu Chen immediately stirred up the group of desperados. If anyone thinks that Tyrant Commandery will be trampled on and swallow the humiliation of being plotted against, they're sorely mistaken. Those who offend Tyrant Commandery will be killed no matter how far they are. Gu Chen's words were sonorous and powerful, causing many of his companions to be overwhelmed with emotions as they shouted along. Those who offend Tyrant Commandery will be killed no matter how far they are. Those who offend Tyrant Commandery will be killed no matter how far they are. It took a long time for them to stop shouting, and Feng Yaya looked at Gu Chen with a grin. Then, Great Leader Gu, what should we do next? Investigate. Find out the truth behind the ambush in the outer world. Find out every single enemy. I want all of my enemies to be unable to sleep at night. Gu Chen's eyes shone brightly. The Tao Lords of the 100 Commandery had taught him a harsh lesson, trying to crush him with a superior attitude. However, the nobles had the guts to do so. The world would not always be ruled by them. After Guchen gave the order, the cultivators of Tyrant Commandery quickly disguised themselves and split up to gather information. Considering that the enemy was too powerful, Guchen used the Qian clan's channels to contact the dwarf sovereign, Xianxia, and the others who were still in Thunder Commandery and asked them to meet up with him. After making all the arrangements, Guchen found a dead star in the 7 realms and settled another matter while waiting for news from his companions. On the dead star, Guchen stood alone with his black hair fluttering in the wind and the cauldron of origin floating in front of him. After absorbing the aura of the mysterious ruins in the chaos, the cauldron of origin had evolved again. The Tao patterns on the cauldron became clearer and there were even ancient pictures of mountains, rivers, plants, birds, beasts, insects, and fish. It floated quietly and naturally emitted an extremely domineering pressure. Its current aura was not inferior to that of a legendary weapon. Guchen looked at it and slowly took out the copper coin of destiny from his bosom. Ever since he obtained the copper coin of destiny Dao from the Puji spiritual master on Dolua Star, it was like a sticky plaster that he could not get rid of. Because of its strange origin, Guchen had been vigilant against it from beginning to end. And Fang Yuan's appearance proved that his vigilance was right. Guchen closed his eyes and recalled the scene when he killed Fang Wen in the past. Back then in the Great Thunderclap Monastery, he had a life-and-death battle with Fang Wen. Back then, Fang Wen was invincible because he possessed the spirit capture source dispatching and fate-changing technique. He had to use his overlord body and immortal body to suppress him. At the last moment, when Fang Wen knew that he was going to lose, he used an unknown Dao technique on him. That Dao technique entangled his fate with Fang Wen's and seemed to have the ability to reverse the universe. Guchen vaguely felt that he was going to lose. But at that moment, the copper coin of destiny Dao flew out and interrupted Fang Wen's Dao technique, saving him. Fang Wen died dramatically. Fang Wen's last words before he died were still fresh in Guchen's memory. He said, "It's you. Why did you help him?" Guchen had no idea who this she was, but he was sure that Fang Wen recognized the Destiny Dao copper coin. Moreover, he was completely taken aback by the development of the situation. After Fang Wen's death, Guchen found a puppet in his mind. It was extremely similar to the method he used to control Yuan Bo, which made him shudder. At that time, a suspicion arose in his heart. Could it be that there was another person controlling the extremely talented Fang Wen? Hence, when he arrived at the Fang family, he couldn't help but investigate Fang Wen's past. However, the answer given to him by the Fang clan was beyond his expectations. Fang Wen, who he viewed as the greatest threat among the Outer World 100, had always been a nobody in the Fang clan. His glory had started in the 9th realm, and he had also fallen in the 9th realm like a short-lived flower. The trail ended there. At that moment, Guchen heard the sound of a zither in Fang Wen's courtyard. He followed the sound of the zither and saw Fang Yuan. At that time, he had never thought that Fang Yuan might be related to Fang Wen. After experiencing what he had seen and heard in the chaos, Guchen came up with a bold idea. He imagined a scene in his mind. That was Fang Wen, who was originally an ordinary person, but not far from him, there was a secluded expert who lived in seclusion. Under the guidance of that otherworldly expert, he possessed a body of skills without the knowledge of the Fang family. Later, it was possible that under the instructions of that expert, he went to the 9th realm. Fang Wen's actions in the 9th realm seemed to be his own will. But perhaps, unknowingly, even he himself didn't know that he was being controlled by someone else. Back then, Fang Wen's calculations were flawless. He played around with the immortal and divine realms and the Outer World 100 all by himself. He even deduced the location of the Heavenly Emperor's tomb. Back then, I only thought he was a genius, but now that I think about it, there are many suspicious points. Guchen muttered. He had once viewed Fang Wen as an extremely troublesome enemy. But now, he realized that Fang Wen might just be a pitiful person who could be manipulated by someone else without any knowledge. He sighed inwardly. Fang Yuan was very likely to have controlled Fang Wen's entire life's fate. And now, he seemed to want to control his own fate as well. This was the intuition that Guchen had after experiencing the changes in the primal chaos. That man's chess game had been set up since the 9th realm, and now, he was finally willing to enter his sight. This probably meant that he was not far from the final fate that he had set for himself. Guchen was never a person who would be manipulated by others. He did not know what Feng Yuan wanted from him or what he was going to do next. Thus, all he could do was to nip the problem in the bud. The copper coin of destiny path had once ended Feng Yuan's life, and it had always been following him. Guchen guessed that no matter what Feng Yuan planned, this copper coin of destiny path would play an extremely important role. In this situation where throwing it away or destroying it was useless, the only thing that Guchen could think of now was to borrow the power of the dominating cauldron of origin to completely seal this copper coin. There was no doubt that this copper coin was a strange treasure that he could not see through. Even the primal chaos could not destroy it. In this world, the only thing that could deal with it was the similarly mysterious dominating cauldron of origin. The dominating cauldron came from the origin seed. Guchen hoped that it could help him resolve this problem. Only like this could he, who was already one step behind Feng Yuan, have a chance to turn the tables. Taking a deep breath, Guchen solemnly threw the copper coin of destiny path into the dominating cauldron. The dominating cauldron contained countless traces of primal chaos Qi. The copper coin of destiny path was immediately engulfed in it. As if sensing Guchen's attention, the dominating cauldron shone brightly. Countless golden lightning bolts appeared on the cauldron's walls and struck the cauldron. Rumble. Rumble. Terrifying energy surged in the cauldron. It lasted for a long time before it calmed down. But the copper coin of destiny path did not appear in Guchen's arms like before. Success! Guchen muttered to himself in joy. A huge burden had been lifted off his heart. He did not know if the copper coin of destiny path was destroyed, but it was very significant that he got rid of its possession. The moment Guchen used the dominating cauldron of origin to seal the copper coin of destiny path, Feng Yuan, who had just walked out of the primal chaos, stopped. It could actually sever my connection with the copper coin. What is the origin of that strange treasure? Feng Yuan rubbed his nose. After thinking for a while, he smiled nonchalantly. You are indeed a vigilant and smart lad. Your luck is also extraordinary. It is a pity that you met me. The gap between us is too big, so big that you cannot imagine it. It is not something that can be made up for with some tricks. In the 7 realms, Guchen had been living in seclusion for many days. His companions who had gone out to collect intelligence gradually returned. Leader, we found out that among the 5 Dao Lords who ambushed us that day, apart from Dao Lord Lin and the other 2, there were also Dao Lord Golden Crow and Dao Lord Yu. After the Chaos Portal collapsed, these 2 Dao Lords quickly revealed themselves. They've taken control of both the outer world and the 5 elements world, but the armies of the various commanderies remain locked down. I wonder if they're searching for us or for the 3 Dao Lords. Xianxia reported everything in detail. Previously, when they settled in the Outerverse, they had bribed some people, so it was easy for them to find out the exact situation of the enemy. Dao Lord Golden Crow, Dao Lord Yu. Guchen sat on the rock and murmured thoughtfully. He really didn't know about these 2 Dao Lords. It wasn't a personal grudge. Someone was pushing for the annihilation of the entire Tyrant County. Have you found out who is behind all this? Guchen asked. Xianxia shook her head. Guchen turned to look at the dragonfly monster next to him. His companions had split up to collect intelligence, so it was inevitable that the information they got would be uneven. However, he believed in the dragonfly monster. With his unparalleled intelligence-gathering ability, he believed that he wouldn't let him down. The dragonfly monster grinned when he saw his leader looking at him. Leader, I've already investigated. Nominally, the 100 Commanderies Dao Lords were the ones who launched the attack on us in the outer world, but in reality, it was initiated by Dao Lord Mad, and Dao Lord Qin supported it. The 2 of them played a crucial role in the entire incident. Dao Lord Crazy and Dao Lord Qin? I don't know them. Why are they so eager to kill me? Where's Dao Lord Xing? I thought he was the mastermind of this. Guchen was very surprised. He didn't expect the masterminds to be 2 Dao Lords that he didn't know at all. This is indeed strange. I found out that the army of Xing County also participated in the siege in the Outerverse, but Dao Lord Xing himself didn't show up. As for the 2 Dao Lords, although I didn't find out why they were against you, I found out their background. The dragonfly monster's expression turned serious as it spoke. Mad Dao is famous for his cruelty and bloodthirstiness. The Berserk Legion under his command is the best army in the 100 commanderies, and he personally rules over 200 worlds. Dao Lord Qin, this one is even more incredible. Supposedly, he's a major figure who survived 5 dark upheavals and has lived for an extremely long period of time. In terms of strength, he's one of the strongest Dao Lords of the 100 commanderies. In terms of strength and prestige, these 2 Dao Lords are extremely powerful in the 100 commanderies. That's why they took the lead and organized this operation against Tyrant Commandery. Guchen quietly listened to the dragonfly monster's words, and his face turned solemn. A first-rate army that ruled over 200 worlds, what kind of concept was that? It was equivalent to the combined territories of Lei County and Xing County. Although a Daolord's power wasn't determined purely by the size of his territory, it was still an important indicator. As for the other one, he had survived 5 dark upheavals, so he was even more incredible. In the history of Tyrant Commandery, there were a total of 7 dark upheavals, and each one was accompanied by the fall of many Daolords and the destruction of many worlds. None of the Daolords who could survive such catastrophes were weaklings. The more dark upheavals they survived, the stronger they would be. The primordial spirit of the original owner of Gu Chen's GMO clone had long been obliterated, but his physical body had survived 4 dark upheavals, which gave him such a tough body. Dao Lord Qin, on the other hand, had survived 5 dark upheavals and was still alive. Gu Chen felt a lot of pressure when he realized how powerful his enemies were. With 2 powerful Dao Lords taking the lead to deal with him, and Dao Lord Xing's whereabouts were unknown, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was besieged on all sides. Do you know the whereabouts of GMO? No matter how powerful his enemies were, he had to face them. Gu Chen temporarily suppressed his thoughts and continued to ask. In order to ensure their safe escape, the GMO clone was sacrificed to attract the attention of the 3 Dao Lords. Now they were safe, but the whereabouts of GMO and Chichong were unknown. His companions shook their heads one after another. They did not hear anything about the whereabouts of GMO. Gu Chen could not help but sigh. With the toughness of the GMO battle body, he was not afraid of the corrosion of the chaotic aura, but in that environment, Chichong was unable to control GMO and could only drift with the flow. It was not unusual for it to drift in the chaos for a few days, a few years, or even tens of thousands of years. As for when it could return, it would probably depend on luck. Dragonfly, take a few people and continue to collect information. As for Gu Huang and the rest, accompany me to Lin Commandery. In response to the current situation, Gu Chen quickly made new arrangements. Leader, why are we going to Lin Commandery? The clan leader of Devouring Kuan clan was excited when he heard this. Revenge, of course. Gu Chen's eyes were cold. If we don't do anything after being plotted against this time, we will only be suppressed worse in the future. We must tell the commanderies what will happen to those who make an enemy of Tyrant Commandery. Oh. Leader, I want to go with you. That damned Lin Daojun is a traitor. Let's destroy his nest and see how arrogant he can be in the future. Green Ghost excitedly recommended himself. Gu Chen agreed to follow him, but he was thinking in his heart, in the future? I'm afraid Lin Daojun has no future. Green Ghost was simple-minded. He thought that the 3 Dao monarchs might be safe after they escaped danger that day. But Gu Chen understood Feng Yuan and did not think so. He was a man who had reached great heights in spirit capture and source dispatching, and could even use it to control chaotic aura. In that environment, if he wanted to do anything, even if the 3 Dao monarchs joined forces, they would most likely die. The information collected by his companions confirmed his guess. The 3 Dao monarchs had not returned to the outside world, they had probably died. While saving him, he killed the 3 Dao monarchs without worrying about causing a series of troubles for himself. What was Feng Yuan thinking? Gu Chen pondered in his heart, but he did not say this to his companions. Soon, they each took action. It was very likely that Lin Daojun was dead, and no one in Lin Commandery knew about it. He and his men were still alive, and they might not know about it either. This was the best opportunity to attack Lin Commandery. Not only was there little risk in this battle, but it could also be used to deter the other commanderies. On that day, Gu Chen set off with some of his companions, crossed the 7 realms and stepped into Lin Commandery, and began a thunderous operation. They attacked many important garrisons in Lin Commandery at lightning speed, and also attacked the field of Green Fairy Trail world where Lin Daojun lived. Just like destroying Xing Realm and Thunder Realm, Tyrant Commandery took down the nest of the third Dao monarch and looted everything. The news spread quickly and fell into the ears of young Master Lin, who was in the outside world. What? Tyrant is not dead? The field of Green Fairy Trail has been destroyed? His father had been trapped in the chaos for a month and he had initially thought that his father might still be alive. However, Gu Chen's group, who was supposed to be dead, had unexpectedly destroyed his home. He could not help but be disheartened and realized that his father might be dead. 3 Dao Lords. 3 Dao Lords. Why can't they kill the tyrant? Young Master Lin was extremely indignant and his face was covered in tears. If he had known that the tyrant was so terrifying, Lin Jun would not have set up this trap. It would have been better if he had befriended the tyrant. Now that his father was dead and Lin Jun was without a leader, the surrounding forces would probably scatter soon and the surrounding forces would snatch the territory of the Lin family like ferocious dogs. From the son of a Dao Lord who was admired by thousands, he had become the ruler of a destroyed country. His fate was already foreseeable. Did the 3 Daoists really die in the hands of the tyrant? Young Master Lin was not the only one present. Dao Lord Golden Crow and Dao Lord Yu, who were in charge of sealing the transit window that day, as well as the forces of the Feng family and Xing County were also present. When they heard that the tyrant was taking revenge on Lin Jun, the 2 Dao Lords were in disbelief and chills ran down their spines. They had never expected that the 3 Dao Lords would not be able to kill a fledgling brat, even after joining forces. Instead, they were killed by him. No one knew the truth of the situation in the chaos. Therefore, at this moment, all the forces thought that the 3 Dao Lords were killed by Gu Chen. Killing 3 Dao Lords on his own was much more valuable than killing the Thunder Dao Lord in Lei County previously. It fully proved the tyrant's current strength and terrifying potential. The 2 Dao Lords who participated in the plan regretted it. If the tyrant found out that they had participated in the plan, they would probably be in deep trouble. The tyrant is not dead. If the 2 Dao Lords were strong and he was only a little fearful, Feng Shuyang felt that the sky had collapsed. The location of the encirclement was the territory of the Feng family. The Feng family had betrayed Gu Chen and even led the entire plan. Initially, he had only wanted to exchange Gu Chen's head for a huge favor. However, not only did he not get a favor, he had also gotten himself into huge trouble. Lin Jun had already suffered revenge. Who would be next? The Feng clan wasn't as powerful as the other commanderies. Most likely, once these 2 Dao Lords left, the Tyrant Commandery would take revenge on them. Father, what do we do now? Feng Shiji panicked. Thinking of Gu Chen's cold demeanor and his way of doing things, he felt that a great catastrophe was about to befall him. Feng Shuyang's mind was in a mess. After provoking such a powerful enemy, he didn't know what to do. Father, this entire matter was decided by the various Dao Lords. Now that something has gone awry, they should be responsible for resolving it. We should tell them to send troops to protect us. Feng Shiji said anxiously. Send troops to protect the Feng family? A bitter smile appeared at the corner of Feng Shuyang's lips. The commanderies are so far away from each other, even if the Dao Lords were willing to send troops, how many would they have to send to defend against Tyrant Commandery? Even if we send an army, how long will it take to prepare? They can't always protect us. My son, we were blind. Tyrant County has already become powerful, but we still offended them. Feng Shuyang's heart was filled with pain, and he suddenly realized that his previous decision had been a huge mistake. That was why the Feng clan was in such an unprecedented crisis. Father, what should we do now? From the looks of it, Dao Lord Golden Crow and Dao Lord Yu seem like they're preparing to leave. Feng Shiji was at a loss. The 2 Dao Lords had their own territories and were afraid that Tyrant would destroy their nest as well. They would most likely leave soon. Once they left, there would be no experts guarding the outer world and Tyrant County would be able to massacre the entire Feng clan with ease. Now that things have come to this, the Feng clan can only flee. Feng Shuyang pondered for a long time before making a difficult decision. If they stayed in the outer world, they would be targets. Tyrant County was lurking in the dark and had plenty of ways to kill them. Under such circumstances, in order to continue the bloodline of the family, they had no choice but to give up the territory that they had lived in for generations. Flee? Where can we flee to? Fang Shiji was lost and indignant. If that was the case, wouldn't they be like stray dogs? To Qin County. Dao Lord Qin has long since wanted to recruit me, so he will definitely welcome us. Furthermore, given Tyrant's current strength, we'll only be absolutely safe with Dao Lord Qin. We'll leave with the 2 Dao Lords and get them to escort us. We have to hurry and gather everyone. Fang Shiyang decided on the plan and instructed Fang Shiji to quickly execute it. Failure to act decisively would result in disaster. He had to make sure that the outer world was empty before Tyrant County took action. Fang Shiji did not dare to disobey his father's orders and was about to follow them. At this moment, Fang Shiyang thought of something and asked hesitantly. Wait, do you know where your uncle is? When Fang Yuan went missing during the attack on Tyrant County, Fang Shiyang had thought that it was Fang Shiji's doing. Later on, when he learned that Fang Yuan had indeed gone missing, he was extremely worried. No matter what, Fang Yuan was his younger brother and he was extremely worried about his safety. I can't find him. Why does father still care about him at such a time? Fang Shiji's face was filled with resentment. Now that the Fang clan was in danger, he could not help but blame his crippled uncle. All along, he had felt that his father cared too much about that cripple, even more than his own son. No matter what, he is your uncle. Send more people to search for him and try to find him. Fang Shiyang heaved a heavy sigh. Fang Yuan's disappearance at this critical juncture was too unsettling. Fang Shiji casually agreed and had no intention of searching for him. Soon, he bade farewell and left to carry out the plan. As for Fang Shiyang, he immediately went to find the 2 Dao Lords and asked them to bring him along. Just as the Fang clan was preparing to flee and the 2 Dao Lords were eager to return, Xiao Luoman and the other Xing commandery generals felt even more complicated. They had originally come to the outer world to witness the fall of the tyrant, but who would have thought that they would witness another miracle created by him? Even 3 Dao Lords working together could not kill him. This person had really grown up. Dao friend Sha, what should we do now? Demon Mountain asked dejectedly. Now that things have come to this, let's return to the Xing commandery first. Xiao Luoman gritted her teeth. The outer world was not a place to stay for long. They were discussing about returning to the Xing commandery when a shadow guard from the Shadow Division hurried to Xiao Luoman and handed her a brief report. He was extremely flustered. What's going on? Xiao Luoman had an inexplicable bad premonition as she opened the report. As soon as she read it, all the blood drained from her face. What's wrong? Demon Mountain saw her expression and hurriedly took the report. Thump, thump. With one look, Demon Mountain staggered and fell to the ground with a look of disbelief. Impossible. Impossible, he roared. He felt as if the sky was about to collapse. Xiao Luoman was at a loss, and a chill invaded her entire body. There was not much information in the report. It was just one sentence. In the 7 realms, Gu Chen had just returned from Lin Commandery after a great victory. After conquering Field Immortal Trail World, Ba Commandery obtained countless heavenly treasures. His companions could not conceal their joy as they walked. The dragonfly monster, the Xiao sisters, and the others who stayed behind to gather information were waiting at the agreed location. Their eyes lit up when they saw Gu Chen and the others return. Leader, I have something to report. The dragonfly monster said excitedly when he saw Gu Chen. Has there been a change in the situation in the outer world? Gu Chen asked casually. He had spent a lot of time in Lin Commandery, and the attack on Lin Commandery carried a strong sense of revenge. It was impossible for the enemies in the outer world not to react. Dao Monarch Golden Crow and Dao Monarch, you have already retreated from the outer world with their men. Fang Clan seems to be afraid of our revenge and left overnight. So now, the outer world is ownerless. Seeing Gu Chen mention it, the dragonfly monster replied casually. The Fang Clan fled? When Gu Chen heard this, he could not help but laugh. Fang Shiyang was a brave man who was willing to cut his losses. The foundation that the Fang Clan had painstakingly built up over the years had been abandoned just like that. Although he took revenge on Lin Commandery. And the 2 Dao monarchs did not intend to let the matter rest, he was actually somewhat hesitant towards the Fang Clan. Although Fang Shiyang had plotted against him, Fang Yuan had saved him. With Gu Chen's character of repaying kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity, even if Feng Yuan made him feel threatened, he would not go so far as to exterminate the entire Feng clan after Feng Yuan had just saved him. Feng Shiyang fled decisively, so Gu Chen did not need to think about how to deal with the Feng clan. Leader, the important matter I mentioned earlier is not this. The dragonfly monster reminded Gu Chen. Oh? There is something more important than the situation in the outer world? Gu Chen was surprised. This matter is far more important than the Feng clan's escape. The dragonfly monster's expression was solemn, but what it said next was earth-shattering. Leader, rumor has it that Dao monarch Xing died in battle. What? Gu Chen was stunned, wondering if he had misheard. His companions were also astonished and could not react for a long time. Dragonfly monster, what did you just say? Say it again, the invisible woman said suspiciously. I said, there is news from the front line that Dao monarch Xing died in battle. The dragonfly monster bitterly smiled. He knew that this news was too explosive and that everyone would find it hard to accept, so he repeated himself. This time everyone became quiet, confirming that they had not heard it wrongly. Dao monarch Xing. Who did Daoist Xing fight with, and how did he die? Gu Chen took a deep breath and asked anxiously. I got the news from the soldiers in Xing County. The dragonfly monster told everything it had heard in full detail. It turned out that Xing Jun had participated in the encirclement and suppression of Gu Chen's group in the outer world, but Xing Daoist never showed up. This made the strange dragonfly very concerned, and it had been investigating the specific reason. Not long ago, when the news of Lin County being attacked by Ba County spread to the outside world, he finally got specific information from a shadow guard in Xing County. According to the information I got, Dao monarch Xing might know nothing about what the commandery did in the outer world, because he left Xing realm for the ruins of the Star Ocean before the commandery carried out their plan. Dao monarch Xing went to the ruins of the Star Ocean? To hunt us down? His companions asked subconsciously. I'm not sure about that. The dragonfly monster shook his head and continued. I only know that Dao monarch Xing stayed in the ruins of the Star Ocean for a long time. Not long ago, he had an unprecedented battle with a mysterious expert. It said that someone witnessed the battle from afar. They fought fiercely, and Dao monarch Xing was defeated and killed. A mysterious expert? How could a person who could kill Dao monarch Xing be an unknown person? Didn't anyone recognize him? Did they find Dao monarch Xing's body? This news doesn't sound reliable, Wu Ming asked with a frown. My information was obtained from the shadow guard, and he actually found out about it from someone else. It said that Tianning Sha Luo Man received the confirmed news and couldn't control her emotions, so the news leaked. After that, the people of Xing County left the outer world in a hurry, but panic had already spread among the soldiers of Xing County. Everyone was saying that Xing Daoist was dead, and it didn't sound like false news. The dragonfly monster explained. There was no smoke without fire. Judging from the reaction of the leaders of Xing County, he believed that it was quite possible. Gu Chen fell silent after hearing the dragonfly monster's explanation. Ever since he left the Ninth Realm, Dao monarch Xing had been regarded by Gu Chen as a formidable enemy that he had to defeat. Even though his strength was improving by leaps and bounds every day, Gu Chen didn't think he was a match for Dao monarch Xing now. However, when he suddenly received the news that Dao monarch Xing had died in battle, he didn't want to believe it. Could this be fake news? Did Dao monarch Xing deliberately fake his death to lure the leader to show up? Evil Shark Emperor guessed. If he just wanted to lure the leader to show up, Dao monarch Xing wouldn't have missed the outer world's plan. Even if he went to the Thunder County without knowing it, he would have enough time to come back after learning the plan of all the counties, the invisible woman said seriously. Everyone was speechless. That was right. If Dao monarch Xing had also joined the plan of the outer world, it would have been impossible for all the people of Tyrant County to be alive today. This matter was really hard to understand. After forming a blood feud with Ba Jun, what could be more important than hunting them down? How could it be that Xing Dao Jun had actually thrown everything aside? Besides, the mysterious expert who had suddenly become a hot topic was really puzzling. Dragonfly monster, your information collection is too incomplete. Everyone was tempted by the news and wanted to know more inside information, so they couldn't help but complain. This news is so shocking that I can't help but want to inform the leader and the others as soon as possible. The dragonfly monster added with a strange smile. But don't worry. We'll know the details in 2 days at most. Oh? Why? Everyone asked in confusion. Guchen couldn't help but look at the dragonfly monster. Leader, have you forgotten? Our companions in the Thunder County are about to arrive in the 7 realms, the dragonfly monster explained with a strange smile. Guchen's heart skipped a beat. That was right. According to his request, the dwarf sovereign, Xianxia, and the others should arrive in 2 days and join them. They had crossed the Thunder County and Xing County along the way, and they might have passed through the ruins of Star Ocean. If the news that Dao monarch Xing had died in battle was true, it was impossible that they didn't know about it. It seems that we can only wait. Guchen let out a long sigh. The news that Dao monarch Xing might have died in battle made him a little annoyed. 2 days later, the dwarf emperor, Xianxia, and the others arrived. Guchen and his companions welcomed them immediately. Everyone was especially concerned about the rumors of Dao Lord Xing's death and wanted to know the truth immediately. It seems like everyone has heard the news. The dwarf emperor knew that the news about Dao Lord Xing had reached here when he saw everyone's attitude. What exactly happened? Guchen asked solemnly. Not long ago, Dao Lord Xing fought with a mysterious white-haired man in the Star Ocean ruins. It is said that he was defeated and his whereabouts are unknown. Leader, you should know something about this white-haired man, the dwarf emperor said. The dwarf sovereign said. He had heard about the white-haired demon monarch from Guchen. The white-haired man? Guchen's heart was in turmoil. He suddenly understood why Xing Daojun had given up on hunting him down and ran to the empty ruins of Star Ocean instead. Back then, Dao Lord Xing had spared the 9th realm and taken him in as his subordinate because he wanted to use him to lure out the white-haired demon lord. According to the clues Guchen had, the white-haired demon lord had something that Dao Lord Xing wanted very much. It was very likely related to the primordial chaos Dao world. Guchen closed his eyes and made some deductions in his mind. Soon, he guessed the whole story. Dao Lord Xing had succeeded in the end. He had used him to lure out the white-haired demon lord and met him as he wished. However, things did not develop to Dao Lord Xing's expectations after their meeting. Therefore, the two of them had fought. And Dao Lord Xing had been defeated in this battle. Only his whereabouts are unknown? Wasn't Dao Lord Xing killed in battle? Everyone was inevitably disappointed when they heard the dwarf emperor's explanation. His whereabouts are unknown. The dwarf emperor's expression was solemn. Not long after the battle, we arrived at the Star Ocean ruins. The place was beyond recognition. It is hard to imagine how intense the battle was. Dao Lord Xing's corpse was not found in the Star Ocean ruins, so we cannot conclude that he is dead. However, the dwarf emperor paused. However what? Everyone was a little anxious. On our way here from the Xing County, the worlds under the Xing County have already started to rebel. The order of the heavenly Dao established by the Xing County has collapsed, the dwarf sovereign smiled. The old man witnessed the destruction of the decaying Dao gate, Xianxia added. The gate of Dao and decay collapsed. The information revealed by the two of them was extraordinary, causing everyone present to be shocked. Everyone knew that Dao Lord Xing had used the gate of Dao and decay to construct the heavenly Dao and order of the hundreds of worlds under his banner. Every world under the banner of the Xing County was guarded by the divided soul of the door of Dao and decay. They were closely related to the main body. Yet now, the Dao decaying gates that were scattered throughout the various worlds had shattered, and the order of the heavenly Dao had collapsed. What did this mean? This meant that their main bodies, the legendary weapons of Dao Lord Xing, had encountered serious problems. Even if Dao Lord Xing himself wasn't dead, he would definitely be heavily injured. No wonder it's rumored that Dao Lord Xing died in battle. Even if he didn't die, it's already too late. Wu Ming took a deep breath, realizing that the era of Dao monarch Xing was over. He used to be a Dao Lord, but because he was defeated by Dao Lord Xing, his luck was stolen, and he fell from the Lord realm. Now that Dao Lord Xing had been defeated by someone else, the various worlds under his banner had begun to rebel, and his luck was gradually draining away. Even if he was still alive, he would face the same situation as Wu Ming in the past. He probably wouldn't even have the courage to show his face. Who would have thought that Tao Lord Xing would be defeated in such a way? Everyone present sighed in amazement. Xianxia and the Dwarf Emperor had confirmed Tao Lord Xing's crushing defeat, and Guchen was filled with emotions. Tao Lord Xing had tried to find the white-haired demon monarch by hook or by crook, but he didn't expect it to end like this. They fought in the ruins of Star Ocean. Is the white-haired demon monarch looking for me? Guchen's eyes flickered, and he recalled the man he had caught a glimpse of in the secret land of the Tyrants. He had many questions about the Tyrants, and perhaps only that man could answer them. Tao Lord Xing's power was gone, and the Xing County only existed in name. This made the cultivators of the Tyrant County excited. Their strongest enemy had always been Tao Lord Xing, but now, he was no longer a threat. While everyone was discussing the upcoming changes in the situation, Guchen was a little dispirited and left alone. To him, Tao Lord Xing was a threshold that he had to cross, an enemy that he had to defeat. Now that this enemy was gone, he felt like he had lost his goal and was inevitably a little disappointed. Guchen cultivated alone in his bedroom for a day and a night before his state of mind gradually calmed down. Tao Lord Xing was indeed one of his goals, but there was no limit to the path of cultivation, and no small goal could affect his Tao heart. After calming down, Guchen pushed the door open and walked out. He was surprised to find that all the members of the Tyrant County had gathered outside his door. He didn't know how long they had been waiting. Seeing Guchen walk out, everyone, led by Wu Ming and the Dwarf Emperor, bowed to Guchen and knelt on one knee. Everyone, why are you doing this? Guchen didn't expect this. He frowned and asked in surprise. Leader. Wu Ming spoke on behalf of everyone in anticipation. Now that Tao Lord Xing's power is gone and the Thunder and Lin counties are without a leader, we think that the three counties need a common Tao Lord at this time. Back then, we gave up on the Thunder County because of the complicated situation around us. But now, the situation has changed. The 100 Tao Lords of the counties have joined forces to attack the Tyrant County. At this time, there's no place for the Tyrant County in the world. The Tyrant County needs its own territory to compete with the 100 counties. Leader, you're extremely talented and your name has already shaken the three counties. If you were to announce this to the world, more than 300 worlds would definitely respond. Wu Ming's voice was extremely loud and clear. After saying that, the other companions chimed in. Leader, the 100 worlds under Xing County are in constant uprisings and the situation in the Thunder and Lin counties is gradually getting chaotic. If there's no one who can lead the three counties, countless people in more than 300 worlds will suffer from the chaos of war. Leader, please take responsibility for the people of the world and announce to the 100 counties in chaos. Ascend to the throne and cut off the ambitions of the ambitious. The Dwarf Emperor also said sincerely. Everyone's words were sonorous and powerful. It was clear that they were staging a mutiny in Xianxia to give Guchen the yellow robe. Guchen didn't expect everyone to do this. He didn't even have the thought of ruling the three counties and didn't know how to respond. Feng Yaya stood in the corner and looked at Guchen, who had been pushed to an unimaginable position by the situation. She couldn't help but smile. Ruling the three counties and ruling over more than 300 worlds was something that no other Tao Lord had ever achieved. Xing County, the 25th world. Three forces had been fighting fiercely for the past few days, surrounding the most central star path of this world. These three forces belonged to the three most powerful emperors in the 25th world. Since the collapse of the Order of the Heavens, the army of Xing County had retreated from this world. The ancient race army led by the three emperors had been fighting fiercely, fighting for the right to rule this world. Metal warships clashed on the star path. Many stars were turned into dust in the bombardment, and a large number of refugees were escaping from this place. Crow Emperor, your race was the most loyal to Xing County. Now that Xing County has fallen, you still have the face to fight for the right to rule the 25 worlds? The Emperor of the Flying Scorpion race, who was wearing armor, spoke to the Crow Emperor who was 300 miles away in disdain. Hee, you speak as if your Flying Scorpion race had fought against Xing County. You still hid on your mother planet for hundreds of thousands of years. What right do you have to talk to me like that? The Crow Emperor retorted. It seems like the two of you know what kind of people you are. In the 25 worlds, only I have been fighting against Xing County from the beginning. The Steel Bone race has worked hard for the liberation of the 25 worlds. Now, this world should be ruled by us. In another direction, the Emperor of the Steel Bone race spoke like thunder. Although the Iron Army behind him had the least number of people, they exuded a murderous aura that the other two races had never had. How can a man of steel who is all brawn and no brains be fit to rule the 25 worlds? The Crow Emperor and the Flying Scorpion King spoke almost at the same time. The three emperors argued endlessly. None of them could convince the other. The battle between the armies of the three races became more and more intense. At this moment, the three warships that were fighting suddenly changed. Crack. Crack, crack. The metal warships started to rust at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, they all turned into scrap metal and fell into the starry sky. Who is it? The warships of the three parties were attacked on a large scale at the same time. The expensive warships were either destroyed or exploded. The three emperors who were in the middle of the battle were shocked and looked at a person who walked out of the battle slowly. This person was wearing a dark blue windbreaker with a hood over his head. He looked as thin as a stick, as if he would be blown away by the wind. However, though his steps were slow, the aura that emanated from his body was so strong that the three emperors couldn't help but hold their breaths. It was as if they were being targeted by a terrifying demon beast. It's been a long time since I've returned to the 25th world. Does anyone still remember my name? The newcomer slowly took off his hood, revealing a cold face and the iconic cross-shaped pupils. Zhong. Zhong Monarch? When the Crow Emperor and the Flying Scorpion Emperor saw the appearance of the newcomer, their expressions changed. This was a peerless expert from the 25th world. It was rumored that he had died in the hands of Tian Fa's great general. Who would have thought that he would return today? Boss. Unlike the other two emperors, the emperor of the Steel Bone clan revealed a look of surprise when he saw Zhong Shenrua. Only a few people knew that the Steel Bone tribe used to follow the Zhong Huang. It was also because the Zhong Huang was captured by the Xing County and no one knew whether he was dead or alive that they had been fighting for countless years. From today onwards, the 25th world is under the control of the Tyrant County. All emperors must listen to the tyrant's orders. Do you understand what I said? Zhong Shenrua arrived in his hometown with overwhelming strength and announced the ownership of the 25th world from this moment onwards. The Tyrant County. When the Crow Emperor and the Flying Scorpion Emperor heard the name of the Tyrant County, their initial thoughts of fighting against the Zhong Huang disappeared. Even though they had never communicated with the outside world, they had heard of the tyrant's name. It turned out that the Zhong Huang had surrendered to the tyrant. Was the tyrant going to take over the entire Xing County? The big shots of the 25th world were all stunned. They didn't dare to have any objections and all knelt down in front of Zhong Shenrua. Zhong Shenrua raised his hand and the battle flag of the Tyrant County flew into the starry sky. One man conquered a world. At the same time when Zhong Shenrua returned to his hometown, all the members of the Tyrant County were on the move. The leader of the Swallowing Kuan clan turned into a towering giant and crushed the armies of all the realms in the Lin County. Wherever he went, the forces of all realms surrendered and hung the flag of the Tyrant County above their territories. The Invisible Woman turned into the Empress of the Dark World again. Her unique split origin turned into an army of 1,000,000, which swept across all realms like a flood. The Evil Shark Emperor came to the extreme world of the Four Seas and incorporated hundreds of branches of the Sea Clan. The Stone Emperor guarded the Chaos Transit window of the Stone Realm and accepted the letters of surrender from all the clans, the 70th world of the Xing County. Many local forces joined forces and guarded the Chaos Transit window with all their might. All the cultivators, from the top to the bottom, looked nervous and uneasy. The Xing County had fallen. Recently, the smoke of war had been rising in all the realms, and there were often invasions from other realms. The 70th world, which was relatively weak in the Xing County, was the easiest to be invaded at this critical juncture. Over the past half a month, many forces had invaded the realms during the chaos and caused great losses to the major life planets. Just now, the scouts in the front had sent news that a small army was approaching the 70th world. The local forces were on tenterhooks and felt that a disaster was coming. This small army finally passed through the transit window and stepped into the 70th world. The leader was a woman with long purple hair. She looked cute and cute. Don't worry. From now on, All the realms that hang the flag of the Tyrant County will be protected by the Tyrant County. Feng Yaya said sincerely to the people of the 70th world. This world was her hometown. Now, she could finally bring peace to them with her own hands. In the Lei County, Dharmaraja Qingcong, Fatty Qian, the Xiao sisters, and Elder Xiao had just arrived and met Ruan Yuhuan and the others. Xiao Haimei looked at Ruan Yuhuan and teased her with a smile. You didn't expect the leader to use you so soon, did you? Ruan Yuhuan looked at Ruan Yuhuan and took a deep breath. When she failed in the selection of the Tyrant County, Guchen gave her a chance. He asked her to wait for the right time and cooperate with the Tyrant County when needed. She thought that day would be very far away and that the Tyrant County, which had no fixed residence, might never return to the Lei County. Who would have thought that the world would change in such a short time? Fellow Ruan, please help us conquer the realms under the control of the Lei County, Elder Xiao said with a smile. He was very friendly to an old friend. Ruan Yuhuan's beautiful eyes were full of emotions. Looking at the people in front of her, she felt more confident. With the prestige of the former higher-ups of the Lei County like Dharmaraja Qingcong, in addition to the connections she had built with the cultivators who failed in the selection of the Tyrant County, and the channels of the Qian family, the 100 realms of the Lei County would respond to the Tyrant County's declaration. This time, I'm also a member of the Tyrant County. Xing County, Lei County, and Lin County. The Tyrant County was on the move across more than 300 worlds. Guchen destroyed the Xing County, Thunder County, and Green Immortal Trail World one after another, shattering the faith of the original 3 counties in the various worlds and establishing a strong authority. Coupled with the connections that the members of the Tyrant County had and the desire for peace in the various worlds, the speed at which the Tyrant County subdued the various worlds was unimaginably fast, be it the weak worlds or the powerful worlds. In just a few short months, they all changed their allegiance, changed their flags, and changed their masters. It was a miracle. There had never been such a faction that conquered such a vast territory in such a short period of time. The prestige of the tyrant, Gu Chen, reached an unprecedented peak within the 3 counties, and every major race in every world was discussing his name. Gu Chen himself arrived at the border of Lin County while the sparks were burning all over the land of the 3 counties. He guarded the border of Lin County with only Nameless by his side. Dao Lord Golden Crow's territory was beyond the chaos transit window ahead. Dao Lord Golden Crow arrived at the border personally and his heart pounded when he saw the handsome Gu Chen. He participated in the ambush against Gu Chen because he was afraid that the latter would take revenge on him. To think that the enemy would arrive so quickly. Friend Gu, may I know why you've come to the border of my county personally? Dao Lord Golden Crow asked nervously. He was most afraid that Gu Chen would attack him without a second word. If that was the case, he did not know if he should turn around and run. Even the combined forces of Dao Lord Lin, Dao Lord Longevity Mountain and Dao Lord Zhou who could not kill the young man before him. Instead, they were killed by him. He had long given up on fighting the latter. Back then, the plan to encircle the Tyrant County was decided by the 100 county Dao Lords together. There was no reason for him to bear the burden alone. He was not a fool. He had made up his mind that as long as there was room for discussion and an apology, he would never make this person his enemy again. Seated in the void, Gu Chen raised his head and glared at Dao Lord Golden Crow coldly. That single glance made the latter feel uneasy. Go back and tell the 100 Commandery Dao Lords that from today onwards, the worlds that originally belonged to Thunder Commandery, Xing Commandery, and Lin Commandery will be under the banner of Tyrant Commandery. If you dare to take one step into the 3 counties, don't blame me, Gu Chen, for being merciless. Gu Chen solemnly threatened and warned. His will was firm and strong. His companions made him the ruler of 3 counties, and he accepted the title without any pretense or hypocrisy. To him, being the ruler of 3 counties was not only an honor, but also a responsibility. He accepted the territory of the 3 counties to give Tyrant County a wider space for development and to quickly end the turmoil in the 3 counties. If no one took over the territories of the 3 counties, the 3 counties would inevitably be in chaos. Not only would the local forces of the various worlds be in constant conflict, but the other counties would also be eyeing them covetously. The downfall of Xing County, Lei County, and Lin County all had something to do with Gu Chen. He was responsible for it. Therefore, when his companions split up and ended the turbulent situation in all the realms, he came to the border of Jinwu County. As the ruler of 3 counties, he would definitely not allow any external faction to take advantage of the situation at this moment. His presence here was not only to give Tao Lord Golden Crow a warning, but also to announce to the entire Chaos 100 counties that the 3 counties would be taken over by him, Gu Chen. That's the reason why Friend Gu is here? Tao Lord Golden Crow asked cautiously and heaved a sigh of relief internally. Initially, he thought that Gu Chen was here to denounce him. However, from the looks of it, the latter only wanted to digest the 3 counties for the time being and had no intention of causing trouble for him. After knowing that 3 Tao Lords died in the hands of Gu Chen despite joining forces, Tao Lord Golden Crow no longer had the intention to fight him. How would he have the courage to invade the 3 counties? At the end of the day, even a Tao Lord of a region would bully the weak and fear the strong. Gu Chen ignored Tao Lord Golden Crow and closed his eyes with a haughty expression. Tao Lord Golden Crow observed for a long time. When he saw that Su Zimo had no intention of stepping into Jinwu County, he was relieved and turned to leave. 3 counties had fallen into the hands of the Tyrant County. That was more than 300 worlds. Even crazy Tao Lord could not compare to such a massive faction. From a junior, the Tyrant had become one of the top figures among the Tao Lords of the 100 counties. He had to inform the Tao Lords of the various counties of this matter as soon as possible. The situation in the Chaos Sea had changed completely. Beside Gu Chen, Nameless smiled and teased as he watched Tao Lord Golden Crow's back view. Leader, indeed, Tao Lord Golden Crow did not even dare to test the waters and fled with his tail between his legs. All of them thought that I killed the 3 Tao Lords alone. That's why they felt fear in their hearts and no longer dare to underestimate me. Without opening his eyes, Gu Chen smirked coldly. Under such circumstances, the more domineering and fearless I am, the more they won't dare to fall out with me. The more wary they are, the more time I'll have for the Tyrant County to gain a foothold. That's a brilliant move, Nameless praised. Golden Crow is just a third-rate Tao Lord. There's no point in scaring him. I hope that after he spreads the news for me, Tao Lord Crazy and Tao Lord Qin will be wary as well. What we need the most right now is time. Gu Chen murmured with a solemn tone. Even though he had become the ruler of 3 counties, he would not be so naive as to think that he was invincible. It was Tao Lord Xing's unexpected defeat that led to today's situation. He had taken advantage of the situation, but he could not overestimate himself. Tao Lord Crazy and Tao Lord Qin, who had led the plan to encircle the Tyrant County, were both outstanding Tao Lords. Gu Chen knew that he had yet to truly step into the Tao-severing realm and there was still a huge gap between him and them. Under such circumstances, if they were to attack recklessly, he and the Tyrant County would be in danger. After all, after devouring the 3 counties, the Tyrant County would lose the advantage of hiding in the shadows. This time, he had taken a risk. If the Tyrant County could buy enough time to develop, he would truly have the right to speak in the Chaos Sea. The Realm Sea is about to open. The various Tao Lords hope that the Chaos Sea can maintain its stability at this time. Therefore, there's no need to worry too much, leader. We still have time, said Nameless. Gu Chen was not the only one who was betting. He was also betting. The members of the Tyrant County who were running around in various worlds were also betting. They were all fighting for a common tomorrow, for the freedom that they longed for in their hearts. Will the dark chaos reappear when the Realm Sea opens? Gu Chen murmured. Time. I hope I have enough time to take control of my own destiny. A mysterious aura rippled from Gu Chen's body. Nameless sensed it and moved away from him. He raised his old eyes to look at the starry sky, his eyes filled with anticipation. More than 300 worlds were falling into the hands of the Tyrant County one by one. In contrast, the karmic luck that originally belonged to the Tao Lords of the 3 counties would also gather on Gu Chen. Since ancient times, every Tao Lord would quickly step into the Tao-severing realm after conquering various major worlds. Nameless had experienced the profoundness of that realm before. At that moment, he could clearly sense that the karmic luck that gathered on Gu Chen was increasing by the day. Not only would Gu Chen undergo a transformation, but the immense karmic luck of the 3 counties would also affect the people and things around him, including him, who had once had his karmic luck snatched away. How can a golden fish stay in a pond? Once it encounters a storm, it will transform into a dragon. Old man, you followed the right person. In the depths of the Chaos Sea, within a 9-tiered divine pagoda shrouded in multicolored light, Today, on the 9th floor, on the thrones that were made of strange crystals, one after another, rays of light appeared one after another. Once these figures appeared, they would either whisper to the people around them or remain silent, quietly waiting for the others to arrive. Sitting on the main seat was a man of a different race who had eyes all over his body. He rested his chin on his hand as though he was deep in thought. The pink, glass-like eyes on his face and body flickered continuously, as though he was trying to establish a connection with something. It was precisely because of his technique that many powerful figures of light traversed through the vast space to descend and take their seats one after another. At a certain moment, a blood-red figure of light descended on his seat and snorted coldly, looking like he was in an extremely bad mood. There were a total of 101 crystal thrones present. When a total of 96 figures were seated, the blood-red figure of light spoke impatiently. "Everyone is here. Can we begin the discussion?" The figures of light exchanged glances. The alien man seated on the main seat turned to look at a resplendent golden figure beside him. "Tao Lord Xing hasn't arrived yet. Let's wait for him." The golden figure spoke. His voice was calm, but it carried a sense of dignity that made it impossible for anyone to refuse. "News of Tao Lord Xing's death has spread like wildfire. Fellow Taoist Qin, surely you know about it?" The blood-red figure of light was puzzled. "News is news, but none of us personally witnessed Tao Lord Xing's death. Out of respect, it's not unreasonable to give him some time." Tao Lord Qin calmly explained to Tao Lord Crazy before looking at the alien man seated on the main seat. "Fellow Taoist Sky Eye, please try to contact him again. We'll wait for 6 hours. If Tao Lord Xing doesn't reply within 6 hours, we'll begin today's meeting." Tao Lord Sky Eye nodded when he heard that. His eyes released a strange light that connected to distant spacetime. As for the 96 Tao Lords present, they just waited quietly. Soon, 6 hours had passed, and no light or shadow had descended on the 5 empty crystal thrones. At that moment, Tao Lord Qin sighed regretfully. "Looks like Tao Lord Xing is really done for." This was within the expectations of the Tao Lords. They all sighed when they heard that. Five of them. It's only been a short period of time since the realm wave appeared, but 5 Tao Lords have already perished. The deaths of these 5 Tao Lords are definitely related to the Overlord. A figure of light roared angrily. The Tao Lords shared the same sentiments and echoed. During this period of time, the Chaos Sea had been in chaos because of the Overlord who rose like a comet. Today, I've asked fellow Taoist Heaven Eye to help me contact all of you. I'm sure all of you have already guessed what this is about. Tao Lord Qin raised his hand, indicating for everyone to be quiet with a solemn expression. After Tao Lord Thunder died at the hands of the Overlord, I agreed with fellow Taoist Kuang's suggestion in order to stabilize the situation in the Chaos Sea. Everyone present agreed as well. Fellow Taoist Lin should step forward and completely resolve the unstable factor, the Overlord. As soon as Tao Lord Qin said that, Tao Lord Su, who was sitting opposite him, sneered. "Fellow Taoist Qin, this matter was decided by some of you. Me, fellow Taoist Chu, and many others did not agree with it. In fact, we did not even participate in the discussion. Don't drag everyone down with you now that things have gone wrong." Tao Lord Su's words were rude. However, Tao Lord Qin's expression was calm as he ignored him and continued. "No matter who is responsible for this matter, fellow Taoist Lin, fellow Taoist Shou Shan and fellow Taoist Zhou who have been confirmed dead. Fellow Taoist Xing is also in danger. As for Overlord Gu Chen, he has occupied 3 counties and declared himself the ruler. He's already too big to deal with. We have to discuss how to deal with him." "How can we deal with him?" "Of course, we have to send more Tao Lords to kill that lad completely." Tao Lord Crazy said loudly with a vicious tone. None of the Tao Lords responded to his words. Everyone's eyes flickered as though they were considering something. Tao Lord Crazy was extremely displeased when he saw that and looked at Tao Lord Golden Crow and Tao Lord Yu. "Fellow Taoist Golden Crow, fellow Taoist Yu, the mission to kill Gu Chen was supposed to be carried out by the 2 of you. Now that the mission has yet to be completed and 3 fellow Taoists have died right under your noses, don't you think that's a humiliation?" Tao Lord Crazy's words were harsh and completely disregarded the feelings of others. When Tao Lord Golden Crow and Tao Lord Yu heard that, they cursed in their hearts. "We'll deal with the trouble and we'll bear the danger. Yet, you're so far away," making sarcastic remarks. The two Tao Lords were extremely displeased with Tao Lord Crazy, who had single-handedly led the plan to encircle Overlord June. However, they knew that he had a bad temper and was not to be trifled with, so they could only swallow their anger. "Fellow Taoist Crazy, that Overlord is extremely powerful and I'm really not his match. I'm powerless to do anything, please forgive me," Tao Lord Golden Crow said carefully. "If even fellow Taoist Golden Crow is powerless, I'm naturally even more powerless. Overlord June is like the sun in the sky right now and he's very close to my territory. I definitely wouldn't dare to offend him." Tao Lord Yu was even more straightforward and admitted that he did not dare to offend Overlord June. When Tao Lord Crazy heard that, the veins on his forehead bulged and he said angrily, "Have the two of you fought with that Guchen before? How can you be so sure that the two of you can't kill him? The deaths of Tao Lord Lin and the other two are extremely strange. In my opinion, that Guchen doesn't have the ability to kill the three of them. Don't forget, he hasn't entered the Tao Severing Realm yet. Otherwise, we would definitely have sensed him. He's just a brat who's not even at the Tao Severing Realm. He can be considered lucky to have killed Tao Lord Thunder, but how could he have killed three Tao Lords?" Tao Lord Crazy's analysis was very reasonable. That was also a question that many Tao Lords present could not understand. Unfortunately, his judgment was rendered speechless by Tao Lord Golden Crow's words. "It's precisely because he has such strength that we can't afford to offend him even though he's not even at the Tao Severing Realm." Tao Lord Golden Crow's voice was very soft, but everyone felt a sense of sorrow when they heard it. Every Tao Lord present knew how great the difference between the Tao Seeking Realm and the Tao Severing Realm was. It could be said that it was no longer a simple difference between two realms. It involved the heaven and earth laws of the Chaos Sea. Tao Seeking Realm cultivators were destined to be restrained by Tao Severing Realm cultivators. However, Guchen was able to kill Tao Lord Thunder across realms. In fact, even the combined forces of three Tao Lords were killed by him. That was way too terrifying. No one dared to imagine how powerful such a genius would be after he truly entered the Tao Severing Realm. Now that he was in control of 3 counties and the fortune of all 3 counties was gathered on him, it was only a matter of time before he broke through. At this juncture, how many people would dare to offend him? "Useless thing, do you think you're qualified to sit with me?" Crazy Tao Lord slammed the table angrily, feeling that the Golden Crow Tao Lord was way too cowardly. Although the Golden Crow Tao Lord was afraid of Crazy Tao Lord, how could he bear to scold him in front of so many Tao Lords? "Fellow Taoist Crazy, everyone knows that you have a grudge with Li Wuwei and that's why you've been plotting to kill the Overlord. Don't keep thinking of getting someone else to do the dirty work. Do it yourself if you can." The Golden Crow Tao Lord gritted his teeth and made up his mind. "Do you think I'm afraid of that brat?" Crazy Tao Lord was even more furious. Wild County was extremely far from Xing County and it was extremely troublesome to cross many counties. Otherwise, he would have attacked himself long ago. "My Golden Crow County is willing to open a path for you to kill the Overlord, fellow Taoist Crazy," the Golden Crow Tao Lord said coldly. Crazy Tao Lord was in a dilemma. If not for the fact that the Golden Crow Tao Lord was only a projection, he would have had the urge to attack. "Alright, the two of you, there's no point in arguing now." Seeing the tense atmosphere, Tao Lord Qin shook his head and dissuaded them. "Wild County is far from Xing County and now that the Realm Sea is about to open, fellow Taoist Crazy is busy and naturally doesn't have much time and energy to deal with the Overlord." Fellow Taoist Golden Crow's words make sense. Now that 4 Tao Lords have died in the hands of the Overlord, it's indeed difficult for him to make a move. Tao Lord Qin did not offend either side and found a way for both sides to step down, causing their expressions to soften significantly. "The two of you don't have the time and energy to deal with the Overlord. As for the other fellow Taoists, the situation is the same. Right now, we should focus more on the chaotic myriad spirit ranking." Tao Lord Qin changed the topic with the intention of calming things down. "Fellow Taoist Qin, are you saying that you want to acknowledge that brat's status?" Crazy Tao Lord's expression changed immediately. Tao Lord Qin was on the same side as him previously. "Fellow Taoist Crazy, I agreed with your idea of killing the Overlord previously because I wanted to stabilize the situation as soon as possible. However, the truth has proven that it has caused the situation in the Chaos Sea to become even more chaotic. If we continue to fight the Overlord, it will affect the ranking battle of the Chaotic Myriad Spirit ranking. This battle concerns the selection of the emissaries of the upper world. You should understand what is more important, right? Tao Lord Qin glanced at Tao Lord Crazy and reminded him. If the emissary from the upper realm is dissatisfied, we won't have a good time. These words caused a gloomy look to appear on the faces of all the Tao Lords present, but Tao Lord Mad still wasn't willing to accept this. That brat possesses nature essence. If we don't get rid of him as soon as possible, he will definitely become a scourge. Aren't you all overestimating him too much? The current him definitely doesn't have the strength you all imagine him to have. Tao Lord Qin shook his head. Fellow crazy Taoist, it's indeed as you said. Under the circumstances that he hasn't stepped into the Tao Severing realm, it's very unlikely for the Overlord to have killed fellow Lin and the other two. However, have you ever seriously thought about who killed Tao Lord Xing? What do you mean? Mad Tao Lord's pupils constricted. He really hadn't thought about it before. The Hegemon destroyed Xingming and killed Scoundrel, causing Tao Lord Executioner to lose all face. It can be said that of all the Tao Lords present, no one wants to kill him more than Tao Lord Executioner. However, when we set up a trap to encircle and kill the Overlord, Tao Lord Executioner did not participate. Instead, he was killed by a mysterious expert in lay commandery. Don't you think it's too strange? One possible explanation is that this mysterious expert is related to the Overlord. That's why Tao Lord Executioner has no choice but to deal with him. Everyone here is very clear about Tao Lord Executioner's strength. With his strength, how many famous people in the Chaos Sea have the ability to kill him? What mysterious expert? How can we not know about anyone who has attained the position of monarch in the Chaos Sea? Tao Lord Qin's gaze was cold, implying something. Li Wuwei? Fellow Taoist Qin, are you saying that the person who killed Tao Lord Executioner was Li Wuwei? Mad Tao Lord almost blurted out after being reminded. The other Tao Lords also had solemn expressions. That's right. How could they not know someone in the Chaos Sea who was strong enough to kill Tao Lord Executioner? What mysterious expert? Others were probably ignorant. Li Wuwei was the most likely person to have a reason to kill Tao Lord Executioner and the strength to do so. Back then, it was rumored that Li Wuwei and Tao Lord Executioner had a conflict. After that, Li Wuwei disappeared. When Tao Lord Executioner reappeared in our sights, he inexplicably lost his head. Although I don't know what exactly happened, the two of them must have formed a life and death feud. Li Wuwei's disappearance doesn't mean that he's dead. The existence of the Overlord, who cultivates the natural origins, is the best proof that he's not dead. If I'm not wrong and Tao Lord Executioner was really killed by Li Wuwei, if we continue to attack the Overlord, we will not only have to face the Overlord, but also Li Wuwei. If that happens, we will be in endless trouble. Considering the overall situation, I believe that we should not pursue this matter any further. Fellow Taoist Mad, rather than being wary of the Overlord, why don't you be wary of Li Wuwei? After Tao Lord Qin finished speaking, Mad Tao Lord fell silent. His expression flickered, and he no longer revealed his killing intent. He really wanted to kill Gu Chen and did not take him seriously. However, if there really was a Li Wuwei hiding behind the scenes, he would fall into a trap if he attacked Gu Chen rashly. Mad Tao Lord stopped shouting about killing. He wisely realized that this matter needed to be investigated thoroughly. If we don't plan to attack the Overlord again, then we must accept his current position. I'm afraid we will have to let him participate in the Chaotic Myriad Spirit ranking. After all, he now rules 3 counties. Seeing that Mad Tao Lord had finally calmed down, some of the Tao Lords began to look at Gu Chen as equals. That's right, we should let the Overlord sit on the throne. It's time to invite him here. Golden Crow Tao Lord hurriedly echoed. After falling out with Mad Tao Lord, he realized the importance of befriending the Overlord. Invite him here? He dares to come here? Will he believe you? Mad Tao Lord sneered, but he also seriously considered this suggestion. If he could meet Gu Chen face to face, he might be able to confirm whether Li Wuwei was really still alive. Moreover, that way, he wouldn't have to go all the way to the Xing County. If he had the chance, he could directly kill Li Wuwei. This is indeed a problem. Because of the ambush in the outer world, I'm afraid it will be difficult to gain the Overlord's trust if we invite him rashly. Dao Lord Qin frowned slightly. That's not difficult. The old man has an idea. Just when everyone was at their wits' end, Humble Sword Lord said with a smile. Everyone looked at him. Some well-informed people immediately thought that Humble Sword Lord had a granddaughter who seemed to be friends with the Overlord. What do you think, Dao Lord Chu? Dao Lord Qin asked politely. At the border of Lin County, it had been a year since the Tyrant County conquered the 3 counties. Over the past year, Gu Chen had not left the border at all. Apart from cultivating, he rarely asked about the outside world. Today, Gu Chen, who was meditating like an old monk, suddenly opened his eyes slowly. The moment he opened his eyes, there seemed to be a galaxy in his eyes, and a terrifying soul power surged out of his body. The soul power intertwined in the starry sky, forming a mirage with dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins all over the place. After a while, the countless shocking illusions slowly disappeared, and the corner of Gu Chen's lips curled up slightly. So far, the origin of soul, which had the slowest progress, has finally caught up. Now, all 4 of my origins are at the peak of the 9th heaven of the Dao Querying realm. Gu Chen murmured. He was amazed by the rapid progress of his cultivation over the past year. After gathering the providence of the 3 counties, his comprehension of the origin of Dao had improved by leaps and bounds. In just a year, he had cultivated all 4 origins to the peak of the Dao Querying realm. Not only was his providence flourishing, but even things related to him had undergone indescribable changes. Firstly, the demonic sky-devouring butterflies. The butterflies had not devoured any species in the past year, but under the influence of the providence, their speed of evolution was not slow at all. The combat power of each demonic butterfly had increased by a few times compared to a year ago. There was also the formless 1,000 weapons, the weapon that the Dwarf Sovereign had specially forged for him. Over the past year, it had become more and more mystical, vaguely showing the aura of a mythical weapon, which surprised Gu Chen. Logically speaking, his Dao Querying weapon was the dominating cauldron of origin. If it was favored by the providence of heaven and earth, the dominating cauldron should be the one that had the greatest chance of evolving into a mythical weapon. However, compared to the formless 1,000 weapons, the dominating cauldron's evolution over the past year was almost negligible. It was just that his control over it had improved as his cultivation increased. Apart from the dominating cauldron, there was another item that was not affected by the providence. It was the dragon egg that the Wuji Tyrant dragon had transformed into. Just like the demonic sky-devouring butterfly, the dragon egg was also a living being. Theoretically speaking, it should have benefited a lot from the nourishment of the power of providence. It should have even helped the Tyrannosaurus Rex break out of its cocoon and be reborn one day earlier. However, the dragon egg never interacted with the power of providence. It was as if the so-called power of providence could not affect it. Gu Chen was very concerned about the uniqueness of the Tyrant Cauldron and the dragon egg. Under the infusion of a large amount of fate energy, even an ordinary grass beside him could become a celestial medicine, so why were these 2 exceptions? Gu Chen thought about it carefully. One of them was an artifact, while the other was a life form. The difference was too great. The only thing they had in common was that they both came from the primordial Chaos Dao world. Could it be that all existences from the primordial Chaos Dao world are not affected by the light shining from providence in this world? Or should I say, only existences born and raised in the Chaos Sea can receive the irrigation of providence? Gu Chen's thoughts spread, and the joy he felt just now disappeared. Instead, he frowned deeply. This answer was very important to him. It was not because he was disappointed that the Tyrant Cauldron and the Dragon Egg did not receive the irrigation of providence, but because he vaguely sensed that it had something to do with the bottleneck of the Dao Severing realm. With his 4 origins at the peak of the Dao Seeking realm, Gu Chen naturally faced the bottleneck of the Dao Severing realm. Once he crossed this bottleneck, he could step into the Creator realm and truly stand on the same level as Dao Lords. In fact, when his nature origins first reached the peak of the Dao Seeking realm, he had vaguely sensed the existence of the bottleneck. However, he had not sensed it deeply back then. He also wanted the 4 origins to develop in a balanced manner, so he did not deliberately ponder over it. Now that his 4 origins were at the phenomenal success stage, it was naturally time to break through the bottleneck. The Tao-severing realm is also known as the Creator Realm. It possesses the ability to create life and mythical weapons. Even the power of a Tao Lord can naturally suppress the source power of the Tao Querying Realm. This is also how the name Tao-severing realm came about. However, why do I possess all these abilities after rising to the Tao-severing realm? Guchen frowned. Even at the peak of the Tao-seeking realm, he still could not understand the Tao-severing realm. In this world, no matter how different the orthodoxies were, most of them could be traced. Flesh, mystiques, nirvana, longevity, celestial being, dharma idol, dharma body, grotto heaven, shedding immortal, Tao-seeking. Ever since Guchen was young, he had gone from immortal to an immortal. That was the evolution of life, from understanding the laws of heaven and earth to controlling the power of the origins. That was the true meaning of cultivation. Once one reached the Tao-seeking realm and truly grasped one origin, one would realize that there was no end to it. Even just one origin was as vast as the ocean, with no end in sight. Precisely because the great Tao of origins was broad and profound, cultivators spent their entire lives comprehending one origin. It was rare to see someone like him who cultivated 4 origins. Now that Guchen had cultivated all 4 origins to the peak of the Tao-seeking realm, he should have achieved great success. However, he felt that there was no end to the Tao. These 4 origins seemed to be far from being cultivated to the end. And with the abilities that he currently grasped 4 origins, he could not understand how he could possess the power of a creator after breaking through the bottleneck. In his eyes, the Tao-severing realm seemed to be separated from the other major realms that he had cultivated in the past. This feeling of separation made Guchen feel puzzled. He was worried that there was something wrong with his cultivation that caused him to have such absurd thoughts. After all the Tao lords in the past had walked the same path. There was no reason for them to be wrong. Tao-severing realm Tao lords have the power to suppress the Tao-seeking realm emperor's origins. This is the common understanding of everyone who has cultivated to this realm. However, that is only a common understanding formed during the War County era. Ever since the end of the ancient underworld, the realm C split the world into 2. The 2 worlds have taken completely different paths. All of us use the power of the Tao-severing to conquer the various worlds and dominate a region. However, in reality, is the power of the Tao-severing the limit of the world? Is the true Tao something that we can touch and sever? For some reason, Guchen recalled the words that Thunder Tao Lord had said before he died. He had been confused by those words back then. Now that he thought about it, he seemed to understand it but not really. Back then, Thunder Tao Lord had also said that the Tao-severing realm could suppress the power of the Tao-seeking realm. Such a rule only existed in the Chaos Sea. And the primordial world items from the upper realm were not restricted at all. What was the rule that Thunder Tao Lord had mentioned? Was the fact that dominating Cauldron had not been affected by Providence in the past year related to the rule that Thunder Tao Lord had mentioned? The more Guchen thought about it, the more he could not understand. What was the path ahead? He thought about it for 10 days and 10 nights. It was only when Guchen realized that he had almost entered a demonic barrier that he suddenly woke up and cut off his train of thought. It's not that easy to break through the bottleneck. I was too hasty. He thought about it and extended his divine sense. Soon, he found that there were many companions in the starry sky not far away. After successfully subduing the major worlds, considering that the civil strife had been quelled and the biggest threat might come from the outside world, many of the companions of the Tyrant County rushed to Guchen's side to guard the border together. Seeing that Guchen had sunk into a deep level of cultivation, they did not dare to disturb him. Instead, they guarded and cultivated in the distance. Now that Guchen had gathered the great luck of the 3 counties, all his companions would get twice the result with half the effort when they cultivated by his side. Over the past year, many of them had made great progress in their cultivation, and some had even broken through their bottlenecks. Looking at his companions who were cultivating hard, Guchen sighed inwardly. He had made the right bet back then. He personally guarded the border, hoping to intimidate the Tao lords from all sides and buy time for the Tyrant County to develop. Over the past year, the border had been peaceful. The Tao lords of the 100 counties seemed to be mute and had forgotten about his existence, which made him very satisfied. Of course, this did not mean that the Tyrant County was really safe. Before breaking through the current bottleneck and stepping into the Dao-severing realm, Gu Chen had always been wary, especially of the Dao lords who were targeting him. Fortunately, the territories of those Dao lords were very far away from him. If a large army came to the border, he would have enough time to react. Not wanting to disturb his companion's cultivation, Gu Chen took a step and escaped without anyone noticing. After a few breaths, he arrived on a life planet. The reason why he came here was that his divine sense had just sensed that Wu Ming was here. When he arrived at the border, only Wu Ming accompanied Gu Chen. However, as the border settled down and his companions returned one after another, Wu Ming left on his own and went into seclusion on this planet. Gu Chen had now encountered a bottleneck. In a situation where he could not find an answer after thinking hard, he thought that communicating with Wu Ming might be able to answer his doubts. Wu Ming had once reached the Dao-severing realm and had rich life experience. He could be considered a good teacher and helpful friend to Gu Chen. Every time he communicated with him, he would benefit a lot. Shortly after, Gu Chen arrived at Wu Ming's residence on the Life Star. He had built some thatched cottages by the clear lake. They were simple but stylish. As soon as he arrived, Gu Chen felt that everything around him was full of vitality. Every blade of grass, tree, and stone seemed to have their own breath. Gu Chen's eyes revealed a strange look as if he was deep in thought. Gu Chen did not deliberately hide his aura, so Wu Ming quickly sensed it and walked out of the cottage. "Leader, you've finally come out of seclusion. You must have improved a lot, right?" Wu Ming greeted him with a smile. His back was still hunched and he looked old. Gu Chen saw that he didn't look any different from before, but the strange look in his eyes deepened. "I'm afraid that my progress is nothing compared to yours." Gu Chen looked at it for a long time before he suddenly laughed meaningfully. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes. "It's true that the old man's competence can't hide from you, leader." Wu Ming didn't deny it. He just smiled and complimented. "Don't try to fool me. With the uniqueness of your nirvana source, if you don't want me to know about this, then you'll be like a lamp that's extinguished after you die. I won't be able to see through it at all." Gu Chen shook his head. Wu Ming didn't deny it. He invited Gu Chen to drink tea by the lake and they started to talk. "Leader, you came to see the old man. You seem to have something on your mind?" Wu Ming quickly understood Gu Chen's mind. Gu Chen nodded. "I do have some doubts. I hope you can answer them for me, Wu Ming. Just tell me." Gu Chen then told Wu Ming about the bottleneck he had encountered and his doubts. After listening to him, Wu Ming didn't look surprised at all. "Looks like you can give me the answer I want, Wu Ming." Seeing Wu Ming's expression, Gu Chen looked expectant. "Leader, in fact, every Taoist lord has experienced the doubts you have now. The old man can indeed tell you the answer." Wu Ming smiled kindly and changed the topic. "However, the important thing is not the answer, but the process of finding the answer. Since the old man said so, do you still want the old man to answer your doubts?" "The important thing is not the answer, but the process." After listening, Gu Chen fell into deep thought. Wu Ming didn't want to say it directly because he was stingy to share his experience with him. The process of finding the answer might have a great impact on his future cultivation. Thinking of this, Gu Chen shook his head. It seemed that he had to figure out the answer himself. Therefore, the two avoided this topic and talked about other things. "We still haven't found Sky Shadow Sha Luoman and the General Devil Mountain in Xing County. I'm afraid they have already left Xing County." Wu Ming mentioned the remaining forces in Xing County. When Ba County decided to conquer Xing County, the remaining forces in Xing County were naturally a big enemy. In the situation where Xing Dao Lord's life was uncertain, Sha Luoman, as the head of Sky Shadow, naturally became the highest leader. She was also a hidden danger that Ba County had to eliminate. Unfortunately, they seemed to have sensed the danger in advance. Before Ba County sent troops to besiege Xing County, Sha Luoman and the remaining cultivators in Xing County had disappeared. They hadn't been found until now. Sha Luoman doesn't pose much of a threat. It's fine if you can't find her. There's no need to waste more manpower. The most important thing is the whereabouts of the white-haired demon lord. Have our people found any clues? Gu Chen didn't care about Sha Luoman at all. He turned to talk about the white-haired demon lord with a solemn expression. The white-haired demon lord was inextricably linked to him and the tyrants. Judging from the battle between him and Xingdao Lord, he was still looking for him. Gu Chen wanted to try and find his whereabouts. Not only could this answer many of his doubts, but it could also confirm whether Xingdao Lord was really dead. There are no clues. This is strange. Logically speaking, if the white-haired demon lord was looking for you, leader, even if we didn't look for him, he should have appeared long ago. Wu Ming sighed regretfully. He wanted to meet a person who could kill Xingdao Lord and possibly come from the primordial Dao world, even if it was dangerous. This matter is indeed puzzling. Gu Chen frowned. There was no authoritative statement on the outcome of the battle between the white-haired demon lord and Xingdao Lord. The two of them continued chatting. They talked about the situation in the various realms under Ba County's rule and the situation in the Chaos Sea. Just as they were engrossed in their conversation, Feng Yaya suddenly descended from the sky. Uncle Gu, you just came out of seclusion and disappeared. You didn't even inform me. I spent a long time looking for you. For some reason, Feng Yaya looked a little unhappy as she muttered. Did something happen? Gu Chen couldn't help but ask. If there was nothing, Feng Yaya wouldn't be in a hurry to look for him. Your little lover is looking for you. Hurry up and receive her, Feng Yaya said with a pout. Little lover? Gu Chen and Wu Ming looked at each other. They didn't know who she was referring to and were confused. Do you know Chu Meixin from the Sword Commandery? She said that Uncle Gu, you saved her life. She wants to see you no matter what, Feng Yaya said with a straight face. Chu Meixin? Gu Chen was surprised. It's her? When Gu Chen saw Chu Meixin again, his eyes lit up. When he first saw her in the 3,000 Lesser Worlds, although Chu Meixin was already a rare beauty, her makeup and clothes actually covered up her beauty in order to keep a low profile. But today, as the emissary from Sword Commandery, the granddaughter of the famous humble sword lord, she was dressed in a colorful brocade palace dress that accentuated her slender figure. Her exquisite makeup added a bit of dignity and nobility to her original graceful temperament. In the past, she was a chivalrous woman who carried a sword case around the world. But today, she was the real little princess of Sword Commandery. Her beauty was so outstanding that even a group of fierce male cultivators in Ba Commandery could not help but treat her with a gentler tone. Miss Chu, long time no see. Gu Chen strode over from the distant starry sky, followed by Feng Yaya and Wu Ming. Chu Meixin stood beside her cyan phoenix carriage and had been waiting for Gu Chen for a while. Seeing him from afar, her beautiful eyes could not help showing a touch of joy. Gu Chen quickly approached. Chu Meixin bowed slightly and said with a sweet smile, Greetings, Dao Lord Gu. When Gu Chen heard this form of address, he immediately burst into laughter and shook his head. Miss Chu, don't tease me. You and I are friends. Just call me what you used to call me. Dao Lord Gu is older than Meixin, so Meixin will call you Brother Gu. Is that okay? Chu Meixin gently pursed her lips and said after a little thought. Gu Chen was a little surprised. Chu Meixin had always called him Young Master Gu. But he did not care how she called him. He nodded with a smile and greeted Granny Shu, who was beside Chu Meixin. Granny Shu was a little reserved when she greeted Gu Chen. She did not expect that when she saw this boy again, he was already at the same level as the humble sword lord. A scholar who has been away for 3 days should be looked at in a new light, but the impact of this change was too great. Feng Yaya, who was following beside Gu Chen, saw Chu Meixin calling Gu Chen Big Brother Gu, and her ears turned red. This is too obvious. The border of Lin County was empty and desolate, and there was no suitable place to entertain guests. Gu Chen brought Chu Meixin and Granny Shu to Tyrant County's spaceship for a private gathering. The attendants of Sword County were arranged by others. Sitting down on the flying ship, Gu Chen personally brewed tea for Chu Meixin and Granny Shu. The sword region is very far from here. Miss Chu and Granny Shu must have something to ask of me, right? Gu Chen asked after drinking some tea. Brother Gu, it's my grandfather's birthday in 7 months. Mei Xian came to Ba Jun this time to deliver the invitation. Brother Gu has helped Mei Xian a lot in the longevity realm. My grandfather has long wanted to meet you. I hope Brother Gu can come. Chu Meixin expressed the purpose of her visit, and her face was filled with anticipation. When the cultivators of Ba Jun heard this, they were a little surprised, and some even frowned. Chu Meixin's grandfather was Tao Lord Clumsy Sword, and the ambush in the outer world more than a year ago was rumored to be the joint intention of the Tao Lords of the 100 Counties. Tao Lord Clumsy Sword was also one of the Tao Lords of the 100 Counties, and his seniority and strength were relatively high. Would it be another hangmen banquet for him to invite the leader for his birthday? At that moment, the atmosphere in the cabin became a little silent and oppressive, and Gu Chen's face also revealed a pondering expression. It's a long journey from Sword County to Lin County. Miss Chu came personally to deliver the invitation, and the time spent on the journey should be at least 7 or 8 months, right? Gu Chen did not answer directly, but asked. There was some delay on the way, and in fact, it took 10 months. Chu Meixin answered truthfully. When Gu Chen heard this, he pondered for a while. It took 10 months on the journey, which meant that Tao Lord Clumsy Sword sent the invitation not long after Ba Jun annexed 3 counties. This time was too sensitive, and it was a long journey from Sword County to him. But Tao Lord Clumsy Sword didn't choose any other way, but asked his granddaughter to deliver the letter in person. His intention was quite profound. There were only 7 months left before Tao Lord Clumsy Sword's birthday, and he sent the invitation in such a hurry, which showed that this birthday banquet invitation was an impromptu idea. Gu Chen quickly sorted out his thoughts. He was afraid that Tao Lord Clumsy Sword invited him not simply to repay his granddaughter's life-saving grace, nor to befriend him. There was another purpose behind this. Miss Chu, let's not beat around the bush. You and I are also friends who have gone through life and death together, so I have some questions to ask directly. After thinking for a while, Gu Chen went straight to the point. In the Xianxia world, he and Chu Meixin went through difficulties together, and there was trust between them. Now that she came to visit in person, he did not want to pretend to be courteous. Brother Gu, if you have something to say, just say it. I will tell you everything I know. Chu Meixin said seriously. Well, I want to know the real purpose of your grandfather's invitation. Chu Meixin was not surprised by Gu Chen's question, and immediately answered. Brother Gu, to tell you the truth, you're not the only one invited to grandfather's birthday banquet this time. The other Tao Lords of the Chaos Sea were also invited. Grandfather invited you because he hopes to be a peacemaker and eliminate the previous misunderstanding between you and the other Tao Lords. Misunderstanding? Is it as simple as a misunderstanding? If we're not careful, the leader and we would have died in the outside world. The clan leader of the Swallowing Kuan race blurted out in dissatisfaction. The ambush against Ba County by the outside world has nothing to do with the Sword County. I hope everyone can understand this. When Granny Shu heard this, she immediately explained for Chu Meixin, afraid that she would be wronged. Chu Meixin waved her hand and stopped her from quarreling with the people of Ba County, but her smile did not diminish. The previous operation against Ba County was organized and proposed by Crazy Tao Lord. In fact, my grandfather did not participate in it. It was precisely because he considered that Brother Gu might not be able to trust him because of the previous incident that he sent me here. I'm the humble Sword Lord's most beloved granddaughter. If the people of Ba County can't trust me, you can kill me at any time. Chu Meixin sat upright and her tone was especially calm. She did not show any stage fright in the face of the ferocious cultivators of Ba County, showing the demeanor of an empress. Her words made the clan leader of the Swallowing Kuan race speechless for a moment, and also made everyone realize the sincerity of the humble Sword Lord. Seeing that no one had any objections, Chu Meixin began to persuade Gu Chen seriously. Brother Gu, Meixin knows that the previous incident has caused you to have a conflict with the Tao Lords of the various counties. However, given the current situation, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. It's better to have one more friend than one more enemy. The hostility of the counties towards Ba County is actually not that great. My grandfather hopes to be the middleman and let you reconcile with the Tao Lords. This way, the people in Ba County can live and work in peace. Chu Meixin sincerely hoped that Gu Chen could attend the birthday party, because she knew how bad the situation would be for Gu Chen if Ba County continued to be enemies with other counties. When she heard that Gu Chen had been ambushed, she was in a panic. At that time, she was very worried that he would lose his life. Although Gu Chen won the war later, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. She didn't want Gu Chen to continue to be enemies with the whole world. Humble Sword King wants to be a peacemaker, but this is not wishful thinking. From Miss Chu's tone, the other Dao Lords also have the same idea, right? Have they already recognized the position of Ba County? Wu Ming's eyes flickered. This directly hit the point, and Chu Meixin nodded quickly. Yes, the Dao Lords of 100 counties have had a discussion, and they all think that the current situation is not suitable to be enemies with Ba County. They hope that the two sides can contact each other and bury the hatchet. Because we know that if we directly invite you, Brother Gu, you will definitely refuse, so my grandfather proposed to use his birthday party as an opportunity to shake hands and make peace. Gu Chen understood the ins and outs of the story and was a little surprised. Because of the death of the 3 Dao Lords, he guessed that the counties must be afraid of him and would not rashly attack him again. But he didn't expect that they were now willing to admit his existence and wanted to bury the hatchet. About the reconciliation, do Dao Lord Qin and Crazy Dao Lord also agree? Gu Chen asked. These 2 Dao Lords were the initiators of the plan to encircle Ba County. To be honest, he didn't intend to let them go, but he was very interested in their mentality. He still didn't know why the 2 were so active in targeting him before. Dao Lord Qin is very supportive of the reconciliation. As for Mad Dao Lord Gu, according to Grandpa, he's still wary of you, but he didn't object to the unanimous decision of all the Dao Lords. Chu Meixin told Gu Shijiao everything she heard from her grandpa. This crazy Dao Lord deliberately wants to kill Uncle Gu. Why on earth? And that Dao Lord Qin, his attitude is very different before and after. It may be a trap. Feng Yaya was suspicious. She did not want Gu Chen to take the risk to attend some stupid birthday party. Mad Taoist Lord had a grudge against Li Wuwei. He always thought that the origin of nature was a great threat to all the counties, so he deliberately tried to harm Brother Gu. As for Dao Lord Qin, he's always been an elite figure amongst the Dao Lords of the 100 Commanderies. He isn't intentionally targeting you, Big Brother Gu, most of the time he's thinking about the bigger picture. Chu Meixin told him the reason why the 2 Dao Lords were targeting Gu Chen. Only then did Gu Chen recall that the Granny of the Realm book had mentioned that Li Wuwei and Crazy Dao Lord had a grudge. However, he did not take it to heart. Gu Chen understood the reason, and his heart turned cold. Did he deserve to die just because he was Li Wuwei's successor? This crazy Dao Lord was really crazy. As for Daoist Qin, Gu Chen didn't know much about him, so he believed Chu Meixin's analysis for the time being. Dao Lord Qin, what is the big picture in your consideration? He asked, narrowing his eyes. This involves a huge secret of the Chaos Sea. My grandfather only decided to tell me before I left because he considered that I needed to convince Big Brother Gu. Chu Meixin sighed. Before her grandfather told her, she had never known the truth of the world. Gu Chen subconsciously looked at Nameless. He had some guesses about the contents of the Humble Sword Lord and Chu Meixin's conversation. Brother Gu, do you know the relationship between the primordial Chaos Dao world and the 100 Commanderies? Chu Meixin continued. Indeed, Gu Chen had guessed what she was going to say. Miss Chu, are you referring to the matter of the primordial Chaos Dao world sending envoys when the realm sea opens? Gu Chen said after some thought. Chu Meixin nodded when she heard that. Since Gu Chen knew, it would be much easier for her to explain. The arrival of the Upper Realm's envoys is an extremely important matter. When the time comes, they will choose suitable talents to bring to the primordial Chaos Dao world. The initial selection is jointly handled by the 100 Commanderies Dao Lords. Brother Gu, you are now in charge of 3 counties. There are many things that cannot be done without you. It will be very inconvenient to bypass you. The Upper Realm's envoys must not be offended. At this juncture, the Dao Lords do not wish for any problems to arise. Dao Lord Qin thinks so even more. Gu Chen understood that the reason the various Dao Lords had decided to accept and acknowledge him was because they had no choice but to compromise. In that case, it was not impossible for him to participate in this birthday banquet. Gu Chen seriously weighed the pros and cons. Chu Meixin knew that this matter was important and did not rush Gu Chen. I will stay here for a period of time. Brother Gu, you don't have to reply to me in a hurry. I can wait. After Chu Meixin said that, she deliberately used the excuse of wanting to walk around and left the flying boat with Granny Shu. She wanted to give Gu Chen and his people space to discuss. As soon as they left, Guchen began to discuss with the others. What do you think about this matter? Regardless of whether the 100 Commandery's Tao Lords sincerely want to reconcile, I don't think there's a need to take this risk. Why bother with them? The clan leader of the Devouring Rock clan snorted coldly. If we ignore them, both sides will not be able to trust each other and we may still be in trouble in the future. Miss Chu makes sense. If the Tyrant County wants to gain a foothold in the Chaos Sea, this is actually a good opportunity. Zhong Shenrua put forward a different opinion. Subsequently, the companions present were divided into two factions. One supported participating in the birthday banquet, while the other felt that there was no need to take the risk. Guchen roughly understood what everyone was thinking and looked at Nameless, who had been silent all this while. What do you think? What is the original intention of the leader's expedition to the Chaos Sea? Nameless only asked. Guchen immediately recalled the conversation he had with Nameless when he decided to destroy the Chaos Transit window of the Ninth Realm and his initial determination to leave the Ninth Realm. The reason why he had fought all the way to this day was to win a peaceful living space for himself, his family, and the Ninth Realm. Now, although the crisis in the Ninth Realm had long been resolved, the other worlds were not. Guchen understood what Nameless meant. If peace could be won without war, why couldn't he come into contact with it? This was actually what he was thinking. If attending this birthday banquet could exchange for the peace of more than 300 worlds under the Tyrant County's banner, he was very willing to try. Moreover, there was another advantage to meeting with the Tao Lords of the 100 Counties. Now that he had encountered a bottleneck in the Tao Severing Realm, coming into contact and communicating with the Tao Lords who had long entered the Tao Severing Realm might help him break through the bottleneck. It seems that I have to attend this birthday banquet. What gift do you think I should give? Guchen smiled and made the final decision, ending everyone's debate. A day later, Guchen replied to Chu Meixin and agreed to go back with her to attend the Humble Sword Lord's birthday banquet. Because time was a little rushed, the two agreed to set off the next day. Considering that the Tyrant County was now a big family and needed people to guard it, and the people attending the banquet were all at the Tao Lord level, it was useless to have more people. Therefore, Guchen decided to bring only a few people with him. He brought Nameless and Xianxia with him, but Feng Yaya insisted on following, saying that she wanted to see the world. Guchen had no choice but to agree. Friend Gu, I've offended you previously. I hope that you'll be magnanimous enough to forgive me. Tao Lord Golden Crow poured wine for Guchen personally in an extremely humble manner with a smile on his face the entire time. Guchen gripped his wine cup with a strange expression. He did not reply and merely looked at Chu Meixin beside him. They had set off from Lin County to Sword County and the first place they had to pass was Tao Lord Golden Crow's Golden Crow County. The moment they arrived at Golden Crow County, Tao Lord Golden Crow came to receive them immediately. His enthusiasm and politeness far exceeded Guchen's imagination. Initially, Guchen did not want to bother with Tao Lord Golden Crow due to what happened in the outer world. However, Chu Meixin mediated and managed to arrange for this banquet. Guchen could not figure out Tao Lord Golden Crow's intentions when he saw how Tao Lord Golden Crow spoke to him humbly without any dignity as a Tao Lord and could only seek Chu Meixin's advice. Don't worry, Brother Gu. Tao Lord Golden Crow truly wants to befriend you now. He already knew that I went to Lin County to invite you and must have waited for many days because of that. He must have put in a lot of effort into this banquet to bury the hatchet. Chu Meixin put her lips close to Guchen's ear and chuckled. Why is he doing this all of a sudden? Guchen did not understand. Previously at the 100 County Conference, Tao Lord Golden Crow had a falling out with Tao Lord Crazy because of you. That's why he naturally wants to befriend you now. As the saying goes, a close neighbor is better than a distant relative. Brother Gu, if you think that Tao Lord Golden Crow can be forgiven, why don't you give him some face? That way, you'll have more friends at the banquet, Chu Meixin whispered. Guchen was enlightened when he heard that. How did Chu Meixin know about what happened at the 100 County Conference? It was clear that the humble Sword Lord had told her about it. It seemed like he was trying to help him reconcile with Tao Lord Golden Crow. As the host of the banquet, Guchen did not know the humble Sword Lord's character. Therefore, he was still wary despite his relationship with Chu Meixin. However, his attempt to reconcile with Tao Lord Golden Crow allowed Guchen to see his goodwill. If he could make a few more friends and make fewer enemies before his meeting with the 100 Commandery Downlords, it would clearly be a positive thing for him. Although Downlord Golden Crow had participated in the encirclement of the outer world, Gu Chen had not encountered him from the beginning to the end and did not suffer any losses. The two of them did not have a deep grudge against each other. Instead, they could help each other during the birthday banquet. Gu Chen naturally knew what to do. Fellow Taoist Golden Crow, you're being too serious. Drink this cup of wine and I'll write off all our previous grievances. Gu Chen raised his cup and downed it in one gulp. When Downlord Golden Crow heard that, he heaved a sigh of relief. Ba County was just beside his Jinwu County. If the two of them did not get along well, there would be endless problems in the future. The most important thing was that Mad Taoist Lord had always been narrow-minded. He had offended him at the meeting before, so it was inevitable that he would deliberately make things difficult for him at the birthday banquet of Humble Sword Lord. But now, with Dao Lord Gu on his side, he felt much more at ease. Dao Lord Golden Crow thought that since Gu Chen could kill Lin Dao Lord and the other two in one go, he was definitely not much weaker than Mad Taoist Lord. That was also the reason why he was willing to bow down to him. How could he know that the one who killed Lin Dao Lord and the other two was not Gu Chen at all? He had overestimated Gu Chen's strength. After staying at Dao Lord Golden Crow's residence for a night, Gu Chen's group continued to set off. This time, Dao Lord Golden Crow was in the group. Dao Lord Golden Crow was originally prepared to attend the birthday banquet of Humble Sword Lord. In his opinion, it would be very helpful to increase mutual trust if he could travel with Gu Chen. Gu Chen felt that it would be a little troublesome to travel with Dao Lord Golden Crow. However, he could not refuse directly and could only agree to follow behind with his flying ship. However, he did not expect that they would meet Dao Lord Yu as soon as they left the territory of Jinwu County. The moment he saw Dao Lord Yu, Dao Lord Golden Crow enthusiastically organized a banquet. It was clear that the two of them had already communicated. Just like Dao Lord Golden Crow, Dao Lord Yu was extremely polite to Gu Chen. In fact, he was even more flattering and did not have the integrity of a Dao Lord at all. As the saying goes, one does not slap a smiling person. Gu Chen accepted his hospitality and the two of them drank wine at the banquet to bury the grudge. There shouldn't be anyone else after this, right? If we keep delaying like this, we won't be able to make it for Humble Sword Lord's birthday banquet. The next day, Dao Lord Yu packed his luggage and wanted to leave with Gu Chen's group. Gu Chen was speechless. Don't worry, friend Gu, it's just the two of us. The two of us will follow your lead for the birthday banquet. The two Dao Lords laughed dryly and patted their chests as a guarantee. Gu Chen shook his head and boarded his flying ship without saying anything more. The flying ship of the two Dao Lords followed behind. Gu Chen sat in the cabin and Nameless said to him meaningfully. Leader, judging from the performance of the two Dao Lords, this birthday banquet is indeed not as simple as it seems. The birthday banquet is just an excuse. No matter when, how can a gathering of important figures be simple? Gu Chen shook his head. The two Dao Lords had made it clear that he was their leader for the birthday banquet. Why would they acknowledge him as their leader for no reason? Clearly, this involved the game between the Dao Lords of the 100 counties. As a newcomer, he was destined to disrupt the original situation. Dao Lord Golden Crow and Dao Lord Yu were clearly not in a good situation in the 100 counties. The reason why they were on good terms with him was a form of loyalty and a philosophy for them to settle down. Brother Gu, you don't have to worry too much. My grandfather is the host of the birthday banquet and he'll definitely stand on your side. In order to ease Gu Chen's heart, Chu Meixin hurriedly said. Gu Chen nodded when he heard that. The Humble Sword Lord was quite influential among the Dao Lords of the 100 counties. If he stood on his side, he would definitely not be alone in this meeting. The reason why the two Dao Lords submitted to him was probably because of the Humble Sword Lord. During the rest of the journey, Gu Chen often conversed with Chu Meixin. As the grandson of the Dao Lord, she was well aware of the situation in the chaotic sea and could give Gu Chen a lot of inspiration. The two talked cheerfully and Chu Meixin often smiled like a flower, like a little woman immersed in happiness, but she didn't know it herself. Nameless and Qingsong Dharma King were indifferent to this scene, while Granny Shu was happy to see it happen. Only Feng Yaya stared at the two from time to time with a sullen face and eyes full of hostility. This little devil. Doesn't she know that Uncle Gu has a wife? she even deliberately got so close to him. Xianxia didn't know what she was angry about, but when she saw Chu Meishin, who was almost as good-looking as her, getting close to Guchen intentionally or unintentionally, she felt very upset. However, she couldn't vent her emotions because before Chu Meishin appeared, she seemed to be the one who stuck to Uncle Gu like this. Xianxia was a person who could not hide her thoughts. Chu Meishin naturally noticed her hostility very quickly. At first, she would restrain herself because she was afraid that others would notice her thoughts. However, as time went by, she gradually understood. Ever since they parted ways in the world of longevity, although she was in the Sword Prefecture, she would often think of the man who took her to fight the Worm King. There's only a 1% chance of survival. Do you want to bet with me? Every word that the man said, every action that he made, including the domineering aura that she had never felt from any other man except her grandfather, were deeply imprinted in her heart. Therefore, she naturally realized that she liked that man. After that, she frantically collected information about him. When she knew that he had broken up with Xing Daolord, she was extremely worried for him. When she knew that he had killed Thunder Daolord and became famous, she was so excited that she could not sleep. When her grandfather told her that the 100 county Daolords wanted to besiege Ba County, she panicked even more and begged her grandfather for help. That man's every move affected her heart. Since she was so sure of her feelings, as a chivalrous woman who carried a sword on her back in Jianghu, why should she be hesitant? Therefore, Chu Meishin let go. She no longer worried that Guchen would know her thoughts, nor did she care about Xianxia's actions, which made her seem like a rival in love. She just wanted to capture that man's love as she pleased. Unfortunately, that man was like a block of wood. Although the two of them had many opportunities to interact along the way, he did not seem to notice that she dressed up carefully every day and never wore the same clothes. Guchen was immersed in his cultivation, while the two beauties on the spaceship were secretly competing with each other. Even Wu Ming and Dharma King Qing Song could feel the competition between the two. Only Guchen did not notice it at all. On this day, the spaceship stopped on a beautiful life star for a short rest. Guchen did not go out and continued to comprehend his bottleneck as usual. Recently, as he worked hard, he noticed that something indescribable seemed to have appeared around him. It was like a very thin rope, but it could not be seen or touched. He did not know if this had anything to do with the bottleneck of the Dao severing, and he was very confused. Big Brother Gu, Mei Xian has recently encountered a bottleneck in her cultivation. Could you please guide me in my cultivation? Chu Meishin came to Gu Chen's room. Her request interrupted Gu Chen's thoughts. Of course. Gu Chen nodded. He was feeling a little bored from cultivating. Thus, the two of them walked out of the cabin. Only then did Gu Chen realize that the spaceship was docked on a beautiful plain. The view was very wide, and it made people feel relaxed and happy. What went wrong with your cultivation? Gu Chen asked Chu Meishin casually as he stood in the boundless field with his hands behind his back. This, Chu Meishin couldn't answer for a moment. In fact, she just saw the beautiful scenery here and wanted Gu Chen to accompany her. However, she really couldn't find an excuse, so she made up such an excuse. Gu Chen looked like he wanted to guide her cultivation seriously. Chu Meishin realized that it was probably impossible for this man to understand romance. She sighed sadly in her heart. However, the Chu family's girls would never give up easily. Since she couldn't let Gu Chen take the initiative to notice her, she had to cater to his interest. Chu Meishin turned her hand, and a divine sword appeared in her hand. Gu Chen immediately revealed a look of interest. Although the blade of the sword was hidden in the scabbard, Gu Chen still recognized it. This was the divine sword embryo that Chu Meishin always carried with her in the longevity realm. During this period of time, Gu Chen didn't see Chu Meishin carrying the sword sheath, so he thought that the sword was no longer with her. This divine sword embryo seemed to have undergone an indescribable and wonderful change after sealing the head spirit in the chaotic mystic land. Gu Chen was very curious about its current power. Back then, the divine sword was not completed and needed to absorb the power of heaven and earth. Therefore, Mei Xian always carried it on her back. Now, the divine sword has been completed. Chu Meishin guessed what Gu Chen was thinking and took the initiative to explain. Chu Meishin was very secretive when she mentioned this divine sword embryo. It was rare for her to take the initiative to mention it now. Gu Chen asked. What is the origin of this sword? Chu Meixin smiled and spoke frankly with assurance. This sword was refined by one of my grandfather's defeated opponents. It was originally prepared to be used as his mythical weapon. Although he was defeated, that person was like my grandfather. He was extremely talented in the sword Dao and was comparable to my grandfather. That person was known as the invincible sword demon. Unfortunately, he was defeated by my grandfather for the first time in his life. After the defeat, his Dao heart was shattered and he committed suicide, leaving behind this divine sword that was not completed. Guchen couldn't help but sigh. The battle of the sword Dao is only about life and death. I think that in that battle back then, the two sword monarchs must have been peerless. Chu Meixin nodded and touched the scabbard of the divine sword lovingly. Later, my grandfather gave me this divine sword embryo that was not completed. He said that if I could complete this sword one day, I would be able to establish the foundation of the Dao severing sword. Guchen understood. It seems that the key to completing this sword is that head spirit? Upon hearing Guchen mention the head spirit, Chu Meixin's smile was exceptionally bright. That's right. The divine sword embryo is made of extremely rare materials in the Chaos Sea. The material itself is already outstanding enough. However, for the divine sword to be completed, just having a form is not enough. It also needs a soul. And the head spirit is the most outstanding sword soul. As Chu Meixin spoke, she slowly pulled the divine sword out of the scabbard in her hand, clang. As soon as the divine sword was unsheathed, Guchen felt an awe-inspiring sword aura that even he had to pay attention to. The blade of the sword was ice blue in color. Compared to the one he had seen in the longevity realm, the edges and corners were more distinct. The soul light that had been flowing back and forth around the blade had disappeared. Clearly, the head spirit that had been sealed back then had truly fused with the sword. Only a sword with a sword soul can perfectly resonate with a sword cultivator. Only then can the sword intent be smooth. Chu Meixin looked at her divine sword and muttered to herself. At that moment, she had the lofty sentiments of a child from the pugilistic world. Guchen only felt that she was heroic. The sharpness of the divine sword naturally attracted many people when it was unsheathed. Dao Lord Golden Crow and Dao Lord Yu appeared. When they saw that it was Guchen who was guiding Chu Meixin, they nodded at him and disappeared. Nameless and Dharma King Ching Song did the same. Only Granny Shu and Feng Yaya stood at the side and watched. Since this sword has already been completed, where did Miss Chu's troubles come from? Guchen asked. He guessed that Chu Meixin's bottleneck should be related to this sword. Chu Meixin's face turned slightly red. This sword had indeed attracted Guchen's interest. However, Guchen was too persistent. He only wanted to guide her in her cultivation. I won't hide it from you, Brother Gu. I've been practicing my family's swordplay since I was young, and I've already mastered it. But in recent years, I've changed my mind, and my sword will has changed as well. After being tested by the elders in my family, this sword will is harmless to my training. But when I use this sword, I can't get it to be perfect. Chu Meixin spoke. For some reason, she blushed from her neck to her earlobes. Guchen listened attentively, and didn't think there was anything special about her words. But Feng Yaya and Granny Shu, who were watching from afar, all had different expressions. Meixin's sword will has changed from emotionless to sentimental, all because of the tyrant. Now that she's speaking like this, it's no different from a direct confession. I didn't expect her to like him to this extent. Granny Shu sighed. Granny Shu sighed endlessly in her heart. She had watched Chu Meixin grow up since she was young, so she knew very well how thin-skinned Chu Meixin was and how lofty and virtuous she was. To be able to speak like this, it meant that she liked Chu Meixin to the bone and had deep feelings for her. Unfortunately, the man opposite her didn't seem to notice, or perhaps he didn't. This woman is just talking, and her face is so red. Anyone can see what she's up to. Feng Yaya didn't hear Chu Meixin's confession, but she instinctively sensed danger, and felt that she couldn't let Chu Meixin continue like this. As the saying goes, a man chasing a woman takes a mountain, a woman chasing a man takes a veil. Moreover, Chu Meixin was beautiful, and the granddaughter of a Dao Lord. What if Uncle Gu couldn't control himself one day? Miss Chu's description is too simple, and I don't know what the problem is. Why don't you use me as a target, and try your swordplay? Guchen patiently helped Chu Meixin solve her problem, and the three women nearby cursed him for being a blockhead. Okay, then I'll have to trouble you, Brother Gu. Chu Meixin couldn't refuse. She held the sword in her hand, and used the Chu clan swordplay. Her swordplay was elegant, and her posture was even more graceful. It didn't look like a killing sword, but a sword dance. Miss Chu, please take it seriously, as if you're fighting an enemy. Don't worry about hurting me. Guchen reminded. Pfft. In the distance, Fengye couldn't help but laugh out loud. This Chu Meixin was obviously trying to attract Uncle Gu with her beautiful dance, but Uncle Gu was too insensitive. Chu Meixin's heart was also anxious. She secretly stamped her feet, and her sword path began to change. Brother Gu, this divine sword is extremely sharp. You must be careful. Her sword intent became sharp and vivid. Her sword was like the autumn water passing through the flowers. Guchen nodded to himself as he watched. Sword region was known as the Holy Land for sword cultivators, and the Chu clan was the #1 swordsman clan. Their inherited sword techniques were indeed outstanding. Guchen opened his deep-sea purple polar eyes and accurately captured every minute change in all of Chu Meixin's sword techniques, trying to find the source of her problem. The divine sword quickly arrived in front of Guchen. Guchen used his fingers as a saber and wanted to block it with his physical body. However, he suddenly felt an extremely dangerous sword intent coming straight at him. It was as if this sword intent couldn't be blocked. His physical body definitely couldn't block it, Guchen secretly cursed. He was too careless. Although there was a big gap between his and Chu Meixin's cultivation, this divine sword already had the aura of a myth. It was not something that could be blocked with his physical body. Afraid that he would fail miserably, Guchen called out the formless 1,000 soldiers in his heart. Whoosh, a white light quickly drilled out of his body. Before Guchen could block it with his fingers, it turned into a ring and attached itself to Guchen's finger. Clang, a crisp sound rang out. The ring formed by the formless 1,000 soldiers bounced off the blade of the divine sword. Chu Meixin's sword momentum paused. Brother Gu is really amazing. Chu Meixin was shocked. She saw Guchen block her sword with his bare hands. She was worried about whether she should hold back some of her strength. She didn't expect the divine sword to be bounced off in the next moment. Guchen smiled and didn't say anything. Looking at the ring on his index finger, he secretly felt glad that he didn't embarrass himself. The formless 1,000 soldiers had never listened to his words. Guchen was a little worried that it would drop the ball. Fortunately, the mythical aura of the divine sword seemed to have aroused the competitive spirit of the formless 1,000 soldiers. This time, it was very cooperative. Over the past year, under the nourishment of the destiny of the 3 counties, the formless 1,000 soldiers had gained great benefits. At present, it also had the aura of a myth, which was on par with the divine sword. Miss Chu, continue to use your sword. There is no need to worry. Guchen said. He wanted to help Chu Meixin solve the problem. At the same time, he wanted to test the current strength of the formless 1,000 soldiers. Realizing how powerful Guchen was, Chu Meixin nodded and became a little curious. Her sword intent was strong like a vast ocean. Clang! Clang! She displayed hundreds of sword techniques in a row. Each sword was incomparably swift and fierce, so fast that ordinary people couldn't see it with the naked eye. Guchen appeared very calm. Wearing the formless ring on his left hand, he clenched his fist. The power of the origin of nature evolved into the power of the origin of shock, which was slowly and rhythmically output. Fist clenched, punch, boom, the destructive power of the origin of shock was concentrated in one point through the formless 1,000 soldiers. The terrible vibration disturbed each of Chu Meixin's sword. Although the power of the divine sword itself was offset, Chu Meixin still felt helpless in front of the power of vibration. Her sword technique gradually became chaotic. However, Guchen didn't intend to stop. Estimating Chu Meixin's limit, the output of the power of vibration continued to increase. In Chu Meixin's eyes, the gentle Guchen gradually disappeared. His fists were like a violent storm, making her and her sword completely trapped in it. It was difficult to struggle, and there was no way to escape. She finally realized his horror. Her beautiful hair was scattered and messy in the fierce battle, and the tip of her nose was sweating. However, as she gradually entered the battle state, she also realized the intention of Guchen. His attacks seemed rough and ruthless, but they were always maintained at the limit that she could bear. Because every time her sword technique was interrupted, she had to attack again. During this process, she had a great understanding of the problems in her sword technique. Chu Meixin realized that she was originally looking for an excuse to get close to Guchen. However, Guchen was very serious about teaching her, and his teaching had really helped her. She felt ashamed for a moment. She was a person who specialized in the sword Dao. How could she let her imagination run wild during a spar? Big brother Gu, thank you. Chu Meixin's attitude changed. She had truly entered the battle state. The divine sword in her hand exploded with an extremely bright light. At this moment, her sword intent enveloped the entire life star. However, it didn't have an awe-inspiring murderous aura. Instead, it had a primitive and powerful life force. Meixin's sentient sword intent has become stronger. Granny Shu murmured in surprise. Her gaze on Guchen became a little hot. The Overlord is indeed the person who can help Meixin grow. His existence is positive. Chu Meixin's sudden outburst surprised even Guchen. This girl's talent in the sword Dao was really outstanding. It was something he had never seen before. Stop. Guchen was shocked. Fearing that he would hurt Chu Meixin, he reached out with his right hand and a strange power swept out like a breeze. The formless thousand-soldier formless was like a clay ox in a swamp. Its movements were extremely slow and eventually, it was put into Guchen's sleeve angrily. You're acting recklessly again. I'll punish you by sending you into my dantian. Guchen said to the formless thousand-soldier formless before throwing it into his dantian. This formless thousand-soldier formless was formed from a stubborn rock. It had always been disobedient and fearless. The only thing that it was afraid of was the dominating cauldron of origins. The dominating cauldron had a mysterious origin and contained countless strands of chaotic qi. Every time it got close to it, the formless thousand-soldier formless would feel uncomfortable as though it was in a prison. Therefore, Guchen chased it into his dantian as a form of punishment to train it so that it would understand what it could and could not do. Because of this accident, the sparring naturally could not continue. Chu Meixin sheathed her divine sword and closed her eyes, silently comprehending. Even though she could not use the final strike due to the accident, her sword intent had already improved and she had gained great benefits. She was an intelligent person to begin with. She silently reflected on the various aspects of the sparring process and completely forgot herself. Seeing that Chu Meixin was in a state of enlightenment, Guchen smiled and did not disturb her. He turned around and returned to the flying ship. How was it? On a distant mountain, Golden Crow Dao Lord watched as Guchen left and turned to ask Dao Lord Yu. Chu Meixin is indeed the granddaughter of the humble sword lord. Her talent is extremely shocking. Just based on that sword intent alone, she can be ranked in the top 5 among the descendants of all the Dao Lords. Dao Lord Yu looked at Chu Meixin and sighed. I'm not talking about Chu Meixin, I'm talking about the Overlord. How was it? Did you see through it? Golden Crow Dao Lord hurriedly shook his head and reminded. In the eyes of others, Guchen's guidance of Chu Meixin's cultivation was just a form of care from a senior to a junior. There was nothing special about it. However, with a Dao Lord's vision, even a superficial guidance was enough to see through a lot. Dao Lord Golden Crow had offended Dao Lord Crazy, so he chose to befriend Guchen. However, he was still worried. After all, he had never seen Guchen fight, so he was not sure if he could withstand Mad Taoist Lord's attack on Humble Sword Lord's birthday. Therefore, he secretly watched this battle in hopes of finding out how strong Guchen was. You mean the Overlord? Lord Daoist Yu pondered for a moment and said. The Overlord hasn't been serious from the beginning to the end. However, from the looks of his weapon, although it's rather unique and has a certain mythical aura, it's not a true mythical weapon. Dao Lord Golden Crow could not help but sigh when he heard that. Sure enough, I think so too. If that's the case, the Tyrant is still too young to fight against Crazy Taoist Lord. Crazy Taoist Lord has been famous for a long time and has survived many dark upheavals. How old is the Tyrant? It's unrealistic to expect him to be a match for Crazy Taoist Lord. Lord Daoist Yu shook his head. I know that too. However, you also know that crazy Taoist Lord is not only vengeful, but he also does things without considering the consequences. I'm a little flustered when I go back to see him. Tao Lord Golden Crow revealed a bitter smile. Everyone thought that Tao Lords stood at the peak of countless living beings and were extremely glorious. However, no one knew that there were strong and weak Tao Lords as well. For a weak Tao Lord like him, it was hard for him to attend every meeting. Previously, he dared to fall out with crazy Taoist Lord because it was a projection. However, this time, he was going to see the real person. Crazy Taoist Lord is arrogant and conceited. He's indeed very annoying. Lord Taoist Yu also felt a headache, but he said with hope. However, we don't have to worry too much. Humble Sword Lord treats the Overlord differently. With him around, crazy Taoist Lord won't be too presumptuous. Since we've decided to stand on the same side as the Overlord, let's not think too much. Remember, indecision is a big taboo, Lord Taoist Yu reminded Tao Lord Golden Crow. Of course, I understand that. Forget it, even if the Overlord can't help, we'll do it. Tao Lord Golden Crow gritted his teeth and was ready to bear the storm at the birthday banquet. Chu Meixin stood still for a long time. When she opened her eyes, her face was full of joy. She had gained a lot from this epiphany. The first thing she wanted to do was to look for Gu Chen and thank him for his help. However, a beautiful purple-haired girl appeared in front of her and looked at her with hostility. It seemed that she had been waiting for her to wake up for a long time. Chu Meixin looked at Feng Yaya and smiled. She was not a fool. How could she not see that the person in front of her also liked Gu Chen? She had been making trouble for her along the way. It seemed that she finally couldn't hold it in anymore. What are you laughing at? Feng Yaya felt that Chu Meixin's smile was a little disdainful. I'm laughing at how you don't have the courage to admit it even though you like Big Brother Gu. You can only sulk along the way. Chu Meixin answered straightforwardly. There was a hint of gunpowder in her words. In terms of looks, Feng Yaya was not inferior to her. In terms of age, she was even younger than her. Moreover, she had the divine hands of creation, which was unique. Chu Meixin had long realized that the person in front of her was a great enemy. She didn't want to hide it anymore. Feng Yaya's face turned red when the feelings she had hidden in her heart for so many years were exposed. She said to Chu Meixin angrily. Don't you know that Uncle Gu has a family? As long as he likes someone, he can say whatever he wants without caring about anything? Feng Yaya's words were filled with sadness and helplessness. He has a family? The reason why you don't dare to show that you like him in front of him is because of this? Chu Meixin was stunned. She had thought that Feng Yaya was just being reserved. Is this a small matter? Uncle Gu has a wife who loves him deeply. Moreover, they have a child. Feng Yaya glared. I already know that Gu Chen has a family. If his wife and child are by his side, I will not disturb him. Chu Meixin gritted her teeth, and her beautiful eyes were filled with hope. But I also heard that the chaos transit window of the 9th realm has long collapsed. That means, it is almost certain that Gu Chen will never see his wife and child again. Since he is alone now, why can't I like him? If I accompany him to conquer the world, maybe he won't be so lonely. Chu Meixin was confident and dared to love and hate. Her words made Feng Yaya angry. What do you know? Although Uncle Gu destroyed the way home with his own hands, he has never forgotten his family. I have secretly seen his sad face several times. The chaos transit window of the 9th realm was destroyed by Gu Chen himself? Chu Meixin's eyes brightened. Since it was his own choice, it means that he has long been aware that he will never see his family again. In this way, you and I have a better chance, right? That's not the case at all. Feng Yaya was exasperated. Her feelings for Gu Chen were very complicated. She liked him as a man and a woman, but also as a family. Because she knew Gu Chen, she knew how to restrain herself. However, Chu Meixin did not know that, or she did not care. Make your move. Today, I will beat you up. After instructing Chu Meixin, Gu Chen returned to the spaceship and focused on comprehending the bottleneck of the Tao-severing bottleneck. He had no interest in admiring the beautiful scenery of the stars, and he turned a blind eye to the lovely girls. To him, all kinds of temptations were no match for the pursuit of the true meaning of the Tao. Recently, he increasingly felt that he was only one step away from the Tao-severing realm, and the inexplicable aura around him was becoming more and more obvious. He did not know what it was, but he felt that he could touch it if he reached out, but because of his confusion about the path in his heart, he could not reach out his hand. The meeting with the 100 Commandery Tao Lords was just around the corner, and Guchen knew that it would be a thrilling game. If he could improve before then, it would be better to be prepared. However, the more he looked forward to it, the more anxious he became. Guchen felt that he had stepped into a dead end, and he lacked an opportunity that could give him an epiphany. After racking his brains for a long time. To no avail, Guchen sighed and returned to reality. Only then did he realize that the spaceship seemed to have stayed on this life planet for a long time. He got up and went outside. Just as he was about to ask why they had not set off, he saw Dharma King Xianxia walking toward him with a solemn expression. "Leader, Miss Feng and Miss Chu are nowhere to be found. We've searched the entire life planet, but we haven't found any trace of them. Where could they have gone?" Guchen was surprised to hear this. He immediately used his divine sense to cover the entire life planet and found that the two were indeed gone. He frowned. The two of them were not undisciplined people, so they would not disappear for no reason. Could it be that something had happened to them? However, the two of them had been right under his nose. Apart from him, there was also Wu Ming, Dharma King Xianxia, and the two Tao Lords. How could anyone harm them? "Leader, it seems that Miss Feng and Miss Chu had a little conflict before." Seeing that Guchen was clueless, Dharma King Xianxia had a strange look on his face and reminded him. The two of them had a conflict? Guchen was stunned. The two of them did not know each other before, so how could there be a conflict? Seeing that Guchen was even more confused, Dharmaraja Xianxia sighed inwardly. Their leader was as intelligent as a demon, but how could he be so muddle-headed when it came to the matters of his children? Everyone on the spaceship could see that Feng Yaya and Chu Meixin were secretly competing with each other along the way. Only he was oblivious to it. It was probably because of his attitude that the two of them had gone missing. Wizard King Xianxia was not worried that the two of them had been kidnapped or met with an accident. His intuition told him that it was just a melodramatic battle between two women. However, one of them was an important partner of Ba Jun, and the other was the grandson of a Tao Lord. It would not be good if they were allowed to do whatever they wanted. "Leader, Nameless has already gone to the nearby star passages to search. I will use my green lightning eyes to search later. Perhaps I will find something. But with just the two of us, it will take too much time. Leader, please help us." Wizard King Xianxia's green lightning eyes had been given the immortal elixir by Guchen after he joined Ba Jun coupled with Tian Chanzi's elixir. He had recovered. During the time when he lost the green lightning eyes that he was so proud of, his thunder technique had improved greatly. Now that he had regained the green lightning eyes, his pupil power had become even more profound. With his pupil sorcery, he was confident that he could quickly find Feng Yaya and Chu Meixin even if he searched alone. However, even if he found them, how could he stop the two women? These two women had an unclear relationship with their leader, so it was not appropriate for him to intervene. That was why he had asked Guchen to do it. "I understand. I will look for them now." Guchen was also worried about the two of them. He immediately waved his sleeves and summoned the sky-devouring demonic butterflies. Under his command, the butterflies immediately took off and flew away from the life star. They divided into several groups and searched for traces of the two women along the star passages. An hour later, the butterflies returned with news. "Fight?" Guchen felt the thoughts of the butterflies and was a little surprised. According to the feedback of the butterflies, Feng Yaya and Chu Meixin seemed to be fighting on a desolate star passage, and the commotion caused by their fight was not small. Do these two really have a conflict? Guchen believed Dharma King Xianxia's words and flew away at once. The two women were not weak, and he did not know how deep their conflict was. It would not be good if one of them was seriously injured. Guchen landed on the star passage where the two women were fighting as fast as he could. He saw the sword chi of 800 miles in front of him, and countless gravel turned into life forms, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, shaking the earth. By the time Guchen arrived, the battle was almost over. The swordsmanship of the Chu family against the divine hand of creation. Each had its own merits, and it was a draw. However, Chu Meixin's sword had long possessed the aura of a myth. Even Guchen had to be careful, let alone Feng Yaya. Clang, by the time Guchen arrived, he saw a snow-white ray of the sword cut through the sky, heading straight for Feng Yaya. Feng Yaya was not afraid. She stretched out her white hands, trying to take it by force. The divine hand of creation had the ability to change the structure of all things, similar to the abilities of the masters of creation. Feng Yaya was betting that she could take this sword. As long as she could successfully take this sword, it would turn into scrap metal in an instant, and Chu Meixin, without her divine sword, would no longer be a match for her. She had enough confidence in her unique ability, and her purple hair flew in the wind. Guchen wanted to step forward to stop it, but he noticed that Chu Meixin was holding back, and Feng Yaya looked confident, so he stood aside and watched the battle. He did not know why the two women were fighting, but it was better to let out their emotions than to hold it in. In this short moment of thought, Feng Yaya took the sword ray head-on. The divine hand of creation's ability to turn the rotten into the magical was fully activated, and Feng Yaya caught the white blade with both hands as she staggered backward. Whoosh, blood appeared on her palms at once. Gu Chen, who was far away, and Chu Meixin, who was close by, both changed their expressions. Chu Meixin retracted her sword, and the sword aura poured to the side. Feng Yaya retreated, her hands bleeding, her face full of dissatisfaction. I caught it, she knew that she had lost. If Chu Meixin had continued with that attack, her hands would have been crippled. But she was unwilling to admit it. Her hands had clearly touched the blade, and it should have been enough to turn it into a harmless substance. You are very strong. If I did not have this sword in my hand today, I would have lost. As the victor, Chu Meixin did not show the arrogance of a peacock. Instead, she felt a little depressed. Feng Yaya was younger than her, and her cultivation was weaker, but she had won by relying on the power of the divine weapon. Does this sword have a name? Feng Yaya's eyes were mostly on the divine sword. I have not named it yet, Chu Meixin said softly. At this moment, a certain face appeared in her mind. Are you okay? Seeing that Feng Yaya was injured from afar, Gu Chen's heart tightened. He couldn't care about anything else and went to her side at once. Feng Yaya didn't expect Gu Chen to suddenly appear. Seeing his concerned look, her pretty face suddenly turned red. She and Chu Meixin fought here because of Gu Chen. Did Gu Chen appear here because he got wind of it? As Feng Yaya's imagination ran wild, Gu Chen grabbed her hand and carefully examined it. Fortunately, the wound was not deep. With the elixir in his hand, not to mention healing it, it would not be a problem to leave no scar. Gu Chen helped Feng Yaya bandage it at once, showing a rare gentle and careful side, which made Chu Meixin, who was approaching, feel a little uncomfortable. If she had known that Gu Chen would come, she would have rather been the one who was injured. Why did you fight for no reason? Gu Chen reprimanded as he helped Feng Yaya bandage it. The two girls suddenly felt guilty and looked at each other. How to answer? Should they say that they fought for him? No matter how bold the two girls were, they were not married after all. They didn't have the face to say it directly. They exchanged glances and had an answer. We were just learning from each other. Chu Meixin stammered. Just learning from each other? Gu Chen was speechless. Why did it sound like she was lying to a fool? Yes, Sister Chu, didn't you encounter a bottleneck in your cultivation? I just wanted to say that I helped you. Feng Yaya was much better at lying than Chu Meixin. She looked like she was telling the truth and it was up to him to believe it or not. Yes, Yaya helped me out of kindness. It's all my fault that I didn't hold back and let her get hurt. Chu Meixin understood and showed a guilty expression. Gu Chen saw that the two were obviously angry and didn't want to say the reason, so he could only let it go. Anyway, no matter what the conflict between the two was, after the fight, their relationship seemed to be much more harmonious. Sure enough, his view was right. The conflict between women was no different from the conflict between men. After a good fight, everything would be over. Does it hurt? Gu Chen did not pursue the matter any further. He poured out a bottle of powder and carefully sprinkled it on Feng Yaya's wound. It hurts. I feel like I can't exert any strength. It seemed that Feng Yaya was trying to show off in front of Chu Meixin. Feng Yaya looked aggrieved and acted like a spoiled child towards Gu Chen. I thought I could take that sword, but the divine hand of creation failed. This is the first time something like this has happened. Gu Chen listened to Feng Yaya's complaints as he bandaged his wound. Suddenly, his hand paused, he looked at Feng Yaya's wound, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. My sword already possesses the aura of a mythological creature and possesses abilities similar to that of a mythological weapon. It can suppress a myriad of origins. No matter how powerful your divine hand of creation is, how can it block it? You were too impulsive when you tried to stop him. Chu Meixin shook her head. If Feng Yaya's craziness was applied to swordsmanship, she would definitely be able to forge a powerful sword that was unstoppable. So what if it's a mythical weapon? I already possess abilities similar to that of the creator. Who would have thought that I couldn't block it? Feng Yaya grumbled. Of course, she knew that mythological weapons could suppress the power of origins, but her divine hand of creation was too special. Chu Meixin's sword was not a real mythological weapon, so she wanted to take the risk and give it a try. Yeah, the divine hand of creation has abilities similar to that of the creator. It can even create life. Why couldn't it block the sword? The two women were talking when Gu Chen suddenly interrupted. His eyes were shining, and he looked a little scary. Uncle Gu, what's wrong? Feng Yaya asked in confusion. She did not know why Gu Chen suddenly looked like this. Gu Chen didn't say anything. He slowly stretched out his hand and gently grabbed at Feng Yaya's wound through the void. In an instant, it was like a wisp of smoke, or like a very thin rope was grabbed. Feng Yaya felt that her wound was recovering at a faster speed. The suppression of the divine hand of creation seems to have weakened, Feng Yaya said in surprise. Gu Chen grabbed a wisp of qi in his hand that the two women could not see. At this moment, the light of deduction in his eyes was endless. It was like the light of the beginning of heaven and earth flashed through his mind. All of a sudden, many of the questions that had been troubling Gu Chen for a long time seemed to have been answered at this moment. Why could the power of the Lord of Tao suppress the thousands of origins in the world? Why could the Lord of Tao easily create life? Why could the fate of the 3 counties evolve the formless 1,000 soldiers, but not affect the cauldron of origin and the Tyrannosaurus egg? Why didn't Nameless tell him the answer and wanted him to figure it out himself? At this moment, Gu Chen's eyes shone brightly. The originally sharp world in his eyes was suddenly filled with countless strange lines. Miss Chu, please help Yaya bandage her wound. Gu Chen casually instructed. He stepped into the air and flew above the 9 layers of clouds, heading towards the end of this world. His clothes fluttered as if he had ascended to immortality. His body emitted endless golden light. Uncle Gu, what's going on? Feng Yaya asked in surprise. I'm not sure, Chu Meixin was also confused. She only felt that the back of Gu Chen who was flying away was becoming more and more similar to the figure of her indomitable grandfather in her memory. Gu Chen flew all the way up until there were no stars or floating meteorites around him. Only the void that was as dark as the night did he slowly stop. His black hair danced in the wind. A pair of deep purple gem-like eyes looked around. The world was already very different. Since he encountered the bottleneck of the Tao-severing realm, Gu Chen had been thinking about the relationship between the power of origin and the Tao-severing realm. He was very distressed about it. In his senses, the great Tao of the origin was as deep and unfathomable as the ocean. Even though he had cultivated to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Tao-severing realm, he still could not feel the end. Because of this feeling, he did not know how to step into the Tao-severing realm with his current cultivation, and how to obtain the various magical powers of the creator. The origin had its own unique characteristics. For example, the water origin had the power to control the rules of water. On this basis, it could continue to develop and deepen, but it could not break away from its own nature and have the power to control fire. Similarly, the ability of the creator to create life, in Gu Chen's view, was contrary to the cultivation of the origin. Why would people who cultivated different origins have the same ability after stepping into the Tao-severing realm, and even be able to suppress all the origins? Gu Chen believed that different paths led to the same destination. At the end of the path of cultivation, perhaps they would all have similar powers. But at the pinnacle of the Tao-severing realm, he felt that it was impossible to achieve this. The Tao-severing realm is actually not the sublimation and transformation of the power of origin, but the power of the rules of the Sea of Chaos that the Tao Lords have grasped at this realm. Gu Chen raised his hand, and the wisp of power of rules that he had captured from Xianxia's wound floated into the void, fusing with the power of rules that existed in the entire world. Chaos evolved into thousands of origins, and origins formed matter, forming the major thousand worlds. As long as it was a world, the sun would rise and the moon would set. As long as it was a matter, there would be the rise and fall of fate. Life and death were impermanent, and the heavenly Tao had its principles. Laws affected and controlled the operation of all things. Guchen's essence spirit leaped into the nomological world, and the surrounding real world became clear in his eyes. When flowers bloomed and withered was determined by the control of the laws. The birth, aging, illness, and death of living beings were also affected by the laws. Low-level cultivators called it the heavenly Tao. In Guchen's eyes, the laws were like thin lines that were densely distributed throughout the entire world, connecting with all matter. As for him, who could see the power of the laws, he only needed to pull one of the thin lines slightly to change the existence of matter. This was something he couldn't see in the past, but he could see it now. Why? This was because he had gathered the light from providence of over 300 worlds and obtained the recognition of the laws of heaven and earth. When he first stepped into the Chaos Sea, Guchen heard that conquering other worlds would allow him to plunder the light from providence of other emperors and speed up the cultivation speed of his origins. Later on, after conquering the five-element world, he did sense the rapid increase of his origins. It was also from then on that he believed this theory and stepped into a misunderstanding. The more worlds he plundered, the faster his origins would improve. This theory could barely be said to be correct, but he didn't understand the true meaning behind it at that time. Plundering worlds could speed up one's understanding of the origins. It wasn't because he had plundered the light from providence of other emperors, but because he had obtained the recognition of that world's laws. Through the laws, he could easily come into contact with the world's origins, and his cultivation would naturally be twice the result with half the effort. Laws were a fixed order. If one was in such an order, cultivation would be like sailing a boat along the current. How could it not improve quickly? The countless worlds in the Chaos Sea were a whole, so the laws were naturally continuous and inseparable. Conquering a world alone would only obtain a relatively small amount of recognition from the power of the laws. Therefore, it was very difficult to detect, much less grasp it. As more and more worlds were conquered and more recognition was obtained from the power of the laws, the quantitative change would eventually lead to a qualitative change. The so-called Tao Lords had reached a qualitative change. They had obtained the recognition of enough power of the laws and began to have the ability to control the laws. The edicts could determine the life and death of living beings. Tao Lords were able to control the edicts and gain the ability to create new life, becoming creators. The laws affected and controlled the myriad of origins. Tao Lords controlled the laws, which was why their powers were able to suppress the origins of Tao querying realm cultivators. Xianxia's divine hands of creation had the ability to change the structure of matter. But she was a creature of the Sea of Chaos, and the source she cultivated was controlled by the rules of the Sea of Chaos. So when she encountered Chu Meishin's divine sword, which had been recognized by certain rules, it became ineffective. The formless thousand weapons and the demonic sky-devouring butterfly were existences that had grown up in the Chaos Sea. Therefore, when Guchen obtained the recognition of the nomological powers, one of them produced a mythical phenomenon, while the other accelerated its evolution under the rule's permission. As for the dominating cauldron of origins and the limitless tyrant dragon, they came from the primordial Chaos Tao world and were not affected by the laws of the Chaos Sea. Therefore, they did not obtain any benefits. Guchen understood the existence of the power of rules and realized what the essence of the first level of severing Tao was. His original feeling was right. Origins were vast and profound. Even if he cultivated to the peak of the Tao querying realm, he was still far from reaching the end. Severing Tao was a different path. Through borrowing the power of the heaven and earth rules, he had the ability of a creator, and thus stood at the peak of the Chaos Sea. Through the laws, I can create life and races. It seems omnipotent. But no matter how powerful the laws are, they belong to the Chaos Sea and not the cultivator's own power. Guchen reached out and gently fiddled with the invisible power of the laws, but his brows were tightly furrowed. He had conquered 3 counties. This meant that he was destined to obtain more recognition from the power of the laws than ordinary Tao Lords. But so what? The power of the laws belonged to the Chaos Sea. This meant that once they left the Chaos Sea, Tao Lords would no longer be able to borrow the laws and would no longer have the ability of a creator. In fact, the Chaos Sea itself was unstable. If a Tao Lord's world collapsed and disappeared, his power would also be weakened. Only the power of origins that had been transformed into one's own cultivation was the foundation of a cultivator. Origins were as deep and unfathomable as the ocean. Was it really right to choose the path of severing Tao instead of continuing to excavate it? Gu Chen's heart wavered. He suddenly realized that severing Tao didn't just mean that Tao Lords had the ability to easily kill Tao querying realm cultivators. On a deeper level, it meant that the path ahead had been severed. Tao Lords could borrow the power of the laws, and the laws came from the Chaos Sea. This meant that there was a limit to how high they could go. They could never surpass the Chaos Sea. Cultivating the Tao was a path that went against the heavens. Since ancient times, living beings had changed nature to obtain more space for development. But in the end, Tao Lords had submitted to nature. Is this the path I've been pursuing? Gu Chen sensed the control over the wisps of power of the laws. He seemed omnipotent, but behind the laws was a pitch-black chaos. The chaos could still destroy his physical body and annihilate his mind. If he borrowed the power of its laws, he would have to be controlled by it. No wonder Tao Lords couldn't withstand the chaos of the darkness, no wonder the chaos was still isolating the various worlds after such a long period of time. This isn't the path I'm searching for. The Tao severing realm shouldn't be the end of cultivation. A strong sense of indignation surged in Gu Chen's heart. All Tao Lords had taken this path, but it didn't mean that it was the right path. The true path should be somewhere else. In that case, where would this path be? Since ancient times, there had been so many talented Tao Lords. Why hadn't anyone taken another path? Instead, they had chosen the Tao severing realm and severed their own path. Gu Chen kept thinking until a place popped up in his mind, the primordial Chaos Tao world. The 9 primordial Chaos Tao laws changed the Chaos Sea and created the primordial Chaos Tao world. Only that world has the power to change the Chaos Sea. Only that world can allow the power of origins to grow further. It's no wonder so many Tao Lords want to enter the primordial Chaos Tao world. Only by entering that world can one continue their cultivation path. Gu Chen completely understood that the Tao severing realm was the end of the Chaos Sea's cultivation. It wasn't that Tao Lords had taken the initiative to sever their own path, but that they had no choice. A higher level world, an even vaster cultivation path, yet because of Realm C, it was forcibly cut off. Gu Chen closed his eyes as the cultivation content of the heavenly phenomenon art surfaced in his mind. There was a limit in the Chaos Sea, and it was impossible to cultivate the last 2 volumes in this place. The domain volume corresponded to the Realm Sea, and the primordial chaos volume corresponded to the primordial chaos Tao world. The celestial phenomenon art had told him the answer from the beginning, but he was burdened by his realm and only fully understood it today. When Gu Chen opened his eyes again, he was no longer at a loss. Previously, because he didn't understand the connection between origins and Tao severing, he was hesitant and didn't dare to take that step. But now, he knew that the Tao severing realm was borrowing the nomological power, so there was nothing to worry about. Borrowing the nomological power wouldn't cause him to take the wrong path. Only by being satisfied with living under the nomological power could he reach the end of the Tao Lord's path. Today, it's time to step into the Tao severing realm. Gu Chen murmured. With a thought, he summoned the formless 1,000 weapons from his dantian. After understanding the Tao severing realm, Gu Chen also realized the meaning of the mythical weapon's existence. After all, the nomological power didn't belong to the Tao Lord himself. To control it freely, he needed a medium. And the mythical weapon was the medium for the Tao Lord. Through it, the Tao Lord could better borrow the nomological power. At the same time, through the use of the nomological power, the mythical weapon could also develop divine powers that far exceeded ordinary the arch weapons. Gu Chen looked at the formless 1,000 weapons and thought seriously about what kind of ability he should give it. After understanding the essence of Tao severing, he knew that the mythical weapon was a sign of stepping into the Tao severing realm and was also the foundation of the Tao severing realm. The choice or creation of a mythical weapon had a huge impact on a Tao Lord's strength. Gu Chen's Tao verification weapon had always been the tyrannical cauldron of origins. It was originally the most qualified to become a mythical weapon. However, the tyrannical cauldron didn't belong to the Chaos Sea and couldn't add nomological power, so he could only choose to give up. Guchen could also choose to create another mythical weapon, but that would take too much time and effort. Therefore, the formless thousand weapons, which already had the mythical aura, was naturally the best choice. However, because the formless thousand weapons had no attributes, it was originally ever-changing and could accommodate thousands of origins. Under such circumstances, what kind of divine power should be given to it? Guchen hadn't come into contact with many mythical weapons, so he knew the Thunder Dao Lord's mythical trident the best. This mythical trident was destroyed in his hands. After that, he had studied it carefully. In addition to the mythical weapon's ability to suppress the power of myriad origins, as well as the heavenly Dao of Thunder County that it represented, Thunder Dao Monarch had given it a pure thunder attribute. Through the use of laws, the lightning attribute that the mythical trident possessed was abnormally powerful. It could be said to be the ancestor of all lightning, and it had a suppressive effect on all lightning techniques in the Chaos Sea. However, Guchen obviously could not imitate Thunder Dao Monarch, because thousand phaseless weapons originally had no attribute. If it was given any specific attribute, its original advantage would be gone. Guchen frowned. He knew too little about mythical weapons. Apart from giving them specific attributes, what other divine powers could they be given? The thousand phaseless soldiers turned into a mass of white light and floated in front of Guchen. It was not clear what Guchen was going to do to it, but it was still very well behaved. Previously, when it was thrown into the Dantian to accompany the tyrannical cauldron, it felt like a nightmare. Now, it no longer wanted to go back in. Guchen thought for a long time, but he had no clue. He simply looked at the thousand phaseless soldiers and asked it what kind of ability it wanted. The thousand phaseless soldiers revealed a doubtful emotion. Guchen actually asked it to make a wish. When did he become a bodhisattva that would grant all requests? If you don't want it, then forget it. Guchen felt its emotions and was speechless. The thousand phaseless soldiers hurriedly shook, meaning that it wanted it. Then what ability do you want to have? Guchen repeated the previous question. The thousand phaseless soldiers thought for a moment. The white light suddenly squirmed and turned into a four-legged square cauldron. It clearly wanted to become stronger than the tyrannical cauldron. Guchen felt a headache when he saw this. The tyrannical cauldron was not controlled by the laws of this world. It even had the ability to control the chaotic chi. The thousand phaseless soldiers could not compare to it. As if it sensed Guchen's thoughts, the thousand phaseless soldiers' emotions were filled with unwillingness. It was formed from the phaseless stubborn stone and believed that it was a unique existence in the world. However, after following Guchen, it was firmly suppressed by the tyrannical cauldron of origin. It wanted to change. Even if it could not defeat the tyrannical cauldron now, it wanted to have the same vast space to evolve. The thousand phaseless soldiers' intense emotions were transmitted to Guchen, causing him to think of himself when he was young. Back then, Huangfu Wuji was so insufferably arrogant in the Kunlun continent. Who would have thought that he would be defeated by him in the future? He was also unyielding in the past. Why did he think that the thousand phaseless soldiers' potential was inferior to the tyrannical cauldron of origin? Guchen took a deep breath and realized that he had made a grave mistake. As its master, he held the thought that the thousand phaseless soldiers would definitely be inferior to the tyrannical cauldron. It was simply too unfair to limit its potential. I was wrong. You have unlimited potential. Guchen stretched out his hand and gently caressed the thousand phaseless soldiers. At this moment, the thousand phaseless soldiers felt a fatherly emotion from Guchen. Its immature heart stirred. The tyrannical cauldron is not restricted by the laws of the chaotic sea. If you want to surpass it, you need to have the ability to sever the laws at the very least. The expression in Guchen's eyes changed very quickly. He seriously considered how to make the thousand phaseless soldiers surpass the tyrannical cauldron. Could he sever the laws? He probably could not do it in a short time. After all, the magic skills of the mythical weapons were bestowed by the laws. However, even if he could not sever the laws attached to him, would it be possible to sever the laws of the other Dao Lords? Guchen's eyes flickered as he suddenly thought of Dao Lord Xing's decaying Dao Gate. Dao Lord Xing's decaying Dao Gate had the power to transform people into the Dao. That was a power that could transform any source. It seemed to have the same effect as what Xiaochen wanted to do. I'll give it a try. After making up his mind, Guchen raised his hand and grabbed at the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Countless wisps of nomological power surged over from various parts of the chaotic sea and surged into the 1,000 faceless soldiers. At the same time, Tao Lord Golden Crow and Tao Lord Yu, who were on a life planet, sensed it and looked into the sky in shock. Nameless, who was on the star path, raised his head immediately and looked in the direction of Guchen. His eyes shone brightly as he said excitedly, "The laws have gathered. The mythical myth is about to appear." Even further away, the Tao Lords and the Chaos Sea all sensed something at the same time and looked towards a certain direction. As the controller of the laws, the other Tao Lords would definitely sense it when a new lord was born. Guchen did not care at all that his actions had shocked the 100 Chaos Counties. His eyes were filled with deduction as his fingers moved and he began to modify the 1,000 faceless soldiers. This process lasted for 2 full days. 2 days later, a loud dragon roar sounded in the world. The roar reached the 9 heavens as though it could sever all shackles, the 100 Chaos Counties. From this day onwards, he had an additional mythical weapon. In the distant starry sky, a giant floating mountain appeared. The mountain looked as if it had been carved by a sword. It was about 50,000 feet long, but only 10,000 feet wide. There were countless pavilions on its peak. When the 2 spaceships from afar saw the giant mountain, they gradually slowed down and entered the star orbit around the mountain. At this moment, Chu Meixin, who was looking at the mountain through the window, smiled and turned her head. "Big Brother Gu, in front of us is Sword Prefecture's Mount East Mist, one of the 899 sword mountains that guard the border. After passing through Mount East Mist, we'll reach Mount Lingxiao in 5 days. We'll arrive 2 days before the birthday banquet. We've been on the move for the past 7 months. Why don't we take a break at Mount East Mist today? I'll bring everyone to experience the customs of Sword Prefecture." For Chu Meixin, it was a wonderful time to be with Guchen day and night during the 7-month journey. Although Guchen was like a block of wood from beginning to end, she felt that they were much closer than before. She believed that if they continued to develop, the wood would eventually blossom. In front of them was the border of Sword Prefecture. As the host, she wanted to entertain Guchen warmly, hoping to warm up the relationship between them. Guchen, who was in the middle of cultivating, heard Chu Meixin's suggestion. He slowly opened his eyes and muttered, "That's good. Everyone has been staying in the spaceship all this time. I'm sure you want to go out for a walk." Guchen had broken through during the journey and officially stepped into the Tao-severing realm, so they were delayed for a few days. In order to make up for time, they had been traveling non-stop. Now that they had finally arrived at Sword Prefecture before the birthday banquet, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Feng Yaya had long been bored of staying in the cabin. She was delighted to see Guchen agree. Wu Ming and Qing Tsang were also very interested in the legendary Holy Land for sword cultivators. Before the spaceship even entered Mount East Mist, they had already begun looking around. "This mountain is made of stars?" Wu Ming felt the magnetic field of Mount East Mist and asked curiously. "That's right. When my grandfather founded the Sword Commandery, he carved 899 uninhabited planets into mountains in one go and used them as fortresses at the border of the Sword Commandery. These 899 mountains are each protected by a powerful sword sect. They are both mountains and swords," Chu Meixin said proudly. The humble sword lord used the star-cutting mountain as a mountain and the mountain as a sword, establishing a superformation that encompassed the entire Sword County. This was a huge matter that shook the entire Chaos Sea back then. Although the worlds under the control of the Commandery had been united by powerful Tao Lords, due to the primordial chaos separating them, they often weren't very close to each other. However, the Sword Commandery was a special place. Through the 899 sword mountains and the sword sects on them, the various worlds were unprecedentedly close, which made the Sword Commandery exceptionally united and powerful. The humble sword sovereign's heroic spirit is truly admirable. Guchen sighed from the bottom of his heart. Perhaps Tyrant County could learn from the setup of Sword County. Amidst their idle chatter, the airship successfully docked at the foot of Mount East Mist, and Guchen's group disembarked. Tao Lord Golden Crow and Tao Lord Yu disembarked from the other ship and stretched lazily before saying happily, "We've finally arrived at the Sword Commandery. Ever since Guchen broke through along the way, the two Daolords' worries about the birthday banquet had dissipated greatly. Along the way, they relaxed and felt that the scenery was beautiful everywhere they looked. Fellow Taoists, let's find an inn to rest for the night and continue our journey tomorrow. How about that? Out of politeness, Guchen asked for the two Daolords' opinions with a smile. That's great, I can drink with Friend Gu tonight. The two Daolords immediately agreed. After interacting with them for a long time, Guchen realized that Daolords were no different from ordinary people. Hence, the group headed towards the top of the mountain. Naturally, Xianxia wouldn't really let Guchen's group stay in an inn. She secretly informed someone, and before long, cultivators of Mount East Mist Sword Sect came to receive them. Mount East Mist was managed by the East Mist Sword Sect. The sect master, Zhu Mingzhi, hurried over after receiving news from Xianxia that the three Daolords had arrived. This junior greets the three Daolords and your highness. Zhu Mingzhi bowed as soon as he arrived. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Guchen's extremely young appearance and was shocked. Uncle Zhu, don't be so polite. Hurry up and bring us to your villa. Today, you have to bring out all your treasured wine. We won't leave until we finish it. Xianxia was obviously quite familiar with the East Mist sect master and teased him with a smile. Haha, you little girl, do you think I'll be afraid of you drinking all my wine? Sect master Zhu laughed involuntarily and exchanged some pleasantries with Xianxia. Everyone, this way please. The group followed behind sect master Zhu to his villa. Guchen casually sized him up with his deep-sea purple eyes and found that his cultivation was at the 7th level of the Dao Querying Realm, which was quite strong. If the leaders of the other 898 sword mountains under the sword prefecture all had such strength, or were only slightly weaker than this one, then the overall strength of the sword prefecture would be extremely terrifying. Of course, Guchen knew that this was unlikely due to the natural limitations of the environment. Although there were some differences in strength between the counties of the Chaos Sea, it was not to such an extent. On the way to the villa, there was a hubbub of voices everywhere. Apart from sword cultivators carrying swords on their backs, there were also many people of different races. Moreover, these people of different races were generally not weak, and their killing intent was even more shocking. Seeing this, Xianxia frowned and casually asked Sect Master Zhu. Uncle Zhu, why did so many cultivators from other counties come to Mount East Mist? They all look quite impressive. When Sect Master Zhu heard this, he seemed to have been worrying about this for a long time. He hurriedly replied, these people are all here for the Lord's birthday banquet. Guchen was surprised to hear that. Dao Lords of the various counties were invited to the humble Sword Lord's birthday banquet. What were ordinary cultivators doing here? Could it be that they could sneak into the banquet? Guchen did not understand. However, Dao Lord Golden Crow and Dao Lord Yu immediately understood and mumbled. We miscalculated. Are these guys starting so soon? Guchen and the others could not help but look at the two Dao Lords, not understanding what they meant. Dao Lord Golden Crow knew that Guchen had just become a Dao Lord and there were many things he did not understand, so he immediately explained with a smile. Friend Gu, these foreign cultivators were probably sent by the Dao Lords of the various regions. Their goal is to warm up the Chaotic Myriad Spirit ranking. Chaotic Myriad Spirit ranking? Guchen was deep in thought. He had conversed with the two Dao Lords many times along the way and was not completely clueless about the contents of the gathering of the 100 Prefectures Dao Lords. The humble Sword Lord's birthday banquet was secondary. The main purpose of the gathering of the various Dao Lords was to discuss the Chaotic Myriad Spirit ranking. The selection was the Battle of the Chaotic Myriad Spirit List. Only living beings on the Chaotic Myriad Spirit List were qualified to be brought to the Upper Realm emissaries. Apart from the rumor that he had killed 3 Dao Lords, the reason why Guchen was able to obtain the recognition of the 100 Commanderies Dao Lords was also related to the upcoming event. However, wasn't the selection to be discussed at the meeting? Why were there so many people from the Sword Commandery? Although the Chaotic Myriad Spirit List is a selection for the Upper Realm emissaries, if enough talents appear in the commanderies that satisfy the Upper Realm emissaries, they will be able to obtain considerable benefits. Even if the talents from the commanderies aren't selected in the end, this experience is still valuable to them. In the past, many of those who ranked high in the ranking battle later became Dao Lords. Downlord Yu continued Downlord Golden Crow's words and explained to Guchen in detail. Friend Gu, think about it. The 100 commanderies are so far apart from each other. If we wait until the ranking battle really begins to gather information about the enemy, we will be at a disadvantage. After this gathering, the rules of the ranking battle will be announced and it will begin immediately. If we are on the front lines, we will naturally be able to seize the initiative. Due to this consideration, I'm afraid that the various Dao Lords have brought the talents they value. Now that they are in the Sword Commandery, not only can they understand their future enemies in advance, but if they can make a name for themselves and snatch away the enemy's providence, it will be more advantageous in the later competitions. Guchen understood. To put it bluntly, before the battle of the chaotic myriad spirit list began, the geniuses who had the ambition to enter the list had already begun to occupy seats. No wonder these people have such a strong murderous aura. In that case, many of the descendants of the various Dao Lords are here? Chu Meixin had not thought of it at first, but after hearing the two Dao Lords' words, she immediately thought of more. Who could be brought by the Dao Lords? Apart from the generals and soldiers that they valued, there was also their descendants. Every Dao Lord had a yearning for the primordial chaos Dao world. Unfortunately, the upper realm emissaries did not choose talents based on their cultivation level, but on their so-called aptitude. Therefore, many Dao Lords were not qualified to board the ship. Due to the regret in their hearts, the Dao Lords naturally hoped that their descendants could be recognized by the emissary and head to the Dao world on their behalf. That way, not only would their clans have a brighter future, their Dao Lords would also benefit from it. Why not? Chu Meixin's question was directed at sect leader Zhu. When he heard it, he smiled bitterly and nodded his head. Indeed, many of the sons of Dao Lords and young emperors are here, including the skyprides that your highness is familiar with. Oh? Who are they? Dao Lord Golden Crow and Dao Lord Yu immediately revealed looks of interest. The competition between the commanderies had already begun in advance. They were rather regretful that they had forgotten about this, and they were quite curious as to who the other Dao Lords would send. Young Emperor Sang Ting, Knight Emperor Wu Shua, and Second Prince Qin are currently on Mount Donglan, Sect Master Zhu said seriously. Second Prince Qin is also here? Did Dao Lord Qin come as well? Dao Lord Golden Crow and Dao Lord Yu's expressions froze. These three were indeed the famous skyprides of the 100 chaotic commanderies in recent years. However, they were juniors after all, so they did not pay much attention to them. What they were concerned about were the Dao Lords behind these three. Young Emperor Sang Ting was the godson of Demon Lord Tai Kan and the commander of the army. Knight Emperor Wu Shua was the grandson of True Lord Eternal Knight. Second Prince Qin was Dao Lord Qin's biological son. These three Dao Lords held high positions among the Dao Lords of the 100 commanderies, especially Dao Lord Qin, who seemed to be the leader of the 100 commanderies. I haven't seen Dao Lord Qin yet. It's said that the Dao Lords of the commanderies have formed a tacit agreement that no matter how the geniuses of the commanderies fight within Sword Commandery, as long as it's a battle between peers, even if it's a battle of life and death, they will not interfere, much less show themselves. Sect Master Zhu's words made Dao Lord Golden Crow and Dao Lord Yu heave a sigh of relief. It was good that Dao Lord Qin was not around, so they would not have to pay him a visit. Not to interfere in a battle of life and death? Are the Dao Lords really willing to put their precious sons in danger? Feng Yaya blinked, her interest piqued by the competition between the geniuses of the commanderies in Sword Commandery. The Dao Lords have all crawled their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Therefore, the requirements for their descendants have always been stricter. It's not as if such things have never happened before. Chu Meixin replied softly. Knowing that a few geniuses were at Mount East Mist, she could not help but feel the urge to compete with them. As the granddaughter of the humble sword sovereign, she had viewed the children of the other Dao Lords as her competitors since she was young. Now that she had mastered the legendary sword, she was confident that she could compete with the geniuses of the other commanderies. The Dao Lords allowed their descendants to compete in Sword Commandery, and His Majesty naturally turned a blind eye to it. However, it's hard on us. The geniuses of the commanderies are inevitably arrogant and have caused quite a bit of trouble in the past few days. Sect Master Zhu said helplessly. As the Sect Master of East Mist, he was in charge of maintaining order, but it was not easy to manage the geniuses of the commanderies. They might not even be able to win against them. If they caused trouble, even if they were in the wrong, he could only swallow his anger. Sect Master Zhu did not want to talk about this in depth in front of the three Dao Lords, so he quickly changed the topic. As the group chatted, they arrived at Sect Master Zhu's villa before long. At the entrance, two young men with extraordinary looks stood there, attracting everyone's attention immediately. Of the two, one had green hair and a dark face, wearing a wooden armor. The other had golden hair and a dragon robe, looking dignified. I didn't expect to bump into them so soon. Sect Master Zhu, are the two young emperors staying in your residence? Dao Lord Golden Crow and Dao Lord Yu recognized the two young men and looked at Sect Master Zhu in surprise. Dao Lords, you've misunderstood. I have no dealings with the two young emperors. I don't know why they're here. Sect Master Zhu did not expect to speak of the devil. Hearing that, Guchen glanced at the two young men in the distance with a calm gaze. One was at the 8th level of Dao Querying while the other was at the 9th level of Dao Querying and was close to the pinnacle. At this age, this level of cultivation was not bad. Who are they? Feng Yaya looked at the young men in the distance and muttered. Young Emperor Sang Ting and Second King Qin. Chu Meixin took a deep breath and replied seriously. Second King Qin was a target that she had once aspired to surpass. Even with the help of the divine sword, she was not confident that she could win. Friend Gu, these two must have sensed our auras and specially came to greet us. Previously, you and that Dao Lord Qin. Dao Lord Yu said worriedly, worried that Gu Chen would not be friendly to Second King Qin because of his previous conflict with Dao Lord Qin. Second King Qin's talent was so high that even they had heard of it. They knew that it was best not to offend a genius like him, even if he was a junior. Fellow Taoists, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Gu Chen replied calmly and led the way. What did the grudges of the father have to do with the son? End of chapter 1593. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.